stop getting worse.
Bro, it's 9:30 in the morning here. So I haven't slept yet, and like we had a show earlier today, my time, like a few hours ago, last night technically. Then we had a call preparing for the Bahamas to have you and as a your background and in the intelligence to go to the Bahamas and find out some shit. You and Frank from the team, and then I'm in bed. I'm about to fall asleep, and I'm getting pinged left, right, and center by different people regarding the hack. Initially, it just looked like an inside job initially, and that kind of correlated with the earlier tip that we got that we never tweeted because we couldn't verify that Sam is on the run. Do you remember that one that we decided not to tweet? No,
Yes,
not on the
yes,
run. Sorry,
that
that he
Sam
was
is on.
arrested. Sorry, bro, he was arrested
This,
in
yeah, that he was
in
arrested on the
Bahamas,
tarmac.
but we couldn't verify it. So everyone, it's non-verifiable. So like, don't treat it as fact. We couldn't verify it, but and then we get this shit. So that's fucking insane, man. But like, do you want to kick it off with an
Well,
overview of exactly what happened, just for anyone that doesn't know, because this is just happening as we speak.
yeah, well, it's been absolutely crazy watching this unfold overnight. At first, it was kind of quiet, and all of a sudden there started to be some rumors of money moving off of FTX again, which during the Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceedings is automatically a red flag. And first speculators were saying, okay, maybe it's people trying to liquidate. Maybe it's part of the liquidations happening. Maybe it's a little bit consolidation. And then as people look deeper, things like 1inch, were being used here, which had never been used before by FTX to move to transfers their funds from before. Nothing was adding up, and the money just kept accumulating into different, into the same wallet from different tokens off of the exchange. And then, the deeper look, it started out, people really started to get freaked out once we reached around over 300 million coming off. That's when everyone started to say, okay, well, now this might be an insider, this might be a hack. And as it stands, we don't know, we know that FTX is saying that this is a hack. We don't know if this is an insider or a hack, because this could be an insider job that is hacking it either way. But that being said, it started out at 300 million, it quickly increased to 600 million. Over the past couple hours, it's been taken out of all these accounts, and then we had the chief counsel or the general counsel of FTX come out with a statement saying that they were investigating abnormalities with wallet movements related to consolidation of FTX balances across exchanges. Unclear facts as other movements not clear. And then that they would share more info as soon as they have it. That is a very concerning statement coming from the general counsel. That was the first sign that this could actually be something that FTX, at least the people that were supposed to be in control of this at FTX, didn't really have any ability to stop it. That doesn't mean that an insider with backdoors couldn't. I mean, we know that there were already backdoors in the system from some of the revelations that came out earlier from Reuters. But that being said, now, the latest news to come out of this is that on the FTX's official Telegram channel, an administrator there came out and said that FTX has been hacked. FTX, and remember, this is from FTX's side here. FTX apps are malware. Delete them. Chat is open. Don't go on the FTX site as it might download Trojan. So, of course, I would definitely follow all of the advice there as in regards to not, getting rid of the app. Don't install any updates. Don't go to the website right now. It's having a 503 error even as it stands. You can't even access it. People's wallet balances have now drained to zero, though. That's another thing that's quite concerning, which shows that this could be quite deep.
It
And one of the
seems
things
that
that I just discovered.
oh, she go ahead. Yeah, what'd you discover?
Yeah, one of the things I just discovered, too, is that the API on the site was also taken down. That is something you don't see in a normal hack of this sort. It doesn't make any sense for the API to come down and to be inaccessible as well. So that means this is and another piece too here on top of that. There are multi-sig wallets. That's another thing that's been identified by some of the people looking into this, right? Multi-sig wallets at play here now, which could mean one of two things. Either this is a very professional hack, almost, as in like the hackers don't trust each other, they're working together, and they want to make sure that they can trust each other at the end of the day. Or it's a state actor type level of scale of attack, or or we're seeing FTX, some factions of FTX try to battle this if this actually is a hack and try to push those funds into a safer area.
Just two questions, bro. API of FTX is all wiped. Is that what you said?
Correct. The historical records are wiped on accounts, and the API is dead.
Can you elaborate on the multi-sig wallet part as well?
Yes. So multi-sig wallets obviously require multiple signatures from multiple individuals in order for them to be able to be accessed.
And how's that related? So are you saying multi-sig wallets are the ones draining the funds?
Some of the funds have gone to multi-sig wallets. It's hard to say whether all of the funds, but a good chunk of the funds have gone to multi-sig
wallets. I've never
wallets.
seen a hack that involves multi-sig wallets.
I never have either, and I've been in crypto since 2012. So this is completely unusual.
Okay. I'm just going to tweet this. I've sent you through the information to make sure you can verify it before I tweet it. Andrew, go ahead then. Dr. Strange. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. Chet, I have a question for you because we're super time sensitive right now. When was the initial post posted on Telegram by the quote-unquote admin?
That was...
the initial post...
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yes, so the initial post on Telegram was about roughly at 9... Let me check here. I have the time right here. 9:52 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So that would be...
Does anyone not find it a little bit strange that the actual FTX social account on Twitter has not posted anything regarding this current update? Or is it just me that has that some concern?
Yeah.
It does seem, by the way, chat, I just sent you a tweet. Can you just verify it before I tweet it out to make sure it's...
Will do.
Just have a quick look at it. Dr. Strange.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So the first thing is that, I'm not buying into this FTX getting hacked. I mean, anyone who believes that is a bad joke. Okay, this is just a desperate move to get out the funds, and this is just an excuse they are giving. Secondly, guys, do you remember the sushi fiasco that happened? I mean, he tried to drain all the funds, and then he came and said that I'm transferring all the keys to SBF, and there were people coming out and saying that SBF and Sushi Chef are one and the same person, and I think this is the likely scenario. Yes, that could be true. And thirdly, this does not end here. The worst part is, I believe that Michael Saylor might say that his liquidation margin call is going to get at 3,500. But some of my sources are telling me that, he's going to start getting margin calls at 13 or 14K. And because of this, if it happens, this thing is going to get even more ugly.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through all the DMs and messages I'm getting. Just guys, you can put your hand up. The team is trying to bring anyone that can bring insight to this to the case. So if you put your hand up, if you can just put when you want to speak, request to speak, we'll bring you up. And then if you can bring insight, we're getting a lot of requests. I'll let BTC Citadel go ahead, bro.
Hey, thanks for having me on. So in regards to the whole FTX fiasco right now with the hack and this and that, I definitely agree that it's an inside job. I've worked at different private hedge funds, and there are backdoors to moving liquidity around where basically it won't set off any alarms or different parameters or policies in place when it comes to regulations and things like that, or audits or spreadsheets when it comes to the balance sheet.
Yeah, I can't disagree. Umbrella Croissant?
Yeah, very much agree with that. And another thing too, I think that I should mention here too, is that some of the wallet addresses. This is key to know. Our transactions that would go to troll names like cumsock.eth and downsyndromemonkey.eth. That sort of action, CoinDesk, for instance, said that sort of action is more in the direction of pushing a judge to have to repeat that out in court, and I highly would almost agree with that. So if this is an inside job, they're also trying to really mess with the system here as well.
Yeah, I guess two kind of insights I picked up, because I picked this up. had a wallet track on FTX, so I picked it up immediately as it happened. Is they were slowly selling the tokens that are in their wallets at the moment. So they had if you looked at Uniswap's graph, they had a big sell. I think they sold $2 million worth of Uniswap, and you'll see they and the reason behind it, and they also traded all their USDT, is that they're trying to get away from non-trustless protocols that can potentially blacklist their address to pure trustless protocols. And secondly, the second wallet that they sent to, so it's currently sitting in 3 Ethereum wallets that was drained. The one is linked to an old Alameda address that I managed to pick up.
So hold on, just to clarify, you're saying one of the wallets that's responsible for the drain is linked to Alameda?
Yes.
Can you?
Well, it is linked. I can share it with you. The only thing is that them trying to recover the funds, or is it because there's 3 wallets on Ethereum that receive funds, so only one of them has that link.
Can you send through the? Can you pin the wallet? Can you tweet it and pin it above if you don't mind?
Sure, I will do.
More, I pinned all 3 of the wallets up. I'm not sure if this overrides what Chet just said. Sorry to cut in with
No,
all the
all good, bro.
speakers
All
here.
good.
There's a third wallet that's labeled FTX. I'll post that up here as well. And the person tweeting this out is obviously very, very well vetted and does have a good reputation within the space. So this is credible information. It's not just hearsay.
Croissant, you had your hand up for a while. By the way, I see a lot of requests to speak, so we'll just bring you guys up gradually. Just be patient with us. Go ahead, Croissant.
Yeah, I haven't verified this personally. Maybe somebody else here can. But I heard that $1 billion was moved off of FTX a week ago. And the only reason that I'm bringing it up is because when you see something like this and people are saying that, I think it was Dr. Strange, you brought up that you think that this is happening for the team to be extracting the funds, right? I mean, how much money do they
Yeah,
really
that's
need
true.
to
Yeah.
leave with?
Well, so
Like,
this
if
is
they,
this is yeah, that's the funny thing about what happened tonight too. Is the biggest news that dropped before this hack was that there was apparently up to $2 billion of funds that moved when FTX moved money to Alameda. That went through back doors, that were deliberately put in the system by people like SBF, according to employees at FTX. And that money is missing. It's gone. It's vanished. It's disappeared. No one knows where it's at. The whereabouts are gone. And that happened even before this hack happened tonight.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, no one is catching them. Like you said, how much money do they need? And the government officials are not going to come behind them because they are being heavily funded by SBF for their campaigns and whatsoever. So these guys are going to go with a clean sheet. And whatever, I don't know, whatever they are basically trying to get whatever they can, and they can, run away. That's what they are doing. And it's pretty clear. And this hack thing is just a cover up. And I'm not buying into this. I mean, what time to get hacked? I mean, see the timing of it.
It doesn't fucking add up for a hack, Jan.
Hi, everybody. Thanks. I agree with Doctor Strange 100%. And the reason why I'm saying this was because I discovered FTX in April 2020, and they hosted an event in the Bahamas, right? And at this event, they had a lot of politicians. Tony Blair and Bill Clinton were one of the speakers at a crypto event. And you can verify this on my pinned tweet on my page. Now, if you're hosting an event, right, the host will always sit in the middle, from my experience. Whoever's hosting an event, if you're on stage with people, generally like the host will take the most dominant position. So if you look at this photo, you will see Bill Clinton is in the middle. And you can see in his body language, he is the one running the show, one of the front runners running the show behind the scenes. And Sam is definitely just the frontman, and he's definitely going to get away with this. I mean, if you look at what Bill Clinton has been up to, I know, like, maybe I can't speak about this on this feed, but he's been involved with Epstein, been to his island many times, and he's getting away with all of that. So he's 100% going to get away with this. It's just, that's why I agree with Doctor Strange. They're trying everything right now to fool the people. But whatever you feel in your intuition, always trust that. If they can fool people like they have already, they're not going to stop. And corrupt politicians involved in this, it's clear to see what's happening. It's as clear as daylight. It's daylight robbery.
Doctor Strange?
Yep, and people are now thinking that the crash has been priced and all the dump that has to be happened has happened right now. But now the news is going to come out that which venture capitals have invested into FTX, the investments which have gone into FTX, and now if we see some big corporations who have put their money in, it's going to create a cascading effect into the stock market as well. And if the big markets start falling in the US, it's going to affect globally, because I don't know how much investments SBF has made via his subsidies. So it's going to be a dominus effect all over. It's going to be really bad for the next
So
six
you think
months.
this guy's
Yeah,
chat? I see a lot of hands up. Just chat. Do you want to just summarize what's all the points being made so far? Do you want to summarize it for the audience in like 20 seconds before we go to Mr. O and BTC Citadel?
yes, yes, but and one point I want to add on there too, real quick, is that one thing we have to consider here in this hack is, regardless of whether it's an insider job or an outside job, etc., if the money is not able to get retrieved, that makes the bankruptcy situation that much worse here for FTX. And that means that everyone that is expecting to be able to get some form of, proper any form of assets from FTX, their assets have now fallen more, and their liabilities still stay the same. So that just another thing to add on top of this. So what we're looking for, though, a quick summary right now is more than $600 million taken from FTX overnight. It's unclear as to who is doing it. It looks like it is most likely an inside job, but secondarily could be an outside job. Outside of that,
And
we're seeing
there's also Anon's content just tweeted. I don't know if someone just sent it to me. I don't know who Anon's content is, so if someone could tell me, that would be great. But Anon's content just said that sent me a DM. That sent the team just saw a DM. He's also in the show. I'll just read. So bring him up, please, Sarah, and I'll just read out the message. There's a private plane on the move suspected to be Sam crossing into Argentina. So I want to know why it's suspected to be Sam. So I'm just gonna bring you up because there's a bunch of private planes right now. I'm sure coming out of fucking Bahamas, and there's going to always be private planes. So I want to know why you think this could be SBF. Jimmy, I'll bring you up in a second. I'll let Mr. O and then BTC Citadel speak while we're trying to bring up Anon. Hold on, Anon content. Apparently you're up. Someone just told me. Are you there?
Yeah, it took a few seconds extra there to connect. Thanks for bringing me up, Mario.
All good, bro. All good, bro.
So I dropped that in your DMs. Like, I didn't necessarily want to come up and talk about it because there is nothing confirmed at this point. It's just, when you look at, obviously, the circumstances where the plane is headed, I do have some previous connections back when, like, I was more focused on, like, geopolitical affairs leading up to the 2020 election. There was a lot of just, different things happening, a lot of movements with the military. And so I was able to make some connections through Twitter back then. They're all keeping an eye on this and trying to get more information, in real time through like basically military connections and stuff of that nature. But it is definitely, something worth monitoring, just considering the minimal activity that leaves that area.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you sharing this, man. I'll tweet it and just put a disclaimer that it cannot be verified or confirmed. Mr. O, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just want to echo what everybody's saying. There's absolutely no way that this isn't a coordinated inside attack. With the App Store update, that's very difficult to just pull off from any perspective aside from the inside. The systems knowledge that you would have to have, not only to just push an App Store update, but to push one that's going to be compatible with the current build is ridiculous. And then considering that the employees are gone, they're leaving the island right now. The people who's going to stay there when you're not getting paid. So
that's about employees leaving the island. Is that confirmed or sources?
No, that's anecdotal right now.
Okay.
I don't have anything that confirm that. I've just seen it's just common sense. Who's going to continue to work when funds have just been completely squandered? So
well, for the record,
it has to be.
For the record, oh shit, there's a tweet about the flight. Hold on, who's that from? There's a tweet.
Yeah, Mir, I sent you a DM. The link is on there in the tweet.
All right, Jesus. Who's that? That's Morgan. Why is Morgan tweeting this shit? How'd she know? Respect. All right. From Unchained TV. Morgan, respect. All right. So I like Morgan. She put a source as well. All right, I'm going to pin it. Can you pin it above in the space? So there's even a link tracking the fucking plane. Morgan's the beast. That's going to be so... okay, so buy fatty bags. All right. I'm gonna tweet this shit, everyone, and then you can see it on my. Let me put it into a thread. Whoever has his hand up, you could take the mic. Umbrella, go ahead, then NFT guy.
Yeah, I just shared it in the Twitter space the actual details of that wallet hack that was linked to Alameda. So I just pinned it up there if anyone's interested to look into it. So I just put a detailed tweet on that. It was just before Morgan's pin, so that's all I wanted to kind of say on that.
All right, I appreciate it. I've just tweeted the link. I've just updated my tweet and added the link into it. NFT guy, what's up, bro?
Chet, when you said before you haven't seen a hack ever like hide the API, what does that exactly mean? Like, why would they do this on this hack if it was a back-end person doing it? Why would they do that?
So it makes it harder for anyone to see what's actually going on with the funds on any sort of external basis, right? Because those APIs are how you're normally going to track anything on an external basis and even on an internal basis too, right? So if you're internally trying to track this, we don't know how. We can't see inside the internal systems to see how bad the data has been destroyed. But from the API side, the data isn't accessible, it's gone. And that's also what's producing the zeros in people's accounts, right? Because the API is what produces those numbers. So literally no one, it's basically, it's like a fog of war strategy is the best way to put it in a hack like this.
Jimmy and Citadel, go ahead, guys.
There's a couple of things to consider before we can presume that this is a hack. It'd be cool if somebody could sort of look at the terms of use to ensure that it isn't stated that depositors are already creditors. To some that may not be aware, on the VC side, a venture capitalist can either invest for common stock or preferred stock. And a preferred stock, especially on an earlier stage, has a liquidity preference, meaning in the event that a company goes bankrupt, they become the beneficiaries of the company's assets itself. And so, if in the terms of use, you are actually a creditor by being a depositor, it doesn't necessarily have to be a hack. It simply could be your assets being transferred to the rightful owner because you're now lending FTX the money. Thank you.
Yes, and that was a lot of like the initial thoughts were until people saw the troll names like cumsock.eth and downsyndrome.eth be involved into the wallets that these funds are being moved to, which seemed to indicate obviously there that these aren't creditors because a creditor is not going to have that as their name.
By the way, just for people on the panel, so the team, Sarah is just bringing people up and down constantly. So you might be brought up, brought down, just to give everyone a chance to speak because we're getting a lot of sources. And the man himself, Kim.com, is in the audience as well. Dr. Strange, I'll let BTC Citadel go ahead, bro.
I just had to agree with some points. I was looking at the space who mentioned this in regards to the whole Apple App Store update. That is very valid. That was going to be one of my points. It takes credentials to basically log in and basically update the framework. So it's definitely an inside job. I think they're just washing and chlorine washing the books, and it's a coordinated attack within the inside for sure, 100%.
Question.
I do want to state.
Go ahead,
I do want to state just shortly there, though, that while I entirely agree with that fact that in order to do that, it requires inside access. One thing we have to keep in mind too is that this could be a state-level attack as well. Russia and North Korea have been known to be able to pull off attacks like this. They're very sophisticated when it comes to the world of crypto, and both of them are much in need of money. So that's also a potential here. Obviously, not saying that's the most likely scenario.
$5 million just got $5 million got bridged to Polygon to Matic, more likely to be liquidated. Just thought I'd let you guys know. All right, so NFDB and then Dr. Strange.
I had one more point as well.
Go ahead, bro.
I've been long enough in the game, and it smells like a lot like Mt. Gox. Like when Jay McCullough was part of the team, remember he went on to Ripple and called it a hack, and the events are, reminding me of those moments and like the flashbacks during those times. So it basically history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes, and this is one of those moments.
NFDB.
Hey, not to conspire, but just to kind of hopefully calm the what's happening right now, and not to allow as many people as we can to be conclusive on suspicion. Really, I wouldn't even just suggest external entities like Russia and China. I'd suggest internal as well, because right now we've got everyone currently trying to gain control of this store of value that we're transitioning over to. So I just want to kind of keep a balanced head and suspect everyone, even internally and externally, and just kind of wait until there's something, quite conclusive to go. That's where we'll put our assumptions here, just because, there's very close links to the SEC and the WEF with these guys, which we found digging today. So I just kind of want to keep the place open. That's it.
Chat, I've just sent you through. Let me tell the team to please send in groups. So Sarah, all the things you're sending me, send them in the group so Chet could also see them and verify them. So I could just host a room. So Chet, I've sent through some things to you in DM and in the group. So if you can check them, and then if worth sharing them, please unmute and share them. Also, speakers, if you want to, after you speak, if you want to jump back into the audience and then put your hand up a bit later so we can get more speakers up and get more information. But I'll give the mic to Satoshi and then Andrew and then Rowley and then Crypto Lawyer. Go ahead, Satoshi.
How you going, guys? Hope you can hear me well.
Yep.
I've been in blockchain since 2013, so I've sat through a lot of crap, the ups, the downs, the rugs, the ICOs. And, whether this is an inside job or an external job, that shouldn't really be our focus point. What I think is we should be instilling confidence and at least trying to rectify the situation for the actual global blockchain community. Because stuff like it's been a very hectic few days, and there are going to be a lot of people on edge, and I think the industry really needs a little, as much liquidity as possible, still within the industry. But what I have seen so far in regards to the compromises that the app has been compromised, and there has been SMS text messages going out to customers as well as emails and stuff to log into their app to secure their funds. So I highly urge nobody, if you are a customer of FTX, to not log in and not submit your login details to anyone.
Jesus fucking
But
Christ.
thank you.
Jesus, are you sure SMS messages and emails are being sent to customers to log into the...
That's what I've heard. Not confirmed, obviously, but that's what I've heard.
Holy fuck, bro. Like how many users or how many users does FTX have? Does anyone know?
Millions.
Yeah, that's true. Even I heard that they are sending SMS. That's true. Even I've heard that.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Crypto Lawyer?
So something
go ahead,
we got past. Something we got past, from in the DMs, and I want to preface this with the fact that there's a conflict of interest in the person who initially made this tweet. So do please take this with a grain of salt. This is from Dominic_W, Dominic Williams, the CEO of Definity, who worked in ICP. He said, FTX factoid. He posted this on the 8th. 7 weeks ago, a colleague went to check out the FTX campus in Nassau, the prime land next door to Picnic Bank, the seller, where they were going to build. Some dudes with jackhammers were pulling down the FTX sign. Was SPF winging things for weeks? Once again, I think, a high grain of salt there on that information, but that is something that just to keep in mind.
I'm just trying to find out how many users FTX has or had. Where is it? Users. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it?
Certainly
Over 1 million. All right. I'll give them.
Mario, is that including US as well, or just FTX?
I don't know, bro. I'm just trying to. Are you talking about number of users or the messages and emails? I don't know, bro. I'm just trying to figure it out.
But FTX itself had 1.2 million registered users.
Is that the US one or the international?
No,
one?
that's just.
On the Play Store, it is 5 million downloads.
1.2 was the last time.
And
they had
FTX US had accumulated more than 1 million users per year, according to other data as well. So that would mean
FTX
that
International
FTX
has
about 2 million users.
5 million. 5 million downloads FTX International has.
FTX US was a fraction of the overall global market, probably about 10% overall by user base. And there is evidence to suggest that there was at least $50 billion of assets under management That's user funds. So
Yes.
it's a very sizable operation. It's second only to Binance and or Coinbase.
Thanks, Charlie. Crypto Lawyer, did you get your chance to speak? Because I know you had your hand up.
Hey Mario,
Hey, bro.
can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Hey bud. Hey Chet. Good to see you guys tonight. So I do work for regulation companies here in the United States with crypto. We work with Coinbase, and just what I'm seeing tonight. I don't know what it is, but it seems not to be a hack the way it's looking. The case was going into bankruptcy. We've dealt with the creditors during this time, and what I can say is that a trustee or a court would never operate this way. This is not how things would go down if you're going to have assets and liabilities, especially when you have so many liabilities, which FTX is going to have. So what I wanted to toss Chet's way, if I could ask, FTX US was fine, FTX International was not. To the best of your knowledge, Chet or Mario, when did this cross over to FTX US? Because they have different regulations that at least I'm aware of that have been vetted. So I'm kind of curious when it transferred over to FTX US as well.
So, from everything we can see in all the data that's available right now, and of course it's still preliminary until we get more detail from the bankruptcy documents, which were, incredibly light on detail when they got filed. From what's able to be seen, though, overall through what everyone's talking about, CoinDesk, all these other sources, it appears that there was actually more of an intertwining in FTX US, the same way there was with FTX and Alameda. And so FTX US and Alameda also had some of the same intertwined issues. And they appeared to basically have been as insolvent as the actual FTX. The only operation that hadn't gone insolvent appears to be Ledger X, which was the thing that they were trying to move into the derivatives side. And they did not actually include that in the bankruptcy proceedings. But the whole fact that FTX.US got included immediately in the 134 companies indicates that there wasn't liquidity there at the probably most likely at the exact same time around FTX was having these issues too.
Got it. All right. Thanks, Chet. Thanks, Mario.
No worries, guys. Just quickly, there's just too many requests that people want to come up on stage. If you have urgent information, just DM it to us, and then the team will bring you up. Just trying to keep up. Go ahead, Citadel, then Doctor Strange, then Ninja.
Yeah, I'm just gonna step down quickly. Before I step down,
Yeah,
I
go ahead, bro.
wanted to share the interview that the Dave had with SBF and kind of pushing the honor system, which I think we kind of need to bring back in. And it's been great to chat to everyone here and great to hear everyone's views. And
thanks, Umbrella. Feel free to come up again when the stage empties out. Let me try to bring up Alex. Citadel, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I don't know if anybody's keeping their eye on BlockFi, which is also a huge institution. From what I remember and what I know is that they had a loan out with FTX for $400 million when BlockFi was evaluated at $240 million. And in quarter two, they had $600 million in crypto loans that were not covered by collateral in quarter two. So does that make them pretty much insolvent? Why haven't they blown up yet?
Well, BlockFi basically has blown up. They essentially had to pause withdrawals and indicated that they see the future as essentially uncertain now with what happened with FTX's bankruptcy. And given everything that was happening with FTX's bankruptcy anyways, it looks like that they weren't going to be able to be salvaged after this happened, and now especially after all these funds have been moved. So I would say BlockFi looks about as close to the grave as Celsius and Voyager at this point.
And Chet, I'm sorry, just real quick. I just got a DM from one of my team members, and I'm sure some of you guys know this, but BlockFi has paused or canceled their credit cards and their debit cards. You can't use them.
Correct. Yes. They also, they fully canceled that across the board, and I appreciate you for mentioning that. Yeah.
Oh, son of a bitch! I just brought someone up. I thought it was Tom Brady because I know Tom Brady's a big investor in fucking FTX. I think it was Tom Brady. He put in a lot of money into FTX and he got fucked. I brought him up because he has a verified tick. And I'm like, let me check the profile. It has 200 followers.
This is why we can't have blue check marks,
I'm
man.
such a doofus.
Well,
Ninja,
I mean, Tom Brady. If there's anyone who, who knows? Maybe it was a Tom Brady who did the attack.
Kid, imagine, bro. Imagine they go to stream. Tom Brady.
We can't have night
Tom
games.
Brady
I mean,
kidnaps
come on, guys.
Sam, and is on that plane to Argentina that all of us are watching. By the way, anyone that wants to know about that jet, because I'm getting a lot of
He's
people
actually
asking
the
me,
pilot.
just check one of my tweets. The link is there. I'll give the mic before going to Alex to give us an overview of how he sees things. Doctor Strange and Ninja, go ahead, guys.
So I actually have a quick update on the jet, though. So I looked into some more flight data. I am post Air Force, by the way, everyone. I was an intelligence analyst for the Air Force. So I did look into the flight data. That is a jet that has been used multiple times to go to a lot of locations where Sam Bankman-Fried was not at. So this does not appear to be Sam Bankman-Fried's jet. This just appears to be a regular jet on departure, on a scheduled departure out of Nassau. It came in there on the 5th.
Yeah, I was
I'm
just
going to
about to
update the
come in
tweet.
and yeah, I was just about to thank you
Go ahead,
for
bro.
delivering that. Thank you for your service too, brother. I was just about to come in and say like this is all really exciting on the next level thriller movie stuff, but like just like the gentleman said before, like we really need to do our due diligence, and which you're doing a good job at. Like, hey, let's make sure that the misinformation that spreads, because we've seen this so many times in this space where these things happen and then there's just a whole bunch of misinformation that just gets spread like wildfire, and none of it's true. We're tracking jets that aren't even his. We're accusing. I did post two things above. One of them's from Fubar, who's one of the top devs in the space, and another one from Kobe, that even yesterday, about 22 hours ago, they both were posting about how apparently they were siphoning the money out through NFTs, and there's on-chain evidence of that.
Yep.
To take a look at that above. I don't know if that had already been talked about, but I just want to put one more point on this, that like really we need to be careful right now as far as everything that we are saying and everything we are doing, because they're watching us. Everybody is watching us, and we want to make sure that we don't blow up the situation or make it even worse. I'm glad that we're being careful with our wallets, and like that's really more than likely what the gentleman said earlier. Whether it's Russia, whether it's North Korea, whether it's China, it's a multi-attack, because if we've seen this before, where it's not just it's all the predators are attacking at one time and from different angles. So it's more than likely not just one attacker, but multiple.
Yeah. I'm just
We're getting some unconfirmed reports. I will say this is unconfirmed at this point. That the whole office and team is missing and has been asked to evacuate from the facility. Whether that's the case or not is impossible to confirm at this stage.
What's your source, bro?
This is coming from the rumor mill on Twitter right now from a couple different sources. There's a couple different people saying it, but as of right now, I would say hold that with a heavy grain of salt. But yeah, that is something else coming through, and we'll see if that's.
So you're saying FTX officers in Bahamas?
Yes. Essentially, people are saying that the whole office is missing and that they've been asked to evacuate. Now, whether this is true or not is yet to be confirmed. This is an unconfirmed initial report coming through preliminarily on Twitter. That's very key to say here.
Have we addressed? Has anybody addressed what was talked about earlier, that there's apparently some Bohemian laws that allows people in the Bahamas to get
Yeah, bro. Yeah, we discussed that 2 days ago. So yeah, the that's what triggered all this, and apparently that's where we think, and a lot of evidence indicating that employees were siphoning money out of the Bahamas. That's why Chet will be heading there shortly, because of these regulations. And apparently, there were people were paying off those employees to be able to get their money out. So selling them those accounts, it's just fucked up information. We verified some of it, but not all of it. But like the amount of DMs I'm getting, guys, is insane. And that's DMs of people wanting to give us information, and DMs of people that are not happy with doing this. Miss Alex, go ahead, doctor.
I think we have to now accept it that it's over. I mean, there's no point discussing that. The people have run away. It's over. It's like you have lost your girlfriend. Now there is no going back. I mean, my heart goes out to people who have lost their funds. Personally, I also lost a lot of funds myself, but I cannot take this time to appreciate CZ. Initially, when he put on the tweet saying that they are liquidating their assets, I personally sent CZ a mail saying that, calling him selfish for whatever what all things he's doing. But now I realize that that was the bravest step he had taken. But because if that were to happen, this information were to leak out that there's a big hole in FTX's balance sheets a year later, then there would have been a more drastic effect,
There's also the
and there
So
would be more VCs
we
going
just
on
had
down
we just
underwater.
had some other news cross the wires. This is from BNO Desk. They are
Jesus, bro.
typically fairly reliable. They say FTX admin on apparent hack that, quote, not all hope is lost. Engineers have managed to retrieve a substantial amount of funds. That would seem to indicate the rumors that this could be partially an inside, whether an insider job or not on part of the attack. That there's also some insiders that attempted to be fighting this and pushing the funds back in when they saw this happening. So we'll see. Once again, this is coming from FTX, so that also has to be taken with a grain of salt right
What's this?
now.
What's the source of this one? What's the
Again,
source of this one?
this is BNO Desk at BNO Desk, BNO News Live on Twitter. They're a fairly reliable source. I've seen them around for a while.
All right. And what's their source?
So how are they reversing the transactions?
Their source is an FTX admin.
Yeah, but I just don't see how they could hash that out on the blockchain.
It's just lies. It's just lies, guys. It's just lies, nothing else.
Alex.
Yeah, there's a good chance. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to get Alex's thoughts. Alex has been on a lot of our shows, and bro, like you were on the first show we did on FTX. Every time we think it's, we're gonna finally breathe, I thought I'm gonna have a relaxing weekend. Well, Saturday 10 a.m. and I'm doing this shit instead of being in bed. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, I had knocked out for a little bit. It's about midnight my time, so I just woke up. I mean, I think what I'm most interested in is like actually looking at the on-chain sources. So I heard someone mention Fubar, who I think's a pretty reliable source, and he
Very.
posted the wallets. I think one thing that's interesting to me is that they've moved the vast majority of the assets onto Ethereum at this point. I have one wallet here with 387 million, and it looks like about 72% of the assets are on Ethereum. Notably, they haven't touched Tornado Cash or begun moving to like a privacy-focused blockchain yet, which I think is kind of interesting. So we at this point do have full line of sight into the on-chain movement, and I think that's probably the best source of truth at this point. Anything else is probably speculation to some degree.
Jack?
Yeah, and apologies if you've already covered this, but Reuters, about an hour and a half ago, they put out a article talking about how there was some issues with the spreadsheets with the financials, and it allowed. I'll read just the quote: "Executive set up bookkeeping quote back doors that thwarted any red flags from internal or external sources."
Yes, yeah, that news was very troubling when it came out, and I saw it earlier today. And thank you for repeating it again, there, Jack.
How likely is
yeah.
this? How likely is this that the hack has been going on for a while, and that's what caused the big haul at FTX?
This is the thing. What I don't understand. Sorry that I have to cut in.
No, good, bro.
But how's the SEC, the DOJ, and all these other agencies involved, and they haven't frozen all the assets and liabilities?
Because it's the blockchain. They
Yeah,
can't freeze it on the blockchain.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't have the capacity to actually shut it down all the way. They can request them to do so, but anyone with insider access could have easily pushed this through. And that again to the point that Jack brought up there with that backdoor access that they had here with the Alameda side, or the way they got around the red flag system. Well, it sounds like there are already vulnerabilities waiting to be used for something like this, and it's even possible that SBF had planned for an outcome like this and actually had something ready in the guns for the situation coming through.
It's just very fishy because how custodian wallets and cold wallets and how balance sheets and reserves are met. Yes, ultimately you could subpoena to get control of these wallets per se. They will have to give it up. They have to cooperate. If they had like
Not when
Go
they're
ahead.
operating out of the Bahamas and they're operating by those rules. Another thing that
But
I
what
think
about
that
the
but go
Department of the SEC, International Affairs? They work with the
how
Bahamas.
fast have they, with all due respect, how fast have they ever moved on anything protecting consumers?
Well, that is
That's
true.
like,
100%.
let's just be 100% honest with ourselves. They've never been out to
Elon,
protect
guys, look how fucked we are. Just to let you guys know, look how fucked we are. How regulators are gonna rape us right now. Elon tweeted about the damn shit.
Yeah.
Everybody now knows about FTX. We're the laughing stock of the world right now.
Mario, so
He
think
just said
about
it.
it,
It's being
for
tracked in
everybody
real time
else.
on Twitter.
Dude, Elon actually said no to SBF's fund when he was saying that, when he was lending out money. Elon actually might have known about his balance sheet or track record, and he said that no, I'm not taking money from you. So Elon is a smart guy.
Oh, he's maybe hold on. Maybe he's talking about us. I just read. I thought he said, I haven't slept yet. I thought he said being tracked in real time on the blockchain, but he actually said being tracked in real time on Twitter. Yeah, bro. Hey, Elon. Everyone say hi to Elon. He's probably listening in. He's happy.
Hey,
he's happy
What's
we're
up,
doing this.
Elon?
Elon, we're blue checks now.
Well,
Hey, Elon from Dogecoin.
Yeah. Hey, real quick,
Go ahead, bro.
Mario. All I was going to say is, so while these regulators can't reach out and grab these funds, like everybody kind of wishes they could, what they can do is bring, the big hammer of the law to like these accounting agencies that blessed FTX's financials. We have the big four financial guys. They all kissed this paper. So this is what's coming down the pipe for these guys.
Let me bring up Kim.com. Kim was just massive shout out to Kim. He was in the first show we did as a roundtable, and we got Fubar, who's probably the main source of information that many of us are following. So I'll bring up Fubar as well. He was there, I think, yesterday. Kim, how are you? Kim, you there?
Hi guys.
He just connected.
No, okay. Can you hear me, guys?
Hey there, Kim. How's it going?
Very good. How are you?
Testing.
We're doing
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you,
Oh
Mario.
shit. Okay, I thought I dropped out. Sorry, Kim. Good to. Sorry, I'll let you keep going. I didn't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Elon may join us in a moment. So.
Yeah, he's requesting to speak, but
very
I'm
nice.
just refusing. I just don't think there's anything he can add to the conversation.
The flex.
Before we go to Kim's thoughts, Fubar, can you give us the latest? Because you've been posting a lot of on-chain analysis over the last couple of hours. You're the reason I'm not sleeping.
Yeah, well, I don't think I've slept in a week by this point. There is never a dull day. I can never predict what's going to go down when I wake up. What's going to happen 12 hours later? Yesterday, people were wash trading French ticket stub NFTs on FTX to get Bahamian exits, and now we got the entirety of the bankruptcy funds on the run. So. Yeah, we huge events. I mean, if it's a hack, I think it would be the largest hack in dollar terms in the history of crypto. So not to mention the tie-ups with the number 3 exchange in the world, or formerly, and just the whole ridiculousness surrounding everything. So,
well, I mean, we were comparing this to Enron,
Check the bro. Check the messages in the group. I think it's a couple of something. I don't know if you want to mention it. Nastya just sent it in the group. I'll let you check it. I'll let you check it, bro. Kim, how fucked is crypto right now? What's the reputational damage, my friend?
Well, crypto has been fucked before this event. So the U.S. government is planning major regulations to basically prohibit crypto the way it is. They're going to ban all USD stablecoins. And I would suspect that someone like Sam, who has donated over $100 million to the Democratic Party and Joe Biden's campaign, would have some insights into what the Democrats are planning. I mean, he's the second largest donor after George Soros. There are very few people that put that kind of money into the Democratic Party. So I think this thing is much deeper than most people realize. I don't have any evidence. I don't know exactly what's going on. But when you put one and one together, his connection and through his mother, who is running this super PAC for the Democrats and does the come out and vote campaigns for them, this whole family is so tightly connected with the Democratic Party on the uppest tier that I just think there's way more to the story than we can see right now. And I can also tell you, I'm pretty confident that nothing is going to happen to Sam because he's protected and because of, these significant donations. And who knows, maybe some of these funds, especially from foreign clients, may end up through a detour somewhere, helping the Democratic Party. But again, pure speculation. All I'm pointing out is if someone puts this much money into politics, there's much more that we don't know about what's going on.
Bro, how the fuck are people DMing my number as well? I'm getting DMs on my WhatsApp. It's a private number. How the fuck do people have that?
That's a little bit scary. Kim, did you see the news about what the congressman said from the United States that he was getting news to his office that Gary Gensler apparently was trying to set up a monopoly here with SBF and FTX prior to all this going down?
I haven't seen that, but let me tell you this, right? If you are a top player in the crypto industry and you are also the second highest donor to the Democratic Party, and you have the ear and the attention of the president and his entire team that is currently working on crypto regulation, you have insights and knowledge that no one else has. So let's just think about it this way. Put yourself in his shoes. What if he already knows there will be a major regulation move by the US government, that they are going to, ban USD stablecoin, that they are going to require everyone to do KYC, and that they are limiting the possible uses of crypto? Like, if you have that kind of knowledge, is it really a coincidence that this is happening right now? And again, I have no evidence to prove any of this, but I'm just, very aware and knowledgeable about politics and what's the wheeling and dealing in the backgrounds. I don't think this is coincidental. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, and Kim, I'd like to ask you too. Like, this is something that's been floating around in my head. It's not something I would normally mention to a lot of people. It's one of those thoughts that floats in the back of my head as I'm looking at all this, especially when I was in Intel and saw so many things as I did. That's more than meets the eye. Gary Gensler, of course, he was a specialist in blockchain. He gave not just a lecture, but a whole course on it at MIT. He ends up getting appointed to the SEC. Do you think essentially this was a long game strategy here? I mean, because around the same time, that's when SBF also launches FTX, coming into the 2020 campaign. Do you think that this could have all been that premeditated?
Well, I don't know. That's the simple answer. What I do know is if someone puts that much money behind the Democratic Party, they will have all the insights and the knowledge about what they are actually planning. And the Biden administration has now elegantly, right after the midterms, dropped the bombshell that, regulations are coming, and basically saying, we need to do more to protect people from this kind of incident, an incident that involves their biggest donor. I'm just scratching my head, and that's why I'm here right now. I want to listen to you guys. I want to follow the story because I think there's so much more to it. And
talking about so much more, just check what I'm just going to tag you now in the group. Again, that was the team just sent it through. It's a tweet by Titan XBT. GitHub activity of Gary Wang, who's the CTO at FTX. He did his most contributions yesterday. He definitely set up this hack. Just trying to
Yeah,
understand.
that is a scary sign. So for anyone who doesn't know what GitHub is a code repository system typically for multiple different websites. I'm an administrator at Wikipedia as well, and my time there, we also use GitHub in the background. GitHub is how you're going to basically put in code requests, and they go into the system of the new coding inside of whatever programming you're using, the API, etc. So if someone had a massive amount of contributions, they're most likely someone who's responsible for it. What I would have to see though is the GitHub statistics itself, just to see if it was an anomaly compared to his other days. That's a little bit hard to see from Titan's screenshot there.
Yeah, I've just pinged him to join the show. VXD, go ahead, bro. VXZD.
Yeah, one thing to mention is that however the hack is coordinated, it's coordinated in some sort of way that it's poorly done. In which way that whatever way it was done, it could have been done differently. And it's in some kind of way, it's been rushed. So we see the money is flowing into singular addresses, like a few addresses on Ethereum, Ethereum's ERC addresses. You can see like 3 addresses. On Tron, you can see 1 address. So it's not sent to multiple addresses, which if you have that kind of access to the exchange, you will be able to do the exchange transactions. Normally, if you check a transaction when you withdraw from an exchange, it's usually you can see, if you check the transaction ID, you check it on the blockchain, you will see they're sending amounts to multiple wallets, and each wallet is a different user withdrawing. They just group up the transactions. It's not done in that way, but it could have been. So the good thing here is that not necessarily a good thing, the hack is happening, but why is it rushed? Because if it was properly planned, it could have been done that, for example, we've seen that in previous hacks back in 2012, even in most of the hacks, especially when it happens on exchanges, sometimes transactions happen in a way that we call is dust. So you can easily send some of the money, let's say 5 to 10% of the money, to addresses that users of FTX used. So it would look like they're processing withdrawals and it would go unnoticed. And people will be receiving money and they'll be like, okay, my withdrawal got processed, or I didn't get my full withdrawal, I got 10%. But they have the list of addresses that FTX has. So it would have been done in a way that it can be easily hidden. No one will find out, and it will look like they're processing withdrawals. Meanwhile, there's 90 to 95% of the money will be going to different addresses, and it would be tens, if not hundreds or thousands of addresses in wallets that are connected in some sort of way, but no one would find that out. The way it was done, it's definitely an insider job, and it's done in a way that it's being rushed. So we see the transactions being processed one after the other. It's a system that is used with API withdrawals. So when you process those withdrawals, we see those tokens being withdrawn to addresses. Again, it's singular addresses, and they're being processed one after the other. That means they're not moving all in the same transaction. So it's definitely being rushed, and it's definitely going through an API.
Ninja, go ahead then, Mr. O.
Yeah, so I also just want to bring up, this the bill. I'm looking at it right now. The Digital Commodities Consumer Protection Act that's supposed to close the regulatory gap. The bill basically states, and you can look it up yourself. I'm looking at it myself. That Sam wanted to KYC all of our addresses, and Eric Voorhees called him out. I posted above a video. So while I do agree that I completely agree with what the gentleman said earlier. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at his face right now or whatever it was. But when he's saying about how he already gave the Democratic Party millions of dollars and planned. He wanted to be the biggest donor. So whether he's going to be protected, probably so. But let's be clear, Sam is clearly selling us out. I highly encourage everybody, because it's still on the table. It hasn't passed yet. The Digital Commodities Consumer Protection Act, which basically is selling all of us out to the government in one shape, form, or another. It goes back to what he was saying with Gary Gensler, that theory, which I don't think is conspiracy. It's not far-fetched that Gary would get with a centralized entity and want to KYC and regulate everything, like make these crypto exchanges like banks, whether you feel good or bad about that, but then control us and then basically get rid of DeFi by making us having to KYC all of our wallets through any decentralized application.
Well, and I'll say too. I mean, I'll add on to that to some degree. Being here since 2012, I remember back, when and I was still in the Air Force this time. I remember seeing Bitcoin going up back in, it was like maybe 2013, somewhere in there. And there was a point where Latin America started to adopt it.
Tether's blacklisting. Tether's blacklisting, bro. They've just blacklisted, not a lot, but we were just talking about it in the last space a few hours ago. So 2 minutes ago, Zach XBT, 4 million USDT on AVAX and 27.5 on Sol. So we talked a few hours ago in the last show about fucking Tether starting to blacklist wallets, and here we are.
Yeah,
Have we addressed, since you brought up Tether, have we addressed how much exposure Tether had to the whole Sam Bankman-Fried empire? And I'm not trying to start Tether FUD, but there is a real concern here as far as how much Tether has been issued to FTX.
Go into it. We'd love to, definitely go into it, Andrew.
Stand by. Go ahead and go to someone else. I'm going to pull it up right now. I was looking at it yesterday, but I want to make sure we get facts since there's such a large room. We don't want to spread misinformation.
Yeah. I'll just go back to the one thing I was saying, which is, just to add on to Kim's point, and the other people that were talking, going back to when crypto was in its boom days in the early era, it started to go into Latin America, and you started to see a lot of talk about it replacing the dollar down there. There was a lot of, billionaires in that class down there that were tired of the inflation happening. They started moving it over. As soon as those headlines really started crossing, it was really short time after that, once we started to see all the Latin American money move, that the crypto market crashed. And even at that point, I even said that there was some suspicion in my mind as to the purpose and the reasoning and to the power play that might have been going on there from a U.S. government perspective. But, that was speculation, but it also, it does appear to be a repetitive pattern, though, as well.
Chris, what's up, bro?
So I could say a lot of things about a lot of things, but since Kim.com's up here and we're talking a little tinfoil hatty, did anybody hear or see the Martin Shkreli thing that got caught at the end of the Zoom meeting earlier today? I'm trying to find it. It was pretty fucked up, and he was saying some crazy shit about they had to do what they had to do against Sam and that they don't feel bad at all. And I was like, hold on a second, this is pretty wild. Well, it all got deleted except for the person who shared it on Twitter. But there was like 385 people in the Zoom call. And at the end, when everything went black, I guess Mike was still there. And whoever he was in the room with, he was like, basically, it sounded like a person who was trying to convince himself that everything was going to be okay. And I'm listening to some of you guys say this crazy shit about Gary Gensler, which we had a fun talk the other day. If they can use these balance sheets or any of this criminal activity to open a new case with Tether, and even if Brad Mills is right, but they're less solvent than we think, and they can like make Tether freeze their accounts, that would cripple Binance also. Because the majority of their leverage and their whales and their market makers in general are using Tether to support that ecosystem. So like, holy shit. I don't know if we're playing checkers with a master of chess or if we're all wearing tinfoil hats, but I can tell you $380 million isn't that much in like liquidity compared to the volume in the market, but the circumstances surrounding this are incredibly suspicious. Makes me feel like the Discord, right? Oh, Discord got hacked. Oh, our website got hacked. It's like, come on. Like, Mario, are we really awake right now? Is this reality? This is real, right? This isn't a simulation. Elon needs
Bro,
to really get in here and
I
answer
don't,
me right
I
now.
don't, I don't fucking know, bro. I think Elon, talking about Elon, he may be listening, tweeting about Twitter covering this and about with this being a dream. It's 10:40 a.m. and I haven't slept yet, so you could be right there as well. Kim, I think Kim, you're unmuted. Drew, you have your hand up. Go ahead, guys.
Tinfoil Heady. That's nice to be called Tinfoil Heady. Dude, if you follow me for a while,
I've been following you for years, Cam.
A lot of things that I've said in the past have all come to pass, and that's why people enjoy spending time on my Twitter, because they don't get tinfoil heady stuff; they get stuff that actually happens. So let me just give you a bit more background about what I said uh, about the relationship with Sam and the Democratic Party. Right, someone who gives $60 million to Joe Biden's campaign, and then over $40 million to all the individual candidate campaigns, is very deeply connected in the Democratic Party. They will absolutely love this guy. He is young, he's gullible, he's giving them all this money, and I think in exchange, what he's hoping for is to understand where's the U.S. government going with crypto regulation. And I don't know if you guys have seen this, but not too long ago, the Federal Reserve has issued a report for the US government basically asking for a ban of all US dollar stablecoin, because they're directly competing with the US dollar, and that shouldn't be accepted. And of course, that is only a first step, because what the bankers really want is for this whole crypto industry to disappear. We are competing against them, against fiat currencies, against the old financial system, and they don't want that. Especially now, where the US dollar as a reserve currency is coming under pressure by these BRICS countries that are now trying to do a joint reserve currency that competes with the US dollar. And when you look at the latest reports of the countries that want to sign up to BRICS Plus, including Saudi Arabia, you see that there will be an urgency for the U.S. government to end this crypto problem that they have, because they see the bigger it gets and the more people use it, the more of a threat it becomes to the existing financial system. And of course, the U.S. government wants to issue their own government crypto. They're looking to China for guidance when it comes to that. They want to have social credit. They want to be in control and have much more knowledge about where the money goes, how it's being used, how they can stop it and sanction it. And of course, a US dollar reserve currency as a Federal Reserve digital currency would give them even more power to sanction other countries and to bully them into a direction that they want. So when you look at the total picture here and where the world is heading, it makes total sense that somehow Sam is aware where the US government is going, what direction it is taking, and maybe that can educate all of us about what's actually happening here. Just put yourself in his shoes. If you understand where the US government is heading, how would that all fit into what's going on right now?
Thanks, Kim. Just people requesting to speak. We'll bring you up gradually, guys. Just DM us if it's important information. DM us, so we'll eventually bring you up. Just too many requests. I've got too many hands up as well, so I'll let Mr. O go first, and Drew, then Ninja, then Chris. Go ahead, guys. And
Yeah, no problem.
chat, there's more news being sent in the group chat, so if you can verify it before sharing, it'll be good.
Something I just wanted to quickly touch on. It appears one of the wallets might have started to sell some ERC20 tokens, according to the Ether scan that's out there. And so it's hard to say. Let me check this right now. Yeah, so it does appear that one of these is actually starting to sell some of its tokens out into the system. So that's interesting to see here as a development as well. Someone might actually be already trying to get rid of these.
Chet, are we able to see if it's being swapped on a DEX or if it's actually being sent to a centralized exchange. Because we noticed that they took some of the tether, which this is where, okay, I am down with what you're saying, Kim. And the only reason I call it tinfoil hattie is so no one thinks I'm a crazy person. But I actually very much agree with the path that we're headed here, because I can see a lot. But what I am curious about, other than if they're using a DEX or not, is are we sure that there's not some level of brilliance here? Because what we noticed initially was $40-something million worth of tether starting to be flipped to DAI, and that seemed to continue for a little bit. And at first I wasn't sure, and then I realized, oh my God, because you can freeze tether on chain, right? They can stop it from moving. So if you flip it to DAI, you can't do that anymore. And you're saying that they're starting to sell. It would be really helpful to know if they're using DEXs and if it's being swapped to maybe DAI, because then Alex had an idea. They could move the DAI bridge to Monero. Now you're talking about a different level of intricacy. And
Breaking, guys, just breaking news for all the NFT people. Sorry, just quickly, all the NFT people. John Doe just shared this. I don't know what the source is. All of the Sappy seals. So anyone that's holding Sappy seals, again, I'm not verifying this. There's a tweet by John Doe. I'm just gonna retweet it. I can't retweet it because I haven't verified it. You could do your own due diligence.
Do that.
Yeah. But all Sappy Seals treasury was held in FTX. Exit now, undercut the floor, sell your seals, get the fuck out. They're going to zero. Again, I'm just sharing this in case it's true, but please do your due diligence, etc. John Doe has shared with us information is verified. John Doe, if you could please DM me, because I know you've been here before on the stage a few times. If you could DM me the evidence, because it's pretty damning, just for people to get it. So yeah, please do, bro. I shared it without verifying it because I trust you.
I'm sure they are
Hold on, who's
using the
backing?
DEX though.
Who's back? Sorry, who's back? Sorry, Drew, you backing me up with what?
No, I was
No,
saying
I was saying they are using a DEX. Whoever is taking out the funds, they're currently dumping Matic, but they're not using any centralized exchange, so they definitely know what they're doing. I've heard there's a rumor that
IMS.
All right, so the source of the Sappy seals.
I want to talk about what.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. But they're just
yeah,
go, bro.
Let's be clear. Listen, the Tether did freeze exactly the amount that IMSO is just saying. 46 million in an unprecedented move was frozen by Tether by request of the U.S. Department of Justice as a part of our commitment to cooperation, transparency, and accountability. This is coming directly from Tether. And it's currently frozen. So what again, this is crypto. There's lots of sneaky deaky ways to get around things and not so hard ways. So what IMSO is saying, while it is slightly tinfoil hat wise, listen, this just happened 2 days ago.
Ninja, if I just hacked an exchange for 100 million in Tether, I'd flip the shit to DAI so no one could touch it, bro.
Easy.
You know what I'm saying? And
that's exactly what he did.
Out across ERC20 tokens, and I would start draining liquidity out of every fucking liquidity pool with all my bots. I'd bridge that shit to Binance. Oh, I know what the fuck is going on. I'm just not trying to go off the deep end right here.
We're not even sure if Tether is fully backed. Like, no, we have never gotten a full independent that we're fully backed and we're all good. It's always been a layer of shade.
From $0, well, from like 1,300 or, well, let's see what the realistic is. So from like, let's say $1,300 to $69,000, I'm sure Tether made some profit inside of there, right? And with Bitfinex being like the whales hedging machine for volatility, I assume that even if they're not completely solvent, Tether has to have 75% of their reserve. But listen, if the U.S. government can subpoena them to just stop Tether on chain during an investigation because something big enough happens, CZ will get fucked because of that. Now, how do you kill two birds, one stone?
Everybody will, though. Let's be honest. Everybody will. I mean, the entire crypto industry is on Tether's shoulders.
By the way,
if you can't move the Tether, you can't do anything with the Bitcoin.
I tweeted earlier that everyone should just withdraw their shit from Binance.
I agree, Kim, actually. Right now, I think you need to know what your keys are. I think this is a very good time to remind everybody, not your keys, not your crypto, dude.
Yeah, and that $1 billion Seifu wallet is not enough to cover everybody. Let's be clear. And like, I honestly, when I saw CZ tweeted that, and much respect to CZ, but like, I was like, what's that gonna do? That's the drop in the bucket compared to this whole big picture. And let's be clear too, is CZ has been one of the I think what he is probably, if not one of the largest tether holders of everyone.
I know Gemini just like called an emergency meeting. I'm not sure if it's like they're going up or anything, but I know they're having like an emergency meeting right now.
Now, the Winklevoss twins are pretty straight. I think they're probably just deciding how to deal with this because they have a lot of assets on the books and they're looking at a potential capitulation event. I mean, those guys are dude, they're like, they don't have a lot of volume, but I'll tell you what, man, if you want to put a gun to my head right now and tell me choose one of these big guys to trust, it's those two dudes. I trust them more than I trust Brian Armstrong. I mean, and right now I can see the true colors of CZ and SBF. So this might be the Winklevi's chance to say, hey, guys, we've just kind of always been here. Remember when Mt. Gox happened and we took that Bitcoin off of auction and we were responsible with it and we built this foundation out of it. And look what we've done with that. I mean, we have no idea what's going to happen. Fortress has, dude. What about all the people that have the Bitcoin, like with the Mt. Gox, and what about Grayscale? If you look at GBTC, there's a much larger discrepancy right now. So, like, I don't know if it's a fool's move to exit your position off of $387 million. I mean, at the end of the day, obviously this could get a lot worse. But if we think back to the Polymath hack, how many ever months ago, that was 600 million.
Go ahead, guys. I know a lot of hands up. You can just jump in because I'm not keeping up the amount of DMs I'm getting.
I just wanted to add something on Gary Wong, the GitHub the account that we were looking at. He did do most of his commits, actually more commits than any time in a year. Yesterday there was 19. He's one of the world's youngest billionaires, and this is all confirmed through his MIT Scripts account too. So this is definitely his GitHub.
My circles are saying that it's him. I mean, it's just a rumor, but they all think it's him.
Go ahead, Diamond.
They all think it's him. Just for clarity, they all think it's him hacking.
Yeah, they think it's actually for like a good
room?
motive. Like he's gonna try to give it all back, or he's gone
Like a
rogue.
white
But
hat.
that's what they all think.
Well, hold on. The transaction
for this, there's another one about Justin Sun Tron. So nobody really talks about.
I don't
Tron,
know about that.
But have you guys heard about Tron? Like, basically, he was trying to do a saving plan to help FTX. So what they did was they transfer a bunch of Tron tokens, and then people have to literally sell their tokens for Tron tokens to withdraw. So that was up on the news, but nobody really talked about this.
But Tron. But listen, the Department of Justice asked Tether to stop all the Tron USDT things. So Tron is not. I mean, that's, and let's be clear. If you've been around any amount of time, like Justin been doing shady stuff, like known shady stuff from the beginning. So we already knew when Justin was going to take an advantage, some sort of advantage. He's been doing it for years and years and years. I've been only in the game since 2016, but like Justin Tron is a known shadester when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah, that was old stuff. One thing on the Tether stuff, I just wanted to interject really quick. I know there's kind of tinfoil hat when it comes to Tether. It seems like any kind of crisis, Tether's name comes up. But the Financial Times put out an article yesterday where the Tether chief of technologies reported that Sam actually came and spoke to him several days earlier and asked for a bailout from Tether. And after looking through it all, like through the request, they denied it. So that was before Binance. That's before he turned to Binance. So, if Tether was some kind of elusive or scammy group, they would have just done it. Print the money, give it to them. Everybody's good. But they had an opportunity there to say yes, and they said no. I think that's just worth it.
Tether can't, though. They can't fill that kind of gap, though. They wouldn't have been able to fill that gap.
Ninja. They also have Bitfinex to worry about, right? So if you knock out, right? So like if you let FTX fall, that's just more potential liquidity to Bitfinex, which gives them more leverage to hedge against.
Listen, IMSAO, what you said, like please, everyone, do not ignore what IMSO said because he is right on point. If you've been following this, like for the government Tether don't want to touch this because they know they've been doing their own shady shit for who knows how long, and they've been trying to get their shit straight. They know that. But listen. The government absolutely wants to take down the stable coins and take down this thing as some sort of reason. And so the fact that Tether is cooperating and turning down SBF is no surprise. And also too is like that Tether has notoriously been printing money with not full transparency, and no other banking entity can operate in any sort of first world country that I know of without having like some sort of transparency. So what Chris was saying, excuse me, IOSO was saying is if they did have the ability and they did sanction them or excuse me, subpoena them to shut that down, then to actually do audits, we would be in some big trouble.
That is a big deal. I would like to just really quick something I've pinned up here to the top. Elon Musk is now really just going hard now on Sam Bankman-Fried.
On Sam, Jesus Christ!
He says, "Man fucks 5 million people at once." Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
That's hilarious.
So all trades have been on DEXs using CalSwap and 1-inch aggregators thus far. They're swapping into ETH. So
Mario,
that's.
have you covered the connection between Gensler and Alameda and all that?
I'll let Chet cover, bro. I haven't slept yet, so Chet would remember better. Just quickly, guys, the Sappy Seals stuff is apparently shit posting by the Sappy Seals community. So anyone in the NFT space, apparently this is not true. Lucky for you. That's one point. Second point, anyone that knows someone from FTX, I'm getting a few DMs, will need to verify them before bringing them on stage. But if you want to come on anonymously, as we did before, you can DM us. You can use a fake account. After we verify you, you can use a voice changer. We can help you with that. It's not hard. And you could give us some insight. So there's a team that's checking my DMs. Do DM me, and please, anyone that's, don't start fucking around and pretending. Yeah, whoever was speaking, I think Chet, was you.
Someone asked a question, Jack asked a question in regards to the potential for the theories that are going around Gensler, etc. I will say, I haven't seen anything that directly is able to confirm or fully substantiate the rumors that I've seen as far as the direct connections in between the family members with Gary Gensler and for instance, there was the claim out there that's circulating that Joe Biden chose I believe Sam Bankman-Fried or one of the other top officials there at FTX to be his campaign manager. That is not true. If you look back at the data, that's not how it plays. Some people are basically extrapolating on the fact that she was a large Democratic donor and had a super PAC as well that she was running. So I would be interested, though, of course, Jack, if you have any other details that you're aware of, that would make you tie things together.
So what I saw through, it was several different tweets, and then there was an article, and at this point, it's hard to know, which came first, chicken or the egg, when it comes to all this. But the report was that Gensler's boss at MIT was Alameda CEO Caroline Ellison's father, and SBF 30 graduated from MIT in 2014. So it was just connecting the dots between the CEO, Gensler, and then MIT being kind of where they all met.
I don't know if SBF's a plant, but I do know that the Korean government is making their own centralized exchange because of the fallout with the Luna. They feel like it embarrassed them. So I feel like the U.S., they've already kind of talked about making a blockchain token. I feel like, I don't know if they're going to come out with a centralized exchange, but I definitely think they're going to come out with regulation is going to come hardcore.
What's gonna, the amount of attention, negative press we're getting is, by the way, just mute guys if you're not speaking. I think it's you, Ninja. Just to remind all the fucking panelists, I know you want to speak. We're doing it gradually, please, guys. You could DM us the news as well before we bring you up. But chat, how you've been in the space for a long time, and Fubar, Kim, whoever would like to chip in, how fucked are we? The amount of bad press we're getting, Elon tweeting about this shit, regulators talking about it, Bloomberg putting it, I think it was on their homepage or in the top of their email in the subject line about an hour ago. fuck,
It's
man.
pretty bad.
Yeah, this
Pretty bad.
is Mount Gox level bad as far as it's getting to Mount Gox level bad now at this stage. Earlier today I was basically kind of saying I don't feel we've reached fully that. I still don't think we fully
Oh, we
reached that
have,
because I don't think everyone's called
bro. We
the
have,
hammer on
we
Bitcoin.
have.
But yeah.
Chat. We have an FTX. This one's been validated by the team. An ex-employee. Can you just check the group and then we can bring him up?
All right, we'll do.
So before we mention his name, bro, let us know if you want to come up with your main account or an anonymous one. So Nastya, just work with Romy, please, to just make sure we protect their identity if they want it protected. But I don't think there's need. Like different FTX employees are just talking with their identity. There's no one to hide from anymore, guys. Your whole fucking company's screwed.
No,
Doesn't exist.
but Mario, Mario. Let's also talk about something though. Yeah, maybe not in this group, but let's be clear. There's mega billionaire people who have lots of funds that they
Fair
put in
point.
who've
Fair
lost a
point,
lot
bro.
of money. We really need to please. I would highly suggest whoever's in the club, please don't do this to yourself. Please protect yourself because there. And when we were talking, listen, when you were talking earlier about like there's high level actors. You don't think people that have billions of dollars aren't doing shady shit because they have the money, can literally pull a trigger and have X person gone or whatever. And so we can't rule out anybody in any of this. And when you were talking about the CDBCs, the government has been clearly stating, the federal government of the United States have been clearly stating for years, this is not a new thing this year, this wasn't last year, this was the previous, that they have been looking into CDBCs and how to implement them. And this is exactly the fodder they need to control the wallets of the people.
Yeah, you're
Fubar.
absolutely right with that. If I may add to that, right? The question was, how fucked are we? We are very fucked because this is exactly what they needed. The shareholders behind the Federal Reserve, they don't like crypto. They like their own crypto, and that's what they're pushing for. So this situation right now plays totally into their hands and their agenda, and they're going to use this to overregulate and to cause everyone in the crypto space massive
Kim, Elon replied to your tweet inviting us. Not sure I have too much to add. So Elon just replied to you, Kim, that he just doesn't have much to add to the show, unfortunately.
Yeah, I asked him to come in because I know he's interested in the topic, but if he doesn't have much to add, he will just stay here as a listener. I know he's listening right now, so just keep listening.
Elon, just let us know how fucked we are, my friend, because it seems everyone is gonna start aping into Dogecoin right now, thanks to your tweets.
Yeah, but then the bots on Binance might arbitrage Bitcoin against Doge as it starts to pump, and that might just accidentally rally the market out of this fuckfest, and we could just absorb $380 million. Because at the end of the day, there was one day last year that Doge out-traded Bitcoin and ETH in volume because of that man. So, let's roll the dice, Elon.
Hey,
Mario, let that sink in.
Well, yeah, one thing to consider, a lot of people compare this to Mount Gox, which it was bad, right? It was a horrible thing. But as far as outsiders go, and normies and normal people and regulators, they're like, you know what? That's the Wild West. It's crypto. Shit happens, right? But this is different. I saw a headline yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, and it read something to the effect of Canadian Teachers Retirement Fund liquidated on crypto investment. Now you're messing with teachers' retirement. Like, the gloves come off when this kind of stuff happens. It's not just insulated inside the crypto world.
There's also going to be a lot of regulation. Regulation is going to come.
Go ahead, Fubar. Go ahead, man. Do you have any updates for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So, first, I think in terms of impact, there are two separate avenues. There's what are likely outcomes, and then what should the actual proper learnings be. The great irony of this is that FTX failed largely through two missing things. I think verifiable transparency of who had control of what funds, and then second, what the funds were, where they were, and whatnot. But then, meanwhile, lobbying, and then you have this huge hack, obviously, private keys, admin root access at the highest levels to the point where you can ship out hundreds of millions of dollars of funds. I assume that user information, user privacy, user KYC is also significantly compromised in that. So stuff that we saw, for example, in the Celsius bankruptcy filings, I'd say 10x worse in terms of
personal privacy, personal danger, etc. on that front. The great irony is that SBF's political legacy that he left behind, lobbying for the DCCPA Act, was trying to impose KYC requirements on top of DeFi. So while meddling and losing not only billions of customer deposits, but also customer personal information on that front. So really the proper takeaway from all of this is that we need more freedom to move these things on chain into truly verifiable finance, where you can see what the reserves are, you can see what the open source code is, you can see what algorithms are being used, and ultimately reduce such heavy dependence on centralized exchanges. Centralized exchanges are, I think, a necessary bridge between crypto and fiat, but they shouldn't be where people live. Unfortunately, because DeFi is still in a relatively immature state, even good, smart, advanced pro people, you don't have access to the same depths of liquidity on chain that you would in, say, a Binance order book. So out of sheer necessity, people are forced to give up custody of their own keys. So the answer is that we need really to step up the game and enable fully verifiable finance on chain. Unfortunately, I think the takeaway is going to be that difference between CeFi and DeFi is still not well understood. And so impose heavy regulatory burdens onto indie devs and small teams that can't afford millions, tens of millions of compliance every year, while still enabling the regulatory moats and barriers that have just crushed, I think, financial innovation ever since post-2008 crisis.
So I'm just going to jump in quickly. Fubar chat, I've sent you more information if you can quickly verify it before we share it. By the way, I just want to give it also a shout out to Fubar, who's been leading the analysis, the on-chain analysis, along with a bunch of other guys. I think, what's his name? XBT. What's the analysis? Zach XBT as well. So shout out to both of them. Anyone, so there's 10,000 listeners here. Guys, if you could reach out, because the person from FTX just changed his mind about coming on stage. If you could reach out to one of the executives or someone from FTX, or if you're from FTX and you're listening, you can do it anonymously and come up on stage. I do want someone either involved or has some knowledge of what's going on to come up and share it with us. And we're verifying a few DMs. But I'll go to
Mario.
Go ahead, bro.
We're actually at 15,600 listeners, and I would like to get your commitment because this is such a hot topic. It's developing every minute. There's new stuff coming out. Let's keep this thing open and let's search for answers. I think this is a really nice space. A lot of people are clearly interested in what's happening here. So the more verified stuff we can bring into the community, the better. And thanks for having this space.
I appreciate it, man. You were there when we did, I think, the first space ever that blew up, and I was on stage in New York, and you were there listening to me speak. It was you and Tom Nash. It was a cool space. So, and look at us now, bro. Fucking dealing with crypto blowing up, on stage and analyzing it all. All right. So anyone else putting their hands up, just please do share the information you want to share with us via DMs, because we're getting too many requests. We'll go to NFDB and chat. You can unmute anytime to share the breaking news that was shared in the group after you verify them. But NFDB, the mic is yours, bro.
Perfect. I think it's important for us to kind of identify conspiracy as more so confusion. There's a wider perspective that we're not really considering right now, is that there's multiple parties that we're kind of subject to at the moment. The role we're playing is confirming value and building their technical world for them. Now, these entities that we have kind of organizing around us is we have the banks, we have the World Economic Forum, so the business, and we have political. Those three parties are, while we're all confirming value and building the technicalities of their world for them, they're all competing or lobbying each other or debating policy, which is, in essence, what confirms and controls this store of value that we're all kind of building for them at the moment. So we can't really be confused or be focused on exactly who and exactly where, but we've already had Black Swan events, major events. We've had Prime Minister Liz Truss in the UK, who was shafted out of government, and people didn't really know why. It was a market manipulation with a pound. It caused a reaction at, the civilians, and we kind of egged her out of office and whatever. And during that four-day gap before the next prime minister stepped in, which is Rishi Sunak, who is what do you call him? And it is linked with the World Economic Forum. But in that four-day gap, they were speaking about her remunerance pay, and long behold, crypto regulation was pushed through with no debate, no policy, no communication, no whatever. It was just pushed through. Now we've had another Black Swan event, which is the SBF situation, and long behold, a day later, Congress pushed through with crypto regulation. So it's not so the front men or the drama that we need to be focused on. It's that we're not having a say on the policy, and we're still confirming the value and building the technicalities of their world that they need. That we need to kind of what we need, because we're inheriting the Wall Street software, the design of wealth, the transference of wealth, that somebody has the ability to take your wealth from you. We need to be focusing on building a technology that protects the store of value, that if you withdraw from that store of value, you take the loss, not inflict on other people. We're focusing on the wrong technicality, in my opinion.
I want to go to, we've got Saftik from Circle. Saftik, are you there? Satvik, sorry, bro.
Hey, GM Mario. How's it going?
Bro, what do you want me to say? How's it going, man? It's great, man. It's a good day, a great morning. The sun is up here in Dubai, and my door is locked because I'm not feeling too safe. Tell us, bro, what do you think is going on, and especially the action by Tether, and what do you expect to happen next?
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Thank you for the great question. Firstly, I just want to shout out Fubar for all the reporting tonight. It's honestly been pretty cool to just follow along. I think honestly for me, the thing that mainly concerns me is just how much this is like essentially set the space back. I've been seeing all day today a lot of people talking shit about crypto and a lot of people saying the space needs to be regulated. We need more scrutiny in crypto. People again like shit talking everything that we're building here, and that to me is like the biggest concern, because I think Fubar said this earlier, right? That people aren't differentiating between sexes and dexes anymore. And FTX especially was such a centralized entity. They were funding political parties. They were lobbying heavily in Congress. And obviously we've been seeing how much they were colluding with different lawmakers and different, very centralized entities and companies. And so
I'm sorry to
for
break in
crypto,
here,
yeah,
Satvik. I hate to break in, but we did have some breaking news just dropped. So the
Fucking hell, bro.
FTX US General Counsel Ryan Miller says that FTX US and FTX.com moved all digital assets to cold storage following Chapter 11 bankruptcy filings. This is odd that he's saying this now. Earlier, he was calling this an abnormality in the moves.
And we know we can trust them, right? We can trust everything he says.
Sorry, chat. Who said that?
That is the general counsel for FTX US.
Yeah, that's their lawyer who is currently, I think, in charge, right?
Is that the Enron guy? No. Is that the Enron guy?
No, this is no. That's the CEO.
Oh, that's the lawyer. Enron is the CEO. Oh, even better.
Yeah.
I see crypto.com here in the audience, guys. If you want to come up, it would be great to get some insight from an exchange. But Chet, what do you make of this news, man? This tweet.
Well, what they're saying here is that they're claiming they moved all of this to cold storage. That it's fine and dandy. That they're doing this to protect for the liquidations. That doesn't seem to be currently backed up by what we're seeing in the on-chain data. With like the names like cumrocket.eth and stuff like this, or whatever, all these other sorts of things, Down syndrome baby.eth and whatnot, that the wallet addresses were being moved and affiliated with.
I think
so. I do draw a high question to this claim right now.
So let me just tell you something. If the general counsel is saying this, there's no way that he's lying about that. So we don't need to go into conspiracy mode. If he's saying this is a legitimate move of funds into cold storage, he's not going to take the risk and make something up to cover for someone, right? So we have to assume that this information is accurate. If this is from a verified account that he is sending this message from, then I would take that as truth.
Crypto Jack and Chris, by the way, if there's any speakers that don't have anything to add, feel free to step down because we've got many requests that we're trying to bring up. But go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. Just two things real quick. One, I don't know if you're aware, but we've been making these Mount Gox comparisons all night, and Mark Capellas has been tweeting and asking if anybody from FTX wants to connect and wants to hear your stories and email me and stuff like that. It's kind of weird the way it's worded, but I thought that was interesting. The part two to this is, I'm a big charts guy, and obviously there's these boom and busts to all these markets, right? You got your bull run, you got your bear markets. And so I just want to give some encouragement to people who may be feeling really down and depressed that there's always a reason to be scared. There's always a downtime. There's always a bear market. Obviously, be smart, protect your capital and that kind of thing. But, this too shall pass. So I just think people need to hear that right now.
Chris, Frank, Ninja.
Yeah.
By the way, Kim, just quickly, Kim, I've sent you a co-host invite. If you accept it, then because the Roundtable account is not a co-host anymore, they dropped out. So this way, if you accept a co-host, it will give us one more spot. Hold on, is that the real Elon Musk that requesting to speak? No. Is that the real Elon Musk, guys?
I'll check. Give me a second.
Let me accept him as a speaker. I hope I'm not getting fucked here.
Well, we can always
remember. Gotta be careful, bro.
Can you see him, guys?
That's him, baby. That's him.
Elon?
My curiosity is, what did they do with the tether? Why did they change it to die?
Is this just me talking, or is this a dialogue?
It's a. Well, it's a pleasure to have you. If you've got anything to add, please do so. We're just looking into the FTX situation now. But Chris, I think Chris, you were speaking. Go ahead, man.
I just would really like to know why they flipped all that tether to die, though, and what's up with all these shit coins being flipped on the dexes, and when we're going to just let Doge save all of us. I'm just not really sure what's happening right now.
Doge to the moon.
No fucking way. No way. No way.
Oh my god. Where the fuck are you, man? I hear a lot of background noise from you.
I mean, I think so. So, don't bet the farm on Doge, but, I'm working hard on the Doge front.
How what's your take
Frank,
right now?
Are you serious right now, Frank?
How I would ask Elon a question. How fucked are we in crypto? Would love your take on it. It's been the question I've been asking every panelist, because it just keeps getting worse and worse every passing minute, and the guys here looking on chain, and every 5 minutes is breaking news.
Well, I'm not the expert on crypto, but I think there probably is a future for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Doge. I can't really speak to the others, but if you've got one of those three in a cold wallet, not in an exchange, I don't know. My guess is it works out well. Maybe some of the others too, but I don't know about the others.
Yeah, I just got crypto.com on stage. There's a lot of concerns now around exchanges and their liquidity. Like, if FTX, the second biggest exchange, got screwed, I want to get more insight from other exchanges and how screwed they are, whether they mess around with user funds. So crypto.com, since you accepted to come on stage, how bad is this?
I can't say anything. I just wanted to be on a live with Elon Musk.
Bro, we're hoping now Elon, look, I've been trying to get information from every exchange for the last 3 days. We had one person come on stage yesterday who was a senior person at a top exchange, and then the tweet about them went viral. They came on stage. While on stage, just for everyone listening, while on stage, they were getting threatened to stop speaking. The poor lady who's been in the space for many years. And now that Elon's here, exchanges want to come up, and suddenly they want to be clear on the situation. So it's just a bummer about the lack of transparency right now.
So I've got is crypto.com cloud farming Elon Musk right now?
I don't know, bro.
Actually, Elon, any details you could share about the potential SBF Twitter partnership, how that went down, was anything misreported, so on? What was that like?
Well, there really wasn't any SBF Twitter partnership. To be honest, I've never heard of him. But then like a ton of people were telling me he's got huge amounts of money that he wants to invest in Twitter deal, and I talked to him for about half an hour, and I know my bullshit meter was redlining, so I was like, this dude is full of shit. That was my impression, and so then I was like, but everyone, including major investment banks and everyone, were saying, we're talking about him like he's walking on water and has $1 zillion, and I'm like, that's not my impression. And my prediction to the investment banks, which some of it is in got you've seen on text because it was in a court case, was that that dude is just there's something wrong, and he does not have capital, and he will not come through. That was my prediction, and that is definitely what happened. So I don't know. Yeah.
Good.
I have a question
Elon,
here.
as somebody who's dealt with so much controversy and bad news and stuff like that, through your whole career, what should the crypto community like? What's the way to pivot and rebuild from this? How do we project ourselves through this? Like, what would you recommend anyway?
Well,
Would
I
you
do actually
agree
think
that people should?
I do
Would
think
you
crypto
agree,
has a
Elon, that people should get out of exchanges and be in charge of their own crypto? Because we've had so many cases
yes.
now where people are losing their stuff because of dishonest people.
Yeah, I mean, as the saying goes, not your wallet, not your not your keys, not your wallet. So you really do want to just keep a cold wallet, not at an exchange. Just I mean, listen, this is just this blockchain is a ASCII string with a just a long ASCII string, and do you want your ASCII string? Do you want to control your ASCII string? So just don't put it in somebody else's hands. If you like your if you want to get that ASCII string back, then you want to with this thing called the wallet. You want to control the password to it, not someone else. Yeah.
So
Elon,
so why don't we just recommend to everyone right now, if you have your crypto sitting in an exchange, withdraw it.
The rule that
Yes.
I make is if you have more than
Yes.
$150 in crypto, you can afford a $150 ledger.
so the
Yeah.
another
I have a
question I
question.
just
Oh,
quickly
Yeah.
before you go, Frank. Go ahead, Elon.
No, I would reaffirm that, which is to say that if you have crypto, you should have it in a directly accessible cold wallet. Uh, not in an exchange. That would be wise, I think.
Is Twitter looking at launching a crypto wallet?
That was my next
Well, we're
question.
looking at a lot of things, but it's a crypto wallet is not soon. But I mean, maybe something down the road we'll be open to it. But right now, Twitter's just got to get the basics right. So
By the way, I
I
just
think
wanted to thank you. I had the biggest laugh yesterday with all of these corporates tweeting out honest shit. I had the best fun of my life. So thank you very
and
much.
just a quick shout out. By the way, Elon, just a quick shout out. This space, which is obviously on Twitter, is a perfect example of the power of citizen journalism. We were breaking news here, and then 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, Bloomberg or CoinDesk was reporting the story. So, what's your thoughts on Twitter's impact on citizen journalism and the impact of citizen journalism on crypto?
yeah, no, I totally agree. So it's like I think we want to just elevate the voice of the people who often, if they're directly involved in something, have a better understanding of the situation than a journalist who doesn't understand the space and actually isn't there and isn't super familiar with it. And I think you can see this example when you read about anything in a newspaper and you actually know the details of what happened. It's the perspective in the newspaper is often really very wrong, but that's not true just for the things that you know about. It's true for things in general. Now, I'm not like trying to totally trash traditional media. There's a role for that, of course, but I think there's the information flow of the world could be much better and much more accurate with citizen journalism and in much more real time, like we're doing right now. Um, and people can come in and comment and disagree with each other or present counter arguments, and it's great. Um, there's this thing that just came out called Community Notes, which is like I think going to be fantastic for fact checking truth, and just generally, let's let the voice of the people reign. Vox populi, vox dei. Um, so I'm big. I mean, it just like let's not have the news be controlled by a small number of media oligopolies. It should also be controlled by me. Just kidding.
Alex, you had a question about Dogecoin. Alex, I'll let you go next.
Hey, I actually like research blockchains just for fun, and a lot of people don't take Dogecoin seriously, but when you dive into the tech, there are some interesting use cases for sure. And I guess my question for you is twofold. Number one, what made Dogecoin specifically stand out to you for being like a good use case for Twitter? And the second is, what are specific crypto specific applications you see when it comes to social media? Because I think a lot of focus has been around decentralized finance, but obviously with you running a huge social media platform, what are ways to bring that ledger and decentralized database technology to the social realm?
Shit, bro, you had a good question and he dropped out. And where's Kim? There's Kim. Oh no, he's there. Oh no, no, he hasn't dropped out. Elon, you're there. You're muted. I thought you dropped out.
Oh, he's just co-host now.
Oh, it's just
he just
sometimes
accepted
it
the co-host,
glitches
so
when you
it's
get swapped to co-host. Guys,
Yeah.
I was gonna ask him about NFTs, but I mean,
Yeah, let's ask him an NFT question because definitely some want to know what he wants to do there, Mr. Elon.
Elon, we wanted to show you a bug in Twitter, so just kidding.
Let
Elon,
me
are you getting
bring
bugged by your own app?
let me bring. Oh no, he's unmuted. Elon, you there? You've unmuted. That's a good question, by the way, Alex. Give you credit for that. In the meantime, was there any breaking news, chat or Fubar until Elon fixes his mic? Anything new with the FTX situation?
XBT, he tweeted out not too long ago. He seems to confirm that some of the funds appear to be white hats, white hat related, and he linked a couple wallets.
The multi-sig evolution. So the way it went down, first people were withdrawing to a single EOA. Then it looked like they were pooling funds into a multi-sig, which then, and a lot of people are saying that the multi-sig is actually white hat actors from within FTX.
Okay, that's good news at least.
Yeah,
That's good timing for good news. I want to see who's gonna. By the way, Chet, you're the co-host. While we're waiting for Elon's mic to work, can you go through who's requesting to speak? Because suddenly we have it went up 10x. Let's see if there's someone interesting that suddenly wants to be transparent or someone interesting to bring on stage. Elon, are you there?
Elon's probably trying to connect to the Tesla Bluetooth right now.
I can totally imagine Elon right now just like talking. You know that glitch that happens sometimes? You're talking and nobody else can hear it. It's just so funny.
Well, we know what the engineers are working on tomorrow.
One of the fascinating things too about this is just I think we're like 3 nested bankruptcies deep at this point. Voyager went under, and then FTX bought them, and then FTX went under, and people were and bankruptcy liquidators trying to save them, and then somebody hacked them. So the blockchain just moves, I think, 5 times faster than traditional legal structures. How that interplays.
So I was with SBF about 3 weeks ago. And on stage he was just talking like it was a small dinner of 60 people, and on stage he was just kind of talking about in a really kind of egotistic way about all the acquisitions that he was making, of course BlockFi being one of them, and it was kind of like it was a little awkward. It was kind of like, oh yeah, we want to buy like everything, and it did feel a little bit weird. And one thing that he stressed on the stage that in hindsight, I'm now so confused / surprised by is he stressed a couple of times how there was a true wall of separation between FTX and Alameda, and it happened a couple times in this. Let's call it. It was basically like an LP dinner plus speakers, and it's just kind of crazy to see how that all unfolded, especially like as he stressed it 3 times over the course of a 20-minute kind of keynote conversation.
Yeah, in retrospect, the pieces do seem to fit together, but yeah, when somebody's good, the bluster is certainly a tactic.
I have a question for you, Fubar. I know you're a big proponent of DeFi, as I am as well, and everything you were saying is right on point. How do you feel though that SBF is essentially moving to KYC all of our DeFi wallets? Debbie Stabenow and John Boozman have doubled down, saying that they're still going to push the FTX Sam Bankman-Friedman bill forward, and they're saying that because it's going to be a pretty it's going to happen after apparently the elections. What do you feel about that? Because it really looks much like Money to the Points, like they could actually push this thing through potentially, or in light of this, what do you think?
I think there are a lot of people with good intentions out there. I do think that there's probably a significant element of red herring. There's no worse faith than knowing you gambled away billions of customer funds and testifying in front of Congress that the actual problem is websites need KYC instead of just basic stuff like transparent proof of reserves, verifiable finance. So certainly there are elements to move on all aspects of the space. And it feels like the vast majority of significant blowups come from centralized intermediaries, truly centralized custodial aspects that don't provide enough transparency. So it feels to me that while certainly action on DeFi and clarity there would be helpful, the huge elephant in the room is how do you get transparent proof of reserves for custodial actors? And everything else follows on top of that.
I think the danger here, though, is that politicians inevitably kind of see this as a problem with "quote unquote" the blockchain and "quote unquote" cryptography, when in reality it's quite the opposite. It is the central counterparty that creates this risk, the counterparty risk that when it's offshore and very intentionally so, you get into scenarios like this frequently.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the problem that I see, at least moving forward, is people will constantly blame "quote unquote" crypto / Web3 for the fault of what happened here, when realistically it just wasn't that. And I think it's just really important to reiterate that the benefit of crypto is exactly to avoid situations like this, to avoid problematic fractional reserve systems, to avoid a lack of transparency, because everything's on chain, right? And we're watching things happen on chain, and we're saying to ourselves, oh, I wonder what this transaction is. The fact that that's even possible is so powerful. I mean, that's why we're all here and excited about crypto.
And
I think
up front, thanks. I just
also think I want to add, Fubar, I want to quickly add, like, also the fact that what all these centralized exchanges are doing is essentially what does happen in banking as well, right? Like, they're taking customers' assets and lending it out. But the problem is in crypto, because there is volatility, they are super susceptible to actually getting liquidated and, not being able to back those assets when people come for withdrawals. And I do think, like, instead of the onus falling on the consumers to KYC and all of that, I think it needs to be on the exchanges to actually increase their transparency, both to the customers and to the regulators, to actually show that their assets are backed 1-to-1, that they have the reserves. Because otherwise, like, I feel like it's pretty disingenuous to blame the users and shift all the kind of, hassle of KYC and getting rid of the whole idea of Web3 and decentralization for the users, when it's actually these, like, highly centralized entities that are constantly fucking over because of just, like, billionaire corporate greed, essentially.
That's the beauty, I think, of NFTs. NFTs have brought self-custody to the masses. I think NFTs will probably onboard 100 million people to self-custody in a way that fungible tokens and centralized exchanges haven't yet.
Yeah.
So while the initial application might appear a little juvenile, it's an incredibly powerful tool for really educating the world on what is the difference between self-custody and custodial intermediaries.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem though is like because of this incident and all the attention it's getting, a lot of people, especially people who are not too educated and familiar with Web3 and crypto, don't even get the concept of self custody. They just see crypto as this like one big thing. And this just tells them, yeah, crypto is a scam because these things are happening. When in fact, there is, all these other options and so much other cool stuff being built and so much for transparency, security, efficiency. And so I think honestly at this point in time, it's also imperative that the Web3 community as a whole like come together to actually showcase the strengths. Just because it will take a while for us to kind of shift back that narrative that's now been, fostered because of all the shit that's gone down over the past few weeks.
Chat, can you hear me? Chat, is it still glitching for you?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Ah, cool. Yeah,
We hear
so
you,
it
bro.
glitched. Yeah, so guys, it glitched for Elon as well. So when I co-hosted him and he accepted, him and Chet both glitched, so the mic wasn't working anymore. So you could listen in. I don't know if he's still listening in. So I thought I'd update you guys. But suddenly everybody wants to speak, including I see 2 exchanges requesting to speak as well. But we'll keep going, guys. I'll let Fubar Chet just look into if there's any updates. Just unmute and speak. But it's fucking insane. Before we continue, Ninja and Chris, guys, like it just shows the power of live audio rooms. And like, we started this room just to talk about FTX, and eventually it got 20k people speaking. Got Elon coming in. All exchanges came in. We saw all the press as well requesting to speak. Didn't bring them up. So
let's just do a rewind. Did Elon really come up here and say Doge to the moon? I just want to make sure my ears were
Now
hearing.
hold on, Ninja.
I just want to know.
Hold on a minute.
No,
hold
the
on.
charts,
Hold on.
you should see
hold
the
on.
Doge chart.
I don't even want to talk about it because it's up 7% since we've entered this
Chris,
thing.
No.
Stop.
10%.
Don't do it.
10% in 10
hold
minutes.
on. I want to answer a question.
He backed Doge, he
wanna...
backed Bitcoin, and he backed Ethereum.
Okay, but
that
Ninja,
is on the record. Everybody heard
that. Okay, you can't just say that. All right, he might get in trouble. Now listen. There's a good reason people like Elon. But there's
hold on, guys, ease up. I just realized we do have we usually fuck around on here, but we do have a responsibility. Chet, you're the source of truth. Did he say that? Yes or no? Or you're not sure?
Yes, he did say Doge to the moon. That was the first words out of his mouth.
Chet, you're gonna be on CNN or Fox or Reuters quoting this. I wanna, and this is recorded unless Elon decides to delete the recording. Did you hear Elon say Doge to the moon?
Absolutely, 100%, without a question. Yeah.
All right, bro. You've heard it here first. I don't know whether we just made it. whether.
But Mario, let's not skip though. He also talked about Bitcoin and Ethereum, and he talked. Let's not skip.
And a wallet, bro, and a wallet.
And how to custody them too.
And I think he implied that they're working on a wallet for Twitter as well. So that's
he said it was down.
No. He didn't say that.
Pipeline. Yes.
Okay, but wait a minute.
He did not say that. He said maybe.
The biggest thing that he said is that he recommends everyone should withdraw their crypto from exchanges and take control of their crypto again. That, I think, to everyone who's here tonight, is the biggest lesson. This is what you should listen to. Because as long as your crypto is in the control of third parties, shit like this is going to happen again and again, and you're going to lose your crypto.
And also,
thank you,
just
Kim.
worth mentioning.
Go ahead, Blau.
Worth quick mentioning is yes, 1000% Kim, but also not just hot wallets. Get yourself a cold wallet. It's $150. If you have more than $150 worth of crypto, it is worth securing it with another $150, and you will keep it forever, and you can secure it way better than a hot wallet, whether that be MetaMask or any other digital wallet. So highly recommend.
I would like to note that he specifically said not your keys, not your crypto, which is pretty fucking baller.
And if anybody takes a deep look at Doge, it's not hard for a man like Elon to understand what he probably sees in it. Yes, the meme is fun, but it's actually the only cryptocurrency. I own zero Doge, by the way, but it is designed like a currency, right? Because it has a natural inflation of 3.5% per year. It is a proof of work algorithm that has merged mine with Litecoin and mostly decentralized with a 10-second block confirmation. So if we're being realistic, it actually does work closer to a currency than like any other cryptocurrency.
Yes,
And if that's
by
his
the way,
play,
Chris, that's why I asked him too, because I wanted to. I've never heard him like talk about it from like a legitimate technical point of view, but I think one thing that would have been good to get at is if he was going to talk about Dogecoin and Twitter, actually talking about TPS matters a lot if you're talking about scaling it to a network with tens, if not hundreds of millions. And right now, Doge has a TPS of around 33. So that would have been my main question. It's like kind of sad that it got rugged just because I think, the meme is fine. I hold no Doge, by the way, so I'm not trying to pump it either. I just take them at face value, to your point, Chris, that a lot of people want to discount the meme, but most people don't even know the consensus it's running on or like how distributed the system is. I think they have over 4,000 validators. So to your point, there are aspects that are there.
Sorry, Alex, and just worth adding that you can dual mine Doge with Litecoin, so a lot of people can do that.
That's the
simultaneously.
security. That's the security layer. If you try to 51% attack Doge, you lose like $50,000 an hour. So it's actually pretty much like, I mean, for the most part, it's decentralized, which is really interesting, right? And people think with the high supply that it has a dramatic effect on the price. It does. Like, I don't think a $4.20 Doge makes sense, right? Because at 65 cents, it's a $90 billion market cap. But do I think that Doge to the like being the price of like a Canadian dollar one day is like nuts? No, I don't think that's nuts. Not if you've got 100 million people that can potentially use it over Twitter. And you can talk about 33 TPS, but if we look at the Bitcoin blockchain, when you do a SegWit transaction from like a Blue wallet to an exchange, a lot of times at one confirmation, it actually credits your account because we know we can trust the blockchain. So we don't really have to wait for 6 confirmations. So technically, once it's final on chain, it can be credited to the system if it's like a closed loop, like Twitter would be, right? It would only be when you are withdrawing it externally off of Twitter to your own Doge wallet that you would probably have to deal with a 33 TPS. I'm not shilling it, but I'm just saying from a technical aspect, it's not the worst thing.
IMSO, I own zero Doge too, but hasn't he also, Elon, been saying this for a while that he's bringing payments to payments to Twitter? That has something he's been saying, correct?
They filed for
he said that here
as well.
So not only are they going to bring, is he going to bring crypto to Twitter? My understanding is that there will be some kind of reward system or tipping system where Twitter users can earn income with their activities on Twitter and
with their creator activities.
With their creator activities, and
yes.
I believe they will be able to choose if they want to be compensated in fiat or if they want to be paid in crypto. And I think we can all assume what crypto is going to be the default option.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too that it's like a shame we didn't get to hear is to what extent is he actually interested in integrating crypto? Because, obviously there's the payment settlement layer, but if you look at some of those texts that were leaked between Elon and Jack, obviously Jack is working on Blue Sky and the app protocol. So it's like, would you have, an open domain registrar? Would you have the ability for users to actually take their social graph with them? Like, I'd be very curious to hear too what else he'd be considering putting on chain, because obviously you could do the financial ledger, but there's more.
For what it's worth, though, like honestly, like that's not his priority right now. Let's just be
agree.
real.
And I
he's going to duck and cover.
Is he aware of it
with all this? Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, with all this stuff going on right now, he's got to play the game and kind of keep his head down with respect to like crypto, putting resources into the crypto side.
Yeah, of course.
And we've got to disclose, Alex, that me and you are both investors in DSO, so this is a topic that is close to heart. Let's just be transparent. I see where you're going with this.
I am also on Farcaster and Lens, so I've pretty much plugged. And
Uh,
fuck it, I've Mastodon.
Yeah, we're
I'll
in
plug
Lens
them
as
all.
well, but not Farcaster. Chat, I've sent you a co-host invite just to bring Simon Dixon in. By the way, Fubar, has there been any updates since the good news that you mentioned earlier? Because it seems to have finally quieted down on the FTX side.
Yeah, so updates on that side. They did go ahead. They were, I think, dumping a lot of ERC20s, like in clips of 2 to 3 million single. So I think they got rid of all their SHIB, all their ApeCoin, whatnot. But then there was a tweet from the general counsel who came out and said that they had initiated preparations to move stuff to cold storage. It's unclear exactly what that means. Maybe that refers to the multi-sig actions, and there was only a partial hack and not a full hack. Things do seem to have quieted down on a I say on a relative basis. Who knows?
Let's
Who
do
knows
actually.
or what's going?
I want to kind of pivot to another point. So I see Elon is in the audience. So let's try something else. Let's try each of us one thing that we would like to see on Twitter. Kim, you can kick it off, and everyone else can think of one thing. Maybe that would be it would be cool if Elon takes one of those things and implements them, and then you guys can take credit for it. But one thing you'd like to see on Twitter added or removed or changed. Who wants to kick it off? Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people on this stage are going to agree with this, but Twitter DMs right now are like really, really difficult to sift through. And to be honest with you, I end up taking a lot of my conversations to Telegram or to Signal. And if you could keep that on the actual Twitter application itself, it could be like an everything app, right? And I think that's a huge aspect that's missing. It's really good for one-to-many right now, but for one-to-one engagement, it is extremely difficult. And I could go on with like ideas on how to change it, but I'd like to start with like the problem and need, and it's not being met.
Cool. Elon, there's one for you, Fubar. Do you want to take the second one for Elon?
All right. This is a nerding out one, but I think it would be super cool to see bring your own algorithm for the feed. Currently, you've got two options. There's latest on followers and then popular stuff. But it would be really interesting if, as process of opening up Twitter to be a more protocol less company, to see if people could develop their own algorithms for trending topics, trending news, interesting people. I think could simultaneously help spam bots and also enable a lot more user choice and engagement. So I'd love to see open sourcing which feed algorithm you use.
Yeah, let me tell you what I would like to see.
Go ahead, Kim.
All right, so I think allowing people to live stream on Twitter would be awesome. Long form video would be awesome. Any kind of content where we are now limited, to 2 minutes or file sizes. Like all of that needs to be completely unchained, and there needs to be also some sort of hosting package. So if you are a content creator or you produce a show or you want to do professional spaces and things like that, that's low-hanging fruit. That's what Elon could implement to bring way more influencers and creators to Twitter.
All right, man. Blau?
Yeah, I would say identity verification, like a rigid form of identity verification. Obviously, something that's already on Elon's radar with the parody account context, but I think that like having a strong form of identity verification is something Twitter has always been lacking. It causes scams, bots, and all the problems that exist. And at least, when there is, the request of a user to be anonymous, that's cool. But if you're a public figure, there should be a way better system of verifying a public figure's identity.
Jack?
Yeah, well, first I'd ask Elon if he, with the changes to Twitter, if it was really intentional that he's basically gone from like a proof of stake to proof of work protocol. That's essentially how I see it. You've got to pay, you've got to put in work to get your check now to combat all the spam. But as far as like applications, things I'd want to use, I'd actually like to be able to see if the algorithm, past or present, has adjusted my like people who see my stuff or my friends if they've been affected in some way. So maybe some sort of interface that allows me to see, how my content or somebody else's content has been affected.
Anyone else? Franklin, do you want to add something you'd like to see on Twitter? I think Radio Shack is coming up. Yeah, Chet, if you can bring up Radio Shack, because it's glitching for me.
Radio Shack is actually already up here, and I'd love to actually.
Yeah, I can't see. Yeah, I can't see Radio Shack. I can't see Frank. My thing is glitching up.
Twitter's been glitching bad. I couldn't even see Elon originally at first. I thought someone was pranking us until I was actually able to get back in.
I got Radio Shack, and I think someone's telling me Frank had his hand up as well. So I'll look Radio Shack and then Frank. Go ahead, Radio Shack. You there, guys? What's up? How are you, man?
Hey, what was the question? What am I answering?
So we got Elon listening in the audience. So we're asking everyone to give us one thing they'd like to see on Twitter that you'd like Elon to implement.
How about a search feature for the spaces, or like discoverability?
Bro, I'll put that as my favorite. Look. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna try to convince Elon. We saw this space and obviously other spaces report live before Bloomberg, before CoinDesk on the developments with FTX. We warned tens of thousands of people on the FTX website and app. By the way, anyone listening, don't delete the app if you have FTX on your phone. Don't go to the website. I'm not sure if the Trojan and the hack is still ongoing. So Spaces seems to be pretty damn impactful, and we saw the audio room hype during COVID. So I would ditto that by Radio Shack. Frank, what would you like to add?
Hey Mario, I got one.
So much.
Oh shit! Is that Simon? Are you here as well, Simon? I can't. Yeah, no, I can't see you, man. I didn't know you're here. So I let Frank.
Elon has crashed Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, man, he crashed it. He crashed it when he came up as a co-host.
Yeah.
Just before you go, I know Frank had his hand up for a while. So do you mind if I give Frank first? Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, I'll go really quick here. I just think
Thanks,
the
bro.
API could be a lot better utilized. Like, we built a lot of different interesting things with your Twitter API. It's just super limited, and so we wish you guys would expand that out a lot more. And then, of course, I have to throw in obligatory Solana NFT support for hexagons. Thank you.
Yes, that was going to be mine. Solana support for hexagons, baby. The tech doesn't care about the price. That's all I got to say, Alex.
Simon?
I just want to say, actually, hey Kim, hey Mario, everyone. I just woke up to this carnage, man.
Hey, Simon, I'm really interested to hear your opinion. Let's just pivot back to FTX.
Yeah, let me do the Twitter one, and then we'll go back. But
but Sam, before you Twitter one, Simon, like we've been on Spaces together every day for the last 4 days covering the FTX saga. You've been on the space even before that, debating important topics. Man, it's 11:50. I'll tell you today the day, just to give you an ID. I'll give everyone an ID to tell you how crazy this is. So yesterday we were doing a space about the hack, and we're seeing the hack live. And then, things started getting ugly. We got a lot of DMs that were a bit concerning. So we had a call, and Chet, who's on stage, who used to work in the intelligence in the Air Force. And I don't know what I can share. Can I share the nuclear weapon thing, Chet?
Yeah, let me do the Twitter thing. Then we'll go through them.
So Chet decided to go to the Bahamas, and that was just a few hours ago. Last night for me, or past midnight for me. I'm in Dubai. And then eventually made a few tweets, got a lot of impressions, and then went to bed. I'm in bed, and then I started seeing the hack. Jump out of bed at 10 a.m., do another space. My team's asleep. I wake two of them up. We do the space. Immediately blows up to 5,000 people. And then Kim.com decides to message. So we were just breaking down the scam live and looking at the transactions, thanks to Fubar. And then Kim, for some crazy reason, comments for Elon to join the space. Elon says no, but then ends up joining the space. So here I am at 11 a.m., barely functioning because I haven't slept for the last 3 days. And then I've just got Elon on stage. And everyone freaking out. Suddenly everyone wants to speak, including every exchange, a lot of press. And then we have a chat with Elon. For a while it glitches, and here you are, Simon. Welcome back.
Wow.
Sorry, Simon. Hey, real quick, Zach XBT put out a tweet that kind of clarified some things. I think it would be useful for the audience.
Please, read it out, please.
Yeah, so he says he's responding to another tweet, but somebody basically asked him, hey, what's going on with the white hat and with the claim that these funds are safe or whatever, how that one tweet was worded. And he said, oh, no, the FTX bankruptcy proceedings, they were going to wait to transfer assets to cold storage, but due to the unauthorized transactions, they started their processes immediately after seeing the hack. So he's basically confirming there's two events happening. There's the hack and there's the good guys moving things to cold storage.
And who's speaking? Sorry, because my whole Twitter space is glitching. Oh, that's you,
This
Jack.
is Jack.
Okay, and
Remember, that's
just
what I said earlier, Mario, that there's multiple people, that when these types of things happen, multiple people will attack and do something like this. This is not just one thing. It's like
so how much? So
wolves
just
and
to
vultures.
confirm, how big was the hack at the end of the day? Does anyone know the figures? We're at 600 mil, I think, or 300 mil.
600 million. 600 million was the last numbers that we saw. Over 600 million in total. And granted, that's now of course claimed by FTX to have been moved to cold storage wallets. But as Kim was saying, that's claimed by the general counsel to have been moved to cold storage wallets. And so there's.
So this makes it, bro. This officially, this makes it. And just quick shout out to Zach XBT. If anyone wants to stay updated, highly recommend you listen to him. But what was the number? 600 and what? Chat 600 and.
It was over 600 million.
All right, so this the Ronin hack, Axie, we had them on stage a few weeks ago. That was 625. The Poly Network hack was 611. Binance earlier this year, last month, October 2022, was 570 million. So we may have witnessed the biggest hack in crypto. Matt Gox was 473.
Mario, no, we had CoinCheck was over $1 billion, wasn't it?
CoinCheck is at 534 million according to Investopedia.
Well, you had the up token one or whatever that those dudes had like siphoned out $4 billion in like 2018. And then you've also got Mt. Gox was actually $500 million when Bitcoin was like $600. So to date,
but it was 850,000 Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Technically. Yeah, so my numbers are in dollar terms. So everything I'm saying is in dollar terms, just to be.
Just to give it to people's perspective, right, Mario?
You
because
are right.
like at the time,
by
dollar value,
it's the largest hack online.
Guys,
can we use this? Can we use this as an opportunity to say get a hardware wallet one more time? Just get a hardware wallet one more time.
But we got to be careful. People are going to start dumping their fucking crypto. You have to remember how much money gets traded through this market in like a day, right? And we have to remember that in a day, Bitcoin's traded volume's like $40 billion. So even in the event that $600 million has been hacked, we've seen that some of it is Tether, some of it's been flipped to DAI, some of it was shit coins that have been spread out amongst DEXs, and then a large concentration of Ethereum and BNB. Those are being traded, like sent over. What we do know is that if BNB and Ethereum start to take a hit, because they know exactly how much is there, there is a chance that there are whales that might eat that up after like 10 or 15%.
Can I just ask? Is Elon actually listening here? I can't.
I don't. I just asked. So I can see him in the audience, and then I just asked my team. They couldn't see him, so I'm not sure if he is still there or not. Also, just quickly, I'm just getting people asking when's not Joe Biden. Hunter Biden is not today. Hunter Biden is the next show, so I'm going to pin the tweet.
Can I share a really important story about Twitter during this whole saga?
Twitter?
Yeah. So I first came on a Twitter space because of this whole Celsius bankruptcy and all that stuff, and all the bankruptcies in there. But Twitter space throughout this whole saga has actually saved quite a lot of lives. And one of the events that happened on Twitter Space as a result of this is somebody put all of their money onto Celsius. And it was he couldn't actually tell his partner or his wife, and he just had a baby. And he was, he couldn't face the thought of telling his partner that he'd lost all his money and she didn't know about it. And he came on a Twitter space and we were all just doing our usual thing. And he came on and he was crying his eyes out. And he was saying, Simon, these Twitter spaces, like, it's the only thing that stopped me killing myself. And he said it driven him to alcoholism. And he said, look, Simon, I've got to be honest, I'm coming up right now. because I've reached a low point, and you've got to tell me something, otherwise I'm going to blow my brains out. This happened on one of these Twitter Spaces, and it wasn't a joke. It was deadly serious, and everybody on that Twitter Space literally just poured their heart out around, like, you know, what had happened and what had happened to them. And this guy just felt so comforted and so in community and so supportive that he was around other people that were going through the same thing. That the very next day he sent me a picture on Twitter, a DM of his like newborn child, and said, look, in that moment that the community supported me on Twitter Spaces, sorry, it's a bit emotional. I looked at my child, and I remembered, because I was about to kill myself. He said, I remembered that money's not important; it's just money, and my son needs me. And he said, I'm going to check into Twitter Spaces every day, and when I hit a new low, I'll come back up. And he's been checking into Twitter Spaces, and you know, as everything progressed, he started to realize that there's a whole community that's with him. And I'm sure there are other people that don't speak on the stage that weren't as brave. But because this technology exists, because people were able to find other people in a similar situation in that moment in their life, it actually saved lives, which I think is just an incredible thing. And it really has helped being able to speak to people in this. So Twitter Spaces came at the right time, got traction at the right time. But obviously, what I'd love to see is a Lightning Network integration. That would be awesome. But yeah, just wanted to share that there's human impacts here while we're talking about all these numbers.
And I think
Simon,
it's also really important that we are telling everyone who's here right now listening, who has been hurt by this FTX bust and who has lost money, and some of them I'm sure will have lost a lot or maybe even everything. You know, don't let this be the reason for doing something stupid. You're going to get out of it. You know, it is just money. You're going to find a way to get back on top. So don't give up. And what Simon just shared here with us, take the story, picture it, and think about your family, think about the people that love you, your friends, people that care about you. Like, don't let this event be the breaking point for you. You're going to come out of this.
Yeah, so Kim, maybe you could share, because like everyone knows, I invested in some of your tech, and you got some new stuff coming up, like a long time ago. But like, Kim, share how you've obviously been put through by building technology situations where you must have hit a point where you feel like the entire government and you're going to lose your freedom. How do you get through those moments when you hit those rock lows?
Wow. Oh man. I mean, I've been in this mess for over a decade now. It's not over. The New Zealand government still has to make the final decision if they want to extradite me, which is, probably coming before the end of this year. And then I have two more avenues in the courts. But the whole thing will have taken 12, 13 years by the time it's concluded. And then if I do ever get extradited, I have no hope that I would ever have a fair trial. Very few people understand that my case is not just a copyright case, right? They did not just send 72 people with machine guns and 2 helicopters and all this stuff to my house in a copyright case. They were punishing me because I was the biggest donor to WikiLeaks. So after I saw the collateral murder video, I was so upset, and I felt that this was so wrong, what the US is doing around the world, killing all these people. And I said, look, I got to do something that more of this truth is coming to the public. So I, spent quite a bit of money and gave it to WikiLeaks. And that, of course, put me on top of the target list of this Pentagon group that was looking for all the partners and supporters of WikiLeaks to, crack down on them. And that is why, a lot of things went the way they did in my case. They were really trying to punish me. And so, for me to get through all of this, obviously I have kids, so they helped me a lot. Like when I was really, really down, really, really sad, I would go, to the kids' room with them and cuddle with my kids and just cry my eyes out and just being with them, that gave me the will and the strength to push through and keep fighting. I think if I didn't have my kids, if I didn't have a family, I may have already said, I'm logging out, the simulation is over for me, and I'm going to try to do better in the next game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's so much to unpack there. Yeah, look, the importance of financial censorship. This is a fight. Bitcoin is a fight for freedom, and financial censorship is removal of freedom of speech. So, I backed Kim's technology. I think it was back in 2015, 2016 or something, when he was looking at how you could use all of these decentralized storage layers and decentralized currency in order to solve the problem of people being able to share content and have freedom of speech. And the fact that what happened to you was all connected to your financial transactions is obviously an insight of what's already happening, but what's going to go on to steroids when we have central bank digital currencies. So when we're in these moments where we're creating these $600 million hacks and billions of dollars of touching client money and all that type of stuff, it's really, really important to understand the importance of what we're actually creating here. And while you have all these different, cryptocurrencies that have different layers of centralization, decentralization, we can't take our sight off the main goal of the importance that we now have this proof of work chain that we know has problems in terms of transaction fees and all that type of stuff, but it's still our world's best shot at achieving digital hard sound money, and it's the only reason money you can own, money you can spend, and money that has a fixed supply, and it's the only reason that all the other stuff is being built that may solve some of the privacy layers and stuff like that. But when you look at someone like Kim's case, literally he's been fighting for freedom for over 15 years for building technology and contributing to perfectly legitimate technology that keeps the government more accountable. And that's why the importance of these messages of what we're here for. Sometimes you have to remember that amongst all this carnage. So thanks for sharing, Kim.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, real
man.
quick, Mario,
I really
did have
appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
Who was just jumping in? Was that you, Frank? Because I
Jack.
can't see. Oh, Jack. Is that breaking news, bro?
Yeah, I would just
Yeah.
a quick sentence.
Before you share it, because I know that chat has as well. Just want to kind of reiterate what Kim. If my audio's too loud, let me know what Kim and Simon said. Simon, I'm really glad you brought up that topic and the experience you had with the one of the spaces. I think it was the Celsius bankruptcy. And Kim, you mentioned keeping the space as long as possible. I think we should, at least for the next few days and weeks, there's a lot of people struggling. I have one team member of mine who leads a whole department who lost a lot of money 2 days ago, and he's shut down completely. We're trying to bring him here to Dubai to spend time with us. So for anyone that's listening that was fucked by what happened, let us know what we could do other than sharing experiences, like Simon and Kim did, and we'll keep doing those spaces. And I'm sure there's other spaces as well. Keep joining those communities, and remember one thing, that's probably the most important thing, is that you're not alone. And Simon, we discussed this yesterday in the space. I think it's important we bring it up in every space. You're not alone. There's others that are struggling, and there's a saying that I've always, I've been through for crazy shit, so I was saying I've always reminded myself, when the world feels like it's falling apart, it isn't. It's just you feel like it is. And I recommend you read Ryan Holiday's book, The Obstacle is the Way. It's my recommendation. It's a very short book, and it helped me deal with, what that was 1 year in 2018, crypto bear market. IBC, my company, lost millions. We got scammed. Fruity, my e-commerce business, got scanned by a supplier. I was diagnosed with a tumor that was bleeding at the time and was going into a personal crisis. Sorry, and that was in 2018. So, we've all been through it, and that book helped me tremendously. So, Simon, appreciate you bringing it up. I know that Frank, you want to share, your experience with FTX and Alameda that invested in your project, DGods. Shout out to your project as well. Great NFT project. And before you do that, I'll just give the mic quickly to Jack and Chet with the breaking news that you guys have. Chet, it's in the DMs, and Jack,
Yes.
I'll let you go first.
Yeah, the news that I saw come across. Well, this is specifically coming out of just on the proof of reserves data that came out of Binance. But the question is why opposed here is why Bitfinex and Tether hold the same amount of BTC reserves essentially as Binance, this on its own definitely raises questions. It's something that I don't think a lot of us have really looked into before. And I'd be interested to hear some of the panelists' thoughts on this as well. But I mean, the theories that they presented here in this tweet is that either Binance is insolvent, or Tether is using BTC as backing, or both. I'd like to hear some of the panelists' viewpoints on that, if that's possible.
Yeah, so I've always shared the story of the creation of Binance. The reason Binance became a massive success it was because of Bitfinex. So Bitfinex was pitching all of the exchanges to use Tether, and no one was using it. It went to Kraken, went to Bitstamp, went to all of them. They wanted to create an interoperability layer between the exchanges, so that you could arbitrage without going through the pain of taking fiat in and taking fiat out, and you could send fiat value using Tether to solve that problem. So Binance grew rapidly because it didn't need to deal with banks, which was the biggest problem with the exchanges. Bitfinex and Tether were going through major problems. They almost reached the stage where they had to withdraw the money from the Taiwanese bank that they were using at the time, which was a layer on top of Wells Fargo, and literally draw it out as cash and bury it in the ground because they couldn't solve the banking stuff. And then they managed to find the banking partners, and then the only way to process withdrawals at speed was when they had the Tether issue, because they had to use Crypto Capital, which was an illegal shadow bank, and they were doing all sorts of money laundering and stuff. And so they had to launch the token in order to fill that hole. But the connection between Binance and Tether dates back to when they didn't have banking, but obviously Binance has solved their banking issue over time and stuff. But yeah, just wanted to share that. It doesn't fully explain why they all matches, but that's the foundation of Binance.
I didn't actually know that, but my little breaking news was slightly different, and I'll do this part and then I'll step down. And Mario, great spaces. Thanks for having me up here as always. The subject here is for FTX and the app update. Some smart folks have, I guess, pulled down the prior up, so before the update and then after the update, and they compared what was actually changed and what went on. And it looks like there's some chatter on Twitter. Multiple sources are saying that they believe that it was not malicious, but that it did remove some core components of the app. One being the peer-to-peer transfer. So I guess it shut down peer-to-peer transfer within the app itself, and it appears to not be a malicious attack. So I think that that's worth pointing out. And then before I step down, guys, I just, you talked about, Mario, you said that how during these hard times, remember you're not alone. And I wanted to echo that to the audience, and also add just to remember that the hard times do pass. And that the hard times don't last forever. So, if you're in your worst moment, if you can at least tell yourself, hey, it's only going to suck for a minute, it's only going to suck for a day, a week, a year, but I can get through it, then sometimes that's enough to pull you through it. So that's it. Good night, guys. Y'all have a good.
Thanks, man. Thanks, bro. Frank, you still there, man? Because I have my screen is fucked up. Hey man, yeah, good to have you here. What was your interaction with SBF? And I'm not sure if you spoke to SBF, but with Alameda and
Yeah,
FTX.
happy to share. So FTX was a small check in our startup Dust Labs, and to support the what people are saying on Twitter of like a lot of top employees having no idea about this. Like basically today, the person we were talking to in Alameda just said, "Hey, I'm not working here anymore." Like, didn't give us anyone else to contact there, so they just like dipped out. And in terms of the person we talked to at FTX Ventures, Amy, I saw her like live on Twitter basically find out that, FTX was insolvent as well. And we haven't had any communication with them either. But yeah, it was definitely an interesting experience, talking to FTX throughout the fundraising process. And yeah, everything since like this whole insolvency news, it just seems like it took a lot of the employees there by surprise from every interaction that we've had. So yeah, it looks like it was, at least from my anecdotal experience, what people were saying on Twitter, that it really was isolated to the people in the Bahamas. They have the back door, et cetera. It seems like, from the interactions that I've had, that's like any anecdotal evidence I can help throw into the overall discussion. That was my experience.
I appreciate you sharing. Just so you know, all speakers, if you put your hand up, I cannot see it. So if you want to speak, you just unmute and speak. Or Chet, you could take over if you see a hand up. But do you want to
Yeah,
introduce a
I can
speaker
see
you
his
added?
hands up. Yes. We just got Dogecoin right here from Voxel Network. I imagine your timing isn't too
Hold on,
coincidental.
is that their name, Dogecoin, right? Do you know? You there first? Can you hear us, guy? Dogecoin.
Dogecoin to the moon,
Bro, I'm not. I'm not. Okay, listen.
I
Hold
heard,
on.
brother. I heard.
Bro, listen. Okay. Chat. My audio's fine because someone told me it was too loud. It's okay now.
Your audio's fine.
Okay. Man, don't thank me because I've done spaces where I was not too critical of Dogecoin, but definitely wasn't a fan. I was just literally in the middle. So what you experienced in the space is probably something you're going to be happy for, but don't give me any credit because
I'll take the credit.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Doge Army. We did it.
Whoever
I'll
spoke.
give you credit. I'll give you credit, and here's why. You run one of the best spaces, and obviously Elon's very involved with them. He wants to improve them, so he's going to come to the best spaces first and see what's going on.
Yeah, bro. I can't.
Yeah,
I can't take too much.
congratulations, man. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, but I'm not feeling anything because it's 12:14 p.m. and I haven't slept since yesterday, so it's been getting close to 24 hours. But yeah, look, having Elon on yeah, it's definitely worth it, bro. The part that was more worth it than Elon is just Simon, you bringing up the struggles that a lot of people are facing, and I just want to keep doing that. And then the second thing is Elon. But yeah, Dogecoin ride. Anything else to add to the discussion? How is the Dogecoin community reacting to the FTX debacle?
Well, they're reacting like everybody else is. It's just it's unfortunate that kind of Doge has gone down. Kind of with everything else. But everyone knows about Doge. We have diamond hands. We stand strong, and it'll bounce back.
All right, Chet. Who else do we have on the stage? Because I can't see.
Hey, can I ask the Doge guy? So when I was listening, when I was listening earlier, you were talking about how it had like a more fiat like inflation and stuff like that. You're onto something there because Gresham's law is that the more you can devalue a currency, the more likely it is to be spent. The more harder the money is, the less likely it is to be spent. So gold, had really struggled to function as a currency because people wanted to store it as a value. But John Maynard Keynes in Keynesian economics figured out that if you can dilute the money supply, then you can increase the velocity of money using Chicago economics, monetarism. And so if your like whole argument is that if you have a higher inflation rate, then people need to spend at a higher rate and it's more likely to function as a currency, that is the story of fiat currency. The more you dilute it, the more people are to spend it and less likely to save it.
Yeah, and I'm just, by the way, Simon, I'm just checking. The price of Doge did pump. I know some of you were saying it, but I didn't
It
actually check it.
absolutely did.
And
It
just so
did.
you know, yeah, but this is before. This is like no one. The only people that heard this are people in the space, which is not 5 million people. It's like what we had like 50, 60, 70,000 people. I don't know how many it was when Elon was speaking. So when this goes up, when we finish this space, the everyone can listen to the recording, and then the press who are messaging the team now can actually verify that Elon said this. So yeah,
And one
great.
more quick thing: if you kind of look at my PFP, I'm in a project called the Doge Club. They're really respected. They trend on OpenSea, but we're getting a lot of hype in our community just because of that. All NFT
Bro, we
projects,
can't we
it
can't
all
we
kind of
can't
goes hand in
mention
hand.
we can't mention NFT project when
Oh, I
at a time
apologize.
like this. Now, all good, man. Don't feel bad, but like this is the time that NFT projects are mourning right now. It's they're still in shock from what's happening. But Alex, we should have said, we should have gone down the DSO to the moon thing, man. Like, why did we go
Well,
Doge?
I honestly, I more so than anything just wanted to have like a serious combo with him because I think he is obviously an intelligent individual, and I take it at face value if he chooses a blockchain that it's not like strictly a
If
troll, that like
man,
he has some reason
if
for it. But I wanted
if
to
I
like
wasn't
suss
as
out if he's
Alex,
still
Alex, not only that, if I wasn't as sleepy as I am, and I would have really challenged him on a lot of the things about the whole Twitter acquisition and the whole mess with the blue verification. I got actually tricked by who was it? Chet, when I brought up someone, I thought, oh, the guy that invested hundreds of millions in FTX, the baseball player. What was his
Tom
name?
Brady. You were thinking Tom Brady, I think.
Yeah, I thought I brought up Tom Brady like an idiot. And there's another company, a public company that someone created a fake account, tweeted that the public company is giving away the medicine for free, and then the stock plummeted as well. So these are
Yeah,
topics I would
Mary,
have brought up.
we could have asked him about Binance and FTX's battle to invest in Twitter as well. We could have got the real.
True, true. But what did he say about Sam? He said something negative about Sam, like he gave away bad vibes or something. No?
He had no idea who he
Yeah,
was,
yeah, he
and then he
said
said
what's
what he
fed
was
up.
saying.
in the day,
Like,
but it
there's
said out of
no way
space.
this guy can make a cap. Like, just like there's no way he actually has money or something along those lines. He
Yeah.
just
So,
he said there was something off with him.
I gotta be honest though. Like having spent time with Sam personally, like I don't think it's not that obvious. Like this, no one saw this fucking coming. I gotta be honest. Like, I
Besides Elon.
yeah, sure. In
we
hindsight,
should have
like,
we
come on.
should have asked, but I don't know who's speaking by the
Actually,
way, guys.
the
But we should have
the
asked Elon to
Celsius.
bail out crypto.
Yeah,
No,
actually, the Celsius
the real,
community were the most skeptical about Sam of all the communities. They were
which
really
is
calling
which
on Sam
is
for a long
which is
time.
fucking hilarious. But the real note to read here is the note that Sequoia wrote. Like honestly, it's the most real take on their investment in FTX. How they're writing it down to zero, and shit moves on. At least for them, of course, not for all the people who are affected. But the reality is, this is not the first time there have been bad actors who do fucked up things with counterparty risk, with counterparty power. And I think, again, only because there's a huge room here, I don't think I've had more than $300 worth of assets on an exchange for the past 6 years. Like, just don't do it. Don't do it.
So I see she just had her hand up. Tara, would you like to go ahead and speak?
Yeah, thank you. I feel so privileged to be up here with all of you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm hiding in a corner at the club right now on Twitter Spaces rather than actually hanging out. But I just wanted to say, well done getting Elon in here. The very first time I hopped on a Twitter Space, he was in as a listener, but I think this is only the second space I've ever seen him in speaking. So well done to you guys. And I wanted to ask you a question. Here, hang on one second. Come back to me if you can.
Okay, no worries. Jane, I see you have your hand up as well. Let's go to you, Jane.
Yeah, great space. Thanks for letting me up. I just wanted to say, even though Elon Musk left, that if we can pay $8 for Twitter Blue in Bitcoin, and I would love to know that. So if anybody can pass that on, please do.
I don't know if we can. I don't know if I got a DM from him. Romy, check if I got a DM from Elon. But he wasn't. I don't think he's listening to
My
the space
yeah,
now.
my checkbox experience. I've never been able to qualify, no matter how many followers, no matter how engaged I
You
get,
don't have.
for a
Hold on.
blue checkbox.
You don't have a blue checkbox.
I still can't buy one. It's not available in
They stopped it.
Isle
They
of Man.
stopped it yesterday, bro.
Huh?
They stopped it yesterday or the day before. They because a lot of people were abusing it.
Yeah.
The process for getting a checkmark before Twitter Blue was you needed to prove that you had a lot of people pretending to be you. That was
Which I
always the
do.
process.
I got bloody message every single day of people hacking and requesting
You know
Bitcoin.
what's funny, Simon? When you are talking in my spaces, it says next to your name, "Beware impersonators."
Exactly. I honestly, so many people have lost money because I just haven't been able to get that blue tick. Like, it's literally every day I'm just dealing with these people that are just impersonating and requesting Bitcoin, and I can't get that blue tick. Every time I go on the thing, it says you don't qualify yet. I don't know what I got to do to qualify. I got to become Kim, like create some technology
No.
and contribute to
I
WikiLeaks.
It's
didn't know
only
about this.
released in.
You should have mentioned it earlier. I will email someone and I'll get that for you, man.
Oh, nice.
Easy.
See, sometimes I've
Kim's
got to
got the
remember
connections.
what my network can do. I just forget.
Alex and Jane, are you? Alex and Jane, are your hands up or no? Just want to see if
Yeah,
my.
no,
Yes,
mine is.
yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
wanted
just
to
wanted
go to
to.
like. Oh, go ahead,
Oh,
Jane.
sorry. I just wanted to finish from my last comment. So I just want to say hi to Kim. Congrats on the
Hi.
baby and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. You're sweet. I appreciate it.
When did you have a baby, Kim?
Just actually 2 weeks ago now.
Well, why didn't you come on the
Kim
space while she's delivering?
Kim has a baby every
Why
year.
didn't I come on this space? What the fuck?
I thought we're close, Kim. I thought we're
Good question.
close. I thought we're gonna celebrate live in the space.
Ever since
Yeah,
I've
no.
known Kim, he has like a new baby every year.
All right, yo,
It's
have a good
number
night,
6.
guys. This
So
was fun.
Thanks,
Have a
Blau.
good
All right,
night.
Appreciate you,
thank you,
bro.
everyone.
Appreciate
Have
being
a
here.
good
I think it
night.
would be way more exciting to make babies on Twitter Spaces than have them, but that's just my opinion.
well, the truth is,
There's an industry
Elon
for
and
that.
I have a competition, right? So whenever I have a baby, he has another baby, and then we're competing that way.
Alex, you had your mic, your hand up, bro.
Yeah, so I mean, I just wanted to take it back to like a slightly more like serious topic. I mean, obviously, with all the events this week, there is going to most certainly be like a regulatory crackdown of some type, and I wanted to just kind of do like a quick little monologue here and get people's take because look, I think it's really important that people start to like understand the specifics of what regulation we might see out of this and why it would be damaging. So the specific bill that they said that they're going to move forward with now is the Digital Commodities Consumer Protection Act, or DCCPA. And basically what this is going to push for is, number one, it's going to move crypto and DeFi under the control of the CFTC. And as part of that, it's going to add a lot of overhead that I think is going to go against some of the core tenets of crypto. So obviously one of the core tenets of crypto is the fact that it should be decentralized. And if you have, a centralized governing agency at the United States that can basically tell every DeFi app, which in exchange, which by the way, will be required to register with the CFTC to operate in the US, according to this bill, that hurts the decentralization piece as well as the permissionless piece. There's also the fact that there's been talk of possibly, and at least this is what SBF was pushing in a lot of his proposed regulations, was doing things like forcing DeFi applications to KYC on their front ends, allowing the CFTC to add additional fees on users to help maintain the program. So I just think it's really important that people understand that it would be very easy to regulate away a lot of the actual value prop of DeFi. And so coming out of this, I just, I want to make sure that we're all doing a good job of educating people on, what good regulation looks like, because frankly, a lot of the regulation that's being proposed is bad. And the way to know that something's bad from a regulatory perspective for crypto is if it attacks one of those core tenets. So I don't know. I just wanted to move us to that because we have a big audience here. And for the people that are really serious about, seeing the space continue to grow and mature and not be, basically torn apart by these types of policies, it's important that people are aware. Yeah, I'll comment on that. It's a really, really, really important distinction between what is actually, layer one decentralization versus centralized companies. So, look, the lesson from this is if you had regulated custody, then that would have prevented FTX. If you had regulated securities, that would have prevented Celsius. If you had regulated lending, that would have prevented Voyager. Voyager went down because of bad lending practices. Celsius went down because they were selling illegal securities and got everyone to put their life savings in. And FTX went down because they weren't segregated client money correctly and they were dipping into the cookie jar to pump and save a token. So all of those regulations we've seen over the last century, they're all needed. We learned this in the 1907 panic, the 1920s pump and dump, and everything that's happened since. However, regulators are also corrupt, and centralized companies and governments also need to be checked and controlled. That happens in two forms. It happens in competition, which is countries that see what somebody else over-regulates as an opportunity to create suitable regulations, and then the industry goes there. But secondly, decentralized finance is hugely important. We need Bitcoin to keep a central bank digital currency check and control so we have options. We need DeFi so that it improves CeFi, because people have, when they have vulnerabilities like we're experiencing right now, everybody goes to their private key and everyone goes to DeFi in order to still receive those services. So if we don't get that symbiotic relationship, then sorry, we are moving from capitalism to communism on a blockchain.
Simon, how concerned are you about the risk? I don't know if you were on the space, and you can explain it as well for the audience. The risk in which USD, Tether or Circle are forced to freeze wallets involved in the the Bahamas fiasco, and then DeFi.
It's inevitable.
But then what happens? What happens to DeFi then?
Well, exactly, and that's the direction we're headed. Whether it's a battle we win or whether it's a battle we lose depends upon building effective decentralized technology. If we're just simply creating centralized technology that has attack vectors that you slap a decentralized sticker on, then developers are just going to end up in prison with no limited liability. So the importance of actually having decentralization, and I know to me that goes back to proof of work, but it's very concerning, because if you're asking governments to no longer care about tax collection, no longer care about surveillance, then you're fighting in the wrong direction. And the only way to do that is to build effective technology that they can't stop, because Bitcoin was meant to fail and Bitcoin was never meant to succeed. But it got through because they laughed at it, and it got to a certain size, and then enough politicians owned it where they didn't want it to fail. And so you've got to go through that adoption cycle.
But my question is, like, where is, with Bitcoin was launched, what, in 2000, late 2008, early 2009, NFTs in 2017. So, it hasn't been a few months, been a few years. We're still very early. But my question is, and I've expressed this concern on more than one occasion. I know we all want decentralization, but we're not heading in that direction across the entire space, from DeFi with the example we just gave, and NFTs with the centralization of OpenSea and Magic and other exchanges. And we've seen examples in the centralized exchanges and the amount of volume they do. So while we've seen movement towards decentralized exchanges and obviously DeFi and even decentralized marketplaces for NFTs, I'm not sure the experiment will succeed. I hope it does. There is a likelihood it will, but decentralization to this day is still an experiment. And after the last few months and the last 3 days, that experiment isn't looking that good. And we may see. I just want to make sure that, I don't know if you agree with me, but I want to be a contrarian here and say something that many would not like, but I'm just trying to be a realist. We may see the same thing we saw in Web 1.0, where people thought the web would lead to complete decentralization. People think blockchain. We have the possibility of decentralization and true digital ownership, but it doesn't mean that it will work, or if
Yeah,
we even get there.
the irony of all of this is that decentralization often needs sovereign support. And I know that sounds like the complete opposite. So, as I said, there was no guarantee that we were going to get Bitcoin succeeding. It just did. It shouldn't have.
True.
And there's no guarantee that we'll get DeFi succeeding. In fact, it's highly unlikely. At the end of the day, it's a battle to fight. But the way you win a battle like this is by having aligned self-interest with various jurisdictions. So the importance of, say, a Bitcoin standard is that you have jurisdictions whose country's future is bet upon a flippening happening between CBDCs and Bitcoin, which I think is a great bet for any country suffering hyperinflation. And when they do it, so for example, I moved to the Isle of Man because in 2014 they wanted to make Bitcoin legal tender, and they invited me over to speak on and work with the government on it. And they had essentially the FBI didn't want online gaming to exist, and the government came out and said we'll put together an appropriate regime for all of the online gaming companies to move over here, and they wanted to employ, they employed 20% of the island, and they became, it's illegal to borrow. The Isle of Man government is illegal for them to borrow, and so they had to make profit. They operated like a startup and a business because they couldn't just print on borrow because they were reliant upon the Bank of England, and so you get those when you align a country with the technology, then you create a safe haven for the companies to innovate and continue. And then you've got a chance and a shot. Because when the FBI came in and wanted to shut down all the online gambling companies, the Isle of Man government actually said no and kept them out and allowed the industry to prevail. And then online gaming continued. But if it wasn't for the Isle of Man standing up to the FBI, and this is interesting that we have Kim on this because Kim has been at the center of technology standing up to the most powerful forces in the world. You can get the squashing of an industry. Now, what's interesting about today's geopolitics is we're probably at the switch of an empire, and in the switch of an empire, if a country is becoming more and more powerful and another country is becoming less and less powerful, those are the times when you can have attacks on fiat currencies in order to change the power shift of the world, which is why the importance of sovereign adoption of this technology. And then they want to protect it, and they protect it through allowing the technology to prevail and exist.
Another question, by the way, chat, if there's anyone with their hand up, do you remember I can't see chat,
Yes,
so
I
I'm
was about
depending
to
on
break in right there. So Alex has his hand up. So Alex, we'll go to you right now.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to something Simon was saying, as well as you, Mario, which is, when it comes to this like decentralization experiment and, where we are in that battle right now, I think there's actually a really good corollary in another industry. So if you look at, both what happened with like Uber and Airbnb, let's take Uber specifically. It was like a question of trade-offs where in a lot of ways, similar to crypto, we were decentralizing things away from the taxi medallion system to the fact that anyone could participate if they had an internet connection. And while there were things that theoretically made the experience better, there were things that also made it worse. And it's really important to keep in mind that Travis Kalanick, the founder of Uber, when he launched Uber, not only was like Uber and ride sharing in a gray area legally, there were times where it was just straight up illegal what they were doing, but it was his tenacity and the willingness to push through that actually bent regulators to the industry and not the other way around. And frankly, I think if we want to see crypto and Web3 reach its full potential, we need more Travis Kalanick types in the industry. If we have people that are just going to, bend at every, step of the way, we're not going to actually get to the point where there is a viable alternative. And so just something to keep in mind there, because again, we've seen this happen in other industries. And if Travis Kalanick had at every request of regulators, followed the direction, we would not have Uber today. We would still be stuck with a singular option with taxis.
How many steps back have we taken in the last 3 days, in the last 3 months, in the last 12 months?
Well, I think the whole on what you're speaking on with Travis, and in terms of steps back, I feel like big thesis for people in crypto is that we'll figure out a way to self-regulate, which would postpone at the very least the need for regulators to come in the industry. And I think that what this bull run has proven is that with self-regulation, these are the kind of things that happen, and so it feels like it's a pretty big step back in terms of regulators are likely going to need to respond to this. And in history, like the regulators don't make the best decisions that will encourage more people to build in the United States. But to my response on the Travis Kalanick thing, I think that the consequences in crypto are so much larger. Like I point to the fact that guys like Suzu and Do Kwon are fine, but like the guy that created Tornado Cash, just created it, is in jail now. I think for almost the rest of his life. And so the
They were going to throw
consequences.
Travis in jail as well, though. They actually walked into the Uber offices at one point with a warrant for his arrest. Like it was just as serious for him.
Just so you know, in the audience, I'm seeing Jeff Garzik here. He's an early Bitcoin core developer in the time when it really, really shouldn't have succeeded.
Yeah, bring him up. If you want, if you want to put your hand up, bro, it'd be great to bring you up. Frank, to the point you did, it'd be great to bring him up. Chet, please do.
What
Frank,
was the name of that user?
What's the username, Simon? Simon, you there? All right. Just DM. Something? Yeah, Jeff, you put your hand up. Otherwise, Romy, just DM Simon and get the handle, please. Frank, the point you made about self-regulation, that drove me crazy in 2017, 2018. Everyone was talking about, people were hating on the SEC and hating on regulators, say, leave us the fuck alone, let us self-regulate. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, guys, I don't see any country or society self-regulating, or in history, self-regulating without a certain system in place, without anyone making the decision, without a democracy in place. So while regulators are not great, we're not great at, managing things ourselves. And we saw the results of that. Like the experiment started in 2017, and that was a sexy thing to say. And now we saw the outcome of that. So I just don't. I don't know how long it will take for us to be able to convince regulators that, hey, let us continue on that path towards decentralization. There's gonna be hiccups. It will work. Just give us more time. We just fucked up so badly in the last few months.
And I'll add to that even and this might be a more controversial take, but for me, I'm not even going to shill, but I run an NFT project. And for me, all I really want is clarity on regulation. And I think I side more with what Brian Armstrong was saying in response to Elizabeth Warren, who was saying, the SEC needs to step in with this whole FTX thing. And he basically responded and said, hey, they're outside of the U.S. It's not even within the jurisdiction. But the problem of why people are even moving outside of the U.S. is not that, it's necessarily people are worried about regulation. I think for a lot of the top actors, I think it's that there's literally no clarity on a lot of core issues when it comes to crypto. And what most, I think, of the good actors in the space are looking for is simply, more clear regulation around crypto. And I think that is what's missing. And the sad thing about things like this happening today with FTX, over the last week with FTX, is that it just feels like whatever regulation does come down, we're not going to get the fair shake on it, and it's not going to be, good. It's going to be bad, but the optimistic hope is that we get clear, hopefully somewhat fair regulation so that people can keep building in the United States. But crypto is going to continue to exist, but it does feel like it's just going to continue to move more and more outside of the United States with all the things that have been happening recently.
No, I don't know. I just want to argue that point. So everyone was. Go ahead. So, was that you who was speaking? Sorry.
No, that was just me.
Yeah. Let me just mention about the US quickly. Frank, back in 2017 as well, a lot of people expressed concern that crypto and all that brain power will leave the US because regulators were, in some people's eyes, too strict. But then kind of the opposite happened. I'll tell you, us as VCs, you know, we're invested in 100 and whatever, 150, 160, 170 projects. And we are more at ease investing in a project where the team is based in Western Europe, in the US, mainly because we know they're less likely to fuck shit up. So look, regulation is, you know, it's our friend right now. In the short term, it's our friend. If we had regulation, I know I'll get a lot of hate for this, but if we had regulation, we wouldn't be where we are today. So I think we need regulation. We need to follow the rules. This is a perfect example. I've given an example of, there's a gentleman that Binance has been convincing, and I've been talking a lot about him. I've met him a few times, and Binance keeps trying to convince him to come in as a chairman. He's like, Mario, I'm not going to do it because too much reputational risk. I'm like, bro, you're crazy. This is Binance. And he kept saying that to me. And then a few weeks ago, I met him, and I'm like, man, just at least accept to be an advisor. He's like, all right, I'll think about it. He didn't accept, and look at the situation now. Now there's no way he'll even consider it. Now when I see him, he'll say, I told you so. So I just think we need to stop hating on regulators. We just need to keep building within the regulatory framework in place and slowly break out of it, because decentralization does take a long time.
Let's ask a question.
The issue is really quick. The issue is with regulators is how they're chosen. So when they're bought and paid for, like Gary Gensler, and then they're using their position of power to allow certain people to do certain things, that's where we have a problem. I don't know if you've heard about his involvement with what went down with FTX, but he was helping them to work out legal loopholes to obtain like regulatory a monopoly on the market. So, I mean, he's supposed to be helping the little guys, and instead he's literally funneling money to, a one side of the political everything. So I don't want to turn it political in here, but that's literally what Gary Gensler, the chair of the SEC, was doing. And he needs to go down for all of this. And I hope that Elon Musk, Kim Kardashian, and all of them take this opportunity to go after him.
Well, Mario, let me chime in on this, if I may.
You always may.
All right, so the regulators are not our friends. They're going to fuck us. The government doesn't want crypto to get in the way of their own desires. So, right now we are in competition with what the government has to offer, and they don't like that. Fiat is going to die, obviously, at some point, and the government is looking at, how are we going to do our own crypto, where we have full control, where we have a social score, where we can surveil all transactions and have even more granularity and more detail about how people spend their money. But even worse, we can then interject ourselves, and those who are not acting the way we want, those who are outside of the norm and speaking out against government programs or government action, those will be punished. They will not be able to go and buy groceries or pay their rent simply because they have an opinion that they consider disinformation or misinformation. So regulators are not our buddies. We shouldn't be looking for them for guidance or anything like this. They are ultimately going to execute what the wishes of the bankers and the corporate elites are and what the government wants, and they do not want a crypto community that is competing with fiat currency or their current existing financial system. Even more so because now we have BRICS Plus coming around the corner, wanting to de-dollarize the global financial system and replace the US dollar reserve currency with kind of their own joint reserve currency. So we are living in a space right now that is more hostile to crypto than ever. And I've been saying this for years. The crypto community needs to prepare for this, needs to understand what's happening, and needs to really push for utilization and making non-custodial apps that cannot be seized, exchanges that cannot be seized or shut down. Like, we need to get ready for war, because that's what's coming.
Kim, I would love to have this discussion with you. I've got immense respect for you, and you're always welcome to the space, as you know. Why do you think regulators are at war with crypto? And you're not alone. Most people in the space think that. But why?
Well, who are regulators? They are representatives of the government. The government tells them what they want, what their desires are, what their plans are, and the regulators are just executing on that. And now you have a guy, Joe Biden, who's turning 80, who has no clue. He was 60 the time the internet came out. This guy has absolutely no clue, and all he wants is to make sure that the US dollar remains the unchallenged global reserve currency.
True.
And crypto is a challenger to that.
I would say
And
Bitcoin. Would you say Bitcoin is a challenger, not crypto in general? Like NFTs and stuff would be different, correct?
Well, here's the thing. We're still early days in the crypto space. This is still a young, developing scene. So I wouldn't call any winners yet. If you are aware, only about 4% of people that use the internet have ever even used crypto. So we are still absolutely early days. And that's why I refer to everything here in the space in the word crypto, because it's not Bitcoin, it's not Ethereum. We don't know yet who the big winner is going to be at the end of the day.
But would you agree that if Celsius was regulated or if FTX was regulated, we wouldn't be in this position? So would you agree at least that in the short term, regulators, I'm not going to say our friends, because it's, obviously it's not true, but I would also not put them as enemies. I would say, like, they're trying to understand it. They will prefer the status quo. As humans, generally, we prefer the status quo. But in the short term, while we experiment, while we test, just trying to follow the systems in place, the regulatory frameworks in place, would be a better choice as we build decentralization. And then eventually decentralization will be big enough, different protocols will be decentralized enough, where then regulators being against crypto would not matter. Would you agree that in the short term, maybe following regulation would be a good idea to avoid fiascos like we had with FTX? Or even in the short term, we should still be fighting regulators?
Well, let's be very clear. Why do we have a situation like this? It's because people don't understand what crypto is all about. It's not about speculating on fucking exchanges and swapping between cryptos and making a bit of fast money here, fast money there. Crypto was created to be utilized, to replace the existing financial system. That is what Satoshi set out to do, right? But everyone else is not getting the message. It's not about trying to make a quick buck with the latest altcoin or the latest NFT. That's all bullshit. You're all missing the point. What crypto is all about is that we are using it, utilizing it for real commerce, for paying our rent, for buying groceries, paying with it in the restaurants. That's what we need to be working for. And by the way, anyone who puts their crypto in any exchange has completely missed the point. It's your keys, your crypto, your power. Why would you hand that to anyone else?
Yeah. Mario, may I jump in here quickly on this one, because I have a more balanced view on regulation.
Who's speaking, sir? Because I can't see the stage. It's glitching.
It's Monty.
Okay.
I'm CEO of LCX,
okay.
a centralized exchange. And I do believe in a lot of things Kim pointed out in terms of what crypto's vision is. But crypto can do much more. And that's what we are seeing right now, that it's not only following this decentralized vision and creating this new monetary system with Bitcoin, but blockchain as a whole can also disrupt the current financial system. And that's what we are seeing with the case of FTX, where a centralized entity is coming up. And when I look at that on the regulatory part, I do feel that the US is at war, or the SEC is at war of crypto. Everything they do is not helping the industry, but making it much worse. And everything they did had been like failing so hard. Basically, the steps had been taken against some so-called digital securities like XRP, or even LCX had been now mentioned in a case. This is not the right way to do regulation. What we are proud of, we have the L in the name, and we're at Liechtenstein. And Liechtenstein has come up with a regulation which has a balanced view And the FTX case would not have happened if the Liechtenstein regulation would have been adopted at FTX with a simple rule: keep customer funds separate to company funds. So nobody needs to look at the balance sheet of a company, how much debt they have, because the customer funds are always separate. And this is like, gets me outraged if I see this discussion about regulation, because this is a simple rule. It's like integrity of every CEO out there who has any like brain to and also keeps like the trust of the community on his shoulders and say, okay, of course we have to separate the customer funds. Like, we can't use them to speculate or move around. And that's something which is at the core of the Blockchain Act in Liechtenstein as a like small country. But this is now also then taking over to MiCA. And I think that's the basic thing which is good. A lot of other regulations taking probably a step too further, which might harm innovation. And that's also very, very bad if regulations now, like what we see, is they might step up and come up with like crazy rules, which kills a lot of innovation and protocols, which is totally stupid as well. So we need to get a very balanced view on regulation, and then things like that, like FTX, should not happen, really.
It's
Simon, go ahead.
It's what the mistake people make is they put one context for all. So, there's there's bad regulation versus good regulation. So I personally believe AML is bad regulation and investor protection is good regulation. But then when they get it where it doesn't allow people to invest because they get lazy regulation, then you just need to, those are bad regulations. But you definitely don't not want regulation. A company like Bank to the Future, you want us to have accountability to a regulator where we have to segregate client funds. When we say it's custody, it is custody. We need a disaster recovery plan. We need a business continuity plan. And regulators hold us accountable to all those things, which everybody should want in any of these exchanges that didn't have those policies. And, even securities laws, the essence of them is don't invest more than you can afford to lose, which is suitability, and disclose. So you don't have people just saying things that just are not disclosing material information that you should know when you're investing in a company. But then you have things that shouldn't be regulated, and Bitcoin needs no regulation. And once you can replicate something like Bitcoin in DeFi, then you don't need the regulation on there because you've removed the middlemen. And when you remove the middlemen, remember, all of these AML regulations effectively were lazy policing, where they said, let's just put a company in the middle and make them do the government's work, where they have to detect all the crime and they have to do everything. And then they go to prison if they don't detect it. When you have the peer-to-peer relationship, you just move law enforcement where they can just sit there and analyze blockchains and they can decide, to find the hacker, rather than the company having to do it. So what most people do is they put one hat on and then they analyze everything from that context when there's different contexts.
And one other thing to keep in mind, so we have financial institutions, they have these massive safety nets in place. Like Wells Fargo, 2008, they got 25 billion. Bank of America, 15 billion. JP Morgan Chase, 25 billion. Citigroup, 25 billion. So if you're going to put the same level of regulation on cryptocurrency exchanges that you have on the banks and other things like that, then you need to also have the same safety nets. You can't have it be one way or the other. And that said, I'm still way more pro decentralization. Don't hold your money on exchanges. But still, I mean, it has to be fair, right?
Who was speaking just now?
That's Matt Wallace.
Matt, I knew that voice. Matt, what happened to Dogecoin today, bro? Everything you do, you're the biggest name in Dogecoin, one of the biggest names in Dogecoin, and then here I am getting Elon to say whatever to the moon, Doge to the moon. I shouldn't be doing that. You should be on stage trying to get Elon to pump moon. I feel so shit doing that because we and you debated Doge a few weeks ago. But just back to the regulation part. I just to conclude, and Simon, I'm glad you're still here. I just want to see, and Kim, if you want to disagree, please do. But I just want to see a more balanced view towards regulation. I think this is a wake-up call, but I think it doesn't really matter. I think it's just too late. I think what we're gonna see in the next few weeks and few months is gonna be pretty ugly. We were trying to chase one extreme, like regulators leave us alone, and what we're gonna have now is regulators, fucking us over the next few months. Whereas a balanced middle would have been perfect, but we're
Yeah,
kind of
and
past the
Mario,
point of no return.
what's going to happen though is the people that lost money are going to beg regulators.
Exactly.
Because they're going to say, "Why did you let this happen to me? You should have done something." And then they'll react to that and say, "Yes, cool, all right, we'll make it all securities and accredited investors only because we don't want to deal with you."
And Dima, I
this,
see that
this
your
creates
hand
a
is up.
death spiral of the regulation, basically, because the regulators always like lose out of their mission, which is investor protection. But what they actually do is keeping out the kind of majority mass market out of the good deals, and basically not protecting them, but rather protecting them of their opportunities of choice. So I think every person should be able to choose whatever asset they'd like to invest in, but it goes much more beyond this protection thought, because they are actually pushing us on the side, and that's like a bad thing in that way. So I think they're stepping, the things which will be happening might not help the industry, but rather hurt it at the moment. So that's where I'm
Yeah,
worried.
and it happens every time. So I mean, I like him. Who was speaking just now? By the way, was it you,
Monty.
Kim? Oh, Monty.
Monty
Okay,
again.
I thought it was Kim's voice changed a bit. Simon, I like that you mentioned that point in 2017. Everyone was like, regulators, leave us alone, don't ruin the party. In 2018, everyone was like, regulators, hey, all these ICOs scammed us, help us get our money back. And then last year, everyone's like, regulators, don't screw up the party. And now everyone's going to regulators in the legal system to help them get at least part of their money back.
Yeah, so regulators react, and then it moves from and then once they've got what they want, it moves from investor protection to tax collection to crony capitalism protection.
And I think if someone had his hand up, you said, Chet?
Yes, Dima, go ahead and
Dima, good to see you again, bro.
Okay, hi everybody. What a morning! Wow, SBF, the wallet was compromised. I want to comment about regulations. So, guys, it's if it's a U.S. based exchange, then the regulator can put some obstacles on operations. If it's non-U.S. Based exchange, basically, the only way to affect the exchange is to limit withdrawals and deposits from their fiat gateways. So the biggest regulator is in this industry right now can only be community, and probably CoinGecko and CoinMarketCap. And the fact that right now we saw kind of push, but I think not enough push of people discussing proof of funds, and that every exchange should pass the proof of funds test. This is a good sign. But we saw the same situation with Quadriga CX, when everybody was talking the same thing, that every exchange should prove that their assets can cover their liabilities. But there was only a few months of talks, and then nothing happened again. I think that if we will continue to discuss that there is a scary regulator that will come and set up the rules to ourselves, and if we don't act ourselves and start a very hard push to every exchange to prove that they have funds and to prove with independent auditors that their liabilities are not bigger than their funds, then we are kind of useless.
How many more exchanges do you expect to fall? Like, we had a few exchanges come on the space in the last 3 days. But everyone just saying the same thing, like, hey, we have a lot of reserves, But at the same time, a lot of rumors are spreading, including notable people warning me about a few exchanges.
It's very hard question, because nobody understands what are the liabilities. So we made a small investigation, and we understood that once an exchange has a function like stake, loan, they are with this button, you are actually allowing them to start messing around with your funds. So if you put, and the FTX has a lot of things like that. So if you put a button like I want to stake my coins and get some percentage, you put the yes button, and the exchange starts to basically trade, do whatever they want with your funds. Um, we we think that the number of exchanges who are insolvent is quite huge, and
Shit.
we saw a lot of guys saying that they will pass the proof of funds. Actually, like us, hacking, we were like giving this service, like proposing this service for 4 years. We approached all the major exchanges, and I don't see a very good, like response level that they are ready
Did
to
you did you
get.
guys did you guys at Hacken have any concerns about FTX before? Did
Um,
you any
Look,
public?
we have concerns about every exchange. If you go
Great,
to
but not. Would
our,
you say? But
if
not
you if
Binance.
you
Binance hasn't had even outflows in the last 7-8 days. They've had net inflows. Probably the only exchange that had major net inflows. So would you say at
look,
least
there
Binance?
there is only one exchange, like part of the US regulated ones that we don't have a concern is Kraken, who is doing proof of funds audits like already 4 years. So we don't have proofs that Binance liabilities are also not bigger than Binance assets, and the only way how to test it is to get into the admins to the exchange admin panel and start making tests on the breakdown of their client deposits liabilities. And from what we see, like exchanges don't want to do it now. They don't, first of all, they don't feel enough push from the community. Community is not pushing hard enough crypto exchanges to start doing the proof of reserves tests. And second, they think, okay, like if nobody is doing that, only Kraken, only like, okay, Binance is showing their balances, but this is obviously not enough. It's not enough. Then it's like
But they would do it if a regulator
few
forced them,
weeks
right?
of discussing, and then everybody will forget about it.
Say that
But they
again,
would
sorry.
do
Just
it
real
if a
quick,
regulator
What's
forced
wrong
them.
with that
I want to
discussion
let
at the moment?
Radar go ahead and speak. He's had his hand up for a little bit here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Radar, are you there?
last comment. So, guys, last comment. We think that recent outflow of funds from the FTX is probably not an insider job, because first of all, it is very easy to track, and because so many wallets were compromised on different chains. So it's obviously the access to the admin panel who had controls to all the cold wallets. So our guess is that a hacker compromised a new administrator from not the core team, and we would probably will not even know the details of this hack soon. But of course, what a show! Like I'm enjoying every moment of this crash, but of course, and
You're
yes,
enjoying every moment, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I want to sleep.
Hey guys,
what
You've got
I'd
Echo,
just
bro.
like to
Whoever.
chime in and give
Yeah.
some of my opinions on what's going on. As we can see, I believe that the proof of funds is actually a short term fix. I don't think it's a very long term fix. I mean, the bottom line here is it's if it's not your keys, it's not your crypto, and we're still going to see problems like this arising, which leads us back to decentralization. And I think we need to get more education and knowledge out on DeFi. And this also ties back into privacy, for example. I mean, we should be talking about Monero and how decentralized Monero is for the people that really want to protect themselves. I think Monero is a really great option to look at in terms of technology. Um, because I really just see these proof of funds for these exchanges being a short-term fix. I mean, there's always a possibility of these exchanges getting hacked. There's always a possibility of these exchanges still going insolvent. I mean, we're seeing a lot of things going on right now, a lot of rumors for other exchanges being insolvent as well. So I think the narrative here should be getting more educated on DeFi and how we can actually use our cryptos in a more decentralized way, even if that means building on top of protocols such as Monero.
All right, and I see that we have Josh and Monty's hands are up. We'll go to you first, Josh.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm really grateful that you guys are talking about this. We're really one of the first to be on top of it. Honestly, I saw it right when it went up. Was basically like minutes after the update pushed. I think that we were talking about regulation and we were talking about well what can we do, and I agree with you that this is going to be a bad moment for DeFi where people are going to cry, scream, and beg and demand help and support and regulation and interdiction from the government. But I think that I have an opportunity, and I've been pushing this for so long to basically solve this problem or surely mitigate it through innovation ourselves, on-chain innovation. And what we could do is demonstrate to regulators, right? Demonstrate to governments that we can be the grown-ups for once. We can be the adults in the room.
It's too late,
And we
man.
can,
But it's too late, man.
yeah.
It's too late.
This is what I was worried about last year, right? Because this was my
Also,
mission.
on
My mission
chain
for a long time.
proofs, on chain proofs are so easily manipulated with off chain legal agreements. So you could have the proof, give the sense of security people want, and then you could have a loan agreement through a legal agreement on the side off chain that
of course
completely invalidates. So you still need the centralized auditing and regulation for that.
Well, Sammy, what do you see happening in the next 6 months in terms of the crypto market, other than regulators? With more exchanges potentially falling, which I think a lot of us expect now, we just don't know how many. Do you think that's been priced in? I know you don't like pricing things, but do you think people are, when you say people are expecting it, that means that it's been priced in?
Yeah, I don't like talking price, but I was always expecting a 10K Bitcoin as the capitulation point mentally. And
you didn't tell me that in previous spaces, man. I didn't know you're that bearish.
I
bought Bitcoin because of you, Simon. I lost all that. I'm joking. Go ahead.
Mario, you will remember when the crash started and you asked me where I see Bitcoin. I told you 5,000, right?
Yeah, yeah. I didn't take you seriously then, and now I take you extremely seriously.
Monty, I see that your hand is up. Let's go to you.
Yes, yeah. I think, like, going back to Mario's back question, is what will we see in the next couple of months? And what we notice is that there's a lot of questions open and unknown things at regulators, and they will try to enforce or go with the same rules they apply to banks to the crypto world. And that's totally wrong, because we can't solve current problems with the old solutions. But that's what's going to happen, because a lot of the regulators really don't have a clue. They don't know much about Bitcoin and overall, like, crypto space. They've never opened a non-custodial wallet themselves. They don't know how it works. They don't understand it. So that's why they try to come up with their rule book, which they know, and say, okay, let's do the same. So that's why they'd like to force that decentralized platforms are not allowed anymore, because they think they could control a centralized entity better. But they're totally wrong. I think that we need regulation also to step up and to be more innovative. And that's why I'm always embracing the regulatory framework in Liechtenstein, because they came up with a smart and not too tight framework which gives room for innovation, still where their DeFi is a part of that as well, and it can thrive, and that's a good approach to it. That's what we want to see in that regard. So that we don't need more strict regulation, but I'm afraid that this might happen. But more kind of a smart approach to it, and we don't want all these banking rules. This would really kill a lot of innovation. We want decentralized protocols to be truly decentralized and maintained by the protocol levels, not regulated. And we want centralized entities that they follow basic regulatory rules, like keeping the funds apart. And this proof of reserve element is not enough. I totally agree on that as well, because people are now discussing, saying, okay, proof of reserve, but how much liabilities does the company have? As of now, in Liechtenstein, it's not allowed, because the customer funds have to be separated. So if the company goes bankrupt, there's a bankruptcy of the operator of the centralized exchange, they can't touch. It's not allowed. Even the court could not touch the customer funds. And that's why liability talks is not necessary. Just keep it separate. Then it's secured.
So on the decentralized versus centralized part, the US is actually the only regulations in the world that's actually tried to tackle that one. They actually create, the Howey test and the concept of an investment contract based upon the management and control of others with the expectation of profit. Whereas most other jurisdictions just define a security as like a debt, an equity, a fund, a collective investment scheme, that type of stuff. So the US did actually try to tackle that decentralization versus centralization part. It's just actually really murky because even within the crypto space, we argue day in and day out about what's centralized and what's decentralized. And we know that there's a spectrum and there's a real, you could have something that's decentralized in one aspect and then very centralized in another aspect. So, the friction here is that we've created this technology that became and operated like a commodity and a currency, and then some people treat it as a security. It's not an easy problem to solve. It's a really challenging problem to solve. And then if the layer is centralized versus decentralized, which it clearly is, because Bitcoin should, if we take one extreme, you've got Bitcoin should be treated very differently to Bitcoin on FTX. Like, we can agree that Bitcoin and FTX is centralized, and Bitcoin on a private key is, well, some people would argue that it's not decentralized. And so how you expect regulators to figure that part out is really the friction, because when somebody controls something, they have the ability to manipulate, and then it really acts like a security in the disclosure that's needed. And that's what we've seen with all NFTs and all ICOs and all tokens.
By the way, just Chet, I want to tell you one thing quickly, Chet. I don't know if you know how many DMs we're getting. All the people we're trying to reach earlier to come on the space now that Elon is on. And we've got a lot of people willing to come on stage. So I don't know if we'll do it now or we'll do another space tomorrow after I get some sleep to get some of those people up on stage. But I think hopefully they'll give us more clarity on how deep the FTX bankruptcies is gonna what other counterparty risk do we have? And
Yes. So we have several people now with their hands up right now. So let's first go to Yazan from 500 Casino because his hand's been up for a little bit here first, and then we'll go to Radio Shack after that.
Yeah, one thing we wanted to mention specifically about regulations, and it is that the issue with governments and why they try to enforce regulations is that they cannot interfere with crypto transactions. They do not have the ability to stop it, but to some extent they can track it down. So we get, like, as a crypto casino, we get often contacted by regulations when they want to know about specific individuals that they had activity, and they send us a literal crypto address and they request all the informations on the user, and we have nothing to do but to comply. So this is, on some type of way how we work with regulations, but we expect regulation to be coming, especially with CBDCs. And the way that, that we fear in being in a crypto space, where we are going to see, decentralization slowly fade away with CBDCs, is that they can treat it just like Tether. So if someone wants to send a transaction or someone holds money in a CBDC, government can pause the transactions for that specific individual unless they provide, source of funds, compliance, all of those necessary things. That's where we see regulation is going to be stepping in, but it's definitely something that's necessary for governments to be involved, especially on those centralized entities such as exchanges, because we see money inflows, money outflows, but there is no real clarity of how many funds were deposited to the exchange, how many of those funds are on hot wallets and cold wallets, and how many of those funds were used, to be moved around. I'll tell you one thing for sure. FTX did not expect that to happen, and that's why Sam was mentioning that, we have all the assets, we're backed up, it's gonna be fine. And then when everyone rushed to withdraw, it was absolutely not fine. They were seeing volumes increasing month after month, and people tend to keep their money on exchanges. That's why they probably felt some freedom to move the money around, to invest it in different kinds of things. But this is where regulation must step in. Binance have mentioned that we are 100% backed and we do not touch users' money, and that's amazing. How can we prove it? They posted on-chain analysis of what funds do they hold, but is that enough? We don't know. The other thing we often see, I think, that we're all talking about and we're all focused on is the US, because US tends to be very strict when it comes to regulation. For example, crypto gambling is not allowed in the US, and most exchanges that are in the US specify that in terms of service. And we often see that with users that withdraw from a crypto casino to a Coinbase, for example. They instantly suspend the accounts, and sometimes they confiscate the balances for the people. So we tell them not to use exchanges and rather use wallets, so that they wouldn't run into those issues. But it's something that we see very common in the space. We get complaints on weekly basis about people having their crypto exchanges suspended. Sorry.
Did he rug or did I rug?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I rugged. Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
they do not. They're not US users, but they use a US exchange, and the US exchange has to be compliant. So that's what they do. They suspend accounts, they confiscate funds. But yeah, that's as far as what regulation is doing. They're controlling centralized entities, and with CBDCs, there's definitely going to be control in those assets.
Yeah, let me jump in here quickly, Monty from LCX again. The discussion with CBDCs is ultimately about power, because we are in a war of currencies at the moment, and I think the world does not want to be regulated or oversight by the US. And let them dictate what we should do. And I think that's a lot about this freedom and the mindset of crypto and Bitcoin as a core. And I think the regulators are doing what they are kind of more politicians or on the political levels to do more than they should do. So on a regulatory side on CBDCs, I think if it's a digital money is something what users want, what people want, like having control over their own money and sending it wherever they want. But with central bank digital currencies, the discussions often is also about control, and that's the wrong side of regulation, where they say we can enforce control over our citizens completely, and that's all against this idea of having a digital money. So that's why ultimately Bitcoin could become a global reserve currency where everybody can engage, but don't need to engage. But ultimately, having kind of a global free money flow where money is also separated from the state. I believe this is a very powerful idea, which we also support deeply. And so a lot of this CBDC discussion going on right now goes a little bit too far. It goes more than a central bank issued digital currencies where there's a central entity which would back the money, which might be a good idea. Like it's this proof of reserve thing, and it's digital, so we can move it. But the moment they come up with permissioned systems or where they can block anything, this is a lot about freedom and control, which is not the right way. And with like global dynamics at the moment, where we see all these conflicts and government stepping up to control more, it's very worrying.
And now Radio Shack, I would love to hear your input here since you've had your hand up for a while. Yes, please let us know your thoughts here on the topic of conversation. Radio Shack, if you're there.
Yeah, I was just curious. I know Josh is working on this issue specifically, and I don't know if his point was actually made before you guys took him down.
You just cut him off. Josh, let's see. Let me see if we can bring him back up.
Let me tell. I want to get Tara while bringing up Josh. Tara, I've got my team now telling me who has the hand up since it's glitching, so I know who has the hand up. Tara, go ahead. Tara,
Okay, I was just going to ask you if, yeah, my bad. I was trying to tweet something out to you, actually, Mario. I don't think I can DM you, but yeah, I don't want to be combative, but I was wondering
please be combative.
Next time, well, I don't believe in government regulation. I don't trust the government ultimately to, be our daddy, I guess you could say. But at the end of the day, I think that's the whole, point of crypto. But is to kind of be not regulated by, these certain entities that, I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to get into a long spiel, but I wanted to ask you, if Elon Musk were to come back on another space with you, would you specifically ask him his thoughts on the SEC and Gary Gensler? Because I know he's had many, many issues with the SEC, coming after him versus nothing and crickets, for other people.
That would have been a great question. Again, I haven't slept, so I didn't have all these questions on the top of my mind. So if he does listen to, I'm sure his lawyers will listen to this space to see what Elon said, and how his PR people will listen to it as well. So if they do listen up to this stage, that'll be a great question if anyone could answer it, but I don't think they will. Who else has their hand up? Chat.
So we had Matt, of course, who has his hand up. Before we go over to Matt, I guess we'll go ahead and go over to Josh first. So because Radio Shack.
Is that Josh? Hold on? Is that Josh from Rug Radar?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Josh. Josh.
Hey, what's up, Mario?
Bro, this is your day. Like your mission in life after losing a lot of money to scams is to call out scammers. You woke up to this shit in the last 3 days.
Unbelievable.
Where's your head at?
Unbelievable. Well, yeah. So, I guess the point that I was trying to make is that this is we don't have enough people innovating in this particular area, and the area I'm talking about is consumer protection. I actually do know for a fact, because of the proximity I have to it, working on it, that there is a solution there. Whether it's my solution or not is up for debate, right? Yet to be seen. But I know that there is a solution that can live on chain through innovation alone. Now, does that mean we don't have any regulation at all? No. I mean, regulation is a good thing, particularly at I'm sure the off-chain level, the centralized level, right? CeFi. But the fact that there are these DeFi lending protocols, banking protocols that are doing just fine despite their tokens being down, right? Is I think more to the point that, and yet the CeFi ones are all collapsing under these calamitous crises. I think it's all more to the point that this is actually doable, and it's possible to make a non-zero sum or positive or even positive sum game out of these on-chain protocols that can be developed. I truly believe that. I could talk more about it in more detail, right? But I don't want to come across like I'm shilling or anything, because I'm not. But I have just an enormous amount of work in this space that I don't know that many other people have.
I know we're bringing up chat. Are you bringing up the Arena? Because she's directly involved with. Oh, she's up, Arena.
Yes, hi guys. What a crazy night. What a crazy morning, huh?
How are you?
How
are you, Irina?
My phone has melted. My laptop has melted. So many people are affected. Maybe you do not know, but for example, MENA region, where my law firm is the third largest user base for FTX. So imagine how many people in our native UAE and our native Dubai are affected. It's just, my entire devices are melted. I can't even keep up with messages and emails anymore from affected parties, including our clients. But the reason why I wanted to come up and to mention something, I agree with Tara and what Kim is saying. The regulators are not particularly our friends. The regulators are there. Okay, initially it starts off, let's protect the consumers, and it's great sentiment. Then it goes, let's collect the money. okay, fine, we all need money. It's you know, we have capitalism, but then it goes, let's protect the players. Let's, you know, I completely agree with everything that Tara and Kim said. But what is happening right now, my firm is an international law firm. We have over 400 partners worldwide, but I'm currently advising several regulators on specifically on regulating exchanges, because Dubai is now leading the space, and now of course all the regulators around in the MENA region as well as CIS and Europe are like, okay, we now need to keep up with Dubai, because, you know, it's all about competition, right? And we've been very I've taken a lot of time explaining to regulators how the user funds are to be protected, and everything that Kim is saying and everything that Simon is saying is 100% spot on, and everything that Monty is saying, the user funds are not to be commingled. User funds are not to be commingled, and we need to understand that the regulators come from traditional spaces, like, you know, your traditional banking, right? And over there, fractional reserve is like, you know, normal. It's normal for the banks to basically I don't swear, but, you know, basically mess with the depositors' funds. So it's actually, but now what has happened with FTX has set our efforts maybe years and years with the regulators.
Especially in the MENA region. Sorry to interrupt you, but like, I'm in Dubai right now. Like they're very sensitive to things like this, because they don't understand the space. They still don't understand. I speak to these people every day, every week. They don't understand the difference between DeFi and CeFi. For them, Celsius is DeFi, Uniswap, FTX, same thing. They just, you know, explaining the difference to them is not easy.
100%.
So for regions like this, and then most regulators don't understand the space. Like we had, you remember when Mark Zuckerberg was at the hearing, and one of the senators asked him,
yes, how do you make money?
Do you remember? Yeah, how do you make money if you don't charge people? And he's like, Senator, we run ads. So if the Senate, and that was 2 years ago, Senator was asking about how Facebook makes money, and now we want these senators, if there's ever a hearing, to understand how FTX and Uniswap work, and why FTX is, what happened to FTX is a reason we need decentralization. It's a minefield. But I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Like, what are you seeing right now in the MENA region? I know your phone is blowing up. What insight can you give us?
The insight can I give you is the following. Again, my main practice is in the MENA region, and I do a lot of work in Switzerland and Europe, and I draw a lot of experiences what Switzerland is doing, what Liechtenstein is doing. I absolutely love what Switzerland and Liechtenstein is doing, and of course, you know, it's my country, so of course I have to speak it up. And I'm a little bit biased, so please forgive me that. But I'm trying to bring these experiences into the MENA region, and in particularly, I'm gonna only talk about the MENA region because that's what the regulators I'm speaking with. We are set back years and years, guys. This is so bad. What's happening is now we had several very progressive regulators that were very happy to listen to our feedback. They were very happy to listen to experiences and sort of, you know, implement that in order to regulate exchanges. I'm not banging on the regulations. I'm one of those lawyers who are very skeptical of governments. So I'm kind of a strange regulatory lawyer. But what is happening? We're set back years and years because now they're afraid. They're afraid. They would rather not do anything than do something, and then something like this blows up. For example, VARA, Dubai's Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority, somehow licensed FTX, and the regulations are still not issued for VARA, but somehow they licensed FTX ahead of the regulations. Can you imagine the blow on their reputation now? Like I cannot even imagine, and it's such a new regulatory authority. They're literally a few months old. And they're not, so they have suspended this license now, but it's too late. I mean, so many people
I like how they suspended the license after the business is completely gone.
Exactly. So
how, like Irina, Chet was mentioning a lot, and he kept bringing to our attention the amount of money SBSM has donated to politicians, and those were. Can you mention? Yeah, like the question is, and Chet, can you mention those numbers again? Like they were staggering numbers, not in crypto terms, but in total.
It's absolutely staggering when you compare it to the political landscape of funding here. It actually surprised me when I first heard the numbers. But he was, of course, the second largest contributor, first of all, to President Joe Biden's campaign, second only to Michael Bloomberg in level of donations. He donated over $5 million into that campaign. And he's also listed as the sixth largest political campaign contributor, period, hands down across the entire United States ecosystem. So a massive amount of.
But is Hunter Biden, just quickly, I think, Kim, you were speaking, so I'll give you the mic right after. But Chet, is Hunter Biden open to discuss the FTX situation? I know you spoke with him yesterday on the on the show next week. Is he open for that or no?
I doubt it. I think he really wants to focus on his art and kind of talk about that perspective and his view on NFTs. So we'll get a little bit of a different view and conversation on that. But yeah, probably.
Will be cool. I know Kim wants to be there when Hunter's there. So and then imagine Elon jumps in again, and then we just have another shit show. Kim, I think you were speaking.
Yeah. So let me clarify this. What Sam has donated is 60 million to Joe Biden and his campaign, and another 40 million to other races of the Democratic Party. So he is in with over $100 million, right? And what I find so fascinating is that Sam's mom has been involved in politics for a long time, and she actually runs a super PAC that supports Democrats, and she runs get out and vote campaigns for the Democrats. So there's a very strong political connection. I mean, we all know how much power George Soros has within the Democratic Party. And Sam is number 2 on the list, and so he will understand, he will know where regulators were heading. If he's not completely stupid, he would have used this money to learn everything about, the regulations that they're actually wanting to put out, what the real mood is in the Biden administration, and what the future of crypto looks like. Like, he was on the pulse to know all that. And the big question that I have in my mind, what did he know that led up to these events? What is it that is coming that may have had an influence to, how these FTX funds were used?
Let me tell you some funny things, Kim. Yeah, the bankruptcy code. So if this was client funds commingled, then firstly you all paid for it, so you're all paying for the Democratic Party as depositors. But in the bankruptcy code, you can claw back funds. So is the government going to claw back their political contributions if this turns out to be the proceeds of crime based upon them claiming that stuff?
If they were made within a 90-day, in the last 90 days, is that correct?
Sorry, that's clawback. But if it's actually fraud, then that goes up to like a year or to 4 years.
And one other thing to mention too. Wouldn't that be beautiful if the Democratic Party has to return $100 million to FTX customers? I would absolutely fucking love that. But Simon,
yeah, right when Trump's getting traction as well.
We both know that will never happen, and we also know that a large donor like this will get a completely different treatment to anybody else who would have done something like this. So I have, no doubt that Sam will get, touched with soft gloves, and what's going to come is going to be some whitewash. And, it's all this political power element to this whole FTX story is something that I think is going to become center stage and is going to blow up, because there must be much more behind this than what we are seeing right now.
I want to Bybit. I see Bybit in the audience as a listener, and they've been there for a long time. Whoever is there on the Bybit account, if you're up to coming up, we've got a few questions. I'd be very, very grateful. And you have a lot of listeners, so I find that as a good opportunity for transparency on your end and put you ahead of others.
And I see we have Steven's hand up here. Steven Steele, would you like to go ahead and take your piece here?
And
yeah, certainly.
before Steven goes, I've been waiting for a while because there's one thing I wanted to add. So one thing I like to do when it comes to my Twitter is put out warnings about stuff. And one thing I think people should really be very, very, very careful about right now that not a lot of people are talking about is stable coins, because you have to imagine a decent number of major stable coins had something tied up with FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried. So right now, if you have a lot of money in stable coins, I highly, highly recommend you diversify it into multiple different ones, not just one. So I just want to add that in there real quick.
Yeah, but the only stable coins, like we've discussed this a few times in the last couple of days, in the last few weeks even. And Simon, our conclusion is like USDC is probably the safest bet right now, followed by BUSD and then USDT. Would you agree, Simon? Was that our conclusion after speaking to all these different panelists?
Well, we have to be careful when we use the word safe. That's dangerous.
Say relatively safer.
USDC has the counterparty risk of being fully US regulated and located in US, and therefore, if they define it as a security or anything, or they use sanctions or anything like that, then you have that type of risk. USDT diversifies from that, but it is also a money transmitter in the US, so it also has to follow the same rules, but they have a complete non-US presence. And then BUSD is the politics of Binance, and so you've got so the speaker said the right thing. Sorry, I didn't catch your name, but it was diversification is the important part there. And algorithmic, obviously, we've learned that algorithmic is a completely different type of risk.
I see Don Picasso has his hand up, and I think someone was
speaking. Before we go to Don,
ahead.
Stephen had his hand up first. So Stephen, let's let you go ahead and come on the mic
now. Thank you, Chet. Thanks, guys. I just want to kind of dovetail off of what Kim was talking about. The political component in this whole thing is just red hot, and it runs so deep, and we're just tipping the iceberg of this thing. There's a massive bombshell I think went largely overlooked by most of the media today. A Minnesota representative by the name of Tom Emmer says he's currently looking into allegations of a pretty much a total all-out conspiracy between the SEC chairman and FTX. And he says he's been getting multiple reports with very interesting amounts of evidence that are alleging that Gensler had been helping Sam acquire they've been essentially working on and acquiring what would equate to a regulatory monopoly on the entire crypto space. So, like I said, I think we're just at the tip of this thing.
Sorry, Stephen, I'm not able to focus as much as usual due to lack of sleep. Can you tell me again, where's that information from?
Sure, certainly. So there was a statement made today by a representative of the House, and his name is Tom Emmer, and he hails from Minnesota, and so he is currently now officially looking into allegations of a conspiracy between the SEC chairman and FTX.
Is that so? Chet, is that the tweet we made earlier, or that's a different story? The one we made a few.
That is correct.
Okay. Jesus, bro, I'm completely out of it.
No, it's okay.
I know we've all been up. It's 2:39 over here now. It's late for us all. But yes, thank you, Stephen, though, for reminding the audience of that. For anyone who hadn't heard of it.
And I know Picasso had his hand up, and then I want to go to Kyle. Kyle, I've got so much shit to tell you, bro. You're not gonna believe it. But we'll go to Picasso first.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, bro.
I've been in here for like the last 1 hour. Lots of people are indirectly shilling their own personal businesses and all that. But I think what people should be focusing on in here is, how to prevent losing funds, using which hardware wallets everyone should be using, how to prevent getting into a situation like this again, what decentralized protocols should actually be used, what platforms can be used that, you have access to your private keys. I think these are the discussions that should be talked about and more light shined on, because lots of new people are probably listening right now. Lots of people have probably lost lots of money, I do understand for the people who live in USA, it is a sensitive topic. You have the SEC there and all that type of stuff. But you know, like from what I know, most people who are deep into crypto in America are already like moving to Puerto Rico or they're moving to Europe. So yeah, I think what steps and precautions that could be taken from a user point of view into getting or losing funds or getting into a situation like this, a black swan event, should be more focused on. You know, this is actually healthier for the industry, the crypto industry in general, and you know you don't want people to have a sour taste in their tongue and quitting crypto, because black swan events like this, it doesn't give crypto or the industry a good name. People get turned off, they fuck off, and they word of mouth, they don't want to come back into the industry. So I think we should be talking about how the space should be safer, what DeFi protocols should be used, and how to protect yourself by using hardware wallets and which hardware wallets to use.
I agree 100%, and this is, Simon has done this on a few shows, as well as I
I'll
think
do
it's
it again
Paul
if
and a
you
few
want,
other
Mary.
speakers. Yes, I'll let you just update the audience again on this point, because I think
I know
this
you're
is.
sleep deprived, so giving a talk on
Yeah,
this.
yeah, Olga, but I just want to point out as well to Picasso, like this is something we've focused on heavily, and today we even got Elon to say, "Hey, not your keys, not your wallet, not your keys, whatever it is." So Simon, I'll give you the mic, bro, considering that you slept more than me.
Okay, yeah, I'm fresh. So you got kind of four layers here. So the way you want to be is people tend to progress, right? So when you take your fiat currency, which is just the word we call for your dollars, your pounds, your euros, whatever it is, wherever you are, then you need to onboard and offboard into crypto, and the only way to do that is through an exchange. And these exchanges have different levels of regulations because they operate sometimes they operate like a bank where they use client money, and a bank's licensed in order to use your money, and they have all sorts of insurance policies and various other things like deposit insurance, which protects certain degrees, but they don't protect fully, as we've seen. They also get government bailouts and stuff. So your bank account is like that. Then you need to go, if you want to get into crypto, you have to go to a centralized company in order to do that in most cases. So that's when you end up signing up for an exchange. Now, exchange is the riskiest place for you to have your cryptocurrency. It should be just for trading and getting in and out of fiat, or if you want to speculate, then speculate. I believe that people should start as investors and not do the speculation thing, but that's what exchanges are for. The reason that they're a risky place to store your money is because there's all the regulations which prevents you being able to move your money once you get to certain levels of wealth. And as your Bitcoin or something goes up in value, you may hit a point where you have to provide all sorts of documents and stuff, and they have to do that by law. They don't want to do it, they just have to do it. But also, because they're a big honeypot of everyone's cryptocurrency, they're constantly being attacked by hackers that want to try and get in those. So you're really dependent upon the exchange's ability and also their compliance. So what we saw in FTX is they're getting hacked right now, and they also were commingling funds, and they also created a problem where they had a token, and the future of their company was dependent upon that token going up in value. And so that's the big debate. All these exchanges are coming up right now and saying, we've got the money, but do we know what their liabilities are? So that's why
Simon,
you
can I
don't want
chime
to
in
have
here?
money. So you shouldn't have your money on an exchange right now. So then what do you do? Well, the first thing you could do is you could go for a custodian. And a custodian is normally only available to institutional investors and stuff like that. But what it means is that legally, a custodian has to segregate your funds where they're held in your name. So if the company goes bust, like FTX, then that company can go bust, and the funds should be held in a completely different entity, segregated, and in your name where you get legal title to them. But you're still at the mercy of how secure they are. So then you go down to the next layer, which is where you download a self custody app. And self custody means that you're storing the thing that could be hacked, which is your private key, on the device that you download it from. So if you do it on your iPhone, it's going to store that private key, and you're going to need a backup phrase to it. It's a very clunky, horrible user experience that most people aren't used to. And then you have to think, well, where do I write down? So you have like this really weird thing, like a phrase of 24 words. And you have to write that down and secure it somewhere. And then you have to think about offline security and where you do it and what happens if somebody does it. The important part is that it stores a version of your private key on your device, on your desktop. And then you have a backup phrase where you need to think about what if somebody steals this, because if they get the backup phrase, they can steal your money. So then it goes one further layer down, which is called cold storage. And this is where everybody wants to eventually get to. And cold storage is where you can get an easy to use device, and the most common are Trezor and Ledger. And absolutely everybody should order one of those. I'm not shilling the companies; they're just the longest players in doing that. And it just gives you a nice little device like a USB stick. And what it does is it stores the private key on that device, and they optimize for all the security measures. Now, big companies, they go deep into really, really complex multi-key cold storage. And as you become really, really wealthy, if you become wealthy, then you can start to look at those things. But it's a progression. But one thing everybody can do right now is they can order a hardware wallet, and they can try and progress down the education. There's pros and cons to both. One is that you've got the exchange is the riskiest place. And then they also allow you to do things like earn interest on it. Now, here's the important part. If you're earning interest on it, they call it yield, then you are no longer holding those funds. They are investing those funds for you, and they are at risk. And so you don't really know the levels of risk that they're taking. And that's what happened with companies like Celsius, for example. You didn't know what they were doing. But you got to know that if you are receiving yield, you probably don't know, and you don't know where the yield comes from, then you're kind of the product. So you progress through this. You onboard through an exchange, and then you get the hell off there if you're not a trader. And maybe you go to a custodian or a self-custody wallet, and then eventually you get it over to your hardware wallet, and you need to progress through that. And then if you become really wealthy, you come up with a very secure
Hopefully,
setup.
a great overview. And I think the audience, what's crazy is that, Simon, to this day, even after FTX, people are not doing that. How do we know? Well, Binance had net inflows in the last 7 days, and significant net inflows. So instead of people moving away, they're just moving to the safest exchange. I'm not going to sit here and say this is a bad thing. I'm just going to, I think Simon really talked about the
Mario,
cons really well.
let me chime in on this, if I may.
I'll let you go. Just before you do, Kim, I just want to mention again, I've got a responsibility to make sure everything I share, it has been verified. Sometimes I do share information that's time sensitive, and I make it clear that the team has not been able to verify it. Someone did tweet about Sappy Seals having all their funds within FTX, and warning people, someone I trust. Turns out to be a joke. I didn't see it as a joke. It seemed pretty serious to me. I had the team check it, and I mentioned in the space that this is the case, but I also mentioned in the space that this was not verified. I mentioned this time and time again. And then within minutes, my team checked, found out it's not true, and I corrected it in the space. So I just want to remind you, as to just respecting the founder, just want to tell the audience, Sappy Seals is good. No, the founder said there's no exposure to FTX whatsoever, and the person that made the tweet did confirm it is a joke. So out of respect, just mentioning this here, and it's a reminder for the team as well to verify any information we get. But yeah, Kim, I'll let you go, and then I want to go to Kyle. Kyle, for anyone that doesn't know, Master Ventures, big VC in the space, and he's co-hosted a few shows with me. So Kyle, I've got a lot to brief you on. But Kim, the mic is yours, my friend.
Thank you. So Simon made a really important point here, and that is what no one is really talking about. That is data security, right? I have a data security background. I was a hacker a long time ago. I started a company that was doing penetration testing for Fortune 500 companies. We hacked the German stock exchange, major banks. In fact, every single client that ever hired us got hacked. And these are professional, companies that spent millions of dollars on data security, and they had no chance against our attacks. Now, most of these crypto exchanges are run by kids with pimpled faces that have no fucking clue about data security. If I wanted to put a team together and hack any exchange, be it Binance or whatever, I can guarantee you we would hack them and they would be fucked. So people talking about regulators and what they can do to secure the space, that's all bullshit. The biggest risk factor for users is that these exchanges are absolute garbage when it comes to security, and they host your money. And in addition to that, you just can't trust the people that are in these organizations because they have no experience with data security. And some of them, as we've seen in the past, don't really give a shit that this is your money. You know, they're getting hacked. Maybe they're involved in the hack. It's so easy to use the excuse of a hack to steal all your money. So, people, you really need to get into storing your own keys, keeping your cryptos to yourself. Don't trust third parties because I can tell you there's no exchange out there that cannot be hacked and completely raided.
Appreciate you sharing this, Kim. Kyle, I was gonna share with you my news, but you seem to have more important things to share with the audience, bro. I will let you tell everyone what you just told me in the messages.
Well, I think that I have to preface this by saying that I'm not sure exactly, what would have happened between Sam and the prime minister and governments in Bahamas, but I can tell you, from firsthand experience, what I've been through. About 8, 9 years ago, I used to work for a billionaire. So those of you who don't know, my previous career in life before crypto was in regenerative medicine and anti-aging, and I used to work for a billionaire uh, whose goal was to never die. And so he was running around the world. We were running around the world on his private jet, going to all the top doctors and scientists, and looking for all kinds of therapies that could extend life forever. And what we were doing was working tremendously. The problem is that a lot of doctors, face implications of potentially losing their medical license if they want to practice some of this medicine. For example, like adult stem cells, where you harvest a person's fat, you extract the stem cells from that, you grow it and put it in a petri dish and grow it, over time, and then re-inject that into human, right? This is like, but in America, you can't do that, and many countries you can't. And um, so Peter was looking, all over the world for a place to kind of domicile, set up, and make sure that he could implement whatever laws that he wanted to implement in any case for anything. And when I started working for him, there was two major political parties in the Bahamas. I don't remember what they're called, but just think of them similar to like Republicans and Democrats or left or right or whatever. And Peter has an arch nemesis in the Bahamas, and there's a key. Anyone who doesn't know what a key is, it's kind of like, think about Florida and how it kind of sticks out from mainland. This exists also in Nassau, where we were, and one of his offices were on the end of this key, surrounded by 3 bodies of water, and next to him, literally the next door neighbor, was Louis Bacon, who was another billionaire, and they hate each other. And at the time that I started working for NYGARD, the other political party who Louis Bacon had in his back pocket was in charge, meaning that NYGARD essentially had zero power in the country, wasn't allowed to come in. He had a big fire in his huge, like, resort style kind of palace, and wasn't allowed to rebuild because they wouldn't give him building permits. He really couldn't do anything. And so the whole time I was working with him, we would get guys from Bahamas that would fly out to meet us wherever they would. And I would always be included because I was running Peter's medical program. I oversaw the medical program. I was responsible for everything, from all the contacts, everything. So I was always included in every meeting except for these meetings I wouldn't be included on. But always these guys would, walk out with bags of like manila envelopes. You assume that's probably cash. And getting close to election time, right, for the new election, there was a gentleman named Perry Christie, who I believe was an attorney before in the Bahamas, and was running for prime minister. And one of the things I had to do as an employee, in our last few days in New York, a few days before the elections, I had to they gave me a huge stacked email list of basically all the residents of the Bahamas. And I had these two smear or like slander campaigns that obviously weren't true, that I was asked to send out to all of these email addresses, basically slandering the opponent, the opposition. Fast forward to election day, Perry Christie won the election. Next thing I know, we are flying down to Nassau. And of course, everything changes at that point. Peter Nygaard's politician, who he paid to be in office, he bankrolled the entire campaign, and basically, the agreements were that if he came into office, any kind of legislation he wanted could be implemented into the Bahamas, giving him free reign of anything he wanted to do without legal constraint. I tell you this story, and we went down there, and it was a celebration, and Peter Nygaard was looked at as like, the hero of Bahamas, and like on stage with this new prime minister. It was a trip for me to witness everything, but had already been preparing, for months and months and months, what legislation was going to be, legislation that you couldn't get passed in other countries. And I don't think, honestly, that from my perspective, it was all good legislation. It was for pro longevity, pro stem cells. But the point is that usually this would be contested against, like Senate and House and things like that. This was obviously uncontested, and immediately the day after elections, what went into law, and also then begun, figuring out where he was going to build a massive medical center, that could essentially, do all of these kind of treatments and things like that. So I bring this up because I haven't really told anyone this story before. One, my life would probably be in danger if I did. There's actually a gentleman who's with me right now that was filming all of this, and documentaries will come out soon, that will include me in there. And the Steven is a gentleman who was filming everything. He was a documentary filmmaker on everywhere we went around the world, filming all of this, and has a lot of things actually filmed. And this is he was in hiding, like witness protection program, the past 7.5 years, after he blew the whistle on this whole thing. So I tell you that story to give you a backstory of kind of how things work in the Bahamas. And you could say that one might say this is just Peter's kind of thing with Perry Christie, and it was a corrupt government where he was able to do that. But that's not the case, because before, the opposition was bankrolled by Louis Bacon, who's Peter's arch nemesis, which he had complete control and power over everything to do in the Bahamas. We're talking about multi-billionaire, and it's always been like that. And I'm sure there's a reason why Sam chose Bahamas, but a funny thing is that when I was talking to somebody at FTX, who was basically one of Sam's right-hand men, I told them that, just in general conversation, like, where in the Bahamas, where Nassau are you guys? Because I used to have, go there quite a bit and work there. And I told them, I said, I used to be an employee of Peter Nygaard. Now, of course, Peter Nygaard is now in prison for a lot of really awful charges. Granted, I never knew anything about these things like rape and like Jeffrey Epstein kind of things, that I never saw any of this. So I didn't know, but he was a horrible person to work with. To talk about getting like yelled and screamed in your face with the blood vessels popping out and spitting on you for like an hour and a half, just in rage. We just sit there and listen to it. Time and time again. And he would do this. You'll see this in documentaries that come out very, very soon. He's going to be. He's in Toronto prison right now, and then probably going to be extradited to the United States and then tried in the Southern District of the New York Court.
How's it? But just to quickly, sorry, Carl. How is the Sam's right hand man involved with this guy? Like, and does it link to the current story as well?
He's not, but I guarantee, I guarantee you, like things will, because of everything that's happening in the Bahamas recently, with things coming out of there. I guarantee money being is all backdoor stuff. It is stuff that was given a green light, because I guarantee you 100%, like I don't have evidence of this, of course, but like I just know the way that things work in the Bahamas, and why Sam was probably there was because you have the liberty. As soon as you have some money for the political parties, you can do whatever you want. And so I just thought it was interesting that that's this is where he was domiciled.
But they don't. You don't have to be in the Bahamas for that. You already gave $100 million to the Democrats. Like, he's pretty safe in the U.S., bro.
He's not. You think he's gonna go unscathed from all this?
Unlikely. I just like it's gonna be a witch hunt for him. Like look at all the other crypto people that had that did a fraction of what Sam did. Again, allegedly. We don't know what Sam did, by the way. Everyone just everything's allegedly, but it's not looking good.
Dude, you wait and see. $60 million to Joe Biden's campaign. You think this guy is going to go to prison? Then you don't understand how politics works in the United States.
Maybe it'll be. Maybe you're right. Maybe it'll be a slap on the wrist and some fees that he can't pay. But I guarantee you that he's going to have a lot of money sitting in the Bahamas waiting for him. And if he doesn't go to jail, that's where it will all be hidden, right? And the same thing with the banks. I know this for sure with the way the banks worked over there. From first-hand experience.
Where do you think, Kyle? Let's just try to assume things now. Where do you think Sam is at the moment? Bahamas, US, on the run. What's your gut feeling?
For sure, he's in Bahamas. Because he will have protection there. And not obviously you can't hide from the United States. If they come.
There's an extradition, but that's the thing. Bahamas has an extradition treaty with the US.
Right, but for now he's probably okay, because if he needs to flee, they're not going to stop him.
There's a few people we had a few people sent through a link of a private jet apparently linked to Sam that was going to Argentina, but checked it. He doesn't think it's legitimate, but a lot of people are sitting there watching all the private jets coming out of the Bahamas. I just don't. It's not going to be easy for him to escape.
I just got an email from two of my portfolio companies that were in acquisition M&A talks with FTX, and they've just updated me that the deals are off.
So what deal is off?
Two of the companies that I've invested in, they were negotiating an exit, an acquisition by FTX. So FTX, I won't name who the companies are, but two shareholder updates. Yeah, that they'd spent a lot of money getting to the exit, and now it's off.
Wow.
Just check in the group. There's Nastya just sent through another piece of information. If you can validate it, please, and share it if it's worth sharing.
Yes,
I know that
we have hands risen here. I know that Steve.
Yeah, I know that. I've got them. Yeah, I think got Crypto King, Tara, Steven, and Crypto Crad. Who should go first, Steven? Chat.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Steven, mic is yours, bro.
Hey, thanks again, guys. Yeah, if I could just circle back. Firstly, great conversations about not your keys, not your crypto, all this stuff. It's great that more people are talking about it, more people are becoming aware of securing their assets in that regard. But I'd love to get your guys' thoughts on this, because this is something I've thought about quite a bit for quite a while. Now we have FTX, Voyager, Celsius, looks like BlockFi next. There's really no safe exchange at this point. I would concur with that. I have been talking about bringing some significant regulations to protect, retail investors on all the exchanges, sometimes that sentiment met with a lot of resistance. And I think sometimes the misunderstanding comes from when I'm calling for additional regulations to the exchanges. I'm not calling for additional regulations to cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is very decentralized. It's written in the code, and I don't think that's what's really broken here. It's the people behind these exchanges and what they're allowed to do. So I'd like to preface with, you can have a healthy skepticism of government and its concerns of overreaches in power without being against all regulation. Now, to continuously propose, an all or nothing ideology this way, I think in part may have led to where we are now. So this market really thrives on a combination of long-term holders and day traders. So the idea that we're going to get everybody to operate off of cold wallets is rather unrealistic and not really feasible. As the old saying goes, keep it simple, stupid. In order for mass adoption to really take place, we really have to work towards making things as streamlined, as simplistic as possible for the most people, while ensuring their security and safety. So it can be argued really that the exchanges have played a pretty pivotal role in advancing market values of some of the world's most popular digital currencies, whether it's Bitcoin or Ethereum or Dogecoin, whatever. So I guess just kind of in closing on this.
Go ahead, sorry, bro. I just love the points you made. I'll let you close it up because I just want to reiterate, because I just love balanced arguments. I hate binary discussions and echo chambers. So I like how you've balanced it out.
Appreciate that. So I do think one of the key components to helping remedy this and making the space better is bringing common sense regulations to the exchanges. For example, there should have already been legislation in place, in my opinion, that prohibits exchanges from using our assets to give out massive loans without any sort of collateral. This is absolute insanity. And the fact that was happening is just amazing to me. So again,
hey, can I say I don't think that there's not regulations for that. They just break the law.
Exactly. I've got a question for you, Simon and Stephen, and then we'll go to Crypto King and other speakers. So and I'll try to keep it short. But there's regulators are there. Let's just keep it very, very simple. Regulators are there to manage the imperfection of us as a species. We're just so imperfect, it's sad. And regulators are there to make sure we don't kill each other, we don't steal from each other, we don't, destroy property, etc. Then what we're doing now is this whole experiment, decentralization, is we're trying to replace regulators with code, and we're trying to get code to kind of act as that, enforcer of just allow us to avoid human imperfection from ruining everything. So I like Stephen's point that regulators are not necessarily bad, they're just really imperfect, and we're trying to improve that through decentralization, just not sure whether we'll succeed. I haven't slept in a long time, but I hope I summarized my point in a coherent way before we go to Crypto King.
No, thank you for that.
I think I talked shit, Simon. You're just trying to be nice because I haven't slept.
No, that's good. But also, the other mistake that people make is that there isn't regulations. That's just not true. So we've been a regulated securities business from the beginning, and we just chose that just because it's Bitcoin or crypto, it doesn't mean it's not a security. So we sold everything as a security, and it has all the securities protections. Lending is done, just because you're backing a loan by collateral in crypto doesn't mean you're not a regulated lending institution, and you should apply. And if you're custodying people's funds, then you should be a regulated custodian. And what the regulators are saying is, we've been enforcing because these people aren't applying, but the regulations exist.
I agree. There's breaking news I got hours ago that I did not share, and the news is that Sam has been arrested on the tarmac in the Bahamas at the airport.
I told you.
Okay,
I was wrong. Would be able to get away scot-free because
that is still.
I know. I'll correct it. I'll finish. So that's the information I got from a couple of people hours ago, and I haven't been able to verify it, so I never shared it. And now there's more people sending that information, and it's an article on Forex Live also sharing it. It is unconfirmed. Even the article says that the writer is Iman Sheridan. It's unconfirmed. Could really well, very likely be, just more rumors. The source is unreliable, but I've just been getting a lot of messages about it for a while. So I thought I'd mention it. But Chet is telling me, well, the pause was so long that I thought you were finished. Oh no, all good, Chet. All right, so I'm gonna go to Crypto King. You there, bro?
I am. Hey Mario, how you guys doing today? Appreciate you having me on.
How are you, man? It's been what, 2 days?
Been a couple days, and these markets have been a mess. But besides the markets of being a mess, I wanted to respond to a couple of the comments you guys made earlier. Some brilliant comments, but like you said, let's avoid the echo chamber. And I wanted to point some different viewpoints, but still in line with what you guys are discussing. So you were discussing the net inflows to exchanges, meaning people still really trust exchanges. I think at this point, no one really trusts exchanges, but that doesn't change the fact that human beings will always be greedy. Crypto's built on degens. We have people buying like $400,000 pictures of monkeys and pretending like this space is mature. We aren't mature. We're still full of degenerates looking to make money on the first come up we can have, which is why money's being flowed into exchanges still, because that's the best place to leverage on different potential coins and withdraw. So if people think they can still get rich quick, the money's still going to be going to exchanges. And right now, the most trusted, even if people don't trust shit, would be Binance. So inflows to exchanges, in my opinion, don't really mean anything except the degenerates haven't gone anywhere, which means crypto's still existing the manner in which it's always existed. Kim, you mentioned something brilliant. You mentioned the biggest risk factor to exchanges is their security. Well, if security is the biggest risk factor, why haven't every exchange been hacked? Because if we know Binance has $4 or $5 billion sitting liquid in their both hard wallets and hot wallets, why wouldn't any team try to attack those wallets? It seems like a very easy target, especially because, as you said, their security is minimal, if not. And my third point, what do we honestly think the SEC and the US government is going to do for SBF's financial crimes? I haven't heard any heinous crimes. Yeah, we're in crypto. We think stealing billions of dollars is heinous. But to be completely honest, the United States does almost nothing for crimes related to the financial sector. What's going to happen? He's going to get hit with a few-year jail sentence and come out to $500 million. Not going to lie, but I think everyone in this room would serve a year or two in jail to come out to $500 million. And as far as him running, my opinion is going to be he's running to Indonesia or UAE because those are the two hardest countries to get extradited from, but the easiest countries to get into.
Guys, we just Chet. The news is coming out that Elon said Doge to the moon in the space a few hours ago. Doge is just getting billions. Apparently, someone messaged me, billions flowing into it. If someone could look at the chart and look at the numbers and let me know how much volume is flowing into it, but that's fucking insane. Let me see on CoinMarketCap. I'm looking at TradingView. If we have any,
Mary, you're officially the king of crypto Twitter Spaces now.
No, that's I don't mind. Look, Simon, I don't mind this. I'm very flattered, but I hope people don't start calling me the king of Dogecoin and Mario supporting Dogecoin because, as you know, I'm not against it. I'm not for it, and I just don't want to be perceived as I'm the one who made this happen. I'm not even the person that brought up Dogecoin to Elon.
Yeah, it would appear, though, that there was a sharp spike in volume around Elon Musk saying that, and then we've had basically some continuous green bars after that. So Doge is up about 9% roughly right now.
How much money flow? Okay, can you tell me how much money flew into it in today in the last few hours?
Let's see if we can check that here.
Volume is at 1,000. Bro, come on.
1.5.
It's Saturday Night Live all over again.
Yeah, the thing is, it's very important to remember that most people, I said this earlier, most people don't know this still to this day. A lot of press, someone's telling Chet, you were telling me, or someone was telling me that a lot of these companies, a lot of these PR companies, news outlets are waiting for the recording to be out so they can verify it. So let's see what happens when the space.
Can you imagine if Elon did what CZ did though with Twitter, like put out tweets like that and stuff? Can you imagine, like, if these public companies are going to have native cryptocurrencies, what the potential to do what CZ did to FTX?
Simon, I've got another question. If Elon's saying Doge to the moon as a joke, I hope he's not in trouble. That's fine for him to say,
it's
or
not
that's
a joke. It's not a joke. He means it.
That's what.
And of course he knows it's going to go to the moon because with Twitter he now has the perfect platform to bring Doge to the masses, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
But are you
I
allowed
think.
to? Are you allowed someone in that position to say something? Talk about a potential security, saying,
Well, Doge is
X,
not
Y,
a
Z.
security.
Yeah,
I mean,
Doge
he can say
is.
about Doge whatever the fuck he wants.
This is let's remember, this is the same man that said he was going to take his company private at a price of 420.69. So
Yeah, so remember, insider trading and securities is normally around you being an insider or launching your own, your own security or creating your own company. So in the case of Tesla, then Elon needs to be very careful what he says about Tesla, and there's a whole code around it. What he says about a cryptocurrency, I think, comes down to the same thing that we're talking about with these Alex Mashinsky's and the SBFs. It comes down to your moral compass of what you think is right at this stage. And for all the regulations in the world, it never fixes bad actors that don't have a ethical level of responsibility to what they think is right. And that doesn't, regulations helps that. But at the end of the day, you could have a completely unregulated business, and that's subjective, right? Like, just the whole debate of people are going to lose a lot of money based upon what Elon said, and people are going to make a bunch of money. Is that right? I wouldn't do it.
I've got breaking news quickly, Simon. Not sure if you saw it, chat, but FTX had a backdoor built into its accounting software by Sam, which he used to move billions without triggering alerts to other staff auditors. Reuters. That's by Reuters. Is that true, bro?
Yes.
Let me see.
Yes, I know that Mario hasn't slept a lot when when he's posted out that tweet and doesn't remember it. So.
Oh, sorry. I actually posted this tweet that. Hold on. I said, FTX had a backdoor built into its accounting software by Sam. Yeah, I tweeted that Sam had a backdoor built into FTX and he used it to move billions without triggering alerts. I tweeted that.
Yes. That was one of the earlier tweets.
Have we talked about it in this space? Am I that out of it?
Yes.
Jesus, but just for anyone listening, before you hate on me, it's 2:18 p.m. and I haven't slept since yesterday. And the day before I didn't sleep because of the FTX shit. So, cool. All right, bro. Nice. Who else has their hand up?
Hey, just one quick response to Crypto King from earlier. Crypto King asked the question, about data security. Why hasn't Binance been hacked? Well, just Google Binance hack and you'll find the Binance hack. Every big exchange, you Google the name of the exchange and hack, you will find hacks. They have all been hacked, right? So their data security is shit. And anyone who puts their crypto into the hands of amateurs is taking huge risks, losing all their money, losing whatever they have saved.
Yeah, I'd just like to quickly add that Binance has suspended Monero withdrawals as well.
When?
Oh, really?
A few hours ago.
Suspended what?
They suspended
Monero withdrawals.
Monero withdrawals.
Monero. Okay, probably because anyone trying to launder money from anything, like if you were able to withdraw something like Tether or anything from FTX and you were trying to wash it, the way that you would do that is you could deposit into an exchange and withdraw Monero, and then the trail is lost at that point.
Yeah, this was always my argument against privacy coins as an investment. Pure utility, because if they serve the function they're meant to serve, but eventually they get delisted from all exchanges, no doubt about it. So if you have got a privacy coin, eventually it would just be pure utility with no speculation.
I see 3 hands up. Chat. I think we got Crypto King, Crypto Crad, and Rob Treber.
Yeah, let's go to Crad.
So my favorite Elon Musk story, real quick, regarding the taking Tesla to 420. So he tweeted taking Tesla to 420. We know the backlash he caught via the SEC for that. He got dragged into an actual SEC hearing, and they declared you may not tweet about anything that's been declared a security. So that's when he stopped tweeting about Tesla prices. That's when he stopped tweeting about SpaceX. That's when he stopped tweeting about most of his investments and their prices regarding to overall valuation. But the next day, like literally 24 hours later, the SEC ruled on whether or not Ethereum was a security. And that was the first time they came out and said, no, Ethereum was not a security, but its offshoots maybe. And when they said that, literally that morning, Elon tweeted ETH, one word, and the price of Ethereum went up 20%. And it was literally the biggest fuck you I've ever seen to the SEC administration, because they told him, Elon, you may not tweet about a security. They declared Ethereum not a security, and he tweets about Ethereum literally 24 hours later. So he knows exactly what he's doing. If he's tweeting about Doge, it's because he knows it's not a security right now. And if that changes, I'm sure he'll stop tweeting about it.
Guys, just Kyle, are you invested in Star Atlas, Kyle?
Yep.
Yeah. Did you hear the news? I didn't sell any of my holdings, but did you? Because I just can't do that on a ethical level. But they had all their holdings, or a lot of their cash, half of their cash on FTX. That's what I'm worried about. That's exactly what I was worried about. It just hurts.
And many years of runway, and now they said it's reduced to about half of that.
1.5 years.
Yeah, approximately. Yeah.
Actually, Doge and security. Sorry, that's highly unlikely to be a security. It's one of the very low ones, just in the way it was created and who controls it.
I mean, I have a question for you about Doge. Like we know that Elon got a lot of shit when he bought Bitcoin, under Tesla because of it, it wasn't being very energy friendly. But also Doge is proof of work and consumes a lot of electricity. Do you have any idea, like, or maybe anyone else who has an answer to that could, like, how that's going to go?
Yeah, it's merge mined, so it's not consuming.
Right.
Yeah.
For anyone who doesn't know what merge mining is, merge mining means that someone can run a proof of work algorithm or consensus mechanism, and what they do is they allow any miners who are already mining. Usually, they'll like for Bitcoin, for example, and they'll just allow them to.
You're dropping out, Kyle. Dropping out. While Kyle fixes his internet, Rob, do you wanna take the mic?
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Thank you, Mario. Well, it's GM everybody, for what it's worth. Hope there's not too many people out there affected by what's going on in terms of your resources and your mental health. I just want to touch on a few things. I love how everybody's been echoing, not your keys, not your coin. But what does that really mean? And I think it's important to talk about what an exchange is and why you don't keep your resources on an exchange. And I mean, it's in the name. We're literally saying it. It's there to exchange your currencies. It's there to be a transactional point for you to either liquidate or fund. And you're funding your wallet. You're either cold or your hot wallet. Generally, you're funding your hot wallet and you're moving to your cold wallet. Your cold wallet could be a hardware wallet, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. And then in terms of Sam, I mean, I just think the picture is too clear. There's just so many people with their hands in each other's pockets who are related, who are, kind of in cahoots, you could say. And then just through the interviews that we've seen, just really a lack of moral compass and ethics that bleeds into decision making in their corporation. And so I don't think this was by chance. I think this was through a lot of really just ill intent, and now what we're seeing with kind of these speculative news stories. I think the best thing we can really do is wait and see what comes out. Holy shit, like Sam could be arrested right now. Sam could be on a plane. Like the amount of things that I've heard tonight of like what could possibly be, it's outstanding. Like, I just think that the best thing and the healthiest thing we can do is find out and the facts come out, and then we go from there. I do think though that it's only going to get uglier. I do think that when the facts come out, it's not going to be pretty, and in a lot of ways, there's going to be some things that I think, even though they may be like the quote unquote facts, you should probably question them a little further and continue to make your own decisions and come to your own conclusions. Thank you, Mario.
A pleasure to have you, man. By the way, Chet, you know
Okay.
how two things I want to say. Chet, go ahead. You were about to speak, Chet.
No, you go ahead first, and then I'll.
Yeah, I was gonna say two things, man. It's just the day just keeps getting more and more interesting. And I forgot. Oh, the first thing is nothing interesting. Just an observation. You realize how crazy this whole story is when wasn't there an article posted by CoinDesk or somebody about FTX essentially, and if I don't say it right, please correct me. FTX essentially run by 10 people. They were all romantically involved in a mansion or something. Is that true, Chet?
Yes, yeah. Essentially,
Okay,
the story of FTX is basically almost a sex cult that was on drugs out in the Bahamas, and that was
okay.
somehow managing. Yeah.
Okay, so we know that there's a story about the second biggest exchange in the world being run by 10 people in the Bahamas that are on drugs and pretty much a sex cult. And if that story came out a week ago, it'd be the talk of town for weeks. Yet the shit is so crazy right now that nobody's even brought it up in today's show and yesterday's show. It's just an observation about how crazy and how many things happened. And remember, 4 days ago, FTX was like the darling of the space, and look at us now. Second observation, man, is this shows the importance of us to verify. Like, we're getting hundreds of DMs today, usually dozens, with different information, and like how important it is for us to verify everything. We've done a pretty good job. But like one thing I mention and I say it's not verified, and just people pounce on it. My team is dealing with a fiasco now of us saying something and even saying it's unverified and then correcting it 2 minutes later. They apparently, I'm not looking at the messages, but they're apparently eating us alive. So man, like we've got a pretty big responsibility, especially with the the size of the audience. And I think Doge and Elon support that. We saw $1 billion come into Doge so far, and the recording is not out yet, so the press hasn't pounced on this yet. And Doge pump because of this space. So man, like the last few days for me are like a wake up call that like look at our impact within this stupid space. Imagine the impact of CZ's tweet or something that FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried says.
It's absolutely crazy impact. And I see 500 Casino here. Yazan, I know you want to add something specifically to the Monero piece of the conversation.
Yes, this is Monero. It's most famous cryptocurrency for money laundering, and we have seen multiple incidents where people, specifically after they steal funds or they're involved in scams, they tend to exchange it using the wallets that allow API exchanging, so that they would exchange Bitcoin to Monero or Ethereum to Monero, and it's usually those wallets have higher fees. For example, Exodus, it has 5 to 7% fee on such transactions depending on the size, and there is some limits towards it, but we often see that some of the exchanges like Binance and KuCoin, they allow Monero deposits, and people tend to money launder that way. They open fresh wallets and then they deposit their Monero to those exchanges, and then they withdraw back the clean money directly coming from Binance to those wallets. And in some cases, those exchange accounts KYC verified, but they're sold, or some people sell KYC verified accounts. That's where the risk is the biggest, and that's where we see regulation needs to step in. And I think even though they mentioned that it's the withdrawals are temporarily suspended, I believe that at one moment they will delist the token, they will let everyone withdraw, and then they will suspend it just to be as compliant as possible with regulation, because there is no way to stop it as long as it's happening.
That's so sad. Imagine what a dark place you need to be in your life if you're selling your KYC verified account
if I tell you how many cases I've heard about it, you will literally not believe it. And people literally sell those accounts for $50 to $100, and you will often they're not that difficult to find,
And
and
it's
they do
probably
it.
like organized crime as well, right? Like they're being forced
Exactly.
into it as well.
100%. And in our cases, we have had cases where people try to money launder, as well as we have users that try to we eventually get them to admit that they attempted to money launder or sold KYC verified accounts, and it's really hard to stop it. You can use as many tools as possible. We use, for example, anti-money laundering bot that shows where the funds are coming from, and you get a fully detailed report, whether they're coming from OpenSea, whether they're coming from Tornado Cash, whether they're coming from sanctioned accounts. We have fully detailed stuff on where the money is coming from, and I'll tell you, exchanges are 100 times more advanced in that kind of sense. But it was allowed. Those kinds of activities were allowed, and the exchanges have really huge withdrawal limits. I've seen thousands of Ethereum moving from fresh wallets, and those accounts end up being exposed to being involved in scams, especially the shit coins and the projects that have those coins popping up every day. At one moment on Twitter there was activity from verified accounts that were constantly posting that I got into Bored Apes, I called this, I called that, and they keep history from years ago, but the accounts are sold, and they shill fake NFT projects every day. And I was tracking their wallets, and they were making hundreds of thousands of dollars on daily basis. And actually, my personal Twitter account got suspended calling them out. So I don't know if Elon is still listening, and if there's some people on Twitter that helped with that situation. But again, like, those scams were happening on daily basis, and those people were definitely money laundering, and you can see money flowing into their wallets from most famous exchanges that we know of.
I've just pinned, appreciate you sharing this, and I don't know if Elon's still listening. If he is, then he doesn't seem to have much to do because it's been a few hours. Chat, I've just pinned, just so anyone that's interested, like, have a look, chat, just the pinned tweet above in the space. Look at the jabs they're taking against me, and I'm not gonna, not take responsibility, but it's just a good reminder of how important it is to verify each and everything we say. Fuck misinformation. Right, so you said, chat.
What have you said that is causing you this problem? Can you repeat
it's so yeah, of course. So there was a gentleman who's been on the space a few times, and he's a great guy. And I'm not gonna, I'm not saying it's his fault. And he made a tweet that Sappy Seals had their funds on. So Sappy Seals is an NFT project, and they had their funds on FTX. That's untrue for anyone listening now. And I saw the tweet. I know the person. He was on the space literally minutes before that. The team said, hey, Mario, this is a tweet from this person. It's unverified. So I say the information on the space. I clearly say it's unverified. Turns out the person was joking, even though a few people commented that it's true or something. But the person was joking, and the team missed that it was a joke. And then minutes later, I said, guys, we just got confirmation. This is not true. It's a joke. The price of the project didn't fall. There was no damage. But I'm being pounced on for this. So I'm taking responsibility. But
sounds like a nothing burger. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty chill. It's just it's a reminder of like, it could have been something a lot more. Like, the amount of misinformation we're getting. Just so everyone listening, this is one thing. We could have done a much worse job if I didn't have a team verifying everything. There's so much information we're getting. Some of it turned out to be true, by the way. We then see other people report on it, and then we share it. But things will slip. If I say something and I say it's unverified, it means it's fucking unverified. So I'm mentioning it because it could end up being true. And some things we do say that are unverified turn out to be true. But okay, enough complaining. Chet, I know you've got another speaker lined up.
The responsibility of being an influencer.
Don't call me Simon. Did you just call me an influencer, Simon? Simon, this is the biggest insult you've said to me, Simon. The biggest insult you said. I didn't invite. Kim invited Elon Musk. Kim is the influencer.
I got him in, but you're still an influencer, bro.
No, bro, you are. You can take
You
the title.
influenced me,
No,
man.
you
You
are, Kim.
influenced me.
You're an
Look,
influencer that.
no. Listen to me. You influenced me to come here today, and then I influenced Elon to join, and now we're all influencers.
And if Elon influenced a lot of people to buy Doge, this
I
is.
think the big winner of tonight is Doge.
And you know how it all started,
Sure.
Kim? It all started with me in bed. I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna do a space because a lot of people are DMing me about the FTX, the money coming out of FTX, the hack, and I'm like, it was like 7:30 in the morning. I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna do a space. And then one of my team members woke up just as I said that. I'm like, guys, let's do this. 10 minutes later, we have the space, and hours later, we have Elon, saying to the moon to Doge. So that's how.
And meanwhile,
That's
my wife has no idea where I went to. I just vanished for the past like 5 hours.
Yeah,
But
my
the
wife
next
too.
speaker that we have lined up to speak now is Tavania. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If I got it wrong, please correct me. But yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Hi, everyone. Savannah Evans. First and foremost, I've been in the space for a long time, and I'm actually very happy with what's going on right now because this is the only way that things are going to reset and become more mature. And the lack of maturity in the crypto space is what's preventing it from moving forward in the way that it was originally intended. And secondly, some people mentioned some exchange hacks, and also brought up Binance. And one thing I've found to be very important is that, and this is one thing I observe with Binance, is that they seem to have an insurance fund set aside for catastrophic events that are happening on chain and in their exchange, which I think is very important. I think that is what you want to look for if you're dealing with an exchange or a financial institution of any kind. If they're claiming to be holding so much value in assets, then they're also purely technology driven, which is subject to hacks every day, then they need to have a portion of that allocated to cover any risk that may happen in the space. And if they're willing to do that, that kind of shows how much more maturity they have and how much more, I guess you could say, trust and honesty. Everyone can talk about Binance, and I guess there's probably a slant because of just cultural what's going on in the world, between America, China, et cetera. But at the same time, if they're willing to mitigate risk like that by setting up insurances that actually will protect the people, then they're setting themselves aside as being one of the more trustworthy and honest institutions to be a part of. Now, I mean, it goes without saying. I mean, if you're saying that your exchange you have billions in assets, but a large portion of that is not set aside to cover some type of catastrophic risk, then that's real shady. You know what I mean? So people have to look at that. And then also a huge problem, and as I was sitting here listening to this conversation, is just a lack of education. Like the lack of basic common knowledge of what a decentralized crypto is and what a security is. It's really not rocket science, but because there's such a lack of education and people are just kind of speaking off the head, that's what's causing a lot of the chaos that's ensuing in the crypto space. Yes, Elon can say get Doge. Doge is decentralized. It truly is. And there are other cryptos that are out there that are decentralized. There's a clear line between what is centralized and what is decentralized. And if there was just some basic education put out about that, then people would understand that. And you could
See,
say, yeah,
I don't think it's a lack of education. It's a lack of that. Like, there's so much education out there. It's just humans being humans and not wanting to
no,
master a topic.
no. I'm talking education on the ground level.
Yes, go to YouTube. You can find everything right now.
I'm talking. I guess you could say ground level education because I spend a lot of time on the
Oh,
ground
like
level
schools.
in the community, right? And in the community, most of the people that I come in contact with, because I am an educator, I actually do. Not only am I a crypto founder, but I'm an educator, and the people that I come across in the community, they still think crypto is stocks. You know what I mean? They still think it's a share in a company.
Yeah.
So there is a huge disconnect in just the basic. The public has been flooded with a lot of I don't say education, a lot of details that they don't really need to know, because
Yeah.
not everybody is going to be a blockchain developer, and not everybody is going to be on the engineering aspect. These are going to be people that we hope will use this every day. So they need to know just the basics, the one, two, threes. But we flooded them, and we've allowed just the talking heads to flood them with nonsense. And we're still in this cloudy, immature space where people can come along and take advantage of anybody, with anybody who has money, who has enough capital, which we already know there are people who have enough capital that can actually come into space and take advantage of large swaths of people, and really divert them away from the true value of what this could offer them. So we have to address that. That's like the big elephant in the room. We put more, not just regulation, but balancing it more with just addressing the people with, the basic truth about cryptocurrency, then we'll get a lot further, and we won't be dealing with what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, even
Yeah,
even outside
yeah.
of crypto, financial education for young people is like, the only reason I know what I know is because I actively decided to obsess on the topic and do it on my own voluntarily. But yeah, financial education at a very young age, it should definitely be compulsory. That even crypto or non-crypto.
Absolutely. And these exchanges, unfortunately, they set themselves up that the banks are going to come, the neo banks are going to come and wipe them out. You know what I mean? I mean, that's just how it's going to go, at least for a while. Maybe the DEXs will survive if they get more
Well,
mature. And
exchanges are banks. They are banks.
yeah, well, they're banks now, right? But they're not quite banks, because banks are legally required to provide some sort
Yeah,
of
they're absolutely
insurance
banks.
for their
100% banks.
depositors. So yeah. So they didn't quite get there, because if they can't insure these funds and operate the way they're doing, they're not quite a bank yet. But there
Yeah.
are
So,
banks. There
but
are
let's
And
just be
banks.
so
clear. Exchanges are banks, and the whole point of Satoshi's white paper is to give you a way to disconnect from the banking system and have your assets under your control, right? So exchanges are banks, period.
Not quite. Not quite. I'm literally launching a bank. Not quite. They're not quite banks yet. Again,
Yeah.
there's still there are certain things that need to be in place in order for this
No,
to be.
I think what we're saying, that they are banks, but they're not subjected to the same regulations as banks at the moment.
Yeah, but
They
they're
will be.
No,
banks.
that
But what a bank is offering you is supposed to be offering you is security, right? That's why banks are established.
Yeah, but
Banks are
that's the
out there
myth.
because
Banks can
other
gamble with your money on the stock
no,
exchange,
no.
right?
I'm
So
not I'm not speaking on behalf or against banks. What I'm saying is why banks were created in the
No,
first place.
you're thinking of a trust, a trust, and a custody, whereas a
Right.
bank is
But
actually
but it
a gambler, a fiat currency,
okay,
can I
yeah,
just
what they
say
are
something? Can I just
they
say
are
by a
something?
now.
Ponzi scheme called deposit insurance, which is backed by a
Hold on.
Ponzi scheme called
Right,
central bank.
I'm
right. Well, look. That's what they are now, right? Just like exchanges now become the scourge of whatever. That's what they are now. I'm talking about what they are originally created to be. Because people, again, there are people who don't want to custody their own stuff, and
Yeah,
it's going to always
they
be like that.
they were
It's going to
originally
hold on.
fee takers to store your gold, and
Right,
now everyone wanted free
exactly.
banking.
Because what they were offering was security. So there's always going to be people who don't want to custody their stuff. We gotta
But then what did they
just
do after
be
that?
real about that, right?
They,
So that's why you have these institutions that supposed, in quotation marks, to offer some type of security to custody your things, right? And that is where, again, and we're in a very insecure environment, so that means that there's going to be even more people who don't want to hold who do
yeah,
not want to custody their
and this
things.
comes down to the crux of it. The crux of it is that securing some people's stuff is a chargeable service. It costs money.
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
and people don't want to pay for it, so they'd rather, just like people don't want to pay for Twitter
That's
Spaces or
not true.
anything.
That's not. I
Well,
disagree with that.
no,
I
I
think people
uh,
will pay
if I may
for
only
chime
when
in.
they learn. Only when they learn about it. But the reason that banks exist is because they obfuscate the fact that they're gambling with your money to offer you free storage.
Well, that's what they do now. Again, you're pointing to everything has evolved into this greed level thing, even the exchanges, and
No, but
that's
it's
what they
got. If you
do
want to go
now.
back to genuine ownership, that's gold and Bitcoin in cold storage. And if you want a custodian to store it for you, you have to pay.
Right. I agree.
Can I
But
say
again,
something?
that
Can I just
mhm.
quickly chime in quickly? A bank creates money, okay? So it's a very subjective question as to what defines a bank, right? You can look at exchanges as banks if you believe USDT is as good as the US dollar. I think it's a very subjective question. I don't believe that this custody argument is really like an argument as to what defines a bank. And just quickly, Simon, you got to understand as well, bro. Like, there's a lot of people around the world, the unbanked, who don't even have access to a bank account or a mobile phone to get on YouTube. So there is definitely a bridge to this education of crypto, this literacy of, you know, what to do, what are the safeguarding that is needed and stuff. And I think it's quite easy in the space to become desensitized to that, because we can have these great intellectual debates and stuff, but like Tavania, I hope I'm saying that right, is saying,
Tavana.
Tavana is saying, there are people who don't even understand how to budget. There are people who can't, fathom what money is. That is a question that is a huge bridge, and I think it's really easy to get desensitized as to what that is. And exchanges, I believe exchanges are banks. The way they're acting at the moment is banks. FTX is a perfect example of a banking system and its failures. But at the moment, legally, like, exchanges aren't banks. They can't fractionally reserve lend dollars. Tether's another argument, but that's like another wormhole. But yeah, I just wanted to just pitch in on that, just to like give clarity, so you guys can have a bit of a better platform for your debate.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
we're
but
not even really talking
just
about
because
we're
banks
not talking
don't
about
have
cybersecurity as much as we were talking about like people's ability to insure these underlying assets. Like, I guess as I'm chiming in here, pardon the interruption, but I work for a cybersecurity firm, and we're actually partnered with Alameda Research Group, and on retainer with them for that matter. And they pay us monthly for security services from a cybersecurity perspective. And none of it really has to do with the actual security of the smart contracts or anything within their interface, because I mean, what they provide to us is what they want audited.
Can I quickly
And
ask something, Cuffy? Just quickly, just while you made that point. Are you
sure,
at
man.
liberty to say? Are you at liberty to say what currency or asset Alameda pays you for those services in?
Yeah, USDC.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
can you
and they
tell us
actually
where
have
all the money
accounts.
is?
They have accounts payable to
Since you
us
work on
of
data
like
security for
200K.
them, do you know where the money is?
Pardon?
Since you work on data security for them, do you know where all the money is?
Yeah, it's something we're actively following at the moment. A lot of it is in that FTX bankruptcy account. Outside of that, I mean, it's like an ongoing investigation. Like, we're talking to law enforcement about it, about like best way to pursue them. But obviously, at this rate, it's going to have to be international. I mean, that you saw the jet. They're going to South America somewhere, so it's going to
Yeah.
become a global issue at this point. It will probably take
So
several
can you
years to
confirm
actually
that
figure
there
it out.
was a hack? Can you confirm that there was a hack?
Yeah. So I mean,
No, of course he can't confirm. Of course he can't confirm there was a hack.
A hack.
He wouldn't be
Question
sat here
mark.
on Twitter Spaces with us now if he could confirm there was a hack.
Right. So
Well, he has the knowledge, so he can confirm it,
well,
or
yeah,
he
actually, yeah, try
refuse
and
they've
to
confirm
been
confirm
it.
it.
very dodgy
Good
about the
point, Tim.
entire
Good point.
about all of the exploits as a whole. I'll just say that I'm actually like in the process of writing a thread right now on some of the interactions that we've had with FTX Ventures and with Alameda Research Group on like previous hacks of like some of their port codes that they've invested in that have been hacked, that we were like reaching out to them about like, oh, these funds came from FTX. Like, do you guys have anything to say about this, or can we blacklist them? And oftentimes we were left like in the dark about it, and they,
Wow.
yes,
So what was your name, sir? Sorry, just to address you.
Coffee.
Coffee. Or
No, I
my
can't see.
first name is Christian, if you prefer to call me
Christian.
this. But
All right,
I'm
bro.
they call me the head of accounts at Otter Security. You can see that in my bio.
Okay, and what you're saying is that obviously these are things you can share and nothing you can confirm. So from what you've seen and what your thread will when you post your thread, by the way, send it through. I'll retweet it. You're saying that a lot of shady things happened. I'm guessing that likely there was a scam. Can I ask you, does it look? And again, I know you can't confirm, but does it look like it was something internal or is it an external hack?
I mean, it almost all of it and all of the things in the past have seemed to be internal. There's no obviously confirming or denying it, but unfortunately, I mean, it's hard to say, right? I don't want to point any fingers, but I mean, take my inability to just blurt out the answer as the answer, if that makes sense.
Kathy, let's just be real here for a moment, right? Your employer is finished. You are not going to get any future work from them. It's game over for them.
They're not my
What?
employer. They're my employer. They're only one of our clients. We have plenty of other clients
What I mean
that we have
is they're paying
receivables
you
for.
for your services, right?
Well, yeah, that's a client. That's not someone who employs me. But go ahead.
Okay, well, that's what I meant. Maybe I chose the wrong word. But at the end of the day, they were paying you for your data security services. Now, they're no longer going to be a client because they're gone. They're toast. Game
Correct.
over,
Yeah, they
right?
owe us like $250,000 that we'll probably never see. But
Yeah. So I think now
No,
is
you'll
yeah,
not
be
the place
accredited.
and time. Just a second.
precisely.
Now, I think now is not the place and time.
We'll be lucky to get it for like pennies on the dollar. So we might see some of it, but especially after the Chapter 11.
Did you not get
Considering
the
like
chance to sell any NFTs yesterday, man?
So,
what was that?
Kathy, what I'm trying to say here, you have an opportunity now, right? There's still 10,000 people here. I think a lot of them have been hurt by what happened at FTX. If you have anything that you can share here that is useful information for all of these people that are looking for answers, then please do it because you've told us that you have a bit of insight there. You know, your client is toast, so you don't really have a reason to withhold what you know, and
No,
your
of course, and that's
obligation
what a
should
lot of
really
my
be to the
thread
community, you know?
is going to talk about. I mean, a lot of this, I don't typically take this route, but I mean, they are a client. We are bound by an NDA legally. So what I can actually say, I mean, I'm at a point where I personally, as a community member and participant of and avid enjoyer, we'll call it, of the crypto space, I want this guy behind bars, right? But how much I can actually like just blurt out over Twitter Spaces in front of 10,000 people, like you mentioned, is limited. So I
Yeah, but
want to
Kafi,
put
no
as
one is
much of
going
it
to
into my thread as
enforce this
possible,
NDA.
and that's what I'm going to do.
No
So
one is going to enforce this NDA, Kafi,
Yeah,
because there's
could
no
I
that's
share
company
fine.
now.
something there? Can
Well,
I
no,
share
I
something
mean
there?
that's a good
So
point. It's something I do want to run by like our legal team just to make sure, like, hey,
yeah,
are
but
we like going to bury this guy alive or what? But yeah.
can I share something there? So I had to I was a shareholder in Celsius and a creditor, and I had to make a choice to come out publicly and expose what I know, and it was a very, very difficult choice. But I had to just think about what is right for the people that are losing money at the moment. And
Yeah, you
when
told
I had
Bryce
to come
that.
out and throw Alex under the bus, it was a decision I had to make. It was difficult, but just to give you some experience, my choice was be associated with all the crimes that he's committing, or come out and expose and try and actually be a part of the solution. And it was a difficult choice, so I know what you're going through, but it was the right choice. It was totally the right choice. If I hadn't have come out, everyone would have been accusing me of all sorts of shenanigans.
I just
Yeah,
want to
and
quick.
I'm
Hey,
not, I'm ultimately not worried
Coffee,
about this.
let me make an offer to you, right? If anyone will pursue you for breaching your NDA, I'm going to pay your legal fees. So
I
why
just
don't
want
you
to say
tell
as well.
us what you know about the data security issues at FTX? Because I think right now that is what everyone is here for. When you read the headline of this space, it is FTX hack live updates.
Right.
And I think you could contribute the biggest piece of evidence here right now. So if you
So,
could do that,
all right.
that would be
Yeah, I guess
highly appreciated.
there are several things. Like there's a timeline of all of these events. I guess one of the most recent ones would be the Mango hack, where the initial funds were transferred from FTX to the wallets that were used to fill the Mango position at like a penny. The Mango circulating supply is about 1 billion, and they were able to trade for or fill a position of like 480 million Mango token, in which they took the other like several million and started pumping it across various exchanges to then remove the liquidity from the unrealized position, which was ultimately like a flaw in the Mango protocol itself, because they basically allowed you to borrow against unrealized gains, which was that was its own problem. But they know about this exploit. I mean, it's been known kind of since November, so it was basically just an attack on illiquidity at that point. But when we brought up the fact that the money transferred to these wallets came straight from FTX, we were left in the dark about it. Like, hey guys, do you have anything to say about this? Like, is there anything we can do to help? Completely ghosted on that front. And that was like less than a month ago. So that's one like pretty red flag for me and for us, that we were like, okay, what the fuck's going on? And it got to a point then where, I mean, they still would pay for some of their portcos to get audits from us, and we're still putting forth what they owed to the people that they invested in. So they have paid us in the past, like I said, but they do still owe us for a few different things. I guess let me think what else. I started writing some notes. So yeah, they
But
basically pay us.
that's pretty suspicious, right? I mean, they ask you to do a security audit. You find this issue. You ask them, hey, what can you tell us about it? And they're ghosting you because they're probably themselves involved or behind
Well,
this.
right, and then that's what we were thinking, and also, I guess to add on to the Mango thing, we didn't audit. They're not like an investor in. I guess they are an investor in Mango, but we didn't audit their smart contracts before. And not to mention, it wasn't a smart contract flaw. It was just simply market manipulation. And we weren't even paid to solve the Mango hack, but I'm sure some of you saw the tweet circulating of OtterSec, my company, tweeting about the actual hack and following it and following the money and explaining what happened, basically. But really, all of the capital that allowed them to perform this exploit came directly from FTX. And we asked them about it, and they had nothing to say about it. And that's pretty much our last engagement with them. And since then, they just owe us
So,
money.
Kasi, let me ask you something then. I mean, you are pretty much an insider. You've worked for them.
Less than
What?
others. I would call myself an insider. I'm not necessarily okay. So to
Yeah,
call me an
but
insider is unfair.
let me ask you this. This is
I'm
the
an
question I want to
unbiased
ask.
third party who happens to work with FTX and Alameda.
Okay, so what is your take on what surfaced today? What do you think happened? What is your opinion?
I mean, I can go into my entire theory about it, and there are probably 10 of them, and it'll turn into like a whole, like, probably me sounding like a conspiracy nut job type, like, let's just guess what happened here. There's a million different possibilities ultimately. But it's quite obvious, I think, what happened. They're insolvent. They've gone bankrupt. They were borrowing against their FTT to send to Alameda. research group to cover some losses and to use the lingo, make it all back in one trade type. So they sent them money, they borrowed against their FTT position. CZ found out about this information and said, hey, Twitter, we found out some information that we didn't like, and here's why we're going to start unwinding our $2.1 billion position of FTT. And what did that do? It vastly under-collateralized Sam and sent the token to zero along with the exchange. And then, less than 24 hours later, he comes and says, oh, by the way, we're selling our entire company, all entities, to Binance. And it's like, that makes a lot of sense because selling to them ultimately means you've been liquidated and you're getting FTX's assets for pennies on the dollar. And like it said, it's a letter of intent that they were planning to do this, and it was pending DD. And obviously when CZ and his team did the due diligence on it, they realized like there's absolutely nothing to buy here. We're buying vapor at this point. So the deal's off.
I really appreciate that you opened up and that you are sharing these thoughts with us, because I'm on the same line with you there. I think that is what happened. I think there was gambling with customer funds, trying to get out of one bad situation that turned into an even worse situation, and now the money is gone and customers are fucked.
Yeah, and that's the harsh reality of it all. But a lot of this has to do with, I mean, you saw obviously the banter between SBF and CZ early on in this engagement, where they were going back and forth, and Sam was like, fuck this guy, like, what is he trying to do to us? Like, he's spreading FUD, etc., etc. And ultimately, CZ's truly like the mastermind, maybe even asshole behind all of this, who knew that FTX was borrowing against and using FTT as collateral and sending it to their other entity, Alameda Research Group, to trade with and market make with, to exit positions ultimately, and make it all back. And CZ was like, fuck that. I'm the biggest exchange. I'm going to start unwinding, and I'm going to tell my 1 million followers that we're market selling all of this shit. And
you know what? I totally agree with you. I think that is what went down, and CZ took advantage of a situation here to shut out and shut down a major competitor. So he has a partial responsibility for all of these FTX clients losing all their money, because by him playing these games, he has hurt a lot of people that are now out of funds. And that's why I made this tweet 5 hours ago when I asked, want to see how reliable Binance is, withdraw it all. I think we should stress test Binance.
I 100% agree.
And Kim as well. I was there when Binance launched, when they did the ICO. It absolutely launched as a pump and dump shop for ICOs. Yeah. It was Launchpad, and their offering was you pay 150K to get your token listed, and then they'll do market making for you, and then they get a big position in the token, and then they dump it as soon as they launch it on the exchange. That's how they made all their original money after the ICO. There's no doubt about it.
Remember
here's the
that.
Thing,
That's
right?
how all the exchanges are doing.
Just a second, because we are onto something here now, and I've been here for a couple of hours, and this is actually the conversation I was looking for. So what's really interesting here is that there's not just one guy to blame in Sam. There is another person here that has taken advantage and basically triggered this avalanche, which then completely destroyed FTX, right? And
right. Yeah. So there's too much blame being pointed directly at Sam. There are insiders far beyond me who knew about this, who have been short Sol and long BNB like far before like these tweets even came out, because they knew.
Don't get me wrong, Sam is a total dick for having gambled
Sure,
his
sure. I
clients'
mean, yeah, we can make
funds.
it all about Sam is an
No
asshole.
question about it. So
Like
Sam
he's
is already
totally.
totally in the dick department, but now CZ is another figure here in this whole play that has made this whole situation so much worse.
Far worse.
And
It's China versus the Jews at this moment in time. It's like it's purely a war, and as bad as and derogatory as that may sound, that's like literally what it has come down to.
and here's the point that I want to make, and why I'm so
I mean, I
interested
do.
in this.
I mean,
If a person,
as a Jew, though, I
just
do
a
actually
second,
have to
just
ask.
let me please
Okay,
try and
yeah.
finish my point real quick. So the point that I want to make here, right, is someone like CZ who does something like this and causes the collapse of FTX and potentially, I don't know, millions of customers losing money. Is that the right person, the steward of an exchange that people should trust with their money? Is that the kind of behavior that you would expect from someone who's hosting the crypto of millions of clients? Or is that a loose cannon who does not deserve the trust of people? By the way, my opinion is no one should be putting crypto in exchanges. But anyway, those who have, they should really ask themselves, is that the right guy to trust with their crypto?
No, absolutely not. And all of the signs were there ultimately, and no one wanted to take them. Why? Because he made also a lot of people rich over the past few years. Well,
real
he
quick,
did.
real quick. That was real anti-Semitic, Cuffy. I really resent that. There's no need to, this space has been really good up until now. I've been here all night until that, and I'm
Yeah,
really
I
shocked.
apologize.
I'm really shocked. No, hold on. I'm real shocked the chat, Mario and Kim's just made his point, but hasn't called you out on that. That is dark.
Well, actually,
so that's really
I was about to call him out on that as a Jew myself, and I don't appreciate anyone using that sort of language in our space.
It's
yeah, I don't appreciate anyone using that sort of language in our space, and we won't have that in our space, Cafe. So please do limit that.
Sure, I apologize.
Limit it. Don't do it again, man. That's disgusting, and it's sad because you obviously got a lot of insight, and we really appreciate the insight you're offering. But please, come on,
if we're being, I mean, there's a clear war going on between two factions, and that's what's truly
okay.
disgusting.
But let me just quickly ask you this, Cuffy. Do you think
No. Don't
do you
cut
think
me off.
chat has any involvement?
You want to talk about disgusting?
Wait a minute.
There is a
You made your
very
point
clear
here about
factional
you not
war.
liking that statement. We all get it.
Come on,
but
man.
let's not distract from the core issue, right?
Precisely.
You made your point. I agree with you. Let's get back
everything
on topic.
the guy says
the
isn't
topic
everything
is,
the guy says
no,
now
wait
has
a
lost
minute.
its legitimacy.
Hey, just chill out for a moment. We're having an adult conversation here. Let's not distract now with religious issues and Chinese and Jews. That doesn't matter right now. What matters right now is the point that I was trying to make. Can we trust someone like CZ with billions of dollars in crypto on Binance if he is playing games with other exchanges, taking them out of business and having no regard for the customers that have now lost all their money? That is the key question here. So let's not distract from that. Okay?
Yeah, and I think
Thank you, Kim.
it's definitely a tricky question because at the same time, the Celsius people say that Sam did that to Celsius and performed the same attack. And here's the tricky part. Do you allow? So I believe that Celsius was involved in tremendous fraud, and that you have to put an end to it at some stage. Now, do you allow it to get bigger and bigger and bigger when he was going around telling people deposit, and he was calling me saying, get more of your clients' retirement funds on here while he was withdrawing, which came out later. He was withdrawing his own money during a liquidity crisis, asking us to put more of our clients' retirement funds on Celsius. And you know that scheme has to come to an end. And are you responsible for the fact that they created that scheme and you're trying to put it out before it gets even bigger? And that's exactly what happened. So everyone was criticizing everybody that was saying, Celsius is doing this, Celsius is doing that. It's actually a really tough call. But yeah, there is there is a certain the way that it was performed. I think it's not. I think it's not clear cut. It's really tricky. And
Simon,
there's really
the
good
way I
arguments on
see
both
it,
sides.
the way I see it from what I understand with everything that I've seen, is that CZ assassinated FTX with his actions, and that as a result, FTX folded, a major competitor, and as we've heard earlier, there was a major influx of new clients, new money going into Binance. So if this is the kind of way in which CZ does business, the big question is, does he really have the moral high ground? And is he really the person depositors should trust with their crypto? That is the key question here. Because if he can so easily fuck over all these FTX people that are now out of money, well, what's going to happen in the future, when Binance is facing a tough time? Like,
Uh,
are we going to trust a guy like that? That's the question here.
can I say something? First of um, all across the industry, I mean, this is business. There are certain things that have been occurring in all of these exchanges, and of course, Binance is not absolved of that. However, when it comes to exchanges, I personally, after being in the industry as long as I have, that's probably the most trusted exchange for me than any of these other exchanges. Now, that's one thing. Number
But is that the
two,
best of a bad
I
bunch,
think,
right?
but hold on a second. But number
So just
two,
asking you that question:
I
is it
think
because it's
there's
best of a bad bunch, or because you trust them?
yeah. When you're looking at business and capitalism, it's like the whole thing is a bad bunch if you look at
Mhm.
it from a broad perspective. But we still all got to do business. That's first and foremost. But secondly, again, I think we're totally ignoring the fact that as a business, I'm sure when they opened up the books of FTX, when they were considering doing that deal, they realized it was far too beyond reproach to take on that risk because of what was going on in FTX. You know what I mean? So we can't ignore the fact that regardless of what he said and how it affected the users of FTX, it wasn't really what he said, it's what was going on in FTX that is going to affect the users of FTX, and who was going to take the risk, who is willing to take the risk and ensure the users of FTX if something really catastrophic took place. So I think that again, we like to, you know, uh, point to, because we have Twitter and everybody's a messenger now, with these companies, and they're actually getting up and saying certain things. But when it gets down to business, I think as a business decision, they probably did the right thing.
Can I really quickly just say how grateful I am that Mario, Kim, and Chet have put this on for hours and hours and hours. You guys have done an amazing job at hosting, fielding questions and comments and speakers, and just keeping things under control. I've been to and hosted many spaces, and this has been phenomenal. So just hats off to you guys.
That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Kim,
Guys,
what
Thank you, Tara.
I just want to say something here to Tavonia. I just did an advanced Twitter search on your account for Binance with your name. You are basically selling courses, teaching newbies about Binance. You're
I
totally
don't sell those
biased.
courses. I'm actually a
Well, you
masterclass
tweeted,
teacher on a
you tweeted
platform.
that, and
And
I invite every.
I recommended that users use Binance Academy because it's awesome. It's an
Yeah,
awesome
but
educational
here's
resource.
the problem.
And they're
Here's the
actually
problem. You should disclose that, because otherwise you're just sounding biased in here. Do you have any
I am a
relationship with?
user. People, you know what? You know what, honey? People know me. You know why? Because I'm on the streets. I'm on the streets. I actually go out there and teach people. I'm accessible. People know me. I don't get paid by Binance. I don't get paid by anybody. I'm not getting any one of y'all's money around here. And that's quite evident. And I work. I work very hard for what I have. And I've been using many exchanges over the years. I've been in this space for a long time. So I'm coming to you from a user perspective and telling you from a user perspective that Out of all the exchanges that I've used, I definitely recommend Binance. Absolutely. And yes, that's going against the grain, but I really don't care. From a user
No, you're not
perspective,
actually going against the grain because it's the
from a
biggest
user
exchange.
perspective,
Everyone
I
is using it, right?
recommend them. There are certain things that I look for when it comes to this space, and I see them doing the things that need to be done. We need to replicate some of those things that they're doing. Binance Academy is awesome. Very, very awesome. It's very user friendly. It uses very natural language to teach people about crypto. And that's what needs to happen. So yeah, absolutely. You can do any search you want. I'm all over the internet. You can search my name. I'm everywhere. I'm not hiding any of that. That's why I'm here.
Are you charging for classrebel.com?
I don't charge for anything. I work for. That is one of my jobs. You know why? Because I don't get investments in my startup. I have to work and make the money to invest in my startups. So
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. So
Yes,
if you're getting
I get paid. I get paid
yeah,
a
just a
check to
second. So
teach, but
so
I
if you are
also
going,
teach for
hey,
free.
just a second, chill out for a moment. If you are getting paid through classrebel.com to promote
Thank you for the promotion, by
Binance,
the way. I'm sure
yeah,
they
no,
could use it.
you're welcome, but it just makes you look so disingenuous coming in here and
No, it
telling
doesn't.
us,
It
hey,
doesn't
hey,
make
hey,
me
hey, hey,
look
hey, I let you talk.
disingenuous because next
Excuse me,
week I have a
excuse
free
me,
class in
excuse me.
Atlanta, and next
What are you
week I have
doing?
a
This is
free
so
class in Atlanta
unprofessional.
where I'm teaching crypto and how to navigate the crypto
Tim, you
space.
If
have
I
the
can, if I
power
can help
to
mediate,
mute.
if I can help just mediate this argument here, I mean, the fact that anyone is vouching for any centralized exchange right now is beyond me, like way far beyond anything I can fathom at the moment. We just saw one of the biggest exchanges ever, several $billion get liquidated in the blink of an eye, like 24 hours, boom, gone. Everything's gone. What makes you think that Binance is just safe? Because what,
No,
CZ?
no,
Because you like the way he tweets? Like,
no.
nobody
First of
is safe
all,
at this
No,
point.
first of,
This
the
goes
real
first
back
of
to the
all,
problem
I
argument.
is,
think
This is
that's
Kami,
what this is
that
what
very,
she is
started
very,
getting
with, like,
very
paid. She is
this is
that's
what.
getting
very
paid for promoting Binance, and so
Okay.
she's biased, and she shouldn't be up here right now anymore telling us this nonsense because she's biased. She's getting paid to promote Binance, so she shouldn't
I'm
be here
not getting
defending
paid to
Binance.
promote Binance. That is a lie. Oh my God. Y'all are
Well,
Well,
crazy.
you
I
just
right.
wish.
So
confirmed
I
it.
guess, I
Somebody
mean,
give
the
me a check to
real,
promote Binance.
I mean, I want
Kim,
to go
God
focus on the
damn.
point of
I,
self-custody
it's like
that was
crazy.
being.
Kim, a question. If you, by the way, I just muted everyone just to because there's just too many people speaking. Kim,
Yeah.
can you just go back to the revelations that were probably one of the highlights of the space? I just want to first applaud Coffee or Christian for coming up and sharing this information. And you've articulated it in a way that you made it, it's your personal opinion. So, and Kim, I respect that you've offered to cover any legal fees, not that it's going to be needed, as you know. But Kim, can you just share with the audience your thoughts on what was shared and kind of summarize it for the audience?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty big deal. So
I
Sam
think
did
so
a
as well.
gamble. Sam did a gamble with client funds. It went bad, and then he did an even bigger gamble that CZ became aware of, and CZ it appears has then used that opportunity to basically kick FTX down a cliff. So he has a partial responsibility in my mind to what happened now to the downfall of FTX. And I'm just saying at this point, this is all based on the information that is publicly available, but there may be factors that we're not aware of. Where CZ has some good arguments to explain why it happened the way it happened. But to me, right now, based on the evidence that's out there, it looks like CZ has a major role to play in what happened here. And then my question is, how do we trust someone like that with client crypto? If someone like that is willing to basically send a competitor to hell, and many clients being burned by that, so that he has a business advantage by eliminating a competitor and having an influx of new clients to his own exchange. To me, that is pure immorality, and that is not someone who should be a role model in our crypto sphere. He should be called out for that. This stuff needs to be investigated, and this needs to be called out. And that's what we are here for, because all these people in the space right now that have lost money because of FTX gambling, they must know what happened here, and they must understand that these exchanges are toxic and difficult. They're competing with each other. They don't give a shit about the individuals that are actually their clients, as demonstrated in this case. And that's why it's important that we have this space, and that we actually, after all these hours, arrived at something that is quite powerful. And I just didn't want this person to come in here and say, hey, Binance is all cool, you should trust them. And then it turns out she's working for a class that promotes Binance and gets paid for that. And anyone can do their
And then,
own.
okay, don't make it so much about like her promoting Binance as much as like, I mean, you mentioned a good point there about how predatory we've seen some of these exchanges be in the past, and their liquidation engines that run to liquidate leveraged retail buyers, where you will see just rampant market selling into like into stop loss zones and in like to liquidation thresholds where, I mean, they ultimately they're running a quant shop as well. That's what Alameda Research Group is. They're a bunch of quants that are trading and or gambling, as we'll call it, like chasing liquidity ultimately. And what they do from there is then market make the price back up to where they can sell those assets at a higher price. So like and I've watched, like I spent a lot of time actually watching the tape, we'll call it. I guess it's referred to as the tape, like on Agger. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Agger.trade, where it shows all Bitcoin orders over $100,000. You can see when there are several like FTX orders coming in for like $100,000 at a time. Sell, 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 sell until there's just one big 7 to 8 figure blow up liquidation that they've been chasing. And immediately what happens after that liquidation is ran is the price starts pumping. And so, I mean, they've been doing this all along. There's also been plenty of complaints publicly by large accounts across Twitter saying, I had limit orders here, price went through my limit orders weren't filled. What the hell is going on? And so, I mean, all of the red flags really have been here, but for the fact that we've seen Sam obviously speak publicly and rename the Miami Heat Arena and put FTX on every MLB umpire's logo, we just figured it was something that was too big to fail. And there was even a point, there was a very long stretch of time where I was betting on FTX's success, simply because I was like, wow, this guy is a true predator in the markets, and he's taking everybody's money, he's liquidating everybody, and he's got marketing better than any exchange or company I've seen ever. Like the quickest growth.
Yeah, and
out
you
of
know, Coffee, you know
right.
what the worst thing about all of this is? I mean, it's bad enough that FTX clients have been losing out big time on this. But the worst thing is, this is happening at a time out of purely selfish reasons where regulators are going to use this to crack down on crypto. It's going to change our entire environment. And if CZ thought this is going to help his business and he can grow by a couple 100,000 more customers who are now coming over to him, he's made it the biggest mistake, because they're going to go after him as well. These regulators that are going to use these recent events to fuck crypto up are also going to hurt Binance. So he shot himself in the foot, and that's just purely idiotic, right? And when you have selfish people like that taking down the entire crypto space with their selfish behavior just because they want to kill a competitor and get a couple more customers, that should really alert everyone to the reality that we have here with these exchanges. These are not trustworthy players. You should really take your money out from them and store your crypto with yourself, not your don't use custodial solutions. Don't go back to a system that we're trying to avoid with crypto. We don't want to have banks anymore. So, just that this is the lesson of what happened here. Like, don't trust any of these exchanges. They are not good stewards of your crypto. They are selfish operators that will sell you out. CZ, I'm sure, will lose no sleep over all these people that are losing their money now, and that is the problem. Like, this selfishness is destroying crypto, and people need to call that out, and they need to really tell these exchanges, not with us. You are not trustworthy to hold our crypto.
Kim, do you want to try? You got Elon Musk to the space. Do you want to try to get CZ? Probably not Sam. He's not going to join. Even Sam, give it a try. DOTcom joined a show 2 days ago. So do you want to give it a shot and try? If you got Elon, you should be able to get CZ.
I doubt he would want to come here because this topic, I think, is going to blow up for him. This is going to become more problematic than I think he thought. We are calling him out here right now, and others are going to follow this because I can tell you, everyone who's lost money with FTX, who's going to look at this and understand that there's other players involved that accelerated this and that made this happen, they are going to be pissed. And they're going to go and make sure everyone understands that. So this is really just right now the launching pad for a much bigger debate, which is, how trustworthy are these players that are out there right now, and can we actually trust them to have our crypto? And my clear answer to that is absolutely not. You should withdraw your shit from Binance right now, any balance that you have, put it on a wallet somewhere, and see what happens. See if there actually is enough crypto in Binance that they can deal with all these withdrawals. Why don't we stress test Binance and see how much power they really have?
I see Crypto Crad has his hand up for a while. I'll let you speak and then I'll go to Rob. By the way, I'm not sure if my space is still glitching. I don't know if Vinny Lingham, if you guys remember him, he's in the audience. I'm not sure if he's in the audience now. He was in the audience and it's glitching for me. But Chet, if you see Vinny in the audience, try to bring him up. It would be great to get his thoughts on this. Vinny's been in the space for a while. But Crad, thanks for waiting, bro. The mic is yours. Crad? Rob?
Yep.
All right, man. The mic is yours then.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate a lot of your points, Kim, and I think, your final points are some of the best, but I do want to push back on the early conversation of, do we trust Sam? And when I say pushback, I mean, like, this is, I think, the easiest question to answer, and the simplest answer is no. And do we trust CZ? No. Do we trust any of these financially aligned, custodial marketplace founders, CEO? Like, the answer is simply no. And why is it a no? Because let's look at what Sam was doing. And I think that's more the conversation that we need to get into, is the nitty gritty, is because what he was doing, it was highly unethical and borderline illegal. I mean, to be using customer funds to prop up another financial institution's balance sheets, it's absurd that that's not the bigger conversation here. And then if you just look at the influence of the people that he was surrounded by. I mean, it's just, the conversation can't be, do we trust these people? Because that's not a conversation. That's a yes or no question, and the answer is no, simply put.
Yeah. Rob,
did you trust them? Did you trust them a week ago? I'm curious.
No, I'll be very transparent with you. I keep about a few $100s on one exchange, and that's crypto.com, and it's because I have the debit card, and it's because they pay for my Spotify and my Netflix, and I cycle it, and that's that.
And just
Yeah,
for
Rob,
the record,
just to be
using
clear for
client
one
money is
second,
not
man.
using client money is not borderline illegal. It is illegal. It's a
Yeah, it
crime.
is. It is illegal, and no one here is making any excuses for Sam. So let's just be absolutely clear about that. But Sam is not the only bad sheep in this play. CZ plays also an important role, and like you said, we can't trust any of these exchanges. So why don't we educate everyone who's here and everyone who's getting involved in crypto and tell them that the idea of the
Yes,
inventors
Kim, thank you
was
for saying this. Bring it back to like
not
the
to
core issue here of like self-custodying
exactly
your assets.
exactly self
If
custody
it's
is what
not,
you want to
if
do.
they're not your keys, if they're not your coins. They've been saying this. It has not been a meme this whole time. You literally don't own shit if it's on a
Yeah, and just
centralized exchange.
because people are used to the traditional system of banks and credit cards, and that's just how they were born into this financial world, it doesn't mean that crypto should be the same way. Exactly not. The reason crypto was invented was to get out of that system, to not give third parties power over your assets. That is the whole point of crypto. And then the other point of crypto is don't speculate with it, actually use it to pay for stuff, because that's how we break the financial system that's currently in place, that's ripping everyone off with inflation and all this bullshit, with endless money printing and corruption and fraud. If you want to beat that, hold your own cryptos and actually use them in day-to-day commerce. Pay for stuff with crypto and refuse using the traditional system. That is what crypto is all about, and I think people are not getting that. There's way too many people that trust exchanges with their crypto. It's crazy.
Yeah, and
It's
I
just
mean, I think. Oh, go ahead, Mario.
no, go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say, I think a lot of that breaks down to, how they tried to bring in mass adoption, and we see the heavy marketing tactics. So you see the names on stadiums, on every Formula One car, on every UFC fighter. I mean, it's what draws in the masses, and then they don't know any better whether to stay on those exchanges or what to do from there.
Or
And
rewards
so
for keeping your crypto there.
this is also true. And if you don't know, yeah, 100%. And if you don't know whether to keep a very finite amount of money there, then you can get in trouble. And case in point with that. But also with the case of CZ, like, yeah, he could have acted ill-intently, but I also think that his hands are also tied, because I mean, to go into a due diligence period and come out in 24 hours, that doesn't happen. And so what he saw was what was happening was criminal activity, and so he immediately said absolutely not. And a lot of his, I think, push in the direction of okay, like being okay with this, is the fact that Sam was heavily pushing for regulation, and to not his moral compass, but people that he was aligned with. And this was apparent because if you go back into previous conversations with Sam, he was a big proponent against KYC for things like email. But then in recent interviews, and I'm sure many people have seen it here, he was pressed on the same matter of why would you KYC for a wallet, essentially, essentially your keys. Why would you have to tie your identity to your keys? And there's a lot of reasons why. I mean, just think to yourself: would you want to KYC your email? And then it's the same application. There's a lot of privacy and things concerns to attach yourself to all your
Rob,
financial
can we go
assets.
back to something that you touched on, because I think it's actually pretty important, and it touches also on what Kim was saying, but it also creates new questions for us. So one, it seemed quite clearly that Sam had the information last winter, maybe February or March, that many, if not most, crypto exchanges were insolvent. It also seems that CZ had many of those ideas, if not confirmations, that have recently become confirmations. So two questions Kim really posed to you. One, after CZ discovered these things, what would have been a better way for him to roll out that information or protect the community? And then secondly, how much, if any, would you speculate that Binance could be potentially participating in any similar fraudulent activities?
I wanna jump in real quick on that. I think we absolutely know that there's a high possibility that Binance at some point since 2017, I was there for their ICO as well, has been doing that stuff. I have a couple points I just want to throw back at Kim or anyone else. While I wholeheartedly agree with the ethos and everything you're saying, Kim, there is like several things that we should look at just from another perspective. And this is not saying this is the right perspective. It's just another perspective than yours. Is, you know, Binance has been, and first of all, I own no BNB. I have no investment in Binance. I don't even have any of their accounts. I take it back. I have a Binance.us account with I think $1 or something in it. I don't have any money. So let me just get that off the top right there. But you know, Binance was one of, if not the best exchange over the years, and this is growing from 2016 myself, that we did actually have a centralized exchange to do certain types of transactions on when other exchanges were not providing those things. So, and this is not anything good or bad against CZ. This is just what it was. And you know, whether I agree with your sentiment about how it could have been handled by CZ. For sure, 100%. But what, like the gentleman said, Rob said earlier, what do you expect him to do? I know this. If I had $2 billion worth of an asset that was worth zero, and this person is not holding themselves or accountable, and to what Blau was saying earlier, fragrantly being just irresponsible at the least with it. I'm going to push the eject button too, because at the end of the day, CZ. And all of us are so selfishly motivated to a certain extent. So I 100% understand what you're saying. I agree with it, but again, at the same point, it's like, well, what was he supposed to do? The second point is that, excuse me, I won't say the second point. The other point is that, you know, when you talk about people should be spending crypto and spending their crypto and all that. Again, I agree. I would love to be spending my crypto, but let's not make things abundantly clear. It is not just easy just to go and spend your crypto. I can't go to the 7-Eleven and just spend my crypto like I want to easily with what? With two rails, which one of them I do have right now, which is crypto.com. And I'm going to go into that real short, which is super shady. I was part of their, I was invested in them very early from the beginning, you know, and they have a bunch of shady shit. By the way, Mario, I was itching to ask crypto.com a bunch of questions. I would love to, and if they're listening, I would love to have them back on, because crypto.com need to be held accountable. I won't go all into it, but long story short is they did this funny, super shady exchange back in the day. They had their original token was MCO. They introduced this CRO token out of nowhere, and then through some sort of Ponzi-nomics, they made us all give up our MCO and have to switch over to CRO. That's a whole nother story, but lots of shady stuff going out there. Oh, what do they have? I live in Los Angeles. Down the street is the Crypto.com Center. Super shady. I'm going to say this. I do not trust Crypto.com at all. I have their card, and I have that little couple $100 to have their card, but even then the card doesn't even work that well to buy purchases. Second point is how else can you buy purchases and purchase? Through BlockFi. But what happened to BlockFi? So while this is not coming against you, Kim, in any sort of bad way, but I'm just saying practically we're not there yet, you know. And then my last one of things, I want to give super duper flowers to our friend on stage, Cuffy, for coming out, because you pressured him really good. You grilled him really good, Kim. I ain't go front. And rightfully so. And Cuffy came out with a lot. He was very uncomfortable, but all 11,000 or 12,000 or however many are in this room really benefited for that, Cuffy, and you didn't have to do that. So I just want to give you your flowers, brother. I appreciate you, but I really would like to know, Kim, what do you expect? Like, I get it, but one more thing I want to add there too, and this is with all due respect, but you're not in the position that most of us in. We are free people to move around and do what we want to do. So we can spend our cash. I can spend my dollars. I can spend my credit cards. And again, it's just not practical at this point. Although I'll make it super duper clear, I would love for it to be practical that I could spend my crypto. I'm done.
Yeah.
Chat,
So
I
I
just sent
also
you, before you go, Kim, chat, I just sent you through, did you see it in the group chat, the Sam in Argentina? And he's, oh, you're looking into it.
Yes, I am reading that right now, but it appears I've got to look into this, but it appears they're basing that data off of that airplane. But let me look a little bit further.
Yeah, but what about the
Which
conference? That's the first time someone says that they're giving a conference. And I've been getting a lot of DMs for hours now. I didn't send you many of them about Sam, since we started the space, about Sam heading to Argentina. So I don't know if it's just rumors spreading like wildfire or there's some truth to it. So if you could verify that, that would be great, man. Kim, you were speaking, sorry.
Yes. Okay. So I first of all, Ninja, I agree with you. We should give Coffee big thanks for coming here and talking about this. I appreciate that. So a couple of things that you said that are quite important. Why is it that most retailers don't yet accept crypto? It's because crypto has not been used the way it was supposed to be used. Not enough people are using it and demanding from retailers to sell them stuff for crypto, right? If users were
If
shopping
I may,
at places, but just let me
if I may
finish.
just add like an
Just a
easy answer
second.
to that, I mean, think about it. Your bank account is FDIC insured up to $250,000. So if you have a business bank account with Wells Fargo, Chase, whatever, that money is insured. Whereas if you keep it in crypto, that money is not insured. So I mean, that's ultimately why. That's why any lawyer for any company will tell you you want your money in a bank, simply because it's insured. Like if the bank gets robbed, if the bank becomes insolvent for some
They'll
reason,
tell you to have multiple accounts for that reason too, because you only get
precisely.
100,000
You take your
FDIC insurance.
you take your $1 million and you put it in 4 different bank accounts. Therefore,
Yep.
it is insured. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're
Sorry,
not
Kim.
just
Didn't mean
talking
to cut
about
you off.
we're not
Continue.
just talking about the US here, Coffee. In Europe, for example, the banks can gamble with your money. They don't need to have any such insurance. And like we've seen in the financial crisis in 2008, they could basically stop you from withdrawing money because they didn't have enough funds. So, yes, there's some banks in the US that have this kind of insurance layer, but the US is not the world, and crypto is truly global, and you don't have that in many other countries. So, that doesn't really fly with me.
Can I also add, FDIC insurance only has 1% of the total insured deposit. So if more than one systemically sustainable bank, there is no insurance. It's another Ponzi scheme. So FDIC
thank you.
It's just
Simon, you're scaring me, man. You're telling me money's a lie, bro. You're telling me it's
It's
all a
all a
lie,
lie.
bro.
But your
Of
bet,
course,
bet
it's
is
all a lie.
unfortunately the
They
U.S.
just
government.
financially
It's
gangbang you
sad
with their
truth.
banana chips.
But that's not the reason why.
While there is
the-
still only
the-
one world reserve currency, it's the
No,
U.S.
but
dollar.
I understand. But that's what self custody solves. If you don't leave your funds with a custodian, then there's no risk of that. You could lose them; it's another risk. You could get hacked, but that's what self custody solves. So you don't
Well,
need
this
to
is
leave it with
why
a custodian.
I've
Well,
tweeted
hold
recently.
on.
Too much
You can't.
exchange, too much
Hey,
competition.
I haven't finished. I haven't finished my answer yet, so everyone needs to
Sorry.
chill.
Jeez.
Okay, let me do that first because I think this is a very important question that Ninja asked. Right? Why don't all the retailers already accept crypto? It's because we did not use crypto as intended. All the speculation, all this trading, NFTs, all this bullshit is not what crypto was about. Crypto was about you changing fiat to crypto and you demanding from retailers, if you want to have my money and money talks, you need to accept crypto. And if everyone would be buying from retailers, and there are thousands of them that are already accepting crypto and not from the usual big retailers like Amazon, well, then they would have to change their attitude and they would have to offer a crypto solution. So it's really up to us, the users, to shop with those retailers that
And
accept crypto.
think about, though, where it all began. This is a great point. And if there are any Bitcoin maxis listening, they're going to love what I'm about to say. But think about the only singular, entirely decentralized blockchain and coin, for that matter, with a finite supply of
Chia?
random
Chia?
Bitcoin.
Chia?
No, don't
Chia?
shill some random shit coin.
But Kim,
not
do
it's
you
not a
think that
random shit coin,
you
dude.
mentioned Amazon? You mentioned Amazon. Do you think that Amazon is going to be creating their own tokens and their own coins? Because you say, hey, people want crypto, should be
Yes.
demanding crypto. But do you
Why
think
would
that
you
that's
think they
going to
aren't
happen?
already using their own tokens and own chain for inventory management? Like, why do you think that, like, node infrastructure, like, enterprises are using these types of technology in enterprise
No, I'm
layers
asking.
all
No,
over?
no, I'm asking
But
something
then, no,
very specific here.
this
We
gets
know
to
that
the
they're
key.
using blockchain
Omakase is in
technology.
the cut. I see what's
No,
about to happen.
no,
Let's get
this
it.
gets to the key, right? The Amazon already has its own currency, it's Amazon credits and their own rewards loyalty. But because it's not tradable on an exchange, they can actually manage that process. So the reason that people don't spend crypto is because they believe that it's going to go up in value, and then they spend the fiat that they believe is going to go down in value, and that's why stable coins was had to be created on top of it. But it makes no financial sense for you to spend something that you believe is a long-term store of value, and that's why all of this existed, because people wanted to borrow against their crypto so that they could spend money that they believe goes down in value. And that's Gresham's law. That's economics. You can't change human psychology of wanting to keep the asset that they think is going to go up in value and spend the thing that is going to go down in value. That's why velocity exists, and that's why money printing is to encourage people to take on debt in order to stimulate a market. It has inflation, and then they try and send you bankrupt by increasing interest rates when it goes too high. So you're not going to be able to change these trends. You can change the technology, and you can integrate a way of spending fiat currency on hard money.
Yeah, and besides that, why would Amazon take that risk? You know, they don't want another Ripple 2.0. I mean, we saw what happened with Facebook and Libra and how much they had to write off. You know, that's kind of a case study of, you know, big tech trying to launch their own token and how much money they actually lose from doing it and the regulatory impact that it has. I don't know if you saw the fine Telegram got for their Ton blockchain and their supposed unregulated ICO, and the SEC came hard after them. So I honestly don't see, unless there's a regulatory framework in place, which there's not, I don't see big tech companies launching their own token. I mean, even OpenSea doesn't want to launch their own token because of the regulatory problems that it potentially will bring them. So, you know, anyone that's, as CZ did point out, and I agree with everything you said, Kim, you know, these guys are doing financial bloody tomfoolery with your funds and, you know, printing their banana money and sending it to everyone. So if you don't own it, you're going to expect them to do whatever financial engineering you want with it. So, and I guess that's why you know, a lot of these companies are afraid to launch tokens, because the fact that, you know, they can just print this banana money from anywhere and that the SEC are going to come down hard on them or they're going to lose customers, it's just too much of a risk for them to do anything with that. And I know that from point of fact, speaking to a lot of them in terms of what they want to do in terms of building on Web3, they would rather build something that they can bring their customers in, or do what kind of Instagram have done and partnering, you know, with Polygon, etc.
Yeah. Simon, you just made a very important point. And that is why I was never a big fan of Bitcoin as a store of value. Because what you have just described, this greed that makes us choose between speculation and utilization, is what was created with the way Bitcoin is today. And that is not how Satoshi designed it. And that's why I am not backing it. Right?
No, it's the
What you
fix. You
have,
can't change that, Kim. It's the fixed
no, you
supply.
can.
Is
You
the fix? If
absolutely
you want to
can
change
change
that,
that.
if you want people to spend it, then make it an inflationary currency. Then people will spend it. If you create something that has a fixed supply, that's the world's first digital scarce, then that's why you end up with situations where you leverage against it. It's just human psychology. You can't, if you want to change the economics, if you want to build a currency, that's essentially what Ethereum did. People started using Ethereum because it didn't have a fixed supply. Now they've changed it to try and get more into the store of value narrative. But originally they wanted to create a token for pure utility so you could build smart contracts. And so they deliberately didn't create a fixed supply because they know as the price goes up, it ruins your utility. So it's not speculation. That's long-term story.
And one more thing.
I had
Tim,
a
because you tried to
wait a
Tim,
second.
hold
This is
on. You tried to
important.
throw.
No. I need to reply to this. So just give me a second. This is really important right now. Very, very crucial discussion. A couple years ago, I was in a clubhouse talk with Bitcoin maxis, and we had exactly this discussion. And my whole point was that by changing it to a store of value and basically turning Bitcoin into gold, they have defeated the whole purpose of crypto for which it was created, which wasn't to see it as a speculative asset, but as something that people actually use day to day to
Let's
buy
go,
shit and pay for
Kim.com.
shit.
Let's fucking
No, but
go.
how did it happen? The
But
reason no one
what
changed
really
it to
became the problem with crypto is these centralized exchanges
no, hold on. Sorry,
determining whether or
getting
not
back
you
to
can
that.
on ramp or off ramp and making you prove your identity in order to do so.
But
That's
the
really
reason
like
the reason
blockchain.
it became a store of value is because Satoshi designed it with a fixed supply. If you create something and it gets
With a fixed
traction with a fixed
supply,
supply,
with like a tapered curve
It does.
of
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily
if
have
if
fixed
Bitcoin
supply
if
because
Bitcoin didn't
the
have
core could be updated and probably will need to be updated in order to create some type of trailing emission to support miners once emissions end, because transactions on
well, yeah, there you go.
PancakeSwap
If you want
does has more transaction volume than Bitcoin does. I mean, we all have to acknowledge that numbers are numbers, right? So it's like if people aren't actually utilizing the currency as a currency and spending it, if I can't go to a website, all of Web3, all of the value that was asserted, the venture capital that was applied with leverage to build product, meaning source code that got shipped, deployed on chain with actual static React front ends that people who are pleboids who can't use a command line could use to click buttons and publish messages to the blockchain. All of that technology that was built to extract capital from people, not built to allow people to do transactions. No one has built a plugin that lets you go to Shopify and says, hey, okay, we'll be your middleman. We'll process the credit card transaction on Shopify. We'll just do a little widget API, pay us in USDC or DAI, done deal, moving on, right? And because there's no
They literally
because
have
the
done this.
incentive, there's no
Democracy,
50x
they've literally
there. There's
done
no
this.
100x there. So if
Yeah, they have
VC
done
wants
that.
to,
this is
This is a very
Bro.
common technology.
Yeah, I don't know where you're at.
Look, the
it's a
reason
very
that
Hold
Bitcoin,
on, real
the
quick though.
reason,
name it.
the reason.
Kim, you were trying just one little thing, one little small note though, because I hear everything you're saying, and I honestly I really appreciate all your points, but there is a little small note. I'm gonna rewind it back. You try to throw NFTs under the bus with all that other shit. Let's be clear. I don't know where you're at.
Dude, I mean, people listen to me. No.
Kim, I'm gonna hear you out. I'm
People
gonna hear you out.
paying millions of dollars for pictures.
No, rewind.
It's fucking bullshit.
Rewind,
dude.
Re-fucking-wind. Let's just be clear. NFTs have a community aspect where you're paying $1, $10, $1 million that you're not going to understand unless you're a part of the community. You're not going to understand unless you're meeting people in real life. Hold on. No.
Hold on, Ninja. Can I be the bridge between these perspectives here? Because I make NFTs and I'm an artist, and I agree with Kim.com that paying $1 million for a picture is fucking stupid as fuck.
We're not talking about paying $1 million. Let's rewind though. We're not. Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, can we not talk about NFTs? Can we just keep NFTs out of it?
Because you want to talk about all this other stuff, which is fine, but I'm just saying, don't throw NFTs under the bus when you have no idea what's actually happening.
I mean, I think they're part of the conversation. I think it's funny that customer funds from Celsius and FTX were used to buy like massive I mean, and this has been going on in the art world forever, right? I mean, like, look at Pollock, right? Like, that was all planned. Pollock was a pump and dump. You know what I mean? But it just kept pumping on to infinity. So it's like it's a pump and dump that worked, you know? And if you look at it, this ecosystem, there is a valuable community element to like getting people to actually have non-custodial interactions, control their actual keys. More people control their keys for an NFT wallet than people who are crypto adopted. They like have their money on an exchange. They're like, oh yeah, I bought some Bitcoin. It's on my Coinbase. But people who have NFTs, that wasn't an option early on. So you had to get a MetaMask. You had to get your keys. You had to control your own keys. So there was some type of like social benefit sort of there that like it forced people to self-custody assets. Whether those assets have any meaningful value or not, like, well, we all know art has no intrinsic value. So like there it is. Art has no intrinsic value, right? And like, but millions in FTX and Celsius funds were used to buy like multi-million dollar user funds used to buy multi-million dollar assets. Like, I mean,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
gonna be
this is
part of the
ultimately they
conversation.
found an opportunity to trade something with liquidity and then sell it to the next marginal buyer. But I mean, NFT as a technology, let's not stray too far away from what we're actually focusing on here. Is I mean, like the actual technology itself, underlying technology itself, NFT, non-fungible token, is what is the most important thing here, and is not
Cuffy, what
even
does it describe as? Ethereum?
not even
What's the
close
definition?
to being used to its full potential.
But what's the
I mean,
definition? You
it's
said
it's
digital
done a
or
pretty good
indeed?
job of
Oh yeah,
doxing
Cuffy's
everyone's
right about
wallets.
that.
It's
It's
done a pretty
not
good
even
job of doxing
close
everyone's
to being
wallets. That
used to
was the
how it
first
should
use
be.
case.
Okay,
And now, I
can I
mean, so
make a
there's a lot of
suggestion?
arguments for
Guys, can I make a suggestion? Once we have crypto established as the new financial powerhouse that everyone is using outside of the control of the government, their money, their rights, and then once we have established that, let's go to crazy shit like NFT, right? But right now, that is not the priority
I'm sorry to
for the
tell you, Kim,
crypto
but
space.
the NFTs are going to bring it before the crypto does, and it's already proving it. I'm having
yeah.
more
And
Kim,
conversations
let's
guys,
about.
guys, I don't know if it's obvious at this point yet, but we are in a massive bubble with a lot of this stuff. Here's me, an unbiased third party. I'm not a doomer. I'm in fact love the space, but we are in a massive bubble, and that's just the hard truth about it. That like if you look back, we'll compare it to 2000, where everybody heard about this new thing called the internet and wanted to build on it. You have these various companies. You have Amazon. You have Stratec. You have Google, Yahoo, etc. building.
Guys,
And
why are
everybody
we
wants to
going
guys,
build.
I have
on?
Everyone thinks
Wait a
they're a
minute.
web developer. Everyone
We
wants to
have
build something on web
thousands of
2, so they start building it.
FTX.
Everything
Listen,
pumps.
we
You
have.
get to a
Hey,
point
listen.
where everybody
One
owns
moment here.
these.
Can you just be quiet for a moment? We have thousands of FTX people here that have lost their money. They don't want to hear any of this shit. This is a sideshow. Let's focus on the core topic here, which is, number one, can exchanges be trusted? Number two,
No.
is crypto about speculation or is it about utilization? And number three, what do we need to do to disrupt the financial system as it is and replace it with something that is better for us and not for governments or corporates? Those are the three core topics here. NFT to me a total sideshow at the moment. I don't want to talk about that. I want to focus on the topic that matters
But Kim, it's
mostly
not
to
just what
these.
you want to talk about. Look at the room. The room is
So
full of
so
NFTs.
Kim,
Like, bro, like I get it, but
I think
come on now.
that the
That's a
last
balanced
question
approach.
I think the last question that you asked, which was like, how do we actually build a more open and decentralized financial system that benefits individuals over, corporations, governments, et cetera, et cetera. I think that NFTs are going to play a role in the functionality of that system, or DIDs, whatever chain this ends up emerging on. However, I agree with you, like bringing it back to base, which is that like there are thousands of people here who were probably affected by what occurred with Sam, and I've been in spaces. I was on spaces all week. I told people who were in my spaces, get out of FTX. I was running a space saying CZ was going to dump when his tweet went live, right? And I've never trusted centralized exchanges. Since Mt. Gox went down, I've never trusted a centralized exchange. If I have a balance on a centralized exchange, it's momentary. It's like it's coming in and I'm withdrawing it to fiat, or I'm just using it because like I need to go to another chain, or I need to do ETH to Bitcoin. I do side shift a lot for that now. Like I've never trusted them. And I got a call last year, April, and someone was like, I think FTX is insolvent. And like, I respected them enough to take them seriously. I moved everything off of FTX back then. And this is something that's happened in every cycle, right? We've always had at least one of the major exchanges after each halving cycle. A major exchange has gone belly up and been revealed to have been using customer funds. And this time it was just more than one, which we should think is natural given that like we had a larger rate of adoption, more surface area, more people than ever participating in the ecosystem. It was a matter of time. When FTX went down, I said, guess what, everyone? There's going to be a big hack at some point in the near future. People are like, what? I'm like, this is how it always happens. If you've been here for a while, it's like a cycle. It's like snow falling in the winter and grass springing up in the spring. Like it happens cyclically over and over again. And yeah, now we have an opportunity where it's like get out from the distractions, get out from all of these VCs that were all obviously just like trading paper with each other and creating fictitious paper valuations on vaporware products and trying to offload to exit liquidity to the next guy. And guess what? The Bitcoin blockchain isn't going anywhere. The Ethereum blockchain isn't going anywhere. They're going to keep being there. People who are building infrastructure and layer 2s and ZK snarks are all still here. They're still building. Like Sam going belly up with his little leverage Ponzi. He was already doing layered spoofing. Everyone was aware that he was conducting layered spoofing. And it's just like, these are things that occur when you have order books in an under-regulated market. Like layered spoofing is illegal in TradFi. People can't do it because if you do, they're going to be like, wait, like you weren't intending to buy, you never bought, you were just spoofing the order book. That's a crime. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go to jail. Because there's no oversight, Sam was spoofing the order books all over the place, and he was extracting way more than just the customer deposits that were lost, which I think hasn't been touched on enough, is like the amount from stop hunting and liquidation incentives and all that stuff. This money didn't get the idea that this money got degen gambled and is just magically evaporated is like laughable to me. It's laughable to me. Like someone got the money. There's a big bag somewhere. It was easy to see that these issues were there because Bitfinex has always led the Bitcoin and Ethereum markets in terms of market depth. It makes sense. They print the tether. That's where the market depth is. Binance has always been number 2. They fuzz their shit because they own coin market cap and everything like that. But over the last few weeks, FTX's wallets have had less money in them than the 2% market depth that was being broadcast on the order books. That means that you know that the orders are being spoofed and that they're fake. Like there isn't enough money there isn't enough money there. The depth on the 2% depth is higher than the amount of money in the wallets. They're spoofing orders. They're stop hunting people. They're squeezing people. They're taking people's money. It was right in front of everyone. Whether or not there were proof of deposits, there were still indicators that showed, if you look, like how does FTX all of a sudden have $190 million in 2% depth? And like their hot wallets don't even have 190 million in tether in it at the time. Like, wake up! That's just on Bitcoin.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, great. Firstly, great. Thanks for bringing it back to topic. Awesome points. Is Binance doing the same?
I mean, their matching engine failed last May. There are a couple good articles about it. Are people performing layered spoofing? Are they stop hunting? As much as they can without exhausting the inflows of liquidity onto their exchanges?
These practices came from Quabi, OKX, BTCC, and Binance. That's where they all came from. They wrote the
Yeah, this
playbook.
shit's really, really old in the space. To Simon's point, there have been dozens of mostly predominantly Chinese exchanges that have done this shit for like multiple years. This is not anything new. It's just new that a white dude perpetrated it.
And where did Binance come from? OKX. Where did he get?
Bro, that's
Bingo.
actually so funny that you said that, but that's actually pretty accurate, dude. It's like it's been going on.
Yeah, look,
And
Simon and
everybody's
I
been
have known CZ since he worked at OKX. He literally learned all this shit from Star. Just get your shit off a fucking exchange. Like, there are ways to trade outside of a centralized exchange.
ta-da.
But even if you need to trade it on an exchange, and then just send it off. It's not expensive to do that.
Also something I heard earlier that I think is inaccurate. I heard a lot of people saying like, "Oh, cold storage, get yourself a hardware wallet. That's the only way to be secure." Like hardware wallets are not as secure as you think they are. And like my business partner was the former.
Oh, geez, please don't give us that.
No,
this
they
is the
are.
message.
Bullshit.
Wanna...
I'm calling
No,
you
really,
bullshit on that.
Just listen, dude. My business partner.
Put it in context.
ET,
People do need to get into
my business partner ET was a senior dev for MetaMask. He worked side by side with Aaron, the founder. Okay, he built Lavamos, supply chain security infrastructure. Not one of us on the team has a hardware wallet or ledger. We all store keys encrypted on flash drives, like regular run-of-the-mill flash drives. And for security, we use BLS, TSS, or multi-signature wallets. It's the only way to be secure is to use multi-signature.
No, we get it. But I did say it's a progression, right? You start an exchange and you may have it to custody, and then you download it on your phone.
The progression is you learn what the technology is and how it works. And then you calculate your threat model and risk vector based on the amount of liquidity you are dealing with, and you implement appropriate operational standards based on the amount of liquidity that you have.
It doesn't make sense for your average retail user.
I do have some breaking news
multi-sig.
Go ahead, Chet.
I do have some breaking news that posted in here from Bloomberg. Bloomberg, and this is in relation to the U.S. Treasury Secretary now. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen now is saying that the FTX debacle essentially shows a need for more crypto regulation. She said, quote, "It shows the weakness of this entire sector and a need for very careful regulation." She said, "In other regulated exchanges, you would have segregation of customer assets. The notion you could use the deposits of customers of an exchange and lend them to a separate enterprise that you control to do leverage risky investments, that wouldn't be something that's allowed."
Isn't that how banks
Bro,
work?
this is very important that you've mentioned this.
It is, but it's also not allowed in crypto, so it's propaganda. That is illegal in crypto.
This coming from the people that got rid of Glass-Steagall.
This is coming from Elizabeth Warren. Come on, y'all. It's
exactly what they want you to legalize. They want you to legalize.
Okay.
They want to legalize using Firebyte.
To just launch down the rabbit hole of this entire thing. There has been plenty of speculation that a lot of these people were put in place here simply to regulate cryptocurrency, like far ahead of time. It's going to turn into a conspiracy at this point. Like Kim was asking me about my theories earlier on the entire thing, but Suzu, the tweets have resurfaced of Suzu of him calling out FTX early on for the fact that they can use it as collateral and borrow against it, et cetera, et cetera. And ultimately, they're the ones that liquidated Three Arrows Capital and got to a point where they licked everybody and then got liquidated along with everybody. But in that same regard, right? Like this guy, think about it. Like, where did he even come from? I made a tweet recently about basically Sam's stage presence whenever he's up there talking in front of anyone. Like, for someone who's a billionaire and is as talented and intelligent as he professes himself to be.
Cuffy, I'm going to cut you off there, man. Look, for people who have been in the space long enough, everybody at the beginning was a fucking autistic weirdo.
No,
and
no, no,
including
no.
today. Yes.
It's the way, like, no, even
Oh
Anatoly,
shit!
like
I just
some of
realized this
like
was
some
Marshall.
very
Yo,
high up
Marshall,
people,
what's
like
up, bro?
What
Holy
up?
the
shit!
Come on,
way,
Marshall and us were there. When I
the
spoke
way
at the first
he,
Bitcoin conference, they
it's
were
Listen,
absolute
couple
nutbags.
everybody, including now, like Simon and I used to be like terrible at speaking, and we still are, and it's just because we've done it so many times. We know how to like navigate our own social.
Well, right. It's just like he came out
turmoils.
of nowhere and was just on stage speaking about the most important
No,
topic
he
in the entire
was able to
space.
get on stage because he arbitraged the ever living dog shit out of Bitcoin in 2017. He made a ton of money. He had all the TradFi bros to back him up. Now he's speaking on stages. It's very clear how that happened. It has nothing to do with the fact that he was also a sociopath who wanted to steal tons of money.
Well, no, it's very obvious though that how those two things are now surfacing. I mean, and that's why I prefaced it with the fact that, okay, sure, this may be a conspiracy, but it's, in hindsight, all of the red flags were there, and
I
what
mean,
we
bro,
were
I've been
dealing with
calling
the
them
entire time.
Samwicks instead of Scamwicks for like a year, dude. They're
Precisely.
Samwicks, not Scamwicks.
Exactly, they are Samwicks, and I was talking about it earlier, actually, Omakasi, about like watching the tape and how the orders will come in from FTX to liquidate massive FTX positions, and then you'll see them with Alameda, their quant shop, whatever it may be, market make the price back up after liquidating somebody for 7, 8 figures.
They take your money on their platform and
then
directly
pump it.
trade against you to steal your balance, bro. Like
Precisely.
it's like not even it's
And that's
they're
that's
running the
stuff they
books.
would
It's
never
crazy.
show us like as a security company. That's stuff that they would never, that's code and repositories that would never ever in a million years be shared with anyone outside
when
Sam,
someone say that they did
Caroline,
arbitrage,
for that
bro,
matter.
you have to look at the history of arbitrage, right? Like someone says like, "Oh, I did arbitrage." Okay, the history of arbitrage and minor extractable value goes all the way back to the Dutch East India Corporation. So basically, you're stealing shit. Okay, cool. Got it. I know what your business is. Check. Like I get where I get how you think about getting value for yourself. It's not by creating it or building it or mining it or anything like that. Like you are literally just
front running,
a middleman. You're just front running. Like you're a front runner. Like that's what it is, and that's what Sam has always been. Just the scam to attract liquidity and market makers was by paying out funding in hourly increments rather than 8-hour increments. So if funding fees were 0.1%, then you're getting paid 0.1% every hour instead of every 8 hours. That drew a huge amount of liquidity from institutional market makers who take gamma neutral positions on the market. They buy spot BTC and they fill a short when the funding rate is positive. They sell spot BTC and go long with low leverage when the funding rate is negative. And they're collecting funding from the order book. When you're getting paid funding every hour instead of every 8 hours, that adds up a lot. When you're getting basis points compounding hourly versus basis points compounding every 8 hours makes a huge difference over a long period of time. And that's how he attracted all the liquidity to the exchange. And then he rugged everyone. And it's like, this has happened. Like anyone, Marshall's been here. I know Kim's been here. It's like the people who've been here a long time. It's like, yep, another day in fucking Bitcoin. Like pretty much like, an exchange rugged. Like, yeah, did I lose anything? No, because I didn't have any fucking money on an exchange. Like, this is
Ledgers,
not
baby.
2014, dude. It's not
Yes, Bitcoin
2014. I don't know why you have money on an exchange,
self-custody.
dude.
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, is that a hot exchange? Let me stay as far away from that as I possibly can. Yeah,
It's funny to me that
multi-sigs,
people think that
ledgers.
regulations can actually fix anything. Like, have you not seen the stock market? It's so heavily regulated, yet
Listen,
people still get away with the same shit.
Yeah, look at Bernie Madoff.
5,000 or
this is
5
worse than
hours.
Bernie
That's my
Madoff.
rule for exchanges. The funds on exchange are going to be less than $5,000 or there for less than 5 hours. That's the rule. 5,000 or 5 hours. That should be your rule.
Lehman's AIG should be a lesson.
But also a big failure is a big failure also is like, look, MetaMask is the #1 wallet application that people are using. It's not user friendly. The user experience is terrible. Consensus is printing 250 mil a year off of the swaps on MetaMask. the team was underfunded and they didn't provide the user experience and tools to scale with the amount of people that onboarded and wanted to onboard into the ecosystem. So as it became popular, yeah, MetaMask grew to 5 million, 10 million daily users or whatever, but the exchange was still easier for people because people are used to typing in their email and a password, and there's a user experience that people are attuned to, and people just, trust instead of verifying, I guess.
I
And
completely disagree. I think anyone under the age of 30 hates putting an email. Every time I get log into anything and ask me for a username and email, I just close it. For me, connecting a wallet is just far quicker, simpler, and they don't have any of my data points. I think that's a harsh generalization.
They have all your data points. Do not delude yourself.
Of course,
No, but don't miss the point what
you
he's saying
connect to
about
it.
being selective, obviously, where you provide them.
If I can kind of
right?
recenter the
Various
conversation.
emails. Have
I
several
want to recenter the
emails, ones that
conversation
you
here.
use for certain
I want
things,
to
ones
Kim.
that you
Can you comment
affiliate with certain
on
wallets,
the
etc.
app?
All right, guys, I just muted everyone. Kim, do you want to take back control of the mic? Just brief the audience where we're up to and just give the speakers the mic accordingly, because I can't see everyone on screen.
Holy shit, man! This room just went into
yeah, bro. I just got
total shit show.
The problem, bro. The problem. I haven't slept since yesterday, as you know. So I don't know whether if things are out of control or if just my mind playing around. But if you could, there's a lot of people that joined in the last 20 minutes. If you could, if you could just brief them on the discussion you had with Kofi, I think it was. Real name is Christian. The revelations there, which I just think it's the most important thing we spoke about since Elon came into the show. And then give the mic to the right person.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for muting everyone because it was painful to listen to it in the last.
And I meant it very respectfully for all panelists. I just meant it with all due respect. I can't see who's speaking, and I can't mute individual people because my screen is fucked up. So that's why I muted
every
everyone.
now and then you have a space or a clubhouse or whatever, and there are just some people who love listening to themselves. And we've gone off topic a little bit now, so I'm glad you did this, and we can go back on topic because what we are trying to do here is to be of service to those that have been affected by the FTX issue, and we need to keep that in mind, right? So they don't want to hear our viewpoints about off-topic matters. They want to be hearing about what they can do in this situation, what lessons they should learn from what happened here, and what we should all expect in the next few weeks and months to take place because of this event. And let me just dive into these topics right now.
And as you dive, do you mind if I just ask you one quick question, Kim, that I had for a while, but I didn't ask it earlier? I heard one of the speakers mention that they got warning about FTX being insolvent since April. Did I hear that correctly?
I think someone mentioned that.
April of last year, bro, is the first time that I got the call.
And who's that? Sorry, I'm just trying to. Is that you, Master Chef?
That's me. Yeah, it's me, bro.
And do you mind telling us who the call was from? Doesn't have to be exact name, but just an idea.
Yeah. So I'll be as specific as I can be. I got the call from a friend of mine who is one of the world's top experts in machine learning and has circulated around the crypto space for a while. He goes to Satoshi Roundtable. He would be pissed as hell if I said his name on a space, but he called me and he's like, hey, have some friends in the Bahamas, got some chatter that FTX may be insolvent. And he's like, don't keep any funds on FTX. And I was like, GG, thanks, bro. And that was the call. And he's someone that I know well enough and has been around long enough that, he wouldn't have, he's not a fudder. You know what I mean? He doesn't call with things like that. He had information from a credible source if he passed that information to me.
And you say April 2021?
2021, dude. The entire run-up, you can see there have been articles written on it. The entire run-up that began in July, 16th to 18th of 21, when we ran back up to 69,000, was primarily engineered by Sam executing layered spoofing. I know a lot of people don't understand what that is, but I put the Wikipedia article up and pinned it to the top if people want to educate themselves as to what spoofing is. But the order book was spoofed up to those prices in that final run. And Sam was trying to recapture the liquidity because he was essentially the largest market maker and had the most liquidity with like Alameda Automation at that point. But in February, I think February 2nd or 3rd, a Bitcoin wallet that hadn't been active for a long time and is flagged multiple times as a ransomware wallet with 36,000 coin in it, unloaded 12,500 coin directly into the market, and then onto an exchange that it swapped for ETH, and then that exchange was subsequently hacked, and all of the ETH was removed. So like there was dirty coin that woke up and got dumped into the market. The issue with layered spoofing is if you think you're in control of the supply of the free float and you're spoofing the price up, if someone actually has a spot bag and decides to dump it into your fucking spoofed order flow, it causes all of your algos, everything you set up that you thought you were going to go print your little super cycle and make it all back in one trade goes to shit. So someone basically woke up and was like, oh man, I'm gonna unload like $1 billion worth of coin right now. And I mean all those things popped up. It was like February 2nd or 3rd, that wallet woke up, sent 12,500 coin to an exchange, unloaded all of it. The same exchange was subsequently hacked. All the ETH was drained from it, moved through Tornado Cash. And it's just like, that's what happened. So, the order book can be spoofed. The market cap to liquidity ratio of most crypto assets is extremely high. There's very, very thin market depth.
I want to give a huge shout out and round of applause to the reality in the argument Master Chef just made. 10 out of 10. Amazing.
Simon and Kim, do you mind if you comment on this? It's it just sounds a bit extreme. Like it's not like 2-3 months ago. It's April last year.
Maybe where I could offer most service is actually what happens from here. Would that be more useful? Like what happens next? What people do? Or...
say that again. Sorry, Simon.
Maybe I could add more service by helping anyone that's got funds on FTX. I can help them understand what's going to happen next and what.
Yeah, perfect. I'll make this the next topic of discussion because I think it's a really important one. Do you mind commenting on the information regarding the revelation since April? You or Kim or anyone else? That like does it add up to you?
So I should disclose I'm a shareholder in Bitfinex, Kraken, Coinbase, Bitstamp, Shapeshift,
Jesus, man.
and other exchanges I've probably forgotten. So
billionaire Simon Dixon, man.
So I just want to disclose that because if I'm talking about other exchanges, I think it's important to understand, and I'm not pushing my own shareholding. I never have. I just always disclose so people can understand. But those types of practices, it doesn't surprise me because there's, it's the mindset of. So when I invested in Jesse Powell, I invested in his character as a Bitcoin OG that we met at the first Bitcoin conference that had a Bitcoin philosophy and was appalled by what happened at Mt. Gox and thought he could do better as a security guy. And his combination of his mission of what he was there for, plus his background and thing, is what made Kraken what Kraken is. When I saw Sam, I just see this trader that obbed, that came out of nowhere. And so that every shenanigan under the sun is because it's the difference between a long-term investor that believes in the industry versus a short-term speculator. They're going to do what short-term speculators do, which is everything that was just described. So it doesn't surprise me because we've seen wash trading, we've seen all of this stuff. And anyone that looks down the coin market cap and looks at these exchanges, the Q coins, the OKXs, the Huobies, all of these, and then the 60,000 copy and paste versions as well. All of it's happening everywhere. And so, yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Kim?
I also want to mention I just pinned a tweet up to the top per a request from a listener and also a friend. Basically, you'll see the most recent tweet pinned. He says, "They came from an industry of finance. I come from an industry of cybersecurity. You crossed my field. Next time when you want to spoof the market from 28K to 69K for your political lobby, think twice." Excuse me. This tweet was amazing. I remember when he made this actually back in May, earlier this year, and I was like, wow, par for the course. And while those that were aware of it, the money that was pumped into the market, the liquidity that was injected into it that allowed people to make tons of money, was not the most candid deployment of capital, we'll call it. So yeah, check out that tweet. There's a lot of good info in there. Shout out Hellspawn Crypto for digging pretty deep into this on a deeper level, like that Master Chef was talking about earlier.
But just to give you a bit of context on Houseborn, I do think he's a great asset, and I love his tweets. He did have a lot of his funds frozen by FTX, just to give everyone a context. So that's kind of also a reason why he did the investigation. So it's, there is a bit of a conflict of interest that there's a reason why he did it, why he went deeper, and FTX kept freezing his funds, and I know they froze a huge portion of his funds, and he used it to run his business. But yeah, I just thought it's also good to give context like that to everyone, so when they see the tweet, they know the context behind it and what it actually means.
Yeah, Mario, if you don't mind, I think maybe a good direction here is what Simon was getting at, is where we think this goes. Is probably a better question for Simon, and I'd like to talk about maybe where the contagion can spread. If that's something I've been personally doing, making sure that my mind doesn't have any tertiary risk from people who have had deposits there frozen, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's, if you've had money on FTX, you're basically fucked at this point, and you're going to have to be an unsecured creditor. Beyond that, there is a high likelihood that other companies that may be a vendor of yours or you may be affiliated with have exposure risk that have not disclosed it and are in serious trouble. And so that's probably a unknown risk that most of the people just didn't think about because there's so much craziness going on with the FTX stuff. But there's still a chance that other things and other places that you might have can be harmed. And you need to be really trying to dig into who had exposure to the downfall. We know Genesis just lost 175 million. DCG had to give them emergency injection. If you look at all the things DCG owns, all the things Genesis owns, I mean, that's a whole spider web by itself. So, Simon, I don't know if you can give more color there, but that's what's most concerning to me right now.
Yeah, no, certainly. So I'm a shareholder in over 100 companies, and I'm getting lots of people that are trying to explain their exposure. When you have an exchange, and you have leverage, you have a lot of services that were built on top of that. So there is a contagion effect. You're going to see a lot more. So this is why the message is, trying to get people into cold storage, and now is the time to figure it out. And you shouldn't have money on an exchange, whether it's Binance or not, because there is certainly contagion. So that is inevitable. That's going to happen. Get ready for it. So in terms of what happens from here, so firstly, you're going to make if you're new to this market, we've got about 10,000 people here. You're going to make a decision that you're either going to exit this market or you're going to persist with the market. We have been through these cycles many times, and then I'll go specifically into FTX.
Sorry, Simon, to interrupt you. I just want to ask you a question specifically on that. What I've seen is like VCs, hedge funds, or kind of big asset custodians in crypto find it difficult from a regulatory perspective to hold on cold storage, because regulators tell them when they get their license that they're only allowed, 1 to 5% of their assets, crypto assets, in cold storage, and they have to use custodians such as Coinbase, FTX, etc. I guess, what is your view on that? Because a lot of these industry players are hampered by that. So it's not like they choose FTX by choice. Regulators are actually telling them to use FTX.
So a custodian should not be affected. So, for example, sorry to talk about my own company, but at Bank to the Future, we segregate people's shares when they invest in companies. And so our company can go bust, but the shares still exist in full segregation, with a custody set up and a custodian that can take over because of all the regulations we have to have. They stress test it, they put it under disaster recovery, they have business continuity. So a custodian that's a real custodian has to fully segregate funds. So if anyone deposits funds on Bank to the Future, they're done for a fully segregated company. And therefore, if one of our companies goes bust, it's in custody. And that's the difference. So although it's not self-custody, custody should not be exposed to FTX if it's set up correctly and it's regulated. If that's not the case, then there's a regulatory failure, and this is a regulatory failure because FTX was regulated and did not use those funds as custody, and that's the failure here. So what checks and controls didn't happen?
Well, it's simple from a regulator, and I know this because I actually had a meeting with the regulator this morning, one of the regulators, and I said, why is there a failure? And it's simple. They don't do prudential regulation in crypto right now like they do in banking or the financial industry, where they, check your assets, liabilities, custody deposits. Do they have enough liquidity? They don't do that. They don't do it.
Yeah.
They only do the AML KYC side of it.
Exactly. So that's the difference between a money transmitter licenses and an MSB versus, for example, a Bank to the Future. We're a securities business, and securities goes a lot into those types of things. So it's a different level of accountability. And then a bank is stress testing and all sorts of stuff. So, for example, if you were holding funds in custody in a bank, crypto assets, you'd have to have it as a liability on your balance sheet, which means that as the price of Bitcoin goes up, you'd need to get more deposits in order to meet the Basel requirements. So all I'm saying is people are very anti-regulations, but all of these regulations were put in place as a result of previous failures. And while they're not perfect, they certainly give investor protections, and people are confusing that with AML and other things that are bad regulations, or accredited investor suitability and various other things. But anyway, back to the point of what happens from here. So firstly, the sector side, you will make a decision about whether you're exiting the sector and you think this is all a scam and rubbish, or you're going to come to some hard truth realizations, which most people in these times go back to Bitcoin, cold storage, and then we go into the next cycle where people start trying to outperform Bitcoin. You get some new innovation, people start circumventing regulations again, and then you enter into a new hype cycle, and then it goes into Bitcoin halving. When it goes into Bitcoin halving, you then get another exchange that goes down and a regulatory crackdown, but you reach new all-time highs in all previous cycles. I'm not saying not investment advice, but that's what tends to happen. And in these markets, all the people that were in it just to make fiat currency. So I think Kim was talking about, we had a bit of a debate earlier. Those that are in this just to make fiat currency, which is speculators like Sam, they tend to exit the markets. And those that understand that there's a fundamental need for money you can own, money you can spend, the money that has a fixed supply, stay in the market and continue to build. And if they've got enough dry powder and they didn't get wrecked enough, they invest in the builders, and it becomes a really, really productive time when no one's focused on making money and everyone's focused on building. It's probably my favorite time. Then you go into the next hype cycle where everyone's making money, and then everyone joins because they're trying to make more fiat currency by investing in a cryptocurrency, but all they wanted was the dollars. So you get the people that wanted the Bitcoin here and the builders here. So it's a good time. And it's hard to see that because you've got to be very counter-cyclical. Right,
Can
so
I?
what's going to happen if you have funds on FTX? If you have funds on FTX right now, you won't be able to withdraw them, and they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. I was the 21st largest creditor in Celsius, so I've been through this process. And what happens is they're now going to the company's going to engage a bunch of lawyers, a bunch of investment bankers, and Sam has stepped down, and they put one of the restructurers from Enron in charge as the new CEO. So you've got an experienced restructurer when there's claims of Ponzi's and wrongdoing and criminal investigations and things like that. Their job now will be to unpack everything that's happened with these 138 different companies. That's going to involve an examiner being appointed to do a full investigation, and it's going to cost the company a lot of money. So they're going to have to immediately release a balance sheet around how much costs there are, how many assets there are, how many liabilities, and every decision about how money is spent will have to go through the court. So the court will be appointed, and you as somebody that has funds, you're going to be known as what's called an unsecured creditor. That means they owe you money, but they don't have enough money to pay you. So you're a creditor, and you're unsecured because it wasn't really secured against any asset, like if you lent for a mortgage or anything like that. There'll be a bunch of people that may be secured creditors that will get preference over you and your claim. And as an unsecured creditor, in the case of Celsius, for example, everyone was unsecured creditors. If you invested in shares in FTX, you're highly likely to be wiped out with zero value. Sequoia Capital already said that. The reason is because debt takes preference over equity. So when you invest in equity, you get the upside of the company, but if the company goes bankrupt, anyone that they owe money to gets preference over you. So your equity is worth zero if it's insolvent, which it is. I think they're saying a $6 to $10 billion. We don't know that until everything comes out. And they're going to appoint an unsecured creditor committee. And that committee is anyone can apply for it. And you can actually be an unpaid person. In the case of Celsius, they had 7 people that had different types of deposits on FTX that were affected. Celsius, that were affected in different ways. And you actually get to vote on the future outcome of what happens to the company, whether it gets to bid and sell itself on an auction to somebody else that can take over. And FTX was the bidder in Voyager and tried to be the bidder in Celsius because it was trying to hide all of its exposures that it had and bad loans and bad debts when it was intertwined with Voyager and Celsius. So you will get to apply for that. They'll pick a few random people, and the U.S. trustee will make that decision, which is a department of the DOJ. And then a U.S. trustee will represent various government agencies. The Unsecured Creditors Committee will represent your interest as a creditor to try and maximize the value that you get back. And a judge will have to sign off on all decisions. And if regulators want to object, then everyone, or even if you want to hire a lawyer, then when it's in Chapter 11, they get protection from lawsuits. So people will launch class action lawsuits, but they can't persist any of those until it comes out of Chapter 11. So you as an unsecured creditor will be able to lobby the Unsecured Creditor Committee. In the case of Celsius, we had regular meetings, regular town halls, and the Unsecured Creditors Committee can also appoint an investment bank to sell the assets, a financial advisor, an accountant, an auditor, a tax, all the professionals and lawyers. And basically, you're going to be represented by a lawyer or a law firm from here. It's an absolute cash grab. Lawyers, professionals, they're spending like 20 million a month on the Celsius case, the Voyager case. They just get the professionals absolutely love it because they get to chew through creditors' money. It's like a cash grab by the professionals. So that's going to happen. The faster you get through the process, the better. But there's one big risk. If this is classified a Ponzi scheme or it's classified an illegal operation, then there'll be no opportunity they'll just sell off all your crypto. It will crash the market further. It will cause cascading in the market, and they'll just sell everything off. If you get the opportunity to put together a bidder, so if a bidder comes along, so in the case
Hey
of
Simon, real
Celsius,
quick, has there been examples of
yeah,
that where they have done that, where they've completely liquidated, determined a Ponzi? Can you give us
Yeah,
examples of
Mount
that, please?
Gox.
Yeah, Mount Gox, but they didn't liquid.
Mount Gox, Mount Gox, they didn't liquidate. They actually went bankrupt, and then the price of Bitcoin recovered, and it was through Japan bankruptcy proceedings. And because the price recovered, Mark Capellas actually took some actions, which allowed it to keep the Bitcoin, and it went into this process called civil rehabilitation. And that allowed them to keep the Bitcoin, and then they got some Bitcoin Cash and everything that happened over the years. And now, hopefully, they're going to get about 10% of their Bitcoin because Mark Capellas suddenly found 200,000 Bitcoins under his mattress, which went into that civil rehabilitation process.
Good old Mark. Good old Mark
Yeah.
just
Magical
found a couple
touch
hundred
strikes
K
again.
BTC.
Simon, do you
Yeah.
see like the courts rejecting this application and saying, actually, we want you to go into a banking bankruptcy proceedings where depositors are kind of classified first? I know Celsius went through the same thing, but they have quite different operations, I see, to FTX, and they're regulated very differently. Do you see there's a chance potentially that depositors are prioritized over, other secured lenders?
So in the Celsius case, there was no secured lenders. So everyone was an unsecured. But no, if there are secured lenders, then they would take preference and shareholders will be lost. Highly likely there won't be many secured creditors, but that depends on contractual agreements that were signed with the VCs or something in any of these token sales. Maybe they, for example, in mining, I know there's a big mining operation as well in this. That they may have been secured against the ASICs and stuff like that. So you could just literally say, okay, well, we'll send you the ASICs or something. So you can say to the VCs, if it's a secure debt, then take it. Where do you want me to send the ASICs to?
Yeah,
Or something
liquidate
like
the
that.
hardware. Liquidate the hardware, take the data
Yeah.
center, sell it off for a discount. Someone will buy it, recover the funds. That was such a detailed and accurate description, Simon, of basically like if you were in Mount Gox. Has anyone who was in Mount Gox here, has anyone gotten any of their coin back yet?
No one has yet.
No one
Yeah,
has yet.
exactly.
It's only coming next year.
Exactly.
No.
And that was
I'm still waiting.
Coming soon. Coming in 2 weeks.
Yeah, soon, TM. Soon,
Yeah.
TM.
Hey
Devs
Simon,
are
how long
working.
till we see when everything is unraveled? Like we obviously see it unraveling before our eyes. Really appreciate the insight of you and everyone else. When do we see more unraveling, or is this the end? Like when does this clown thing stop? Please.
Yeah. Firstly, I'm not a lawyer. I just been through like so many of these, and we did the recovery with Bitfinex and Tether, and then Kraken did the one with Mt. Gox, and just been through a few. This was my first Chapter 11, so with the Celsius side. If it goes to a Chapter 7 and a US trustee has to take over and sell off all the assets, then you're talking about a non-Bitcoin. It's kind of like a Ross Ulbricht situation with a Silk Road seizure, where they're going to auction off the assets through the DOJ. That's going to take a long time. Here's the first thing I need to say to you. Sorry to break the bad news. Don't expect any of these funds for the next couple of years. If you had all your money on FTX, I'm really sorry to break the bad news, but you're going to have to find a new source of your funds, and you're going to have to start to prepare for how do you live if you're, in Celsius. Many people's life savings are on there, and it was really tragic. There was homelessness, there was suicides, it was really, really tragic. So you have to prepare for that. I'm guessing it's a different kind of culture at FTX because I don't think people were storing their funds on FTX. Hopefully, they were more.
I think
traders.
it's more traders, professional, high net worth, and institutional funds who are on FTX. If I compare like the Twitter sentiment you know, compared to I knew people who lost, you know, millions in Celsius. It was mainly retail who lost that money, right? Whereas FTX, it seems a bit less retail, but more professional traders. I'm not saying their own retail that was affected, but definitely some big institutional and actually crypto projects that stored their treasuries or utilize FTX services for their treasuries, I think are going to be seriously affected by this.
Okay, so I think there's going to be a much more sophisticated audience. They're going to know how to, you know, it's going to be a really interesting time with all that level of sophistication behind what's happened here. Here's the challenge, right? With in the Celsius case, Alex Majinsky was trying to cover up his shit for a long time, and he had to go through multiple law firms to try and get rid of him. And then we had to really try and prove that he was a bad actor, and then eventually the Unsecured Creditors Committee managed to get rid of him. He was even coming on Twitter Spaces and trying to discredit me and stuff like that. Yeah, the narcissistic behavior was pretty crazy. But anyway, Sam actually stepped down, so you've been done a favor there. Now, here's the hard part that's going to be really hard pill to swallow. If everyone comes too hard down on the criminality and tries to get justice for SBF, you may end up in a Ponzi claim or a Chapter 7 liquidation, which would be the worst type of result, because the best result comes when it goes through a bidding process and someone that has the ability to take over the business and also auction off additional, you know, in a process, you'll probably get a better outcome. And that's going to be a really hard pill to swallow. And so in the case of Celsius right now, we're just trying to get through the auction process so that we can get all of the assets. And what we're doing essentially is we're going through a bidding process, and we're trying to give everyone them funds in custody so that it's held in a custody, and then a security whereby all of the assets are packaged together and given to creditors. So we're currently working on that at Bank to the Future. Whereas everyone else wants to come along and do a predatory bid like SBF. He was looking to just come along and fill his hole by buying up these cheap assets and giving them to his shareholders and trying to fill his hole. So you've got to be aware of that. We're going to be sharing this journey together. I'm not an FTX creditor, but we're going to be sharing a journey together for the next couple of years probably. So you just need to expect that. If we're lucky, or if you're lucky, within a few months, and this is way more complicated, there's 138 entities here and a lot bigger numbers, then you'll end up in an auction process, and you're just trying to maximize the amount that you get for all these assets. And so we've seen a lot. We know how to maximize, you know, for example, with the Bitfinex, the liquidation was people received a token. We didn't go through the Chapter 11 process, but we used financial innovation instead. And if you wanted to just liquidate, you would have ended up on 30 cents on the dollar. But those that actually stayed and got the equity that we issued through Bank to the Future, they ended up with $16 on the dollar and hundreds of millions of dividends from the profits in the 2017 cycle, plus a token that gave them flex.
Plus a token that gave them access to the hacked funds, which have returned this year as well.
Leo Goodcoin. Leo Goodcoin.
Yeah,
it's not Leo. Not Leo. Calm yourself.
Mario, Kim, it would be great to get some projects or VCs who's had, you know, exposure to FTX and kind of hear their thoughts.
Actually, Leo wasn't the token. It was a security token, and it was extinguished when the debt was repaid, and they had a recovery rights token. Leo was created for the Tether hole when crypto capital became an illegal shadow bank. So it's two different things. People conflate. We had Bitfinex in 2016, and then
you basically built that for Bank to the Future and built your own security token to ensure for all of your creditors who'd been hit by the same.
Simon owns Bank to the Future, bro.
Yeah, I get it. Marshall, we know each other too, by the way.
And for the
slide into the DMs, boy.
Just for the question, whoever asked the question about projects that are listed on FTX or have investments from Alameda, We just
Yeah.
saw one project, Star Atlas, that mentioned they had half of their funds on FTX, which is insane. We heard other projects that they kind of saved themselves last minute. So we had another project that bought back its equity and tokens from Alameda. Can't remember the project's name.
What was project's name? Because I know UBXT Upbots did that. I don't know if it was Upbots. I know Upbots bought back their equity and they basically just pulled all their liquidity and relaunched their token. And obviously didn't add the Alameda and FTX addresses.
Yeah, so here's the key thing. If this goes to a Chapter 7 or a big liquidation, and all that shit is going to dump onto the market, and we're going to get the next phase of cascading. Mining industry is going to be affected. More exchanges are going to be affected. It's going to be a bad result for everybody. So what we're trying to do in the Celsius stage is, rather than dumping all that shit down by proving it's a crime, we're saying investigate all the crime later, and let's package it up into a security so that everybody gets access to all the assets that was bought with client money, and any claims on any illegal activity go to the estate, so that if Alex Majinsky gets clawed back for the funds he withdrew, then that becomes a property and asset of the estate through a security. So that's kind of what we're trying to do right now, which is bid on the process and give all the funds and the assets to creditors to avoid a Chapter 7 liquidation, which would be bad for the industry and bad for creditors. So with this one, the level of criminality that everybody's investigating, unfortunately, may work against it. But the real outcome that the industry will want is an auction process, a bid, and then somebody bidding and then giving all the assets to creditors, so that you can prevent them all being liquidated here.
Hey,
so that's
Simon.
a journey ahead.
Hey, Simon.
Just quickly, Kim, just to let you know, Simon and Kim, someone just a project that I think FTX invested in just DM'd us saying FTX was in the audience and they left. I'm not sure how long they were here for. I'm trying to find out. So yeah, they just so FTX was in the audience early. I don't know when they left.
Well, the
so
FTX
it's good.
official.
One of their official, not the main one. I think one of the
someone
FTX,
got control of the Twitter.
It could be a hacker.
Not sure, but I'm sure I'm very confident that Sam or his team or executives are listening to this. It makes no sense for them not to be glued to this, considering Elon and insiders have come on the show in the last
20 people that have a login that will have an orgies on the
Kim,
them
you're
and
speaking.
their lawyers.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say, Simon, thank you very much. I think that last 15 minutes of you explaining all of this was very important, and you've done that really well. And I think those people who are in the space that have had funds with FTX and got hit by it, they will appreciate that. Can't believe it took us so many hours to get to that point where we actually talk about that stuff that really matters to these people that are affected by this. So thank you very much.
Do you mind if I ask you, Kim, Simon, anyone else? I was just going through the audience and I saw a few regulators, and I've seen a few in the last couple of hours, and a few attorneys as well. So for people that will be leading the case, people that will be listening to the recording of this, for the press that's listening, and for regulators, what advice can you give them as they try to deal with this implosion?
The advice that I'd give regulators is really think about what is right for creditors, because this is obviously an opportunity for you to get the regulations the way you want them and allow other businesses to take over that you think are sufficiently regulated, and really just create a model for how you want the business to operate that takes over. But if you push this into a Chapter 7 liquidation, it's an attack on creditors. There's lots of innocent people that would be affected by that, and really think about you'll get your opportunity to define how you want this business to operate in the future when someone else takes over. Use that as an opportunity to show the world how you want these regulations done, and don't if you destroy the industry by making all of these assets dump onto the market, you're just going to be harming the people that you're meant to be protecting. And remember that they're all paying tax in order to try and get the protections and you to represent their interests as regulators. A lot of people have been harmed by this. So please get the order of events right, which is figure out what the situation is, put it through an auction process, define the regulations that you want with this opportunity, and then allow creditors to get a fair chance to recover as much funds as possible from it. That's my message to regulators.
Hey,
Yep.
Mario, you mind if I
Regulators
ask
and
you
also
something real
any
quick?
lawyers listening, if you want to reach out to me about, I guess, some of the accounts receivable that we still have, my company, OtterSec, from FTX and Alameda, about, I guess, just best practices. I mean, we have lawyers already, but if you're actively working on this case already, definitely reach out. They owe us and various other.
The one thing I would say on the lawyer side is everyone immediately created a prisoner's dilemma in the Celsius case where people started figuring out, oh, I'm in this segment, I've got a collateralized loan, or I've got custody, or I've got an earn account. And they all try to go off into their groups. Now, form a ad hoc group. There'll be Telegram groups set up. If you want to represent and really take a leadership role to support your fellow creditors, it naturally comes out that you have these Telegram groups of people that assume that role. And then they, rather than everyone hiring their own lawyers, just like with all of these, you can benefit from representing each other in groups, but also recognize that there's a bit of a prisoner's dilemma that happens when you come from a place of trying to all win coins off each other because there's not enough coins. You end up where you can all end up with the worst result in a prisoner's dilemma. So the beauty of the whole Celsius situation was Twitter Spaces. The technology came around at a time when people were able to coordinate and support each other in a very efficient way. So if you want to work, it's really about the community working together and getting the best result for each other, and just having this incredible journey together of all these different skill sets of all different people, bringing it to the table to try and get the best result for the industry and for the creditors.
Yeah, and
The
you mentioned
journey.
something earlier,
Go ahead, Kim.
Simon, where you said in the other case that you were involved in, some people even committed suicide. It was very destructive for people that have lost all their life savings. And I'm sure there will be some people here right now that have, a similar dark outlook or are falling into a deep hole right now. What do you want to say to them, Simon?
I just want to say that in every shitty market I've ever been through, the only reason that I discovered Bitcoin is because I was forced by my wife to go to the first Bitcoin conference after we failed trying to create a bank because my father lost all of his money in the .com boom and bust, and he asked me where his money went. And so in your darkest moments, if you use this as a learning opportunity, you are involved at, one of a really, really shifting sector, where we're transitioning to digital hard sound money. It's a very exciting time. And right now it may be your complete darkest moment. But what I encourage you to do is find people on these Twitter spaces that you relate to. There's a bunch of people that are all in the same situation. There were people that were just, they'd invested their grandparents' retirement and they didn't know how to tell them. And it was creating extreme anxiety to the point where some of them wanted to take their life. These spaces will pop up. So if you're in that situation, just make sure you get the help, hang around with other people that are in the same situation. And remember, it's money. Money comes and goes, especially in crypto. In every cycle, people get wiped out. As long as you learn and recover, you're involved in a very exciting market moving forward. And this will be the learning experience that you need ready for the future cycles.
Okay. Hey, Mario.
Chat,
I
just
just said
quickly,
something.
before you speak, Rod, just 2 seconds. Chat, is it
Yeah.
worth sharing the news that we just received or not yet? Is it worth?
Yes, I think so. I think so, just from what I'm looking at. So, the FTX trainer from some stuff coming from Etherscan off of the address OX59, beginning with OX59AB, that is now showing FTX trainer now T-whopping PAX G into ETH. Literally right now. And the interesting thing that I'm seeing inside this Etherscan is the address responsible for this appears to be something called FTX Victims Alliance.eth.
Weird.
I tell you what, man, this is
Wait,
you know,
wait. Are you saying there's some MEV I can grab on PAX G right now? Hold on, I gotta send a message.
Let me quickly have a look at this, because what they were using CarSwap protocol.
And the FTX also hacker just started selling tokens again. Chat, we just got the Etherscan. You can check the group.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Etherscan right now, and I see stuff that is moving in the FTX account strainer and the TWAP as of a minute ago.
honestly, if you're performing a hack job, you've really fucked with the wrong people here. Like, this is a serious group of people that you're fucking with here.
Can I just seriously, can I just say, like, the best piece of advice the best phrase anyone's ever given me in moments like this is that this too shall pass. You know, like, really, like, this too shall pass. Like, if you, like, I got eaten up in Mount Gox, and it was one of the worst days of my life. I thought at that time, you know, and then it went past, and I was still alive, and my life continued on, you know, and, like, I think that there's like a lot of, like, there's just like a lot of energy around this. And I agree with Simon, which is like, you kind of have to decide, like, which side of history you're going to be on. Like, are you going to try and, like, safely off ramp to fiat, or get your shit in cold storage and hunker down for whatever storm may come as a result of this? Like, obviously the thread is just like, the sweater has a thread pulling on it, and, like, it's not finished pulling yet. But I really, you know, I just have a lot of empathy for anyone who lost funds in FTX or anything like that. It's, like, horrible. And, like, I think Simon give Simon some flowers for giving a really, like, accurate rundown of, like, what people can expect, you know, over the coming months and years. It's like, that's to be able to get that insight is super valuable, because it's like, if you lost money, you're like in the deep water swimming in the unknown, and he's like, hey, look, these are the steps that are going to happen. Here's what you can expect. Here's what you need to look out for. So I just want to give Simon some flowers, and it's basically that. I think I'm going to sign off for tonight. But yeah, I mean, Mario, you've been running this space for so long, bro. This is all ridiculous. I don't think crypto is going to go anywhere. I guess my final statement would be, like, the cipher lords weren't pleased, bro. Like, anytime someone's tried to build some centralized spire that attempts to, like, take control of price action and control the whole market and invest into every single project, it always ends up going belly up in this ecosystem. Like, it does, because the message is decentralization. The message is to disseminate it, spread it out, have more nodes, more validators, more participants, more people actually utilizing the technology as it was intended, and less people just being like, oh, let me put my money in here and see if I can get more money out. And all the people who showed up early on around Bitcoin and ETH, it wasn't like, oh my God, this is going to turn into
So we
so
do
much
have
money.
some news here to come in and cut in here again. The blockchain analytics firm Elliptic said that so they've looked at this now, and they said basically in total, because we were looking at the $600 million number, looks like $473 million worth of crypto assets were moved out of the FTX wallets in suspicious circumstances. The rest and the remaining appear to have been expedited and moved to mitigate damage upon observing the unauthorized transactions, according to once again the general counsel there of FTX. But to kind of summarize there, that means we are looking at even FTX still calling this a full-scale hack. and that there's no necessary way of knowing who's actually behind it yet.
Just on that, chat, in terms of what you're seeing on chain, exactly what wallet 0x59 was doing. Effectively, they're using a third party aggregation tool that will effectively find them the best price to execute on, and they're currently selling PAX-G, which effectively is basically 1-to-1 to gold. So it's effectively the same as an ounce of gold in terms of what you get. So it's a weird one to sell so much of, because you can always redeem that, obviously, if you're a legitimate holder, to get your actual real physical gold. So for me, as a kind of DeFi observer and a DeFi specialist, when I see someone using, and I've seen them using other protocols, to me, it's someone who's, whoever did this hack is not someone who's very sophisticated in DeFi, because the way they've done it and the way they did it earlier was not very sophisticated. The way they drained, as an example, their staked ETH, they did it in a way that they actually, yes, they did sell 40 million of it, or remove 40 million of it, but the way they did it, they got front run a lot. They got front run, almost $1 million worth. And we saw it across the board. If you look at the charts of basically all the protocols they sold, instead of selling slowly and directly either on Uniswap or using their own private node, which is what sophisticated hackers would do, and to get the best price, they didn't do that. You can see they used public nodes, they used public protocols, and they didn't use their mixing and mashing protocols. So for me, when I look at this and observe this and say how sophisticated is this hacker from a pure DeFi perspective, I would say they're not that sophisticated. And it's also interesting, the timestamps, if I had to guess, and this is pure, obviously, speculation, where would they be based? Obviously, anyone can sleep any time, but to me, it looks like, they're mainly based out of Eastern time in terms of their wallet activity.
And we've got a chat. Can you correct me if I'm wrong, but we did get one of the panelists give us either evidence or hearsay that the hack is either internal or most likely internal. I can't remember who it was. Do you remember?
That was me. That was me.
Oh shit. Okay. Is that who's that? Is that you, Umbrella?
Yeah, that was me, Umbrella.
Oh shit.
So
there you go.
It wasn't this wallet. So we can't say was it the hack. It wasn't this wallet. They sent funds to another wallet. So I guess the speculation is they sent funds to 3 different wallets. I'm speaking about it on Ethereum, right? So they send funds to 3 wallets. One wallet, not this main 0x59 wallet, and I can pin it on here when I get the chance of them speaking. Another wallet was linked directly to Alameda. It was funded from Alameda, an old Alameda account, and you can specifically see that. It's one of my previous tweets, and I shared evidence of that. Though that could have been them trying to recover accounts if it was a hack, to recover tokens. So it's a different account, so it could have been them trying to recover accounts very quickly. So that's why there's the Alameda link.
Just to go through, if you don't mind, check very quickly, the amount of information shared, and I know Watcher Guru, he comes into the space a lot. Again, I applaud Watcher Guru's job in always being early with breaking news and verifying it. So for Watcher Guru, you can see the tweets, and for the audience, we've had there it is. There's a tweet. The hack seems to be internal, and that was based on Alameda security auditor that mentioned it live on the space. And I think that wasn't you, Umbrella. There was also someone else, Cuffy, I think it was. And then Cuffy goes on and says the Mango hack was funded by an FTX wallet. Auditor brought the issue up to FTX and were ghosted. So that's one tweet. You can see it there, Watcher Guru. Another one is about Sam being in Argentina. We couldn't verify this, so it's nothing to wish. And then the third one, we had one of the world's top experts in machine learning who said insiders knew of FTX being insolvent since last year in April, and MasterChef was the one that shared that information. And there's a lot more tweets, and over the last 7 hours, we've had a lot of revelations here. But it just goes, the amount of work we've done in this space, and others who are not in the space who shared that information with us, is insane.
Well, that goes back to what Elon Musk was saying about the power of citizen journalism. But go on, Kim.
Hey, speaking of, sharing all this information, I think the one thing that's missing right now and that I would like to do is see if we have maybe two, three people in the audience that were affected by this FTX trouble who want to share a bit about their troubles, their experience. Mario, if you would open your DMs for like
They're
5 minutes.
open. They're always open. I've got a team checking all of them.
Fantastic.
That's how we get the all the news that chat shares. People are just DMing it to us.
So should we ask
Yes,
maybe some
yes,
people in the
yes.
audience to DM you directly and give you like
100%,
a
man.
3 sentence explanation, and then we just bring them up as speakers, because I would like to hear from those people.
100%. And for people listening to the recording, so Kim, we're probably going to have a significant amount of people listening to the recording, especially considering Elon Musk came in. If you want to share your story, because sharing your story will help you deal with it. So if you want to share your story and you're listening to the recording, there's a page that we bring onto our stage multiple times to share those stories anonymously. And the page is called Confessions. So confessions, but it's Confessions as play on words. We bring Charlie from Confessions on the show. We used to bring him almost every week. And he used to share stories of people that sometimes scammers sharing the story, people that were hurt because of scams, people that made a lot of money. But usually it's the stories that people don't like to share or they keep to themselves. Just to remind everyone that you're not alone. But in this case, so that's if you're listening to the recording. But if you want to share your story now, obviously we'll have to verify it. So my team is just checking DMs, or they've been checking DMs for the last 7 hours and counting. So you can share your story via DM, and my team will just verify it. The more information you offer, the better. You can do it anonymously if you like, and we'll bring you up later on stage. We'll bring 3 people up, as Kim requested, so you can share your story. But I know we've got a few people with their hands up. I see Dima, Rob, Ninja, and Colby. Colby, have you spoken yet?
No, I think I've said Glass-Steagall once, and that was as much as I've said.
Hey,
yeah,
real
so
quick, Mario, I want to thank you for hosting the space. It's very, very early/late by me. I'll be around. I'm very responsive to DMs, so if you guys have any questions about like the
and Christian, do you want to just tell in 10
Please.
seconds again, can you tell everyone your position and your involvement, or not involvement, but why you have knowledge of the situation for anyone in the press or anyone that wants to reach out?
Yeah, I am the head of accounts at Otter Security. It's in my bio. Our website is osec.io, and we are a security partner for the smart contracts that Alameda Research Group invests in and FTX Ventures. So that's me. Feel free to reach out. Again, thank you, Mario. Kim.com. Pleasure chatting with you all. And stay safe
Thanks,
out there,
man,
everybody.
and sorry for roughing you up a little bit earlier, but I appreciate that you gave us all that information. That was really helpful, man.
No, of course. And there's definitely more information. If you have any more specific questions, feel free to reach out.
Cool, man. And Christian, we'll probably do this space. I don't know if we'll do it tomorrow, but maybe Sunday or Monday. So you're welcome anytime to join if you've got more findings. And again, appreciate your courage. I want to just mention that it's confirmed now that the outflows from the hack, most likely hack, 662 million. So it's which is the number we mentioned earlier. So based on Investopedia, because I just Googled biggest crypto hacks, this is the biggest. Let me check another source. If we just experienced the biggest crypto hack in dollar terms. So Ronin was the biggest at 614.
I think this is still lower than Ronin. Yeah.
Ronin is at 614. Yeah, so we're at 660.
With the caveat that at least according to the Chainalytics firms that are looking at this, it looks like $482 was taken suspiciously, and the others might have gone to cold storage.
Cold wallet.
It was talked about. Yeah, correct.
Sounds good. I'll give the mic to Colby because he was just about to finally speak after 2 hours of waiting, and then we cut him up again. Colby, you're from the Jurassic Park, and we were talking about this being in the Stone Age, so mic is yours.
I guess that's fitting. I promise I won't need anybody here. I started with one thing that I wanted to discuss, and now we've gone on to so many topics within the time that I've been here that I have to at least mention two of them. When we talk about regulation and banking. There's a lot of discussion about what is a bank. And in the United States, there used to be significantly more separation between commercial and investment banking. A lot of this was due to the Glass-Steagall Act, which was enacted decades ago. And then I think it was in the 90s that it was rescinded or repealed, I believe, under Clinton's watch. And that caused a lot of it slowly created the economic crisis that we had in 2008. Now, granted, that was not the only reason, but it was definitely a significant contributing factor. And those are the types of things that when crypto markets are, when you have a case like this where FTX goes under, there's going to be a reaction, and it's going to be by lawmakers who have absolutely no idea how to use their iPhone, let alone understand crypto. So it is very much upon the community to do what you can to create, I hate to say lobbyists, but to create an environment that educates the people who make laws about things they know nothing about. So that way we can create the kind of future for it for the better, and not just allow fear to jeopardize what has the potential to be amazing.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong as well. And I think the Glass-Steagall was a Roosevelt 1933 Great Depression reform from the
and it wasn't just a separation between investment and commercial banking. It created the FDIC. So for listeners not from the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and a lot of it had to do with protecting the money of people who have who put money into banks, because the Great Depression happened and so many people lost absolutely everything.
But I see Ledger's in the audience, and we've got Fires in the audience. WikiLeaks shop, official WikiLeaks shop. So I don't know if this is WikiLeaks. I'm just going through the audience. Jesus. I'll give the mic to Josh. Josh, good to see you again.
Thank you for having me up. Just kind of the initial thoughts that I have is everything feels very bad in the moment, and it's clear that we don't know all the things that may unravel. But at the same time, while it's bad, I think it's really important to be thinking about, like, this isn't the first or the last bank scandal. Bernie Madoff used to have the largest hedge fund in the world. He was president of, like, the NASDAQ exchange. This type of stuff happens in finance. And I think that, we can classify crypto as a form of finance. And I'm not trying to make light of it. And I'm very appreciative of, I've lost money. I've got friends that have lost money. But I also think that it's important to look at what has happened, but also to realize that this isn't the first or the last scandal that we're going to have. The fundamental technology of what provides value to crypto and NFTs is still there. And just to be mindful of, yes, like, we're going to go through a retraction. Depending on how you view it, it may be better than you think. It may be worse than you think. But I don't think this is, and I could be wrong, I don't think this is so disruptively terrible that it's going to cause everything to completely fall apart. I think that we're just going to go through retraction, regulation, and then, in 2 or 3 years, we'll look back on this the same way we looked back on Mt. Gox, the same way we look back on Fannie Mae, Enron, Lucking Coffee. Like, you can kind of go down the list. Like, these things happen. It's very, very painful in the moment, but the band plays on.
Yeah, let me make one distinguishing point here. The difference with TradFi and this is that the crypto ecosystem, from a companies and people standpoint, is much smaller. Therefore, the contagion can spread much quicker, and it's much more intertwined than the traditional finance sector. So yes, I do agree that this isn't the end all be all, and there will be bigger problems. However, I think that there are many more dominoes to fall that other people might unknowingly have exposure to. So you need to be careful.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's more like finance in the early 1900s. I think it was like JP Morgan bailed a bunch of people out. Because it's a nascent industry and you don't have federal backing, it's not the same as the 2008 financial crisis where the Feds bailed the banks out, right? Like, so this is more of a capitalistic market and less of a hybrid. So yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm not in no manner am I trying to make light of this, and no manner am I trying to say this is not like massively impactful, and our industry doesn't have the same backstops as like a banking industry. And at the same time, I think it's important that we don't kind of let the pendulum swing too far in the like doom and gloom. I mean, yes, it's bad. It's very, very bad. But just keeping perspective on both sides, I think, is very important.
Yeah, we still got Bitcoin.
Chat, I've just sent you through a user that we can bring up who's been, quote, heavily devastated. And he looks pretty legit. I've sent you through the username. His profile has that his website is mattgox.com, so I don't know where this is going. But let's see. In the meantime, I see Dima. Dima, your hand is up. Go ahead, bro.
Hey guys, again. I want to share nice insight. So we analyzed USDT transactions from the compromised wallet. So the guy was trying to send a transaction, USD transaction, but he didn't have Tron, and he failed a couple of times the transaction, and then he deposited from Kraken account, from Kraken hot wallet, 500 Tron, and he made the transaction. So this means two things. First thing is that it's definitely not a hacker, it's some amateur, so probably insider, not very smart insider. And second thing is that Kraken has some information, and they could find some routes to this guy. Second thing, I wanted to like share some optimism. In my opinion, the whole story with FTX is like a childhood disease for crypto industry, which we should go through, and we will become stronger. But of course, we need to put a lot of efforts to bring transparency. And I just drafted like a quick 4 steps plan what can be done. Like obviously I was already speaking about proof of reserves for stacks. This is like a must thing that needs to be done like right now. Second thing is that's in my opinion, crypto funds and influencers, those who basically influence the public opinion, crypto community opinion, their wallets should be on-chain labeled, and people should know what where their investments. They should know their vesting schedules. There should be a place where you can check the all the vesting schedule for the top coins and to whom they belong. And what another thing that will be very useful for our industry, if the crypto projects and the projects that they raise funds, they should be transparent with the treasuries, and they should publicly show that they are not reinvesting their raised funds into other ICOs or whatever, but they should show transparently that their treasuries is safe. They are kept on some cold wallets. They are not keeping them on FTX. I'm pretty sure that a lot of companies were keeping their raised funds at FTX and they collapsed. So like these things I would like to discuss. Do you think that crypto funds and influencers wallets should be labeled, publicly labeled? And do you think that the vesting schedules should be also a matter of public open view?
Who would like to take that one, guys? You can
I'll
jump
go
in.
really quick. I think there's nuances to it. The fact that you can have a relatively unlimited number of wallets, I think that can be an issue. But I do think that transparency, vesting schedules, and using some of the things that we use in the startup world to create an alignment of interest. Like there's a reason why you typically can't just liquidate the shares of an early stage company at the next round. There's reasons why you have these longer term like vesting schedules for employees where you have a 4-year vest with a 1-year cliff. And I think that starting to bring some of those into Web3 is going to work out a lot better. And I also want to give people kind of the benefit of the doubt and say that some of the bad actions that we're seeing may not be with ill intent from influencers, but it may just be more naive. So I think that the idea of having transparency, you could have a wallet that is the known wallet that goes to an influencer, But, at the same time, like, I don't think everyone's bank account needs to be public, right? So people are going to have multiple accounts. But if something is given to an influencer, I think that should fall under, kind of similar standards of disclosing your relationship the same way you do for an ad on Instagram from like Web2. And so I think just adopting a lot of the best practices from early stage companies and also kind of paid promotions can solve most of that. But the biggest thing is giving clarity to the people receiving this of, hey, here's the legal or here's kind of the best practices for what we expect of you. And that wallet could be public, but I don't think every influencer needs to have every one of their wallets be public either.
Yeah,
I want to
just
take
add,
the.
oh,
Go ahead, bro.
sorry, Mario. So just adding on that, having dealt with both influencers and the project side, yeah, I guess it's a fine balance, right? The great thing with DeFi, Web3, and crypto is it's trustless, or in most cases, right? As soon as we start putting up barriers, we start losing that trustless nature, and then, it starts dampening innovation, etc., etc. So I think there's a fine balance between that. And kind of what Josh said is, even if you label influencers wallet, they'll just create a new one, right? So I don't think that's a plausible solution on that. And there's already Web3 solutions around the vesting. A lot of projects use it. The apps where you can connect your token in and it filters all the holders, and you can specifically label those holders and what the vesting schedule is, and then it graphs it out. And I've seen a lot of projects use those type of technologies to kind of show their communities in terms of what the vesting schedule is. And I think those are really good, and I think those should be pushed, whether it's pushed on by regulation that if you do an ICO or pre-sale that you need to show such things. That's kind of another story in terms of in debates in terms of the trustless side of crypto and DeFi.
I'm just going to take the mic quickly, Chet, because I know we're about to bring in. Okay, we've got the Chief Security Officer from Andreessen Horowitz who joined the stage. Chet, do you want to do the introductions? Because my screen is messed up.
Yes, NAS, or is it NAS? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but NASS here has just joined the stage. Please feel free to introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for having me. NAS, I lead security for A16Z Crypto, and have seen a lot of hacks before, and so I think that there are a lot of things to be said. Just for context, I've been building custodial systems for over 6 years now. I was an early engineer at Anchorage, which is a crypto custodian. Then kind of led custody efforts at Facebook blockchain on the wallet side, and now at A16Z Crypto. And so I have a fairly good understanding of what it takes and the requirements essentially to build a sensitive system such as a custodial exchange. And so I think that we kind of the interesting part is that we kind of hit several stages during this entire series of events. We went from essentially lack of transparency into kind of the internal books, which a lot of people are working on, to kind of proof of solvency, proof of liabilities, and so on. And we actually moved to something that is a lot more basic for custodial organizations, which is internal controls, essentially. When you are managing billions of dollars, for people in the audience, you need to understand that there are kind of very basic compliance requirements that any partner, any investor, anyone who kind of interacts with a custodial system should be asking, including kind of SOC 2 compliance types and various types of controls that would be internal to the organization, and asking for evidences that these controls are actually in place. It could look like, are the access control and permissions properly managed? Who has access to the keys? Who has access to the services? Who may be requesting the wallet keys to be used? Who has access to prod environment, and so on? And so the issue there is that if an organization such as FTX doesn't know by now, essentially, where the issue actually happened within the organization, and within the entire infrastructure, then they probably shouldn't have held a single dollar in the first place. And the second thing is that they probably shouldn't have passed like any due diligence. And the thing that worries me is that they were extremely heavy on partnerships, and they actually managed to get sizable investment. And these are the type of things that, compliances and requirements that any company should be asking prior to interacting with such a partner. So I think that now we're kind of getting to the point. And by the way, worked until super late with Zach XBT and a few other folks to get funds frozen across bridges and protocols, etc. So like obviously the everyone kind of like understands the impact of this and the urgency. Talk to the compliance team at Paxos earlier, and Tether was also in the loop and froze the funds. So we're obviously trying to limit the impact of this, but I think that the entire industry needs to think through, okay, like how do I properly assess custodial systems at a very basic level? And so, I think that this is something that is very dangerous for the industry as a whole, because if FTX US was impacted in any way, FTX US should be the first one to be held to such standards and regulation and kind of compliance. And they actually managed to raise a lot of money and do a lot of partnerships despite not having any controls apparently in place. So that's kind of the thing that worries me.
I've got two questions for you, if you don't mind, Nas. Am I muted? No. So we've had, I'm not sure if you heard it earlier, but we had a revelation about 2 hours ago from Alameda security auditor, so a security auditor at Alameda. And I quote, "The hack seems to be internal." And later on, someone else added that that's likely as the hacker doesn't seem to know what they're doing, very inexperienced. And apparently one of the wallets that the funds went to was linked to FTX. And check, if I get anything wrong, please do correct me. And then the same person that made that revelation also mentioned that the Mango hack was funded by an FTX wallet. And the auditor, he works for an auditing firm for Alameda. And the auditor or the audit firm brought the issue up with FTX, but they were ghosted. I would love your take on this. And then there was one more point he added. These are the facts he mentioned, or he states as facts. And then he gave his opinion, and that's his opinion now. CZ knew FTX was using FTT as collateral, borrowing and sending the funds to Alameda, and took action with the tweet that triggered everything. And that's a similar story to what we had someone yesterday, and that got a lot of traction yesterday. We had someone who's well respected from one of the top exchanges come on the show, and it's in the recording if someone wants to dig it up.
Mario, sorry, just to interrupt there. I think the guy who hacked Mango, we know it's Eisenberg. He publicly said he did it. Well, whether it's actually, he publicly said he hacked the Mango markets.
So what the gentleman said, that was Christian, he said that the Mango hack was funded by an FTX wallet. So not sure if that's linked in any way.
No, so so kind of chatted with Zach on this, because Zach was kind of like the person who was the most kind of like publicly interacting with Eisenberg to kind of out him. But it was essentially someone who kind of just ran his profitable trading strategy, as he called it. So that this is just like a person that thought that code is law essentially, and that they wouldn't that they were operating as they should, and took advantage of a protocol that was not properly written. This is not linked in any way, in my understanding. If you look at a lot of bridges, for example, were not able to freeze funds, and the reason for this is that you have a lot of protocols, bridges, and custodial systems that need to have legally, that require to have a subpoena in order to freeze assets. And so it depends on where you are on the spectrum of the requirements and cautiousness that is required for you to freeze funds. But yeah, that's most likely that they required a subpoena, and there wasn't one at the time, and so they didn't freeze funds. That could be as simple as that. So I wouldn't go there. But in terms of like internal versus external, I work with the FBI quite a bit on Lazarus attacks and various state-sponsored parties or just like attacker profiles in general. And the reality is that if you understand how such a system is built and the type of security measures that you have in place and just visibility and tracking, etc., it is most likely that the system was kind of falling apart as people were leaving and kind of paying less attention to access controls and logs internally, etc. And some disgruntled employee either performed the actions themselves or like shared the information as a kind of like a fuck it moment and shared credentials with someone else, or it is extremely cheap to execute as an action in an internal organization that we now know had poor controls in place, right? Like we know that they didn't have any fund reconciliation. We know that like there were a lot of things that it seems from like Reuters like last post that there were also bypass of access controls and code pushes in prod and fund movements. So we kind of like we're starting to understand that there were like very few controls in place that would allow the safety of the fund, the safety of the access controls, and so on. So I wouldn't be surprised if an internal attack was executed, because it seems like just a cheaper path, right? Like if you are a malicious attacker, why would you wait until this moment, until the kind of like very last minute, especially if you know that like you can you don't wait for things to go sour. You essentially wait for the moment where you can actually maximize the amount of fund that you can drain. And obviously they didn't even do that, right? Like they could have stolen a lot more funds if properly executed. So it doesn't look like anything like Lazarus. It doesn't look like any kind of high profile hacking group. It simply looks like some internal access, or someone who actually shared credentials, someone internal who shared credentials to someone external to assist potentially.
Yeah, Nas, and it's something I shared earlier because I've been in this DeFi space specifically focused on DeFi for the last 3 years, both on the coding side as well as the protocol side. And when I look at that wallet interactions, and I do a lot of kind of wallet analysis, wallet interactions, I agree with you. It looks like someone who's, if I had to say it, like an amateur with DeFi, not someone who's sophisticated. I spoke about this earlier. If I look at the way they're using different protocols to get rid of the assets, and you would have seen it as well in the slippage they're using and the fact that they're using public nodes. It looks like someone who's not sophisticated, unsure of how to offload the funds. That's kind of one thing I was seeing is and getting the most kind of value for in terms of how they're going to try extract the most value out of those assets, but also do it in such a way that those assets don't get frozen, because as you saw, the USDT got frozen on Avalanche and Solana, and if they were smart, as soon as they put those USDT on those wallets, they should have traded it out to a kind of trustless token that they would have been able to not been able to kind of lose the value of that.
Exactly. Like you can see that the vast majority of the kind of strong actors, like malicious actors in the space, have a very clear path to extracting value from a hack. So it's going to be first and foremost like, how do we get funds out? So maximizing for the amount of funds that get out. And the second thing that you do is essentially a careful planning of moving the funds across protocols that are trustless, and also moving assets to exchanges that are in jurisdictions that are extremely hard to access for FBI and other federal agencies, like Norwegian and others. And so this is not that at all. Whenever you see people kind of like moving things to like, Paxos and like Tether and like USDC, you can see that like that like these people just don't understand essentially like the ability for these organizations to necessarily like freeze funds and at which pace they can freeze them. And so we've Tether block them. Paxos is aware and kind of working on this and so on. So yeah.
Is Ryan up, chat? Before I give the
I'm
mic
not sure
to
if
Ninja
I'm
and
not
Rob.
sure if this is a thing, but I just got a tweet that Solana Bitcoin on Solana is depegged, so it's down to $3,400. Never knew that was a thing though.
What does that indicate?
It's depegging. I don't know what that means.
Ninja and Rob, go ahead, guys. Oh shit, Ryan is here. I'll give you the mic, Ryan, in a bit. Finally, Ninja, Rob, go ahead, bro, guys.
No, go ahead. Let's go. Let Ryan go ahead.
Ryan, how are you, man?
Good. How are you, my friend?
Bro, what the hell's going on? It's been I don't know. We've been doing this for like 9 hours now, and we did a space early in the day, so I haven't slept in a while. But
I hear Elon Musk
it's been a good show, man.
Elon Musk joined. That must have been a surprise, eh?
Elon Musk, we've had insiders come on the show from FTX. We've had a lot of, Kim is still here, is he? Let me see if Kim is here. We've got Simon's here. They've been here for hours. So it's been a good show. How are you?
I'm good given the circumstances. This has been the craziest story ever. I've been in media for quite a long time. I started with CNBC in 2016, 2017. I've never seen a story that has so many chapters, If you think about how the story played out, first it was the Alameda balance sheet leak, then it was the CZ tweet, then it was the buyout, then it was the not the buyout, then it was the Bahamas insolvency, then it was the US insolvency. And just when we thought that must be the last chapter, we wake up to the hack and rumors, which are unsubstantiated, that SBF is on a plane to Colombia, Argentina, wherever the hell the plane.
Argentina, yes. So that we've been trying to verify these rumors for a while now. We still cannot verify. We've looked at the team looked at the serial number of the plane, etc. Someone told us he's going to be doing a conference in Argentina. None of it is verified. The information is still in one of my tweets, but we haven't verified that. But we've had a few smart people, including is not where.
I'm saying, I promise you, Sam Bankman-Fried's not speaking at any conferences anytime soon.
Yeah. Hey, Ran, you did break it earlier. You did the BitBoy stuff earlier as well.
Yeah, I did the BitBoy stuff. I did that. From that point, I became highly suspicious of what was going on. Obviously, took out all my funds out of FTX. I've said this before, and I think we need to be very critical of ourselves as an industry. We need to acknowledge that when people climb too high, too fast, too soon, then something needs to be. We need to ask way more questions. I mean, we should have asked how, in 2 years or 3 years, someone built $100 billion fortune and started sponsoring sports stadiums, donating to Democrats. And I mean, we could now in hindsight, we could have asked some very easy questions, like just look at the on-chain revenue that they were generating and ask, if you take the on-chain revenue that they were generating plus all the money that they were raising, and something didn't add up. It just didn't add up that they were making all these acquisitions. And I think it's a good lesson for us as an industry. Really good lesson for us as an industry. The other thing is, which certainly I've taken out as someone in this industry who's been in the industry for a long time, is obviously when it first started, I was quite demotivated. I said this last night on an interview, but a lot of us have spent a lot of our time. Simon is one of them on this, and I mean, I'm sure everybody else is. I just don't know you guys all as well as I know Simon, etc. But there's a lot of us that have been here for a long time, and we spent a lot of time and effort and energy building this industry. A lot of us, and it's not only time, effort, energy, and money, but like I know what I've sacrificed to do what I do in this industry and to build. I want to build education. I want to educate people like you are, Mario, and like Simon does. And all the sacrifices that I've made, like, I've got a 6-month-old daughter. And for 3 months of my 6-month-old daughter's life, I've been traveling the world, doing conferences, going to meetings, and bringing crypto education to people. And so it's not only money and time that we've given up, but we've given up relationships and whatever else. And then you get someone like this who basically does irreparable damage. And initially we could have said that maybe it was negligence, but I think more and more we're realizing that it wasn't negligence. More and more we're realizing that this was almost highly orchestrated. Like if these reports are true about the backdoor to the accounting system, and all these things, and there are conspiracy theories about the Bankman-Frieds working with Gary Gensler and a whole lot of other things. I don't know if those are true or not. I'm not one for conspiracy theories, but one thing I will say is that these actions that these nefarious actors have done, and specifically in this case SBF, have set the industry back a long way, and it feels demotivating for people like me and a lot of others that have worked really hard to try and help educate and try and build the space. But that said, as I tweeted, I'm not getting demotivated. In fact, if anything, now's the best time to educate the world about why this industry exists. And if you look at all the catastrophes here, most of them, barring Terra Luna, most of them were caused by centralized actors in the decentralized world. And so we just continue to educate and push forward and educate people about decentralization. That's the way it is.
Ron,
Rand,
did you see
good
the
point
video?
as well, because the hardest part with the Mt. Gox one was educating people the difference between Bitcoin and Bitcoin at Mt. Gox. Everyone thought, Bitcoin had been hacked, and it was really, really hard to educate people that Bitcoin at an exchange is not Bitcoin.
The big thing I think right now is that now is the best time to be educating, because in the bull run, people very rarely want to look a gift horse in the mouth. People very rarely want to look at what might be going wrong because they're so profitable. And so I would say right now your voice is going to be the most important time, because the highest percentage of people listening are going to be receptive to that education. I put a lot of effort into educating in the Web3 world, not as big of an audience as you have, but very similar dynamic. And I think that right now is like the most important time, because the words that you say really resonate with people. And to have that level of education, stability, and realization, this is bad. It's not the end of the road. We've had bad things before. More bad things will be in the future, but here's how we get through it. I think your voice is super, super important right now.
Rand, did you see the video from the dev? Similar to what BitBoy, I've pinned it here. Have you watched the video? And in terms of what the dev, I suggest just take your time, watch the video, see what the dev thinks of SBF. He warned us with BitBoy. I think a lot of us kind of forethought in terms of what they were doing. He was hitting darts, shooting darts and deving.
Could you DM me? Can you DM me that?
Yeah, I can. I've also pinned it in this Twitter space so you can have a look. Kind of the dev warned us about SBF and what he planned to do in his own way. And, a lot of us from the community listened to him and kind of saved a few of us. And kind of it's great. A lot of us thought what BitBoy was doing, we took a laugh at him, but he actually turned out right.
Yeah, I must say, I've known Ben for a long time. I want to just talk about this for a sec, if you don't mind. I've known Ben for a long time, and Ben's made some mistakes in his life, in his personal life.
Did I drop out or did Ron drop out?
He lost his.
Jesus.
Yes,
Hey, one thing on bad actor story. I remember
one thing though, when we're on the subject of BitBoy though, and I made this point earlier, is that and I don't know what Rand was about to say, but anybody who's watched BitBoy, I was introduced to BitBoy, I don't know, in 2021. I was already in crypto since 2016, so definitely not as OG as some of the people in the space, but enough to see 2 full cycles now, or at least the second one playing out. And BitBoy was honestly a joke to me, and this is coming from someone I work in entertainment. I looked at him as a character. I looked at him playing a role. I looked at him creating a show.
The dev message.
And when I from my perspective, it was very hard to take him serious, especially when you're looking at his calls. And this is nothing personal to BitBoy. This is just my perception as a person, as a trader, as an investor, as a producer in the industry. And so, I hear people keep talking about, well, BitBoy predicted it, but BitBoy predicted so many things wrong. And he was so off on so much and so selfishly motivated and greedy. And you saw it right there play in front of us, that it was like, when I heard about this, I was like, even if I saw it and even if BitBoy said it a million times, I wouldn't have trusted it. And that's something I think we can go back to, is like, how do you even trust anybody in this space? Because there's actors on this stage and in the audience, and somebody could even look at me, that are questionable themselves, and I really, going back to the original thing that Kim has brought up, is like, it's really about of course, decentralization, but like the biggest actors in the space and accountability. And I know, and we keep on going, Sam, but and this is a real question I actually have, is because I've had it since the beginning, is who else is responsible? Because so far, all I've seen is the girlfriend, whatever her name is.
The VCs. But I'll tell you a bad one, a bad actor move. After the Mt. Gox hack, everybody was like, Bitcoin's dead, Bitcoin's been hacked. And Mark Capellas, in order to try and deviate the attention away from how his exchange was, he actually went out in the media and said, oh yeah, this happened because of Bitcoin. It was a transaction malleability bug. And he actually blamed the whole thing on Bitcoin, and that set us back so badly. Yeah.
Yeah, as you were saying,
Ron,
I think we just need an honor system. I think we
Ron,
need an honor system.
I'm not sure if Ron still with us, by the way. Ron, you drop out?
I think he left out. But does anybody? I have a real question though. And Dima brought up some really good points about holding the influencers accountable and these token unlocks. I mean, when I'm having to go into alpha discords and get these, pay for these, or hopefully someone hooks them up, the unlock schedules for all of this stuff, I'm looking at major coins. I'm not going to name them, but major coins, top 100 coins that I had no idea had any of these unlocks. And I'm like, oh shit, but that's not something that the regular person, that's not, I'm feel like I was lucky to come across it and look at, and I went through the entire list, and on that entire list, there's about 50 of them. And I had about 10 coins on there that I didn't know that they were going to be, I had no idea. And it was in that information. Yes, you can find some of it, but it's not easily available. It really isn't.
I want to add. Yeah, Umbrella was speaking that there are tools that can manage the vesting schedules and can show transparently what is what. Yes, there are, but my approximation that maybe 15%, maybe 20% of what we know, and the majority we don't know. And in fact, if you look at the circulation supply, at the token supply, this is the key, we can call it crypto financial statement of the project. And the fact that it's not transparent, the fact that it's not being reviewed by a third party, it's a very big, it's a very big gap of trust. And I've been working with CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap for quite a while. We are partners with them. And I know that unfortunately they are not able, to verify the circulation supply of the projects. They're not able to track all the real information about the unlocks, about whales, about all this stuff. And this is another topic that needs to be discussed, that circulation supplies. And another thing I want to add, that we made a small investigation over 100 coins, and which will be released quite soon. We compared the tokenomics according to white paper to on-chain data. And around 40% of the projects that we analyzed, the tokenomics didn't match the on-chain data. So yeah, there are a lot of gaps, but guys,
do you think the event now with FTX will bring attention to all the things we've kind of turned a blind eye to?
I hope so. I hope so. It's
That's actually silver lining, man. I think this is silver lining. There's just so much shit that people are ignoring and thinking they're getting away with it. I genuinely think, similar to how the regulators cracked down to a lot of the scams in 2017, and they kept, till this date, there's scams back in 2017 that are being called out and facing prosecution. I think we'll face the same thing on a much bigger level, and I hope that this will lead to regulators taking action against all these NFT rug pulls, all these projects that rug pulled as well, all these scammers, all these hacks. There's just way too many of them, and I hope they do backdate it over the next 5 years.
Mario, I think you're right.
I just want. Sorry, I just want to add that regulators are not silver bullets. They're slow. They don't understand the space. Community has the power. Community has to push. We have to push. We have to ask questions in Twitter, in chats, Discord, so all the project founders to be transparent. And this has to become a trend.
I bet the regulators are listening from learning all this stuff. There's no way they could be doing it in real time like us.
I mean, I'm not one
one
to
of the things
berate
from the NFT
regulate
ecosystem
that I'm watching a lot of is I've been pretty bearish from April till today, just because of a lot of bad actors. What I'm seeing is the level of reception to looking objectively at projects has increased like tenfold. So like kind of on the silver lining, like Mario said, I think that's the big plus is like a lot of people are waking up and be like, oh, wow, like maybe I can't blindly trust every single person in this ecosystem, or maybe I blindly trusted person XYZ and maybe that wasn't the right play. So I think that we're starting to see a lot of people being much more receptive to thinking on their own. And I think that's really valuable for the space.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Oh, cool. Yeah, bro, just before you speak, I'm not sure who's speaking. I'll give you the mic in a bit. Just quick updates. Kim, I know you've requested some people that lost a lot of money or they were impacted heavily by the FTX scam. So we've got a lot of people. The team is choosing 3 and we'll bring them up shortly. I'm waiting for the team to confirm, Kim. As you requested, sir, at your order. We disagree on things, but I follow your order. Otherwise, we've got Gaurav Dubey from TDFi. He's one of the biggest incubators in crypto that's coming up on stage. So I can't wait for him to join. And lastly, I think that's it. Chet, anything to add before we give the mic to the other speakers?
I have just like a small thing to add on the kind of like token due diligence side. I think that there are kind of like things to take into account. So if you compare it to like the ICO craze from 2017, like the amount of due diligence that is performed by the platforms that give exposure to the tokens has also dramatically increased. So if you think about, like Coinbase and Binance, etc., they have like formal asset support frameworks in place that really hold the bar so much higher. You have to essentially have, audits in place. You need to have quite a few things essentially in place, like tokenomics and a lot of governance documentation in place, and token release and token distributions are among these. And so I think that it was kind of like a mix between the carrot and the stick, where the carrot actually ended up working really, really well, because you have like these platforms that provide gigantic distribution to all of the tokens, and if you want your token to do well, you essentially need to be supported on these, and so that means that you need to pass the bar. And so I do think that it's almost like a trust by proxy, where like if you know that it's on Coinbase custody and Binance and so on, and maybe even like institutional platforms, then you know that it actually passes a bar that is fairly high in terms of compliance standards. So that's also something that
I want to just quickly refresh the room. I'm just going through the audience, and the team's telling me a few people from the press are messaging us and asking about Elon. So just a bit of an overview of the space over the last 9 hours now. We've had obviously a lot of you asking about Elon. He was on the show a few hours ago, and then it glitched for him after about maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But so Spaces records everything. When this finishes, you can actually listen to the recording, and you can skip like 4 hours in. I think Elon comes in. Otherwise, if you're here because of the FTX story, you can go through my tweets. Most of the important topics that were discussed, I've tweeted them. I've mentioned what the source is. Obviously, you can listen to the recording to go through it all. I've had my team check the tweet before it goes out. Like I can see some people that I'm sure will do their homework. Michelle from CNBC, for example, I just saw her in the audience. Michelle and other people from the press, just go through the tweets. Some things are not verified yet, so make sure that you read the entire tweet and the thread to know what's been verified, what's not verified. We've had a few insiders come on as well. The insiders were verified and their accounts were verified as well. So I hope you'll find value and a lot of useful information. And anyone that's representing FTX or representing the victims or is going to be involved in the proceedings, I think you'll be finding a lot of useful information in the space. So that's a brief overview, but otherwise I'll just continue the discussion and give the mic to Gaurav. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How about you, man? I don't even have to ask. We have been chatting. I know you haven't slept for days, whatever, but you're doing great. By the way, we have reached out to CoinDesk already with a request to mention the link and the space. But one of the quick replies we've had is like we're waiting for the recording to come up so that they can have the live link updated there.
We've had a few people request the recording, so we cannot give you the recording. Actually, we have someone using a phone to record it, so we have a copy as well in case.
In CoinDesk, interestingly enough, I pin this up here to the top. They've already covered Elon Musk coming onto the roundtable.
Yeah, but they haven't covered the space. That's what I was talking to Mario about like a few minutes ago.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
I just texted a link to James Rubin. He's one of the editors at CoinDesk, if that helps.
Yeah, I mean, these guys should tag the source, man. That's truly brutal of them not doing it.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you. By the way, just quickly chat. Do you want to go through the group? There's some breaking news. I think. Can you verify it before sharing it in the group? Nasia's sharing it in the group right now. If you can go through it, please chat. Sorry, Gaurav. Go ahead.
Well, I share my story because I'm getting a little bit frustrated. So,
cool. So I quickly wanted to cover, as usual, my pitch. I've been on your space many times on many topics. And my tone and pitch, I think, is the same even today. We are talking as if something new has happened, as if we don't have solutions in Web3 and blockchain on this, as if this was never anticipated. So without even like bragging about what we are doing with our startups and helping, I simply want to go back to 2017. And the first ever ICO, the DAO, all these points of transparency, of logged tokens, of variations and balances and similarities and differences between equity and tokens were sort of defined, if not in the white paper, then on the side papers along those documents. And it only evolved over time when we were all talking about smart contracts, deploying the tokens of the company, including treasury, team, everything transparently from the first day, and the white paper describing the token allocation to various investors, influencers, treasury, whatever, media, marketing, budgets, call them whatever. They were all directly linked to the smart contract, to the GitHub, to the audit, all of these things. So why are we surprised? Why are we even discussing it? All we've got to do is stick to the basics. I think it's discipline that's required right now in the industry, because the tools are available everywhere. And if not, it's not tough to create those tools. I simply want to take one example. We all applauded, and I mean, some of them criticized the Star Atlas letter to everyone, to public, right? And what essentially we're looking at is a crypto company, like a proper, successful crypto company, keeping their immediate cash reserves or whatever, a major portion of their treasury in an exchange, right? I don't want to like gossip, but I would want to represent an example in front of this. So I've been in crypto since 2015, doing everything day and night, from mining to OTC to whatnot. And even today, when we are investing and incubating tons of projects, what we do in the first place, we have our own deployment of MSP storage. So we take custody decentralized, distributed custody of all the tokens we get. Obviously, there are easier methods, but we choose to go the very Web3 ways. I mean, before we go out and talk about Web3, we have to implement it and follow it with discipline within our organizations, right? So we keep all our assets in a distributed multi-sig infrastructure of our own, right? Then, which is obviously, backed by some hardware wallets and multi-sig custody setups. Secondly, when like we do have to pay salaries and costs that need real dollar bills, and we do that on an immediate basis. So whenever we do an OTC deal, we transfer it immediately, and then we break it into smaller pieces, whatever, 10, 5. So if you're losing money on the name of ease and access, I don't think anyone else is to be blamed. FTX and similar scenarios will keep on happening if being a crypto company, we don't know how to take custody, and if we don't know the best practices of Web3, right? There's nobody to be blamed except for us not being in charge and not being disciplined enough. Now, the second and last topic that I wanted to cover quickly, and I've been eager to sort of boiling since the last 30 minutes to cover, is there are many solutions in the world that would simply implement your tokenomics, as they're called, your tokenomics on a smart contract, so that the treasury, the allocation, the budgets, the investments, the influencers, and even retail investors are all publicly, first of all, they're all tagged and pegged and pinned to the smart contract, and those addresses are actively and live tagged to the individual person. So, and if the individual is not, happy about it, then obviously there can be ways and means to not do that. And I don't want to sound shilling, but there are projects in our portfolio that do it. So I think the onus eventually comes back to all of us to educate and implement the best practices and be disciplined enough to execute that as and when required.
If I may, guys, it's good to hear yourselves like talk, but like real people were influenced by this. Like, can I just share my story quick and give the mic?
Sure. So you were one of the people that were impacted by the FTX hack.
My name is Yellow. I'm going by Yellow, and I was really affected by this rug. I was really a believer in the platform and the change that was bringing to the space. And now I'm reading that the CEO is just gone. He was there and gone. And basically, my thesis, my conclusion is like Twitter Blue is like a scam. I paid my $8, but like I don't get my blue chip. Like, where's my blue thing, right?
Okay, bro. I don't. But how does that relate to FTX, man? I think not having a blue ticket doesn't sound like that big of a problem to me.
Oh, we're talking about the FTX. No, I got dragged by Yellow.
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. I think this is less of a problem than people losing their life savings due to the FTX hack. So I hope that you get your $8 back, or Elon opens up the verification. I hope you can get it. I appreciate you coming on. But I'll give the mic to Rob or Ninja. By the way, Ron, are you there? I can see you in the as one of the speakers.
I'm here, bro. I'm just checking into a flight. I'm here.
All right, bro. When you want to continue, you're telling us a story about BitBoy. So when you want to continue that story, do so after you check in the flight, maybe. Also, Gaurav, just thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts earlier as well. I'll give the mic to Ninja and Rob, who are patiently waiting.
Go ahead, Rob.
Rob, are you there?
All right, Rob is engagement farming. All right, I have a question. I have a question for Simon, Mr. Simon Dixon. First of all, thank you for all of the knowledge and you've shared so far, especially walking us through all of the excuse me, I'm on no sleep too, bankruptcy proceedings and all that. It was very educational and enlightening. My question is for no, I know there's various types of investors and people in this space and in this room. Everybody from mega VCs down to just regular people. What do you say to people who have, let's say, all of their crypto is in cold storage or a ledger, it's safe. They have exposure to NFTs, but not big, but they hold a lot of crypto. They also hold a lot of cash, or a lot of stable coins, specifically USDC, that they've made from this bull market, but they also hold cash in the bank. Because I guess I'm honestly, I don't really kind of know where to position myself besides all this. Because earlier you were saying, and of course having Bitcoin, I do have Bitcoin, but earlier you were saying about how the cycle goes, and it really kind of feels like there's nowhere safe to go anywhere. And I'm just curious, what would you say to that type of investor in the room?
Yeah, sure. Mario, this is a big audience. Can I shill something quickly?
You want to shill something, Simon, for the first time in weeks and weeks and weeks of bringing value without asking for anything in return. I think it's fair that you shill something.
Okay.
But Simon, just to remember, you've invested in half of crypto. So I think every project we mention, there's a 50-50 chance that anything you say is shilling because you're probably invested.
Okay, cool. But no, prior to so in 2009, I released a video called The Great Depression of the 2020s. And then I did an update pre-COVID and created a website called retirementplanb.com. And that was designed. I actually invested $1 million publicly to show people exactly how I'd allocate it to be prepared for bank failure, hyperinflation, pandemic, war, and inflation, deflation, economic growth, and economic decline. So you can get the free video series, it's still there. But in a very short nutshell, because I've been through all these different cycles, I position myself for three eventualities. One is that the US empire continues to be rolled over with central bank digital currencies, which is a continuation of the same. And so I have a US dollar portfolio for that continuation. I also have a portfolio for a change in empire, which is where you have gold and various other things. And then I have a portfolio for what I think the world's going to look like in a crypto and Bitcoin world. And so when I have those three eventualities, I've got the status quo being rolled over by central bank. I've got the fall of the empire, and I've got a protection from different eventualities based upon my belief around hard money and economics. And so once I've got that, I can relax and do anything. But then you need to manage your life. And I break things up into 4 buckets. The first bucket is spending. And I believe that the best way of spending money is in the same currency that most of your expenses, which is fiat. But then I break it into saving. And saving, I believe, should be hard money, which I believe is gold as physical and Bitcoin as digital. And then you have investing. And investing is where you try and outperform your savings by taking risk. And if enough of your investments outperform your hard money, then sometimes it blows up. You can then borrow against your investment account, which is why I ended up in Celsius and a creditor. And if it goes well, then you do the fourth bucket, which is contribution. So it's a long answer, but what I'd like to say is that from my experience, and I say it time and time again, most people vastly overestimate what they can achieve in 1 year and underestimate what they can achieve in 10 years. And so whenever from all the things that I've learned in all the different markets, just obsessing over this subject for 2 decades and money, is that you need to be ready for different eventualities and position yourself and just dollar cost average every month. So we always encourage people to understand what their balance sheet is and just basic financial planning principles. And they all apply to the Bitcoin and crypto markets. People think that the old rules don't apply, but they all apply. So when someone says to me, not your keys, not your coins, I get it. But I'm not going to put 100% of my future on not your keys, not your coins. When some people says Bitcoin, I get it. And that's the vast majority of my savings. But I just want to be in a position where each month I'm contributing to being prepared for all cycles, and it gives me a lot less stress and a lot less anxiety. So that's the big complaint I have about influencers. They tend, people, because they're looking for thinking in a 1-year cycle, they just invest in pump and dumps, they trade, and they make all the mistakes that never get them ahead over a 10-year cycle. And so if there's one thing I can impart you with, is use this valuable learning experience to put together a decade plan, and become an investor, not a trader. And then eventually, if you've generated enough wealth, you can go into trading if you really want. But everything I've seen from being involved in Bitcoin from the beginning, I know people that are in the same financial position that they were at the first Bitcoin conference, even though they were involved in the highest performing asset class in history, because they became traders rather than investing. And if all they did was invest and dollar cost average and do the simple things and then prepare for different outcomes, and one of the biggest problems of why people couldn't save their Bitcoin is because they were using it for spending. So I like to use fiat currency for spending, Bitcoin for saving, and then have an investment portfolio that prepares for a dollar world, a change of empire, and a hyper Bitcoinization world. And that served me very well. And that's what I share. And I invested publicly on that webpage and created a video series on it.
That's super helpful. Thank you so much. And just a follow-up question, what is the name of that series again, please?
Oh, it's www.retirementplanb.com. Sorry for such a shill.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It was a direct answer to my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to Umbrella, Kim, are you there or did you fall asleep? I knew you'd fall asleep. I knew
No. I'm here.
Damn.
Hello.
Hey, okay, respect. Do you want to bring up I think the victims are ready to come up. The team just messaged me. Are you ready to bring them up now?
Sure.
Cool. All right. Well, Umbrella, I'll give you the mic while the team brings up the 2 or 3 victims. Go ahead, Umbrella.
Yeah, I think 2 things. Firstly, what was mentioned earlier in terms of regulators, like as a Web3 builder, I had a meeting with regulators and I asked them a simple question. Have you used DeFi or any crypto protocols? And the answer I got from the regulatory team, and this is a big regulatory team that regulates some of the big exchanges, the answer was no. They never used DeFi before. And I asked them why, and they said it was simple, that they don't understand it and it doesn't fit within their risk appetite. So I think that for me was a key highlight of a problem we have dealing with regulators. I'm not saying all of them are the same. I think this is such a new technology for them. Whereas when they, regulating the banking system, everyone's got a bank account, uses a bank, pretty much in all our economies. But when it comes to DeFi, they don't have that experience and expertise, and it's difficult. How do we expect them to regulate something they don't understand and never used before? So I think that was, when people berate the regulators and say they don't understand know what they're doing, we also got to understand it's new for them. So I think we need to, and what I was trying to do is educating them in terms of what it means, what DeFi means, what it can do, and even if it, I said to them, I'll set you up with a MetaMask account and send you some testnet tokens so they can even mess around and not have to, they don't realize they could do that and not actually have to spend funds to participate in DeFi. And then secondly, I don't know if anyone saw, but basically I got shared this from a reliable source right now that how clumsy the supposed FTX hacker was on Tron's blockchain. They got the TRX and the USDT, and then they sent the TRX to another account, so they had no TRX remaining in their account to be able to change the USDT. And by the time they try to get the TRX back into the account to actually do transactions, the USDT was blacklisted.
This is insane. This is insane. This is one of the stupidest hacks I've seen in the space. And it's one of the biggest hacks.
This shows to me that someone who doesn't really understand DeFi, who's not a sophisticated hacker.
Yeah, and that brings back, and Gorav, I don't know if you heard earlier, I know you have your hand up. that we, by the umbrella, I can't mute you. If you can mute, just a bit of feedback noise. But we've had, if you go through my tweets, we've had a few people indicate now, many people indicate that this is very likely to be internal, and someone that's pretty inexperienced in relation to the hack. And there's more conspiracy theories from very credible sources. I've tweeted some of them as well. But I'll give you the mic, my friend, before we get the victims on stage.
I'd rather save myself from speaking on either of the sides of the theory, right? Unless I have the right data about it. But at the same time, going back to the basics, I would say all of us can definitely look at solutions that can that can give us the right custody, that can save us from these insider attacks. Insider or outsider attacks. And I wanted to, the conversation was on, so I didn't jump in. But after Simon mentioned his bid, I think I'll tweet the name of the project or a few projects, in fact, that offer us a full life cycle cover of a crypto startup. What I mean by that is when the startup creates their white paper and gives their projections and their tokenomics, it is all logged into a smart contract, and then the investments are collected in a smart contract, and those investments are released over milestones through the same smart contract, and the investors and the influencers and participants of that project get to vote on the release. I just wanted to check. I mean, this is a real project, so I'm not just giving you an idea or a dream. I just wanted to check if people have opinions on this as well. So let's say if we start enforcing this. I mean, this is a question for me as well as an incubator. Should we impose these kind of hard systems on crypto startups while we can? Because this will sort of ensure investors' safety, credibility of the founders and the project, as well as the credibility of the tokenomics announced on the first day. Because me, Mario, and a few folks here that I see in the list have all suffered another type of sort of mishap in crypto, where projects decide by themselves to not honor their contracts or not honor their commitments, and that happened with a bunch of big projects and small, and it keeps happening every second day. So do you think we should lock out the projects on these contracts, on these features? Mario, let's begin with you.
Yeah, like I this is a pretty, like, just for the audience that doesn't understand, that when VCs invest in a project and we get tokens, and those tokens, we don't get them all at once. We get them distributed over a period of time, 6 months, 12 months, 24, 36, whatever. And enforcing those SAFTs is not easy. And we've had a few projects that tried to renege on this. None of them succeeded so far. By the way, Gaurav, the biggest one, eventually it all worked out. And that's not because we had legal influence.
No, he came out to be your friend, man. And like, people just can't be your enemy, right? So it's not about you. Let's talk about super dumb investors, like not so marketing investors like us.
Yeah, so the problem, it's a serious problem. Like, if you cannot enforce those SAFTs and get your tokens, and you invest and you take the risk, and what happens is, if the token crashes, you get your distributions because they're worthless. But if the token does really well, that 1% of projects that does really well, they decide not to distribute those tokens. So it is an issue that we face as VCs, and I don't know whether there'll be enough attention brought to it now, but I hope there will be.
So if we bring projects in a scenario where their white paper and their initial proposal is imposed on a smart contract, the money is raised in the same smart contract, and the milestones of the delivery of that investment to the project in their pocket is also managed by the same smart contract, and the voters and investors are the investors of the project. And let's say the retail does lack in the sophistication of evaluation of a project. So the terms for larger investors can be a bit discounted, but rest assured the retail investors also get the same terms. Do you think this kind of, this kind of sincerity should be enforced, and especially the quality of people we have on this call, on this space should enforce it?
So I would like to go ahead and welcome our first.
Yeah, before we welcome him, I think so. Like I know Donnie's waiting. Yeah, I'll give him the mic in a bit. But yeah, man, I think so. I really do, and I think it's an issue that definitely needs more consideration.
Fantastic.
Chet, go ahead, bro. By the way, Chet, I'm gonna have to jump off. There's someone calling me non-stop. I'm not sure if there's some information they want to share, so I might jump off for about 10 seconds.
It might be your boss supplier there from the picture you have up in tweet there.
All right, bro, I'll give you the mic.
Okay. Yes. So we have. Oh well, he just left the stage, so we just lost Donnie actually just now.
Man, like it's been so many. You know how many people have come on stage? Just for anyone that doesn't know, for the last today and yesterday, the amount of people that have come on stage and then they're about to disclose something and then they suddenly jump off, or while disclosing something, you can see them. You remember were you there, Chet, when we had that lady, the whistleblower, yesterday, and she shared information that went viral, and then suddenly she started facing a lot of pressure, and she tried to renege on all the information. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. It was a rather earth-shattering information. That's why, yeah.
It's been such a weird 48 hours. Do we have another? So Donnie dropped out. Do we have another victim on stage? Because we had 3.
The other 2 have not showed up yet, so we're waiting on that so we can proceed with the rest of the conversation for now.
Ron, are you there, man?
I am, so I need 1 more minute just to get through security. I'm almost out. I'll ping you.
All right, bro. I want to hear that whole BitBoy story, because I keep seeing tweets about it, but I don't know the story at all. I just know that he clashed with Sam, and that's pretty much it. All right. In the meantime, I'll just tell everyone, if you want to share any information, you have to DM us that information so we can verify it. And if you want to come up and speak as a victim, you have to give us information so we know you are an actual victim and not just trying to get some clout. But otherwise, I'll give the mic to Ron, because I see you're unmuted. Ron, you good or not yet?
I'm good. I mean, I'm walking through an airport, so it may not be.
Your audio is actually pretty good, man.
Okay, good. So yeah, as I mentioned, BitBoy and I had a conversation a while back. He gave me an overview of what he thought was happening at the time. Now, the problem is that it was BitBoy versus SBF. And from a credibility point of view, who would question SBF, the blue-eyed boy of the industry? But what we did was, on my channel, we landed up doing an emergency Saturday or Sunday stream. And we did this because, given what I'd seen, I felt that there was more probability that this was right. And on that day, what I did is I dumped all my FTT. I withdrew all our money from FTX just in case, even though nothing was confirmed.
What day was that? Sorry.
That was about 3-4 weeks ago. I mean, I don't have. I mean, you can go onto our channel. You can go have a look on our channel. That'll give you a better idea of the date. Sorry, I'm just walking to the airport. So I don't remember the exact date. That was about 3-4 weeks ago. And since then, what we landed up doing was we landed up investigating a whole lot more. And when the Alameda balance sheet came out, I got Twitter DM from a guy, and he showed me a whole lot of evidence of what was going on. And that was when I tweeted on my Twitter and I said, get your funds out of FTX. This is financial advice. From that point, I got a whole lot of calls from people threatening to sue me. Some, I don't want to say too much because I'm just worried about legal ramifications, but let's just say that some of them were related parties to FTX. I don't want to say more than that in terms of who else it was. And what they threatened to do was they threatened to sue me for, in inverted commas, creating this FUD. But I spoke to our lawyers, and our lawyers said, look, we think that there's no malice here. In fact, what they did was they even found clips of the same people that threatened me, saying that you should never store your coins on an exchange and not your keys, not your coins. And then from that point, we got more evidence, again via Twitter DMs, which we then investigated, which was evidence of the whole Alameda leak, using FTT as collateral on FTX, withdrawing US clients USD against it. And that is when we warned everybody, and that's when the whole house of cards came down. It's as simple as that. It was a crazy 3 or 4 weeks, but I mean, simple as that. We called it. I hope to God that people saw my Twitter and people took as much of their money as possible out. But what I also noticed was that some of the, in inverted commas, smartest people in the space were the same people that actually left their money on FTX. I mean, if you think about big funds like Multicoin Capital, who, in my opinion, were one or are one of the smartest investors in the space, they landed up having 10% of the AUM of their fund and 15.4% of the cash of their fund on FTX, because they were liquidating their FTT tokens, and obviously they didn't manage to get it out in time.
We just had this breaking news cross the wires. FTX founder SBF tells Reuters he is in the Bahamas, denying Twitter speculation that he has flown to South America.
Perfect. Thanks for doing that, sharing that. And did he tweet that from jail or?
No, he didn't tweet that. He said that directly to a Reuters source.
Oh, cool. All right. So thanks for sharing that. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah. So that's that brings us to where we are today, where some of the smartest funds in the space have lost their. I mean, as I said, Multicoin Capital lost a big part of their AUM on there. A lot of other funds lost a big part of their AUM. You guys spoke earlier about Star Atlas and the letter that was circulated by Star Atlas. So I think that that's the ramifications are going to be quite big. Now, BitBoy and I are going to probably do another stream at some point as soon as I get back to South Africa, because apparently he has another story to leak. So let's see where that takes us.
And you're one of many people that have mentioned that a lot of insiders knew about Alameda's situation well before everyone else. And the first story we broke on this was an executive at a top exchange. That was yesterday, and they said that without telling you the whole story of how it started with Luna and then Three Arrows, but CZ knew about he had serious concerns with FTX and Alameda, and he warned Sam, and Sam ignored him. And then he had no choice but to tweet. And then we had someone else in the space. I can't remember who it is, but you can see my tweets and a pretty credible source that they knew, and some people knew since last year. I think it was April last year that Alameda was pretty much insolvent. So it's insane to see the dichotomy of how some people knew, and like yourself, like BitBoy and a bunch of others, and others that are well respected in the space, that are well connected, and they're not stupid, not have any idea, and still have a lot of funds on the exchange.
Sam was very convincing. SBF was very convincing, and I think we all can agree that he came across as one of the most credible people in the space, fighting for Washington. He's obviously American, he had all the right credentials for all of us to believe him, which is exactly what we did. So I think that was one of the big problems. Also, he was surrounded and backed by some of the most credible names in the industry. Like sports stars like Tom Brady. Not that I'm saying that they're credible in crypto, but you kind of think to yourself that that's not the kind of person who's going to do anything close to what SBF did. One thing I will say though is, as an industry, we should have raised more alarms. We saw all the writing on the wall. Obviously now in hindsight, it's so easy to piece it together. But as I said before, a 27-year-old building a $100 billion empire in 2 years, we should have questioned that. And if we weren't going to question that, we should have said, hold on a second. There are other exchange owners that know exactly what the volumes that are being done on FTX are. You multiply that by the revenue they're making, you subtract the expenses, you kind of know how much money they're making. And we all knew more or less which projects Alameda Research was invested in. We could have done some easy maths, but we didn't. When Sam Trabucco left and left Caroline in charge, I mean, you guys have seen the videos about Caroline. I don't think I need to, what's the word? I don't think I need to comment too much further on Caroline and her competencies to run a billions dollar capital allocation business. So I think the moral of the story for us as crypto people is, I know a lot of us are here to make money, but I think the idea is not only to make money, but it's also to keep the money. And if we want to make money and keep the money, then maybe we need to make a little bit less money and not chase the 100x's, and make sure that we ask the right questions. And I think it's a sobering, we've just been through a very sobering time. But I think, to be honest, as I said, I think the industry comes out much better in the long term. And I know it's hard to see that now because we're in the eye of the storm, but I have no doubt that what happened now is going to push us more towards being more vigilant when we're dealing with centralized players, and being more swayed to use decentralized players if there is an option. And I can say that personally, in my investment thesis, I invested in and supported a whole lot of projects that were centralized but building on blockchain. In other words, supporting projects like FTX, centralized players in a decentralized world. And I think that after this, my thesis is going to lean a lot more to saying, look, if the project is not decentralized, if the project is just trying to move a Web 2 problem onto Web 3, which is exactly what FTX actually is. FTX was Goldman Sachs or Lehman Brothers or whatever you want to call it, but on Web 3. It was a centralized entity on Web 3. Now, obviously, there is a need for those kind of centralized entities to act as gateways to get people to come into Web 3. But I can tell you from my personal investment thesis, I'm going to be very reluctant to support centralized projects in the space, because I think that this is the biggest lesson for us here, is that we must push this industry to do what it's supposed to do, and that is to get away from centralized entities, so that shit like this can simply not happen anymore. That's what we need to build. That's why we're here.
Yeah, and and want to echo everything that you said. Additionally, if you think about due diligence for VC deals, I feel like the other issue is that the timeline to essentially run through the due diligence is very compressed, right? We generally don't have much time to do full assessment, and deals tend to be fairly competitive, especially a few months ago. And so I feel like the incentives are generally not there to run the due diligence, and I do feel like there should be a fairly good standard for that. To a certain extent, in the early stages, yes, you invest in people, and then at some point you actually invest in systems, right? And you invest in actual software and ability to sell on the software. And so to that extent, I do believe that the due diligence process for, such organizations, for example, you should actually go deep and have proper auditors, go over balances and, reconciliation of funds to make sure that whatever is on paper is the right thing. And I do feel like we either don't have time these days, or there's just no standardization, so very little incentive for you as a VC firms to do more than others, which is which is hard. So
I must say I fully agree with you. In the bull market, we were, and I'm guilty of it. I'm going to be blatantly honest, because I think the first point in fixing a mistake is actually admitting honestly and openly that you made a mistake. And in the bull market, we did what we called momentum investing. And what we did was we invested in things doing very little DD sometimes. And the reason why that was okay is because we thought even if we didn't do a DD, the momentum will carry us. And you knew that if you were getting into an early stage investment, the minimum you were going to make is 10 times your money on the first batch of tokens. And you kind of thought to yourself, well, if With that, there's no incentive to do a due diligence because the amount of time, effort, and energy to do a due diligence is often not worth the investment. And I think what we've learned now is that this whole thing around momentum investing is not going to work, specifically in this market, and that every investment, no matter what it is, requires a full due diligence. The other thing which I think we were all guilty of, and we should admit it, because again, I say, the first thing you need to do is you need to learn from your mistakes. But how many times did I see a deal where people said to me, oh, the lead investor is Alameda, or the lead investor is FTX? How many deals were there like that that said, oh, no, don't worry, Alameda invested? And so what you thought to yourself was, hold on, if Alameda is the lead here, well, if I was going to do 10 hours of DD on this, I can cut it down to 2 hours because Alameda have done the due diligence. And now we realize that that's also not the case. And so I think we've been brought back down to normality. We've been brought back down to equilibrium. We've been brought back down to a place where we're going to resemble real investments. I still think you're going to make outsized returns in this asset class relative to any other asset class. But I just don't think that any idiot who's investing in momentum is going to land up making as much money as they were making before. Because I think we've now come back to an equilibrium where the market is not going to give us those 100x's and stuff like that. And that's okay, because I think that the money that we're going to make in the next cycle, we're actually going to keep because we have done due diligence, so we're going to invest in much stronger projects.
Okay, so at this point, I'd like to go ahead and introduce our next two speakers that are going to be talking about their experiences. As
I want to go with I see Roxy there. Roxy, can you Roxy? You there? Roxy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is that Roxy? Are you sure? Are you speaking? Is that Roxy_Roxy? Yeah, because I can't see you speaking for some reason.
Yes, it is Roxy.
It's me.
Cool. All right, yeah, my Twitter's glitching, bro. Man, you've been on the space before. I didn't know you got fucked by all this. I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah, it sucks, man. I had like my whole net worth, everything I had, like I made from doing my projects and doing art for other projects on FTX, and I lost it all.
Fuck, man. How long have you been in the space for?
A year. I grinded really hard, made like 200k USD, and then had it all in FTX. And I tried to withdraw it. Like I knew something was like when I saw everyone posting on Twitter, I already started withdrawing, but I guess it didn't go through, and then yeah, I lost it all.
Fuck, man, I had no idea. When first, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
And where you've got plenty of time to make it all again, but I know it must feel like complete shit. Where in Australia are you based?
I'm from Melbourne. Yeah.
Oh, sick. I'm originally from Melbourne. Where in Melbourne?
Just in the city.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And you got me who's struggling to hear him, or
yes, just you, Kim. It sometimes happens, Kim, where you just can't hear one speaker. It glitches. Oh, wow. Could you hear anything he said or no?
No.
So his name is Roxy. He is 19 and he's in the NFT space. I know Roxy because he's been on the show before, and very, very, really nice guy. And he was just saying how he lost his entire net worth. It was all sitting on FTX, and you can't blame him because, like, I know for us it's easy, especially us that have been in the space for a while. It's easy for us to tell these guys, hey, not your keys, not your coins. But like Roxy, when did you get into crypto?
I got in around last year, the end of the year, so like around November-ish, something like that. So like
exactly
FTX is really reputable, yeah.
Exactly, man. Exactly. And I was saying, I got into the space in 2017. It took me a year or so before starting to use MetaMask. Before that, it was my CFO. It was also my brother that did it. So even me with IBC, my incubator now, it took me a while to start using MetaMask. So I don't blame you. I know some people would disagree. But
next time we meet, I'm going to set up your MSP as well, bro. Let's do it on the 15th.
Deal, man. We'll do it on the 15th. But Roxy, how did you find out that your money's gone when you tried to withdraw it?
Yeah, I tried to withdraw it, and then I withdrew it when it still didn't say withdrawals were halted. And it was like a couple hours before then. and I withdrew it in fiat straight to my bank, the Australian bank, and didn't go through apparently. And then
She should have taken it to a wallet, bro. I know this doesn't make you feel any better.
yeah, I probably
What's
should have.
what's your okay? Now this is the important question. And Kim, I know you can't hear him, so hopefully you'll hear the next speaker. But Roxy, the important question. I know it's too early, and you probably know by now there's a lot of people, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, I don't know, I think hundreds of thousands of people that are in the same situation as you, that have money stuck on FTX. But what's your next step? Because crypto crashed, NFTs crashed, and your holdings just got, but you could get them back, but unlikely. Where are you at now? Are you pretty, like fuck it, it's gone, I'll make it up again, or how is it?
Is it just me or I can't hear him?
I think
Yeah, he just cut
I
out.
lost Mario's audio as well. Let me let him know that right now.
Yeah, Roxy, here's what I can say, man. I've been in this space since 2010. Shit, man, I
Yep.
even worked for Cripsy. Cripsy literally same thing. Fucking ran away with all the fucking money. Here's what I can say, man. You're young. I know everybody's gonna say, "Oh, you're young, you can make it back." It sucks. It's a gut check, but it's a real cheap lesson to learn. Think of it as a 200K lesson, but you're at the perfect time to start again. The market's at probably a bottom. Can't say for sure. Just build it back up, run it back up again, and this time take responsibility for your own sovereignty from a financial standpoint. This is a real cheap lesson because when you get 25, 30 years old, you're going to have way more money. You're going to have way more money, and you're going to be able to run it up way higher, but you're going to know how to protect yourself. And that's the thing. This whole self-sovereign movement, self-financial sovereignty movement it's a double-edged sword. And if you don't really invest the time to learn it, you're never going to learn it until something like this happens. So consider yourself fortunate that it happened at a bottom. You have time to accumulate and run it back up.
And to make you also feel even better, Roxy, in 2018 I lost. I've said the story many times, but IBC, which is my incubator, got scammed, lost millions by the person leading it. My other e-commerce company that I launched a decade ago, doing extremely well now, almost went bankrupt because one of our suppliers screwed us. Also had a lot of other issues, man. I was diagnosed with a tumor, a bleeding tumor in 2018 as well, among other things. But the most important one is my company, IBC, almost went bust. Like we were screwed. And we're killing it now, and my life and both my companies are doing really well. So there's it's hard to find someone in crypto, and Ryan just unmuted, so he'll probably share something similar, but you're going to struggle to find someone in crypto who's been in the space for a few years that hasn't been screwed one way or another.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was, I was talking about all the discipline, because the very first ICO I invested, and a whole lot of us invested, the DAO was the biggest hack in Ethereum. That was the reason of creation of Ethereum Classic. And then just because I didn't wanted to manage those investments through a decentralized wallet and access, I did it through an exchange. I was the one who was held up to it till the last day. Like the day when the contract disbursements closed was the day I got my 40,000 Ethereums back. Guess what? The story doesn't end here. The exchange was called Gate something from, I even forgot the name, from Hong Kong, and then it was hacked. So out of those 40,000 Ethereums, I only got 10,000, and the rest of the 30,000 are still a part of that hack. That is still going on. And today, what the lawyers say I own is, I don't know, $400,000 or $300,000 only, which is nowhere close to 30,000 Ethereums. So all those things have made us strong. Yes, my lesson was cheaper than yours. You have lost $200,000. Mine was around, I don't know, $80,000. But we all have to learn from our mistakes and then write it down in a piece of paper, maybe a sticky right on the top of the desk. Never lose it. Just implement it every time you're making an investment or dealing with crypto.
Yeah, I want to maybe add to what you guys have said here. So I don't know how many of you have followed my story or know my background, but in 1999 or 2000, I lost everything in a .com business. I was part of the .com bubble, and I went from being almost floating my company on the stock exchange, being an internet millionaire on paper, to going to below zero in when the .com bubble crashed. I moved from an apartment that I had back to live at my parents' house with my girlfriend, which was a humbling experience. I had to sell everything. I sold my golf clubs. I sold everything. I had to sell everything to get to survive. And in 2001, I founded a company, and I rebuilt that company. And it took me 17 years or 15 years to build that company to be the biggest marketing company on the African continent. And I sold that company for north of $150 million in 2015, 16, and 17, which is quite a long buyout process. And then, I got into crypto, and I did very well in crypto in 2017. And after 2017, I lost all my crypto money because I held on right through the bear market. And then I rebuilt myself again. And as you guys probably know, I lost more than 9 figures on Terra Luna. As the collapse happened, it was quite well documented. And I think I made a couple of videos about it. And I just want to say a couple of things. So the first thing is that every time you rebuild, you have the lessons from the previous experience. And I call that the amount of character that you've built. And
so we have some breaking news here that just came in from the Kraken Chief Technology Officer, who actually replied directly to Mario, funny enough. So this is news that started from the roundtable. And he said that they know the identity of the user. And this is in reference to Mario's tweet when we were talking about the hacker that is very likely an inexperienced insider, and that Kraken was also used throughout the hack to offload funds. This was coming from Buddha, the CEO of Hacken. So now we have confirmation.
Send him an invite to join. By the way, Ron, we do this. Just don't get annoyed, Ron. We do this when there's break. Cool. Yeah, can you invite him, Chet, to the space? But that's fucking sick. Just when I thought I can finally go to sleep, next chapter. Great. It's gonna be 24 hours I'm awake, which is pretty cool. Actually, it's over 24 hours now, well over. But yeah, if we can bring Nick on, if Nick is in the audience, would love you to come on and just share it with the with everyone listening. I think it's like 10,000 people or something. Yeah, 11,000 people. So yeah, Nick, if you can join the show, that would be great. And while we're waiting for Nick, Ryan, I had no idea that you built $150 million. You sold the business for $150 million, and you lost 9 figures in Luna. I had no idea about the story.
Yeah, so it's documented actually on Scott Melker's. Scott Melker and I did an interview on his channel because I was finally ready to speak about the experience. It's all well documented there. But I think to get back to the story and to motivate this person who's 19, I didn't get his name, the 19-year-old that lost everything. So there's a couple of things here. The first thing is that you've proven to yourself that you know how to make money, and you're very lucky because you've proven to yourself that you know how to make money at a very young age. And that's, not everyone knows how to make money out of NFTs or make money out of nothing. So that already teaches you that you have the ability to make money. Now you've learned from these mistakes, you'll never make the same mistakes ever again. And when you get into your new venture, it's almost like a shortcut. You'll be able to build it much quicker. It took me 15 years to build my first business to become a $150 million business. And it took me less than 2 years to build my next business to get the same value. So it's like, it just becomes faster and faster because you've got the character and because you've been through these lessons. Now, people who haven't been through these lessons, they usually can't build it as fast as you. So just keep getting the experience. Experience matters much more than making money. We will all make money in this industry because we're here and we're early and we made mistakes and we've learned from our mistakes. We'll all make money in this industry. So just keep on keeping on. Take it from someone who's made and lost and made and lost and made and lost, and just keeps rebuilding and rebuilding and rebuilding. It becomes easier and easier and easier to make money and to build big businesses and to have fun.
Rand, just quick question from me before I head off. Do you stand with the dev?
Which part?
Well, the part around him kind of saying we need both an honor system and that, SBF kind of is a fraud, and the way he operated is not what we need in our industry.
Yes, definitely. SBF is a fraud. SBF is 100% a fraud. You cannot tell me that you were so smart. You were so smart that you knew how to build this huge empire with 130 companies underneath you, but you didn't know what was going on inside your business. It was a fraud. It was 100% a fraud. You cannot tell me that you put a back door into your accounting software and you weren't a fraud. You cannot tell me that you didn't know that you were taking out customer money and giving it to Alameda and other parties and the Democrats and a whole lot of others.
Can we get a tweet? Can we get some public support for the dev, just like BitBoy did? I
Yeah,
think
if
it'll
you
be.
could get it, if you could DM me the video, I'm
I've
very,
DM'd it
very.
to you.
What's your handle?
Umbrella.
Umbrella. Okay, I'll check it out now. DM it to me. I'm gonna do a show. Actually, I may do a live stream here from the airport. If I do it, I'll definitely feature this dev because I think what he's saying is right.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's a Ponzi.
Okay, and now
We all fell for the biggest one. We all fell for the biggest scam in crypto. This is the Bear Stearns. This is the Lehman Brothers of crypto. It's the biggest Ponzi ever. It's a Ponzi orchestrated by a 29-year-old or however old he was when he started orchestrating it, and we all fell for it.
all
I
right,
think
and
there's
now
a bit of
let's
bragging to be
open.
done. Sorry, you
Yeah,
have something to say.
yeah. I was just gonna say let's open up the floor to Donnie now too, because I know that he was the second victim in our list here that we were speaking to, and we'd like to hear his story here as well.
Yeah, while waiting for Donnie, just we've invited, just update everyone, we've invited Nick. That's an incredible announcement. That was so quick as well. But we invited Nick on to join the panel, so hopefully he'll join. And I know there's a lot of requests to speak. My Twitter is no longer glitching, so I can see all the requests. And we'll be bringing people up and cycling through the speakers. Speakers, feel free to jump off. Whenever you've said your piece, you can jump back on. We'll keep cycling it through just to give everyone a chance to share whatever information they have. And if you've got something urgent and you're requesting to speak, DM us with the information, and the team will bring you up accordingly. But Donnie, appreciate you joining, my friend. You've got a picture of Wolf of Wall Street, and not the best start, but Mike is yours, my friend.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's my first Twitter space. So, yeah, so I lost basically 170,000 on FTX, which is like 2/3 of all I got. And yeah, I still have to pay taxes. And so basically I'm down to zero. And yeah, I couldn't withdraw. I saw all the stuff going on the weekend, but it was, yeah, it seemed to me more like rumors. But yeah, then on, I think Tuesday I woke up and saw that withdrawals were kind of not going through anymore. And I tried, but yeah, it was already too late at that point.
How long have you been in the space, Donnie?
So I first entered the space in 2017, more or less during the ICO peak. And after that, I left, like I think most, and came back about early last year. And yeah, had some good trades or positions, also from equities and then also in crypto. And yeah, so basically it was going good. But yeah, now I'm back to zero, I would say.
And where are you based, man? Where do you live?
Yes, so I'm from Germany, and I also have to say that the only reason why I went to FTX was because the futures on Binance, they got restricted in Germany. And I'm not sure if also in other places in Europe, but at least in Germany. So if that wouldn't have been done by the regulators, I for sure would have stayed on Binance. So I think this whole discussion, which I also saw on Twitter the last days, that the regulators, I think in this situation, they did more harm than any kind of support. Because users like me were pushed to FTX, yeah, because of all the regulations and hate against Binance. And if they now use this situation, which I think they will do, to put even more harm and hate against crypto, yeah, I could definitely see some kind of this inside story shenanigans thing maybe going on in the background, you know.
So you're saying that regulators kind of caused more harm because they gave you that peace of mind that FTX is safe or one of the safer exchanges, unlike Binance, which regulators were more receptive to FTX, and
yeah,
that
it
So
was
FTX
just.
actually is offshore, right? Like they have like the US entity that is
But I
regulated.
think but users I think don't know that. That's the problem. They just
Yeah,
put it all in one
exactly. I
basket.
think that's the I think that is also like kind of like source of confusions of like just not having a clear understanding. Like even myself as kind of like a someone who's very educated in the space and like in the custodial systems kind of like requirements, it's unclear. It's even unclear to me like which employee is allowed to essentially like interact with which system. Like is it the same employees? Do they have like the same keys? What is the form of segregation between the two? Like it's a very very unclear. And so I think that just the lack of clarity around regulations is enough to kind of like push people outside of this jurisdiction because like they don't want to have this kind of this sword above their head, right? That could be that could fall at any given time. And so that's a big issue. And the thing that is actually interesting is that the regulations in Europe are extremely actually great compared to the US. Like if you look at the state of regulations by France and England, I'm not too sure about Germany. I know that like Europe is just like overall way ahead of like the US. But yeah, there is like it's not enough. Like we need more clarity. We need to kind of make sure that any company can kind of like operate and offer financial products within their jurisdiction while making it clear like what is safe, what isn't. And right now it's like a big bucket of like everything is unsafe, crypto
I hate
is
to
not
break in
accurate.
here, but we did just get some breaking news from the Wall Street Journal. This is a Wall Street Journal exclusive in relation to Alameda Research's executive team's knowledge of the matter of moving the funds improperly to meet its own liabilities. Turns out, according to a video meeting with Alameda employees late Wednesday Hong Kong time, Alameda CEO Caroline Ellison said that she, SBF, and two other FTX executives, Nishad Singh and Gary Wang, were aware of the decision to send customer funds to Alameda, according to people familiar with the video. Mr. Singh was FTX's director of engineering and, of course, a former Facebook employee, etc. But then Ms. Ellison said on the call that FTX used customer money to help Alameda meet its liabilities, according to the people familiar with the video.
Hold on. The executive team just admitted to knowing that FTX funds, user funds from FTX were used to fund Alameda. Did I get that right, Chet?
That is, you did get that right.
Bro,
yes.
I don't understand. How is it all within hours? How did the scam, the money siphoning, everything in between, catching the person 20 minutes ago, and now the executive team admitting wrongdoing? Is that considered? Can anyone say is that considered criminal? Correct me if I'm wrong, man.
Just to clarify what so this isn't in reference to the hacked money. This is in reference to the $10 billion that was used incorrectly to help meet its liabilities when FTX lent its customers money to Alameda. So this is referring back to the original saga, but until now, it was not known that the executive team actually. Well, I mean, it was pretty well guessed or assumed, but the executive team had not made any statements about this. They literally have basically admitted this now internally and on video to where people that were familiar with it were able to see it and say to the Wall Street Journal that this is what happened.
Kim, what do you think?
I think they have terrible lawyers.
I was thinking the same. I was like, I think it's like their entire legal team must have quit because
this is literally the Monopoly card. Go to jail directly. Don't go anywhere else. That's what they've just done.
I must say, I'm completely shocked about this. I mean, they've made so many legal mistakes. I think I agree with Tim saying that these lawyers, they've obviously lost all legal representation. That's for sure.
Would you consider that criminal wrongdoing?
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? If they take customer funds knowingly, which are not theirs, to help another business out, that is completely criminally, unlawful. That's they have criminal liability.
Guys, I don't understand how it just cannot stop getting weirder. From the tweet of CZ till today, every few hours, like every development is a whole story within itself. So we've got like almost 10 stories all merged into one, from the orgy and the drugs and all of them living together, to the Bahamas withdrawals, to the hack, to the insider knowledge, to catching the hacker within hours and the hacker being stupid, to the executive team just admitting criminal wrongdoing. And I'm skipping a lot of shit. I'm skipping FTX collapsing. I'm skipping all the regulators and their involvement and their concerns. It just feels like a really, really long dream that you cannot wake up
It's
from.
insane. There will be a Netflix show about this, no doubt, right? I mean, in 2 years, we're going to watch this big Netflix documentary, and we'll be sitting watching it and just shaking our heads how drug-induced and stupid these people were, and how they fucked up, the savings of potentially hundreds of thousands of people.
That's insane. I just also got information that there's two other key people in the space that actually went to the Bahamas, Nick and Pio, to try to find out more information. So I'd be curious, Romy, if you can ping them and find out if they found anything as well that they can share. There's literally people flew out yesterday to the Bahamas to try to dig up more information. Maniac in 51, go ahead, guys.
One thing that's also
Go ahead,
important to mention here, early on when we started this room, I was saying that because of the massive amounts of money that Sam had donated to the Democrats, to the Joe Biden campaign, and Democratic candidates, over $100 million in total, I was pretty sure that he would get off easy. But if we now have his inner circle admitting that this is what they did, and they basically just admitted to criminal activity, there's no way that Sam is going to get out of this, easy. So what's going to happen is that these donations that he's made to the Democratic Party, they're now going to get scrutinized, and they are going to get grilled. And if I was, if the Republicans now have the majority in the House, I don't know, is that all done? Have they finally fucking counted the votes, or do we know if
I don't know. I think last I checked, Democrats Senate, Republicans House, but I don't think it's finalized.
Okay.
Democrats one seat away from Senate, but let's continue with FTX. It's just
okay. So but what I'm saying is, if they do get the House, they are going to investigate the shit out of this.
How deep do you think it goes?
Well, I think, the fact that this guy has donated almost as much money as George Soros, who's basically running the Democratic Party. He's kind of the deep state background guy who tells everyone what to do. The fact that there's so much money involved that went to the Democrats, this is going to be huge. Like, this story is just at the very beginning, and it's going to explode into an enormous animal that I think is going to damage the Democrats quite a bit, and there will be much more scrutiny to this story simply because he was such a large donor to the Democratic Party. So the Republicans will have a field day when they investigate this case in the House.
Maniac 51, 6 figs. Go ahead, guys. You can unmute and speak.
So I've been in this space for like 2 or 3 years now, and this year has just been so crazy, man, and the way that I approach my daily activities inside crypto. All of my First of all, back when Voyager and everything got attacked earlier this year, I had reached out to a few people, and honestly, the thing that gets me is the people that I reached out to were like um, big people inside the space, or people that I thought that I could trust, and everyone had directed me towards FTX, and yeah, no, I definitely went in blindly, but I thought that it was one of the safest places inside the space, and come to find out it wasn't.
Yeah, bro, you're not alone. So, Chet, what was the source of this information, by the way? I might have missed that. Chet, you there?
I am back now. I couldn't hear you as I was connecting.
That's all right, bro. What was the source of this announcement that you just made?
So that's the Wall Street Journal.
Holy shit, okay. So it's definitely legit. 51, go ahead, bro.
You know what, Mario? One thing that really upsets me is that we've seen this over and over again. We saw it with Quadria, or whatever it was called. We saw that with my other Cryptopia, whatever, that New Zealand company. We've seen this happen over and over again, and it happens every couple of years, and investors forget, and it just keeps happening. And what we've seen recently with FTX, there's going to be a lot more things, Mario, that are going to come out that are going to blow your fucking mind, bro, because we haven't heard nothing, I don't think, yet. And it's just crazy, though, because somebody even just messaged me like they were looking to buy some land. They were about to withdraw some money on FTX. So many people have been screwed because of FTX in an era like right now when we weren't going through a good time anyways. We need to onboard people into the industry. And what's going to happen is people are going to exit, and it's not going to build a lot of confidence. So we need to do something. We need to have some regulations or something, because this is just going to happen again and again and again. And there's been a lot of people that have lost a lot of money. And yeah, the one guy earlier, he's 19. He knows how to do it. He can do it again. But some people have maybe their whole life savings or a lot of money invested. And it's really going to affect people across the board. And we just can't keep allowing this to happen. I mean, there's so many scams in crypto, and we just keep allowing them over and over again. And
you know,
it's very important.
you're so right, but here's the most important lesson out of all of this, and we're saying it every single time when an exchange gets either hacked in a big way or fucks their users. Stop putting your crypto in exchanges. Like, have the keys, keep it with you. Don't trust third parties. If you do it, you're totally going against the whole principle and concept of crypto. It was designed for you not to have to use banks or custodials. It was designed for you to own and hold your own money. And you can secure it. If you are worried about your own security, you can do like multi-signature, or there's so many ways how you can store your keys safely. And the big lesson from this has to be, do not trust these exchanges. They are not safe in terms of data security. It's an unregulated Wild West shit show. And the people who are running this stuff, they're fucking drug-induced crazies, apparently, who have absolutely no clue what they're doing. So don't trust any exchange with your money, period.
I think you just made an amazing point, and I think this is a very huge opportunity for everybody in this room. Listen, I've been hacked before, and once you get hacked, you do things differently. Even if you didn't get affected by FTX, what you just said, Kim, about, like take control, get your money off the exchanges, every single person needs to be promoting this over the next few months, because it's very key. You need to control the situation so we don't allow this to happen. And I think that's amazing. That's true.
Just chatting to Reuters, they somehow got my number. By the way, Kim, can you see the co-host invite? Because this is glitching. I need someone else to co-host. Can you accept it?
Yeah.
Perfect. Just so at least someone is a co-host, because I'm not able to bring the roundtable account. Perfect. Whew. So if my Twitter glitches, then you can take over. Six Figs, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm just going to kind of piggyback off of
this criminal activity that FTX has been involved with, and it dates back years. In fact, last April, I launched a huge investigation into FTX and how they use their futures trading as a weapon. In fact, I was the one that leaked that information to BitBoy Crypto last week. But they have a tendency to use their exchange for evil. And what they were doing with the futures trading is any competitors against Solana, things like that, they would go ahead and launch futures trading early on that token, pump the price to oblivion. Once the token went live, they would absolutely disconnect from it, and basically it would just rug pull because the volume and the action was not sustainable. And CZ even commented on this back in 2009, how there was a new futures exchange that was trying to liquidate users on Binance. And, I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about what's going on, of course, as time progresses, but that was just a point I wanted to make.
I'll give the mic to Whalecoin. What's up, bro? Whalecoin talk, you there, man? Noah, can you hear me, Noah?
Yeah, sorry.
Noah.
It like did the buffering thing while I was being brought up.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, man, I'm getting a bit I'm getting too many DMs, guys, and somehow people are getting my number as well. So in terms of what Elon Musk and all whoever said what, there's people that took clips of the space. Just look at my tweets and look at people that tagged me. I'm trying to retweet them. All the information is there. The recording of the space that everyone wants will not. You can't access it until the space finishes. So when I end this space, that's the only time you can actually get the recording. We do have a team member that recorded the entire space, and she'll post it as well when it's all done. So just for everyone just spamming me right now, I think that's and spamming the team, you'll get the information. I know you want to be early with all the details, but you'll get the information. But yeah, Whalecoin, Noah, the mic is yours, bro.
Right on, man. I appreciate it. First of all, Mario, I was here when Elon came on, and I was on for 3 hours until like 4:30 a.m. I went to sleep. I wake up, and you're still running the space. So that's, excuse me, my voice. I'm sick, but that's incredible, man. Kudos to you. Hat off, Kim. I had a question for you, and I mean, I personally would love to see a future where people are storing their assets in a more, and I'm playing devil's advocate a bit here, but people are storing their assets in a more decentralized manner. They're taking custody and ownership of their money. But I see the future of mass adoption and investing being through super centralized platforms, because at the end of the day, I find that most people don't want to take responsibility for storing private keys, don't want to take responsibility for keeping safe, and honestly want someone to turn to if shit hits the fan, right? So I would love to, and again, I personally align with your rhetoric and your philosophy, because that's why I got into this industry, one of the reasons. But I just don't see the vast majority, the average person, wanting to do that themselves. At the end of the day, I do see more control, even in this industry, being handed towards centralized entities.
Yeah, you have a point there, but the thing is, it's actually so easy, and I think the problem is that we're not educating people enough. It is not hard to take care of your own keys. Like, it's literally like a 5-minute job, and I think the problem is that people just don't understand, and they're so used to the banking system, because this is just how the world works right now, that they can't really understand how it could be any other way. How could I be the bank myself, right? That's the big question. How can I keep it safe? When in reality, these worries that they have, these questions that they have, can be easily answered. And actually, the solution is it's much safer for you if you save your keys, and it's literally so easy. Take your keywords, put it somewhere, if you want, in a bank vault or whatever, somewhere where it's really going to be safe, and then always only operate If you have to use online exchanges, only use them for a limited budget, for like 2 months worth of money to pay your bills. Like never ever store more than 1% of, your wealth in an exchange, and just have faith that the people who are owning it and operating it will keep your money safe. Like you literally, if you have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in this FTX nonsense, then you should have really invested 20 minutes, 30 minutes of your time to learn about how to manage your keys and how to control the crypto yourself. That's the big lesson out of this whole debacle, that people should really educate themselves and understand that your money is not safe with these exchanges.
Yeah, just on that, Kim, I kind of do agree, but with the whole principle, not your keys, not your crypto. I'm massive fanatic on that, but there is a problem, and there is an adoption element both on the institutional side as well as on the retail side, that are not going to get private keys, are not going to get their wallets. So what is going to happen? And that's a great question from Will. In terms of that, and I actually spoke to a regulator this morning because I wanted to hear his view, and he's driving crypto adoption in one of the big finance centers. And he says there's no prudential regulation at the moment. So when I mean prudential regulation, for banks, they see the assets and liabilities on a daily basis. They don't currently get that for crypto custodians. So similar to what CZ was spearheading in terms of the Merkle proof of asset reserves, etc. I think that's going to come in the future. So if you have to use a custodian, whether it's a regulatory requirement or it's a personal requirement, my suggestion would be probably just wait it out until proper regulation comes in, a regulator you trust, that is regulating an entity that's got a proven track record and putting out, information around that. Because regulations will come in that space, and the ones that are properly regulated will be trusted custodians of crypto and will be using them.
So that's the part that is interesting
Sorry,
because
let me just respond to that real quick. So we have regulation in the stock market, and every year you have a couple of really monster cases of abuse where people lose their money, right? The same thing is still going to happen in the crypto space. The great difference is that with crypto, you can really take charge of your own wealth and control it and not leave it to other people. The other thing is, that I think everyone should consider. We want to move away from the old financial system. It has caused us so much trouble, so much corruption, the money printing. All of that is so much bigger and so much more important to fight, that people should really take the time and understand what the promise of crypto is, what it is all about, why we do need to, take charge of this. And here's another problem. Even with all the regulation in the world, all the exchanges that I know are not safe from a data security perspective. It's so easy to hack. And I know this because that's my background, right? That's where I'm from. I'm a data security guy. That's how I started. And I just know this world in and out. So if anybody thinks that these juveniles who were running FTX, and when you see all these videos now, the interviews that they've given, and how they were working in their office, they were literally sitting ducks for any sophisticated hacker group. And to keep your money in such exchanges, no matter how good the regulations are, you are still going to have some of them getting hacked and still losing your funds. So you just need to consider that as well.
Just quickly, if you don't mind, I'm going to take the mic for a second. So anyone that's working at FTX, and Kim, I apologize, just a lot of things happening behind the scenes, but anyone that is an ex-employee from FTX, when you're DMing us, please include some evidence, because it's too much, and include some information you want to share. You could do it anonymously, We've had a few people do it anonymously, but most people did it, without being anonymous. And we can bring you up on stage. So just DM me on Twitter, and the team is checking all Twitter DMs. I'll give the mic to Vinay and then NFT God. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, how's it going? So I was the release coordinator for the 2015 Ethereum launch. First year being paid 100% in crypto was 1999, part of the eGold ecosystem way back at the beginning. I got to say, like, if the desire here is to have regulation, you're going to get KYC and AML requirements with it. None of the tokens which are being issued are going to pass regulation in terms of being able to be sold to the public. What you're going to wind up with is the securities regime that the SEC is pushing as the only game in town, right? And at that point, crypto dies. Nobody is allowed to launch a token without it being the equivalent of an IPO. You'll get huge amounts of regulatory overheads, and eventually the only way you'll get a token to market is taking it through Goldman Sachs. We do not want that kind of regulation, right? At the same time, as somebody that is, very old school crypto, like beginning of time crypto, FTX does not look like a crypto outfit to me. FTX looks like TradFi that happens to be trading crypto as an asset class, but they didn't care if they were trading crypto or orange juice futures or pork bellies or IBM stock, right? They had no fundamental interest in the space other than making money. They weren't attached to any of the fundamental values of the space, and their operational model was identical to a company like Bear Stearns, and they died in exactly the same way that companies that sell leveraged financial products die, which is they just didn't have enough money left in the system to cover their balance sheet. So, I really want to push back on this idea that what we're looking for is more financial regulation. What we're looking for is companies like FTX never to come into existence in the first place because nobody will buy their products, right? And if we don't cultivate a culture that's resistant to this kind of stuff, it's just going to be the same loop that we've been in of 2018, the ICOs arrive, the ICO wave destroys the pre-existing Ethereum culture, then the NFTs arrive, the NFTs destroy the previous round of Ethereum culture. We keep getting new, very, very highly speculative asset classes coming in wave after wave. Each one annihilates whatever was there before. Oh, yeah, that's the old thing. Now this is the new thing. This time for sure. And we're in this cyclical bubble. It inflates, it pops, it inflates, it pops, it inflates, pops. Until we crack the fundamental utility problem, so people are buying and selling houses and using crypto. People are buying and selling, gold, wheat, commodities, cars. Until we break through that fundamental utility barrier, none of this stuff is going to improve because all that's happening is that people are making money in bubbles, and then the bubbles inevitably pop. We have to change the entire emphasis of the industry back towards real world use cases. And I've been working on that for 6 years. I started a company to do it 2017, and it is still really hard to get a hearing, even though the technology that we developed works in 170 countries and handles things like real estate. The focus in the industry is not on the real world use cases, even now.
That's so important what you just said, and I appreciate that because I've been saying that for years, and I think we need to have a seismic shift in crypto. It's not about make money quick schemes or speculating or how can I get 10x or which is the next altcoin that is going to pop. This is all a fucking casino. This is not what crypto was made for. Crypto was made for us to change the world where we take control of our financial freedom and we don't have third parties telling us what we can or can't do with our money. We don't want this corrupt banking system. We don't want endless money printing so we can do the next war and the next war and the next war. If we really care about changing the world, we need to stop seeing crypto as this speculative thing, make money quick scheme. We need to start actually using it to pay for things on a daily basis and demand from vendors, retailers, online services that they support crypto because that's how we want to pay. And you know what? I don't think it's that hard, like some people earlier said, to not rely on exchanges, on de facto banks that we are trying to eliminate. I think, if everyone takes a little bit of time, maybe we can make easier products for people to really enter the space and feel safe about managing their own crypto. Maybe that's what we need to focus on. If it's really that hard and people can't really understand it yet, well, then maybe that should be the task for the crypto community to figure out. Because once they figure out how they can store their own crypto safely, then this whole bullshit goes away and we can focus on the core promise of crypto, which is to replace the outdated, corrupt, government-controlled financial system. And what we don't, let me just add one
So
last
go ahead,
thing.
Kim.
What we absolutely don't ever want is government-controlled crypto, because once they get that into play and people are actually using it, they will have total surveillance over all of your financials. And not only that, you will get a social score and they will decide if you've been a good boy or not, and if you are allowed to spend money for your groceries and rent. This is the biggest issue that we are facing, that governments will try to use blockchain technology and use crypto to get even more control over the people.
I would say before we have another victim on stage, and Lewis, appreciate you coming here. But before I give you the mic, Lewis, Kim, we do have to also admit that we've had a lot of progress as well. As much as we hate all the pump and dumps and all the short-term money making and all the scams, at the same time, I sent my partner is in Ukraine, and her sister is in Ukraine. Now they're both here with me in Dubai, obviously. And the only way I was able to send them money was through crypto. I'm originally from Lebanon. My dad's family is still there. The only way I send him money on a weekly basis is through crypto. And I'm not alone. So there,
Did Mario
and this
get
is one.
right, or is it just me?
I think it's just you, bro. Also, can someone tell him it's just him so he knows? Because sometimes
Yes, it is.
Tell him, chat.
Yes, it's just you.
Okay, so back to the point, Kim. There's been incredible progress, and I know we're not going to talk a lot about NFTs because that's not what the space is about. But NFTs, and I'm not talking about the profile pics. I'm talking as the concept of digital ownership, owning your ID, owning your tokenizing real estate, owning in-game assets. If a game goes bankrupt, you can still own your assets and move them to another game. So there's applications of digital ownership that will continue no matter what happens to FTX, no matter what happens to anything in the ecosystem. That's a technology that Starbucks is using, that Reddit is using, that Instagram and I don't know about Amazon, but I know Instagram and Twitter are introducing NFT marketplaces as far as I'm aware. So there's been incredible progress, but at the same time, there's just been so much shit happening that many of us, so a lot of people in the audience might not be, I went through the audience, a lot of you are not from crypto and are trying to understand the space now that FTX blew up. Us in crypto, like the amount of shit we see in the space is disgusting. And anyone that denies it is not being fair. Like there's just so much shit happening. Literally people launching projects, making millions, time after time. This shit will hopefully stop after this catalyst, after what happened with FTX. Because the story with FTX, and Kim, if you disagree, me and you are chill, so you can disagree. But the story with FTX is so ugly, it's so deep, that I think for the first time, maybe it could really lead to a change in the space. Because in 2018, we had nothing near as bad as this. Then again, Mt. Gox happened, and here we are. So that's my 2 cents, but I just do want to shine the light on the positive progress we've had over the last few years.
I do want to add something to the kind of like custodial versus non-custodial conversation, because I think that this is something that I've been theorizing a lot around, and I highly disagree with some of the stuff that was said here. So obviously, like I truly believe in the ethos and been around for quite a bit of time myself. But first and foremost, like I do agree that with the point that was made earlier, that a lot of users will not have the expertise, will never have the expertise essentially or the motivation essentially to go ahead and kind of like custody themselves their own keys. Obviously, a lot of people may in the world. Some people are actually like have a single phone for the entire family. Everyone may be sharing the same computer and so on. So obviously, like a lot of the world is very different in terms of like how they think about ownership of their own data. The second thing is that a lot of people are trying to put this event in the perspective of custodial versus non-custodial. Whereas, so first and foremost, this is really not binary. We've seen that like earlier in the year with the Slope wallet hack. We've seen that with kind of like the parity, the parity address generation and private key generation vulnerability. The not your keys, not your crypto is really not true, because at the end of the day, you are still using software, you're still using potentially hardware that has been created by third parties in order to perform your actions and store your keys, etc. And so from that perspective, the custodial versus non-custodial is much more of a spectrum than a dichotomy, right? Like we've seen that, like there was literally a wallet earlier this year that was logging the private keys and the seed phrases and uploading them to their logging server, essentially, despite being non-custodial. So the concept of you owning your keys is very relative, because there is still kind of like a supply chain for the self-custodial path as well. And the other thing is that within the custodial realm, we need to have better answers, because the reality is that people will go with these custodial solutions, and we need to make sure that whenever these custodial solutions get built and operated, they basically held to a standard where they cannot have any security incident despite having a disgruntled employee, despite the CEO going rogue. Like, this is how you should build your solution. Like, the way I build a key management system myself is essentially like, if tomorrow I go rogue, or myself and the other tech lead or whatever go rogue, how does this solution survive our malicious actions? And this is all that there is at the end of the day. And regulations should impose standards that enforce this way of thinking and this adversarial mindset, even while building custodial solutions, because this is actually how custodial solutions will get broader adoption and trust.
You know, if Satoshi would be here right now, he would be telling you that you are totally wrong, and that crypto wasn't designed to be in a custodial situation. It was designed to give the power to the people, and the people need to learn how to use that power. And I think that should be our primary focus. You mentioned earlier that you worked for Anchorage, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So in terms of custodial solutions, and I looked at everything, I think Anchorage was the most mature, because they do actually have all kinds of physical stepping stones that you have to go through, especially if you have larger amounts. You know, in terms of security, it was one of the best things, and still I wouldn't go for it, because I don't want to be in a situation where I have to trust a third party that can be subpoenaed, that can have their seizure orders or warrants, or anything that the government wants to do to a custodial service that is hosting your assets, they will have to comply with. And that is also something you need to think about, right? I mean, if we want to have financial freedom, we should basically use crypto the way it was intended, and tell governments to stay out of our financial affairs.